sacred. The Empire's magic-resistant armor couldn't block this white light at all. In an instant, of the hundreds of people who rushed over, only a few mutated mages remained standing. The rest had all fallen, but these few had successfully closed in on Ambrina. Ambrina stopped firing, and instead picked up the machine gun and started swinging it like a big iron bar. With a single blow, Ambrina knocked one down. She drew her demon-slaying mace from the side and stabbed the man in the eye, popping it out. She kicked him away and shouted, "Don't get distracted protecting me. 5th-tier warriors, go up and activate your domains. 4th-tier warriors, spread out. Those below 3rd tier, follow me. Head towards that dog Emperor. He's just a useless support. Charge." On the other side, the Emperor summoned magic. A giant red lion protected itself, while simultaneously buffing the surrounding area. "I don't need protection. Everyone, charge at that wretched woman. In this chaotic battle, she won't dare use her sealing magic domain. Charge!" In the blink of an eye, the 2 or 3 5th-tier mages on both sides opened their domains and began to fight in the air. The scene looked grand, but the two sides did not cause much damage to each other. They were all elemental mages, and their strengths were not much different from each other. Their defenses were also very strong, and the moves they used were similar. More importantly, 5th-tier mages were no longer people who were willing to risk their lives. However, when a 5th-tier mage uses their domain to engage in a battle of attrition, the aftershocks of their attacks will occasionally take away a group of people or even lower-tier individuals. Compared to the several powerful high-level mages, the battle on the ground was far more brutal. In a regular battle, the mages and musketeers, who were already elite, were now cannon fodder. Soon after the two sides engaged in battle, they fell into a brutal melee. The equipment of the two mage musketeers differs slightly in appearance and color, but they are essentially the same: a plain military uniform, an outer magical breastplate that can protect against magical impact, armor, leg guards, a large caliber musket, a magical revolver, 3 grenades, and a magic-piercing mace about 1 meter long, similar to a mace but with a pointed tip. With a loud bang, the sound of armor shattering and bones breaking echoed as the faster and more ruthless man smashed his opponent, armor and all, into a crater. He then gripped the long handle and shoved it into the opponent's body through the crack, kicking him away and simultaneously drawing his demon-slaying mace. But in that brief pause, a gunshot rang out from the side. The impact of the magic gun struck his face, knocking the man who had just killed someone to the ground. Immediately afterward, another man appeared to finish him off, but then a loud explosion rang out. The man who had finished off the attacker and the one who had fired the shot were both knocked to the ground by the explosion, their heads spinning and their ears ringing. Before they could even stand up, a group of enemies pounced on them, smashing them repeatedly, fracturing their skulls and splattering their brains. These men had just killed 2 people, but then they were met with another round of gunfire, forced to retreat. Before they could retaliate, the enemy's demon-slaying mace was already upon them. Such scenes of you killing me and me killing you erupted continuously among the numerous mages and musketeers. There was no rationality, no fear, and no excitement. They simply acted instinctively to kill people of different clothing colors. Meanwhile, the Empire's mages maneuvered, weaved, and infiltrated amidst the fighting between the mage musketeers, steadily closing in on Ambrina in preparation for a general's attack. From the overall situation, the Empire's magic is closer to completing the general mission, because although Ambrina is no longer at the very front, she is still in the forward arrow position, while the Emperor is in a central position. However, the arrowhead position where Ambrina was located was also the place with the most intense firepower from the Kingdom of Foes. In addition, Ambrina's weapon was extremely powerful and her full-body armor was surprisingly tough. Those who attacked her could not inflict enough damage on Ambrina or even stop her arrowhead from advancing. Gradually, the Emperor's expression began to darken. He realized the problem. Although he had a numerical advantage of 30,000 against 20,000, the number of mages in his army was not much greater than that of the enemy. With high-level mages exchanging blows, he did not have an advantage, while it wasn't exactly a disadvantage. On the other hand, the ordinary troops brought by the Kingdom of Fas had bypassed the main battlefield, and with the addition of artillery using field guns, they were approaching the lines of the Imperial soldiers. The Imperial forces were numerous, but exhausted, and more importantly, they lacked artillery support. Their 20,000-plus men might not be able to defeat the opposing force of 10,000-plus men. Having fought this far, Antaro realized that things couldn't continue like this. He stopped casting the buff, that had been barely effective against the opponent's targeted magic countermeasures. Instead, he merged his summoned red lion with his own body, transforming from a normal-looking middle-aged man into a half-beast berserker warrior over 2 meters tall. His explosive muscles and bursting magic power tore through his armor, and his wild red hair made him look like a dagger. The 1-meter-long magic-breaking mace in his hand looked like a dagger. Now, he is no longer the emperor who continues to sit in the center, but the arrowhead, the Lion King who launches the charge. With a lunge forward, he forcefully hurled the demon-slaying mace, instantly killing a first-tier opponent. Emperor Antorlo didn't stop, charging forward with lightning speed. A burst of magic sent several corpses and blood-stained magic-dispelling maces flying. He swiftly advanced, grabbing 2 of the maces with both hands. At that moment, a figure flew in. In the next instant, a magic-dispelling mace pierced through his shattered armor, but failed to penetrate any further into flesh. Instead, it was blocked by the 2 maces. Antorlo pushed hard, deflecting the opponent's magic-dispelling mace. The opponent held a sphere of magical energy in his other hand, but before he could unleash it, 2 magic-dispelling maces pierced his temples from either side, exploding his head. In fact, Antoro's Lion of Contracts is a summoning magic that involves making a pact with someone and receiving magic from them after fulfilling the pact. In addition to casting buffs and the enhancements he is currently using, he also has 3 other types of magic that he can obtain from others. However, he didn't use that. He insisted on using violence to break through, to intimidate, and to create a sense of oppression for the enemy. Page 271. Antorlo continued forward, unstoppable, and in the blink of an eye, he was only 300 meters away from Ambrina. At this moment, Ambrina also noticed that the emperor was approaching her, but instead of retreating, she went to meet him. I take back what I said before. Aren't you a tyrant? The emperor said, looking straight ahead. Even though in the chaos, Ambrina couldn't hear his voice at all. Could a tyrannical ruler have such courage to charge into battle and face difficulties head-on? Chapter 614. Oppression. Trump card. No surrender. Soon, Antorlo had arrived at a position less than 100 meters away from Ambrina. For a 5th-tier mage, if there are no obstacles, it would take less than 2 seconds to run 100 meters in place. On the other side, Ambrina swung her club and sent an Imperial mage who had appeared out of nowhere flying. Without even looking at him, she fired 3 more shots, her gaze fixed on a tall figure in the distance that exuded constant pressure. Looks like I can admit this guy isn't trash. How could trash exert such pressure? At this moment, Ambrina's hands and legs were trembling, and her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of her chest. Ambrina has combat experience. She has conducted thousands of real combat drills with Isabel, Ashley, and Grand. The trio is a highly skilled assassination team. Moreover, Isabel is extremely serious and never holds back against her own sister. In addition, Ambrina herself is a ruthless person who doesn't care about human life. This is why she was able to react quickly, knock the flying assassin away, and finish him off cleanly. But she was still afraid when facing Emperor Antorlo, even though it was part of the plan. Stop him, shouted the leader of the mage corps from the kingdom of Fas. The way a mage stops an opponent is not by rushing in, but by spreading out and using magic from a distance to bombard the target. But no one expected that the emperor would disappear from sight in an instant. The bunch of spells they launched at once failed to hit the emperor, but only scattered the people around the emperor's previous position. At this moment, the emperor was flying in the air, with huge white eagle wings on his back. His body was still that of a red lion, but a huge eagle beak had appeared on his face, making him look like a griffin. Even his confidants were unaware that the emperor possessed an extremely rare multiple summons. In addition to the lion, he also had a white eagle. The signature move of a summoning magic user is to merge with their summoned creatures, and after merging with 2 summoned creatures, he becomes the griffin in his current form. In a single leap, he was already in front of Ambrina. Ambrina reacted quickly, wielding her machine gun to block the emperor's pair of magic-dispelling maces. However, the emperor was a 5th-tier cultivator whose speed, strength, and skill far surpassed hers. She managed to block the first blow while fully focused, but when the emperor released the magic-dispelling mace with one hand and threw a second punch, she couldn't even react. It was fast, too fast. A horizontal swing punch landed on Ambrina's left cheek. The immense force shattered her helmet, deformed her face, and sent her flying to the right. As she flew, Ambrina crashed into a group of soldiers, landed on the ground, rolled around a dozen times, and finally stopped. Your Majesty, the people of the kingdom of Fas shouted. Emperor Antorlo crouched slightly to gather his strength, then leaped into the air, heading straight for Ambrina, intending to finish her off. Killing her was unnecessary, but beating her half to death and then capturing her was no problem. But at that moment, Ambrina, who was lying on the ground almost motionless, with a large swelling on one side of her face and blood flowing from the corners of her mouth and eyes, twitched her little finger. The next instant, the Emperor, who was only a step away from Ambrina, and Ambrina herself disappeared before everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the Emperor found himself in another world. Ambrina, her hands gripping the table, stood up shakily. Half her face was swollen, and she couldn't even open her left eye. Her breath trembled as she said, "Welcome to my banquet restaurant. Here, anyone who uses magic will suffer a backlash, and attacking will deplete their own life force. We can have a proper talk now," Ambrina said with a smile. "There are 2 prerequisites for bringing someone closer. First, she must acknowledge the other person. Second, she must have physical contact with them." From the very beginning, Ambrina's plan was to bring the Emperor into the picture. Of course, this was also a risk. After all, she had to at least hold off the Emperor. Ambrina was quite confident, but she really didn't expect that the Emperor, who was not good at fighting, would almost knock her unconscious and prevent her from casting any magic. "Hell, so this is your battle plan?" The Emperor had already guessed it, but he sneered and asked, "Will it work? With this kind of restriction, I can still crush you despite the negative effects. You think I can only bring one person in? You're wrong. I can bring in people from very, very far away," Ambrina said. The next moment, Ronan appeared in the restaurant. This was a tactic the 2 of them had come up with many, many years ago, but they had never used it before. The Emperor was the first to use it. Ronan looked at Emperor Antoine and greeted him warmly. "It's been a long time, Your Majesty. You look so handsome." The last time they met in person was when they were treasure hunting in Egypt. Upon seeing Ronan, the Emperor knew that there was no way he could make a move. In fact, given Ronan's fighting prowess, it wouldn't be impossible for him to kill him while enduring the negative effects. "What, you want to kill me?" the Emperor retorted, having unknowingly reverted to human form. "How could that be?" "I just hope you will surrender," Ronan replied. "Why should I surrender?" the Emperor retorted. Ambrina coughed up blood, recovered slightly, sat down in a chair, and said, "I know some things, but your people don't know your current situation. The battle between the 2 sides mages is at a stalemate. In the chaos, your people will definitely be at a disadvantage. On the other hand, in the battle between the ordinary soldiers, it's only a matter of time before your people are defeated. Your army has been defeated. What else can you do but surrender?" The Emperor fell silent. He did not want to surrender, but he knew that what Ambrina said was true. It's likely that outside, the people of the Kingdom of Foes are shouting that their king's magic has successfully eliminated him, the Emperor, while the Empire is completely unaware of the situation. Even if someone steps forward to boost morale, it cannot suppress the panic in everyone's hearts. He lost, defeated by the woman he had always looked down upon. A dejected Antaro looked at Ronan and asked, "Is this the plan you devised for her?" "No, that is not it," Ronan denied. "I am not good at military strategy, you know that. Besides, what man would let his wife take such a risk?" To be honest, Ronan was also startled when he came in. He had never imagined such a situation. Ambrina chuckled and nodded to Ronan. Seeing Ambrina's blissful, feminine demeanor, Antaro clenched his fists, his anger burning fiercely. How could he possibly be defeated by such a woman? "I will not surrender," Emperor Antaro said firmly. "After Anlia's magic is dispelled, those who come in will return to their original positions. If you don't surrender, I will break your arms and legs, and then she will dispel the magic, and you will fall to the ground like a dead dog. When your people see you like this, what difference will it make whether you surrender or not? Have some dignity for yourself, Your Majesty." The word Your Majesty sounded incredibly ironic to Antaro at that moment, and he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "No surrender." With that resounding cry, the Emperor forcefully used magic to launch a final charge. Chapter 615 I Can Only Lose to You, the boy of the old era, ultimately defeated 3 minutes later. Ronan stood there, his left hand holding a sword on his shoulder, his right hand pointing the sword at Emperor Antaro in front of him. Antaro knelt on one knee, his hair disheveled, his once golden hair now showing some silver gray. His face, which had looked like he was only in his 30s, suddenly looked much older, with wrinkles on his forehead and around his eyes. Most noticeably, his eyes had lost their former sharpness. It wasn't just a fleeting feeling. In an instant, he truly aged, becoming what an ordinary person his age would look like. "In the end, I've lost to you, Ronan. I, born into the most illustrious family, am defeated by you. who are practically of commoner origin. The era of nobility is over. In the end, people cannot fight against the times, not even emperors. To restore that long-lost empire is nothing but the vain dream of an ignorant youth. When the dream ends, the youth will have grown old. However, one day you will also be a character in someone else's illusory dream. The continent may be vast, but there is no place to put the crown, right? Antoro asked finally. In a daze, Ronan sensed that the man in front of him insisted on not surrendering, on engaging in this meaningless battle at the end, only to end up injured and kneeling on the ground in a pathetic state, because he would rather know. He should say only lose to Ronan, to one of the commoners he had always looked down upon, than lose to Ambrina who was actually a branch heir of his family. He, the emperor, even in defeat, was destined to be the man who brought an end to the old era. No one else was worthy. On the grand stage of history, it is more common for a noble emperor to be defeated by a commoner than by another king. Only in this way can he take his final bow. Only in this way will he be willing to leave the stage. What made him surrender was the times. At this moment, Ambrina walked over and said, "Even if you don't become emperor, you can still be a Grand Duke. Why are you acting like you've given up and are giving your last words? Although you're an old man, you can still live for several more decades. Pass the position to your son and give him a hand. If he doesn't like it, just retire and live a leisurely life. Wouldn't that be better?" The emperor struggled to his feet, looked at Ambrina, and after a moment of silence, let out a cold laugh. "She's just a woman after all, she doesn't understand anything." "You've been defeated by a woman," Ambrina retorted. "I don't understand, I just don't understand." Antoro shook his head, full of disdain. "You've been defeated by a woman," Ambrina repeated. Antoro seemed to choke. "You've been defeated by a woman," Ambrina repeated. "All right, Anri," Ronan called out. "Undo the spell, the rest is up to you." Ambrina dispelled the spell. Ronan returned to the Catalan region thousands of miles away, and she and Antoro reappeared at the battlefield. Ambrina managed to stand up from the ground, while the emperor, who had been in mid-air, plummeted to the ground. Previously, after Ambrina and Antoro disappeared at the same time, the kingdom of Fas reacted immediately. The leader of the mage corps and several generals who knew the truth declared that it was His Majesty the King's magic and that the dog emperor would be dealt with soon. On the other side, the empire's army was in chaos. No matter what the generals said, saying that the emperor would surely win, Ambrina was just clinging to life and could not maintain morale. In just 2 minutes, the situation turned in favor of the kingdom of foes. The empire could only slowly organize a defensive formation under the cover of a few high-ranking mages, paving the way for a subsequent retreat. The battle suddenly changed its style, transforming from a bloody and brutal clash into a ranged exchange of fire, a process of mutual attrition, until Ambrina and Antoro reappeared on the battlefield. "Your Majesty," both sides shouted to their monarchs almost simultaneously. "I am fine," Ambrina responded first. A group of people from the kingdom of foes, including Ambrina, went over and prepared to surround Emperor Antoro. Ambrina raised her hand to stop her own people, saying, "No need." Emperor Antoro barely managed to stand up, turned around and gestured to the crowd who were still some distance away, telling them not to rush over to protect him. Then he turned back to Ambrina and said, "I have lost, but I will not sign the surrender document with you here." Ambrina pressed her left cheek, which was swollen with a large lump, with one hand. "Whatever." Emperor Antolo turned back to his followers and said, "Retreat. We have been defeated." Some people clenched their fists, trying their best to control their emotions. Some couldn't control themselves and could only cover their faces with their hands. Some couldn't accept it and could only shout, "Your Majesty." Some had already accepted it and just sighed to the heavens. And many more were in a dazed, listless state, completely unaware of what was happening. The emperor shouted at the top of his lungs, "I say, we have been defeated." He was so loud that he almost lost his balance and staggered. It was Ambrina who leaped forward and grabbed him to keep him from falling. Antoro, however, shook off Ambrina's hand. "You damn emperor, you really don't know what's good for you." Ambrina cursed, and for a moment she even wanted to kick the bastard's ass so he would fall flat on his face. But even though she raised her foot, she couldn't bring herself to do it. The emperor summoned his summoned creature, the red lion. He collapsed forward onto the lion, whose mane was like flames. The red lion carried the defeated emperor, step by step, slowly walking towards his own lines. The golden rays of the setting sun shone on the emperor's back, turning his already graying, disheveled hair completely golden once again, as if pulling time back to the past and allowing people to see the blonde boy who dreamed of restoring the glory of the empire. At that moment, Count Alan approached from the side and behind. "Your Majesty, shall we give chase?" "No need. Let them go," Ambrina said. "Of course, they should leave behind everything they stole." "Then the other 2 lines?" Count Alan asked again. "Keep fighting until news of their surrender gets through before stopping," Ambrina decided. "Those lords and magicians need to be kept to go back and overthrow that dog emperor." Count Alan smiled. "Your Majesty, to be frank, this is not like you." Ambrina was born into nobility and was a princess, but she had none of the aristocratic spirit, let alone the naivety of a princess. "You know it is unnecessary, yet you still say it," Ambrina said, turning back to glare at Count Alan. "You old men are just so boring. You handle the rest of the matters. I need to find a place to rest. By the way, is my face really swollen?" Count Alan smiled. "Your Majesty remains the most beautiful woman in the kingdom." "Old man, you fight like a tortoise. All you do is flatter." "Get lost," Ambrina cursed, and left. The war between the kingdom of foes and the empire, though not yet completely over, is now considered to be concluded. What remains is Ambrina leading her victorious army to drive out the bandits of the Netherlands, and Ronan bringing freedom to the people of Catalonia. Chapter 616. Going all the way, right and wrong. What is the subtext? Most of the soldiers and mages of the kingdom of foes did not know how their king had won. All they could see was that Ambrina's armor was covered in battle scars. She was covered in dust, her hair was disheveled, her left cheek was swollen, and she was unsteady on her feet. All they knew was that Ambrina had led from the front and won, so her somewhat disheveled appearance was not a sign of weakness, but a symbol of bravery and fearlessness. If the enemy were still present and the battle were not yet completely over, they would surely have removed their hats and bowed in respect, rather than merely watching His Majesty the King depart with a respectful gaze. 2 days later, the Emperor left with his remaining troops, and the lords on the other 2 fronts, led by the magician, also surrendered and retreated. Of course, people can leave, but all the looted valuables, supplies, and their own firearms, armor, and cannons must be left behind. Ambrina led her army to deal with the Dutch and relieve her son's siege. In just 1 day, the Dutch army was defeated. Complete victory was achieved on the northern and eastern fronts. Ambrina's first order was to hang all those who responded to the empire in the Rhineland and those who responded to the Netherlands in Belgium, along with their families and relatives, on crosses. They were not given food or water and were left to starve to death. After they died, they were left hanging until the winter wind dried them into dried meat. The second order was to organize people to return all the property and promise that all the money obtained from the sale of other captured materials, weapons, and equipment would be invested in the construction of the Rhine region. Immediately afterwards, Ambrina summoned her staff and the generals for a meeting. "Count Alan has made great contributions this time, and I would like to bestow upon him the title of Duke. What do you all think?" Ambrina asked in front of everyone. The group of advisors and generals were stunned. They shouldn't be discussing matters like bestowing titles with the Prime Minister. In the Kingdom of Fes, the military and government were separate entities, and such matters should be discussed with the Prime Minister. Page 272. However, some of the generals were politically astute and quickly realized that they shouldn't have been consulted, but the fact that they had been asked to do so was problematic. "Your Majesty, I think this is inappropriate," said William, the commander of the army supporting Belgium and Erica's father, a young and promising general who was in charge of the army for the Crown Prince. Ambrina seemed not to hear him, turning her gaze to Count Alan. "General, what do you think?" When Alan heard Ambrina address him as general instead of earl, he knew that this ruthless empress was going to get him. "Your Majesty, I have no interest in the title of Duke. I want to be a marshal," said Earl Alan. "Insolence!" Ambrina suddenly slammed her hand on the table and shouted. "Your mismanagement has put the army in danger, resulting in the deaths of many soldiers. You have also embezzled military funds and extorted money from the local people. And now you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Guards, Mage Regiment, come here and strip him of his uniform." Ambrina stood up. "From this moment forward, you are stripped of all your military posts." Count Elaine sighed, said nothing, and let them strip him of his military uniform. "Considering the many contributions you have made to the country, your crimes will not be pursued." With that, Ambrina tore off her fur coat and draped it over Count Alan. "Don't get cold." "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty," Earl Alan said, and left. The staff officers and generals were all stunned. The person who should have benefited the most from this war had been stripped of everything in the blink of an eye and received nothing. Outside the tent, Count Alan, draped in the king's coat, walked alone. He knew that if he had been willing to accept the title of duke, Ambrina would have given it to him. But what was the point of a duke's title? In any case, Ambrina would definitely strip him of his military rank, because he was an old-school general who had risen to prominence during Ambrina's reign and had been entrusted by the late king. The crown prince had no room to reward him, and besides, he would have to make way for the crown prince's men. He doesn't want anything. Instead, Ambrina will offer him some compensation, such as shares in a state-owned enterprise. His outburst just now was merely for show. Immediately afterwards, in the camp, Crown Prince Lucian requested credit for his generals, and Ambrina immediately approved, bestowing rewards and promotions upon them. Such rewards and promotions are obviously unreasonable. Lucian's group had no merit whatsoever. They had only maintained a defensive posture during the attack on the Netherlands, but the king said they had merit, so they had merit, even if they didn't. This is why military power in the kingdom of Fas was in the hands of a king, because the authority to reward, promote, punish, and dismiss soldiers rested with the king. After the matter was over, Ambrina called her son, Lucian Jr. over. Why is there only a request for commendation and no request for punishment? Ambrina questioned her son. They are all very nice, respect me a lot, and are all very well-mannered young generals, unlike the old-fashioned ones, said Zio Luzixion. Slap! Ambrina slapped Lucian across the face. Respect you? Who do you think you are? Besides being a prince, what makes you worthy of respect? You're really trying to piss me off. Did you waste your time in history and politics classes? It doesn't matter if the people following you haven't violated military discipline. What matters is that you need to find a few people to punish, to make them understand that both rewards and punishments depend on you. Don't go back to the capital yet. Let's switch. I'll take your men to quell the unrest in Belgium, and you take my men to the Empire to help clean up the remaining forces and get the Protestant and Catholic lords to overthrow the Emperor. A hint of hesitation appeared on Zio Luxion's face. He knew very well that his mother's side was a group of proud and fierce soldiers who had just won a great victory, and that Count Alan, a highly prestigious general, had been dismissed. Everyone was in a bad mood and would definitely not give him a good look. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I am still the king. It is not your place to give an opinion. I tell you to go, so go, Ambrina stated firmly. Yes, Zio Luxian replied. You can't expect your mother to work until she's 50 and then let you take over, can you? I know you're doing a good job, but it is not enough. You need to practice more, Ambrina said earnestly to her son. At this moment, thousands of miles away in Catalonia, Ronan is giving a speech to a crowd in the center of the cathedral square in Barcelona. I'm here for 3 things: freedom, freedom, and damn it, freedom. What constitutes freedom is up to me to decide. If I say you're not free, then you're not free. The Kingdom of Fas has no intention of ruling this region, but rather to help the people of Catalonia establish their own democratic republic and resist the tyranny of the Villar royal family. Supported electors can be changed at will, but replacing puppets is far too troublesome. We are not those shameless people from hundreds of years ago who took advantage of the expulsion of infidels to establish some kind of unification. I hereby promise that we will never interfere with the autonomy of Catalonia in any form. Economic interference is not interference, it is aid. Now, prepare yourselves, take up your weapons, and fight against evil. The lives of the Fasians have gone up in price, and you locals are the cannon fodder. Chapter 617. The war ends. A bizarre move. The Empress's coronation in early December 1605. The Kingdom of Fas and the Kingdom of Villar reached an agreement. The Kingdom of Fas promised to cease all military support for Catalonia from that day forward, with its troops completely withdrawing from Villa. Catalonia was established as an autonomous dominion, nominally still subordinate to the Kingdom of Villa. In return, Villa unilaterally paid the Kingdom of Fas a peacekeeping fee of 20 million taels to compensate for the expenses incurred by Fas in helping Villa maintain peace. The Kingdom of Fos has really struck gold this time. Almost simultaneously, Villa and Wayland negotiated peace, ending the war, signing a new trade agreement, and redrawing spheres of influence at sea. On the surface, Willand didn't gain much advantage. In fact, due to the similar losses and casualties on both sides, he failed to secure war reparations, making him appear to have lost out. However, in reality he profited. Willand further solidified his control over the northern colonies of the New World, ensuring a stable supply of shipbuilding raw materials, and his shipbuilding capacity continued to grow. Meanwhile, Villa suffered another round of losses, and coupled with its economic problems, its shipbuilding capacity shrank further. even if the exchange ratio wasn't close to 1-to-1, but even 2-to-1, Willand would still feel he had gained, because at this rate, Villa would eventually be forced to withdraw from the competition for naval power. In mid-December, the Kingdom of Fas and the Netherlands ceased hostilities and jointly discussed the Belgian issue. According to international practice, the chessboard has no say. In fact, neither side formally declared war. They both launched the war under the pretext of supporting the legitimate King of Belgium. The Kingdom of Fas did not ask the Netherlands for money. Instead, just as it had done after the war with Bilia, it wanted to jointly establish a maritime university with the Netherlands and demanded that the Netherlands compensate the Kingdom of Fas with a shipyard to cover the expenses incurred in maintaining peace. Shipbuilding is not something that can be accomplished out of thin air. Ronan can only draw inspiration from the older and new generations of shipbuilding masters to quickly cultivate talent in this field in China and accelerate the catch-up process. In late December, Villa, who had already been thoroughly defeated, turned around and dealt a heavy blow to Suleiman, who was trying to gain momentum in the Mediterranean. It can only be said that Suleiman was born at the wrong time, encountering a Western continent that was rapidly advancing amidst fierce competition. In just 10 years, Suleiman and the major powers of the Western continent were no longer in the same era. His infantry was still using long spears and muskets in phalanx formations. His navy was still thinking about closing the distance, and he did not even have an air force. This wave of criticism significantly boosted Villa's confidence. "If I can't deal with heretics, can't I at least deal with you, you infidel? If I can't be the king of the 7 seas, can't I at least be the king of the bathtub in the Mediterranean?" Suleiman was stunned by the defeat and wanted to implement reforms, but unfortunately, Suleiman's country was a true feudal state. How could he reform it? He couldn't. He didn't have the ability, you know. In February 1606, Prince Lucian Roman II of Fas led his army eastward, advancing deep into the empire. No one dared to challenge him along the way. He was called a commander, but in reality, he was just sightseeing, and the locals paid for his trip. After touring the empire, the Kingdom of Fos returned. Subsequently, several electors and lords of various large and small states united to demand that the current emperor, Antoro, relinquish the throne. Antoro had no choice but to agree. Subsequently, the empire recognized the Duchy of the Rhine, which was tantamount to recognizing the Kingdom of Fas's control over the entire Rhine region. Next, the really sassy stuff started. Count Hessen, one of the lords of the imperial states, transferred his title to Ambrina, who shared the same surname as him. As a result, Ambrina, as the Queen of France, became a member of the princes of the Will Empire. However, she was not yet an elector. In March, the various electors and lords of large and small states decided that the Count of Hesse would henceforth also be an elector. In April, the Empire of Will held an imperial election, and Ambrina was elected as the Emperor of the Empire of Will. However, all of this is conditional. Ambrina promises not to leave the crown to the Frago family and that the emperor will be re-elected in 10 years. The last person to be the king of a powerful nation and even an emperor was the maternal grandfather of the former emperor Antoro, the king of Villa before him, who led Villa to its peak. One stopped the anti-French encirclement and forced the Kingdom of Fas to collude with Suleiman just to catch his breath. It's estimated that the coffin lid of the old man's coffin can no longer hold him down. In May, the Pope agreed to crown Ambrina, and the coronation ceremony would be held in June in Paristo, the capital of the Kingdom of Fas, instead of having Ambrina be crowned at the papacy in Vienna. It's really off the mark. The eyes of many countries were practically popping out of their sockets. They made sarcastic remarks, both openly and secretly, and even spread rumors that Ronan, that scoundrel, had some shady dealings with that old bald pope. Ronan quickly refuted the claim, stating that it was not a rumor. The Kingdom of Fas promised to protect the rights of all Catholic believers within its borders and, 1 year later, to establish a Citizens' Representative Oversight Committee as a pilot program in UC City. This committee, established with the assistance of the Church, will be composed entirely of ordinary citizens and will have the authority to supervise, evaluate, report on, and question public officials, but will not possess any substantive law enforcement power. The actions of the People's Assembly are based not on law, but on public order and good morals. In the Western continent, public order and good morals are actually inseparable from the contents of the canon. Because they are inseparable from the canon, the Church can naturally exert influence. Of course, this was just a pilot project, and Ronan didn't think much of it at all. He just did as he had promised the Pope. In Ronan's view, if this thing doesn't develop well, it will be swept into the dustbin of history in 20 years at most. If it develops well, it will degenerate into a battleground for public opinion representing various forces. In short, it cannot fulfill the function of public oversight of bureaucrats, but it has the potential to become a tool for improving democracy. In mid-May, the Pope arrived in the capital of the Kingdom of Fas. His arrival officially heralded a new chapter in the global landscape of the Western continent. The Kingdom of Fas became the undisputed overlord of the Western continent, and the 41-year-old Ambrina became the most powerful woman on the Western continent. The word woman could be dropped. The coronation ceremony was held on June 6. Although the ceremony was held at the Paristo Cathedral, only envoys from various countries, the nobles and dignitaries of the Kingdom of Fas, the highest-ranking mages, and high-ranking members of the kingdom's church could attend. Those of lower status had no chance to witness it, and ordinary people couldn't even get close. But this did not dampen the excitement and enthusiasm of others. The entire capital was in a frenzy of celebration. It wasn't just the children and teenagers who were simply having fun, but also the young men and women celebrating with everyone, as well as some middle-aged officials, officers, and merchants who had participated in the war. There were also many elderly people who had experienced the kingdom's decline, some of whom had even lost everything in a defeated war decades ago. On this day, they could finally sweep away the gloom of those decades. Compared to the sea of revelry outside, the atmosphere inside the palace was solemn and serious. The grand ceremony, which had been in preparation for a month and rehearsed for almost half a month, was proceeding step by step according to the procedure. Chapter 618. Standing coronation is too much of a hassle. It's time to make an empress. Ambrina once had a sudden idea and told Ronan that she wanted to receive the crown from the Pope herself during the coronation ceremony, and then put it on herself. Ronan was astonished. Wasn't this the same operation he had used in his previous timeline to become emperor? Ironically, Ambrina's military skills were probably 10 times worse than Napoleon's, but she still won at Waterloo. Getting back to the main point, Ambrina's idea of asserting authority is only superficial. The deeper reason is that France in this time and space is different from the other France. Its northern political and economic center and western economic and maritime trade center are both Protestant territories. Catholicism only holds power in the west and southwest. The whole country can be said to be a Protestant country. The Pope represents the old church, so it's not natural for him to disrespect the old church. However, Ronan eventually persuaded Ambrina to give face to the Pope and to the Catholics both at home and abroad, for his sake. Although Ronan advised Ambrina to give up the idea, he then suggested that she accept the crown standing up, and that bowing, bending over, or even kneeling on one knee was absolutely out of the question. Times have changed. The church is a thing of the past, and you could even say that the emperor is a thing of the past. However, Ronan did not agree with Antoine's arrogance. He was by no means the last person to dream of unifying Germany. People's dreams never cease. Returning to the ceremony, after a solemn and somber religious piece had finished playing, under the watchful eyes of envoys from various countries, high-ranking church officials, and the most powerful people in the Kingdom of Fas, the ceremony finally reached its most crucial step. Dressed in a sacred and magnificent robe, with wide sleeves of golden silk on the outside and white on the inside adorned with cross embroidery, and wearing a magnificent crown, the Pope personally took the crown and walked towards Ambrina. Ambrina wore a purple velvet cloak with buttons made of pure gold eagles, representing the Frago family, and underneath was an extremely gorgeous long dress embroidered with gold thread. Fortunately, Ambrina is not very tall, only 162 cm, while the Pope, although not tall, is still over 170 cm. Even though Ambrina stood straight, without even bowing her head, and was wearing high heels, the Pope's action of putting the crown on her head did not seem awkward. Once this step is complete, the rest is just a formality. They simply sat in their seats until the ceremony was completely over. The Pope and all the members of the old church left without a moment's hesitation. In any case, crowning Ambrina, the Queen of the Kingdom of Fas, a Protestant, was a disgraceful and even somewhat shameful thing for the old church. Although the Vatican's people have left, Ambrina cannot leave yet. She also had to wear a crown and hold a scepter, maintaining a fixed seated posture, to receive blessings from all the spectators and guests, until everyone had finished congratulating her. After that, she had to go out for a procession to show herself to those who were unable to attend the ceremony and to the people of the capital, receiving cheers and blessings from everyone. Finally, back at the palace, there was a welcome banquet. It was fortunate that Ambrina was a magician and always had excellent stamina. Otherwise, This ordeal would have exhausted her. That evening, after the banquet ended, Ambrina returned to her bedroom in the palace, a chicken leg in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other, and began to cook. From morning to night, she neither ate nor drank anything because the etiquette was too complicated. She had to be in front of everyone most of the time, and only had a few chances to go to the toilet. She also had to be in a hurry, so she couldn't drink water. In addition, she had to maintain her makeup and couldn't eat anything. When the banquet came, she had to move around and didn't have a chance to eat anything. The fried chicken legs were crunchy, tender, and juicy. That was her favorite. At this moment, she had no interest in any of the exquisite delicacies on the large plate. She chuggled up the expensive red wine directly. What expensive red wine? To Ambrina, it was just fermented grape juice, something to quench her thirst. Finally, I am alive again. Ambrina let out a long sigh of extreme relief, looking at Ronan. Seriously, this was even more torturous than when we got married. This damn crown was so heavy it could kill someone. Despite her complaints, Ambrina's face now only shows happiness and joy, just like when she got married. Who doesn't love a crown? How are you feeling? Ronan asked. That's fine, Ambrina replied. The happiness and joy she had just felt had faded considerably. I don't feel much different, and I even feel a little empty and lost. That's how some things are. When you don't have them and want them, your whole heart is captivated. But once you get them, you suddenly realize they're nothing special. Years ago, Ronan said he would win a crown for Ambrina, and Ambrina was incredibly excited at the time. Now that she has received it, that happiness and joy have gradually worn away and faded in the tedious rituals. The little bit that remained lasted only for a very short time before it was almost gone, replaced by a sense of emptiness and bewilderment. Ronan took it in stride. From beginning to end, he treated it all as a real game, and the crown was proof of his success. Actually, just treat it as a souvenir. It's the result of our many years of marriage, and it's also our child. I'm going to take a shower. I'll be right back. Okay, I'll go too. The two said they didn't go into the same bathroom. The couple had a tacit understanding. For the past 2 weeks, Ronan had been spending time with other people, and for the past week, Ronan had been abstaining from sex, while Ambrina hadn't had sex for a month. If the two of them went into the bathroom together, they would start having sex in no time. That wouldn't do. The first celebratory shot couldn't be fired in the bathroom. Soon, the two finished their showers. Ronan wore the same military-style men's formal attire he had worn during the day, while Ambrina changed back into her coronation outfit and put the crown on her head. Ronan pulled down his trousers, revealing his hard, erect member. Your Majesty, you should express your sincere gratitude to your husband. Ambrina crouched down, her long dress falling to the ground like a magnificent, open umbrella. Wearing silk lace gloves, Ambrina grasped the massive member with both hands, opened her mouth and took the head into her mouth, her tongue beginning to scrape around the glands. Ronan, on the other hand, held the crown, which swayed with Ambrina's movements of swallowing and spitting. Looking down at Ambrina's slightly chubby, sweet face, which was showing an engrossed expression, and the crown on her loose hair, Ronan's excitement made his manhood tremble and swell several times. From fucking the princess, to fucking the queen, and then to fucking the empress. Ronan has worked hard, cultivated his talents, and leveraged his resources to get where he is today. Annalie, open your mouth. Ronan pulled out at the last moment and ejaculated into Ambrina, spraying more than a dozen streams of semen everywhere, including her mouth, face, forehead, hair, and even the crown on her head. So what if it's a crown? It can still be defiled, its magnificent appearance shrouded in its own filth. Chapter 619. You experience, squirt. Even God can't save you after defiling nobility. Ronan reversed course and began to appreciate nobility, serving Her Majesty the Empress. Ronan lifted Ambrina's feet, removed her silver grey pearl white square-heeled round toe high heels, and held her plump, rounded soles, gently stroking them. He felt the exceptionally smooth and delicate touch of the milky white stockings woven from the silk of the Ceres monster eye silkworm. Then, Ambrina lifted her skirt, and Ronan poured the crystal-clear amber-brown honey liquid down her stockinged calves. Due to the barrier of the magic membrane, the honey liquid did not seep in, but instead flowed down her calves to the instep and toes. Ronan lowered his head and kissed her, then became completely absorbed, licking and sucking vigorously, while simultaneously grasping and kneading Ambrina's soft, fleshy calves with both hands. Ambrina looked at Ronan with the same joy and pleasure of a conqueror that she didn't usually feel. Her husband, the man who had helped her ascend the throne and presented her with the crown, was now standing before her, at her feet, licking himself with abandon. After licking the honey clean, Ronan parted Ambrina's legs, lifted her skirt, and plunged his head between her fleshy thighs. While licking her vulva through her white stockings, he kept shaking his head, feeling the soft touch of the white stockings covering her fleshy thighs on his cheeks. Ambrina pressed her hands against Ronan's head, tilting her head back as she enjoyed Ronan's oral service. After a while, her body, which had been empty for a month and was extremely thirsty, began to secrete fluids. Ronan raised his head, his left hand with 3 fingers together, inserted into the hole through the crotch of the white stockings. The Holy Sun's hand had the ability to absorb magic power from a distance. Ronan activated it, and instantly, Ambrina felt a suction force inside her hole, and large gushes of vaginal fluid flowed out, wetting Ronan's hand. Page 273. The unprecedented experience made Ambrina let out wanton moans. Ronan paused, looking at the panting Ambrina. "How are you, Your Majesty?" Ambrina took a few more breaths, and after recovering, she looked at Ronan with a smile and ran her foot across Ronan's leg a few times. Ronan understood, and inserted his hand again, activating his ability once more. Ambrina's thighs clamped tightly around Ronan's left hand, and her hands gripped Ronan's arms, as if she were both pushing Ronan's hand outwards and pulling it inwards. Ronan's fingers exerted suction while simultaneously thrusting and probing. Before long, Ambrina was already delirious, her legs wide open, her magic no longer steadily absorbing the stockings. It's coming! It's coming! Ugh! With a shout, a stream of vaginal fluid pierced through the white stockings and gushed out powerfully, followed by a large amount of vaginal fluid overflowing, soaking the crotch of the stockings and even the inside of her thighs. She had an orgasm. Seeing his lovely wife's wanton appearance, Ronan's manhood became erect with excitement. After a while, Ambrina tore her expensive, luxurious but incredibly cumbersome dress to shreds, threw it aside, and opened her arms. Ronan leaned forward, letting Ambrina hug him, and at the same time, he lifted Ambrina up. Then he lifted Ambrina up with both hands, quickly switched positions, and lifted Ambrina's soft, fleshy buttocks, which were tightly wrapped in white stockings. He leaned back slightly, then thrust his waist forward, inserting his huge penis all the way into Ambrina's already muddy and overflowing vagina from below. "Oh!" Ambrina let out a long, satisfied groan. Ronan paused briefly, waiting for a resentful look from Ambrina, before increasing his intensity and beginning to thrust. Ambrina instantly felt that long-lost pleasure. A woman may not feel anything particularly noticeable inside, and it might even hurt if it goes too far inside. However, the feeling of being completely filled by something thick, hard, and long, painful yet incredibly fulfilling, is a kind of pleasure that most women have never experienced. In addition, the feeling of being violently thrust into, as if the body is about to fall apart, is even more intoxicating. Ronan gripped Ambrina's buttocks so hard that the soft flesh covered by her white stockings spilled out from between his fingers. The thrusting was rapid and fierce, each stroke reaching the deepest point, causing Ambrina's vaginal muscles to turn outwards, and the opening was already full of foamy white semen. Ambrina was also extremely engrossed, tearing off her bra and constantly twisting her body, causing her breasts to sway, and her slightly erect nipples to rub against Ronan's firm pectoral muscles. Her slightly chubby legs were crossed and wrapped around Ronan's waist, hooking tightly, using the force to move her hips up and down and left and right to meet Ronan's thrusts, making a slapping sound with each impact. By this time, the crown had already fallen off their heads due to the movement and rolled onto the carpet, but the couple, lost in their passion, paid no attention to it and continued their frenzied intercourse. Soon the two moved to the bed. Ronan grabbed Ambrina's not-so-slender ankles with both hands, spread her legs wide apart, pressed her back, tore open her white stockings, revealing the thick black hair that showed her vigorous sexual desire, and made her vulva face upwards, pressing down on her and thrusting downwards. Rounded feet, not-so-slender ankles, slightly loose and fleshy calves, plump thighs and buttocks from this angle, no excess fat, but a waist and abdomen that could be pinched, and thick, lush, and shiny black hair, all wrapped in a layer of slightly sheer milky white pantyhose, forming a unified whole. Her breasts weren't that big, but even when she was lying flat, they still looked quite plump and tender. Ambrina, who is over 40, still has the face of a girl who is slightly more mature than a teenager, with a touch of sweetness and cuteness, but her body is a plump boob, full of the charm of a voluptuous young wife. The appearance of a girl, the body of a young woman, the desires of a mature woman. This was his wife, Ambrina, a woman who could still arouse his desire even after 20 years. Before he knew it, Ronan had pressed himself against her, holding Ambrina in his arms and kissing her. Only his waist and legs continued to thrust forcefully. Ambrina's legs were no longer spread apart, but crossed behind Ronan's waist, with her insteps arched and her big toes slightly upturned. The two returned to their most ordinary missionary posture. Anley. With a low growl, Ronan's huge penis began to swell and throb. Ambrina gripped Ronan's back muscles tightly with both hands. Give it to me, following a series of violent thrusts. More than 20 streams of thick, viscous white fluid gushed out and sprayed into Ambrina's body. After it was over, Ronan did not withdraw. The two caressed each other for a long time before finally separating. Ambrina sat up, stretched out her hands, spread her fingers, and then bent 3 fingers down. 10 times, 7 more times. Ronan smiled wryly. Anley, are you out of your mind? No, Ambrina replied, behaving like a spoiled little princess. Then I have no choice but to risk my life to satisfy my wife, my majesty, Ronan said. How about you take some medicine? Ambrina asked. Noah had recently developed a magical potion. Paul, I need to take medicine? Ronan roared. You're dead, Ambrina. Even God the Father can't save you. Chapter 620. 10 times. Battle losses. Future plans. The next day at noon, Ronan and Ambrina were still sleeping. They didn't fall asleep until dawn this morning. They took a bath and had a late-night snack as a break throughout the night. In the bedroom, besides the silver-gray high heels and white pantyhose that were there at the beginning, as well as the ripped gorgeous dress, there were many other different shoes and socks. The military boots were made of camel-colored suede and soft antelope leather. Inside the boot shaft was a lump of thick, half-dried white semen. A pair of flesh-colored pantyhose hung limply on the boot shaft, next to a pair of capri pants. There was also an officer's uniform, which was the set Ambrina wore when she marched. This was the product of her 4th encounter. At the end, Ronan inserted his penis into the gap between the soft leather boots and the stockinged legs and ejaculated violently. On the chair was a silk slip dress, wrinkled beyond recognition and covered in hard lumps. Next to it was a pair of non-elastic, light brown silk stockings, the product of the 5th time. At the last moment, Ronan squeezed Ambrina's breasts with both hands and ejaculated onto the slip dress. On the carpet, there was a pair of matte, opaque black pantyhose. Only the thickened area behind her buttocks had a hard, dry patch, which was the product of Ronan inserting the pantyhose along with Ambu and Lena's anus and ejaculating at the end. Beside the bed, a white shirt, a vest, a dark blue-purple lawn skirt, and matching dark blue-purple silk cotton blend stockings with a silky sheen, along with small leather shoes. This was the uniform of the Girls' Academy, designed by Ronan himself and perfected by several tailors in the capital. The stockings had many white spots on them. This was the 6th time Ronan had pulled out after a vigorous session with Ambrina, and grabbed the foot fetish Ambrina had brought. In the corner was a wedding dress, the one Ambrina and Ronan wore when they got married. The dress was only a little wrinkled, but the white stockings were torn to shreds. By the 7th time, Ambrina had gone a little crazy. She made Ronan rape her, not just to vent her anger, but to beat and abuse her. After they finished having fun, the two took a shower and then had a late-night snack. After finishing her meal, Ambrina, still bearing numerous bruises, made Ronan act as a slave, intending to punish him as the empress. Ambrina was quite ruthless, slapping hard across the face, kicking and stomping with stockings and high heels, strangling with a rope, whipping wildly, and even using a hammer and a short knife. If it weren't for the inconvenience of the room, she could have used a branding iron as well. But for Ronan, who had regenerative abilities, these were only temporary pain and torment. And Ambrina didn't really like it. She used the time to curse, during the abuse, cursing incessantly, venting the negative emotions she had accumulated over the years. Deep down, she never wanted to share Ronan with anyone. Like all women, she wanted a man to belong only to her. She didn't love the throne or the crown. She just wanted to live a leisurely, idyllic life with Ronan. But she can't. Therefore, she was furious. She wasn't angry at Ronan, but at herself. Her birth was something she couldn't choose. Yet it was precisely because of this birth that she was able to be with Ronan. She didn't possess Dinia's unparalleled beauty or extraordinary strength, nor did she have the ability to handle Ronan's affairs like anyone else. In terms of appearance, she was perhaps the least outstanding among Ronan's many women, and even in terms of ability, she seemed to be the least outstanding. Finally, Ambrina threw herself into the arms of the battered Ronan and burst into tears. Ronan gently comforted his wife. It's okay, don't cry, Henri, don't cry, you're the best. Ambrina stopped crying, but was still sobbing. Afterwards, the two made love very gently and for a very long time. This is the 8th time. The 9th time, Ronan took Ambrina to the top of the kingdom's tallest tower, overlooking the entire capital, and they made love. Ronan then tied the stockings stained with his semen to a steel needle at the top of the tower. The 10th time, it was almost dawn. The two used the same position they had used the first time. 6-9. Ambrina also changed into her most frequently worn slightly sheer pink and white pantyhose. This time, Ronan didn't shoot. Ambrina grew increasingly sleepy and fell asleep on her side against Ronan, one hand still weakly holding his manhood. Ronan simply went to sleep as well. They slept through the afternoon, past noon, before waking up groggily. The two woke up, changed their clothes, and then prepared to go out for lunch. The pile of things in the bedroom was left to be cleaned up by special people, namely Nora, the head maid of the inner court whom Ambrina trusted the most, who claimed to have the bedroom, and Camille, the deputy secretary of the inner court who already knew many secrets and didn't care about knowing a little more. Looking at the things in the bedroom and the smell that filled the room, even Nora, who had a lot of experience, quickly shook her head to dispel the images in her mind. All she could say was that His Majesty and the king consort were really too crazy. Camille was once again amazed. She never imagined that the two, who had been married for nearly 20 years, could still be so loving. Unfortunately, Ronan still doesn't want to look at her more than a few times. By this time, Ronan and Ambrina had arrived outside the palace, and Ronan began to talk about his plans for the next few years. Some new laws and regulations, some new policies, and various measures to help the son remove obstacles. Ambrina listened, occasionally interjecting with her own opinion. During their casual stroll and conversation, the two men decided on the future direction of a nation. Before they knew it, the two had arrived at a restaurant. This restaurant is one of the few in the capital that specializes in seafood. The seafood from the west is transported to the capital via the river as quickly as possible after being caught, and the prices are really high, but Ronan and Ambrina can still afford it. After a seafood meal, the two returned to the palace to handle official business. There's been a lot going on lately. Besides Ambrina's coronation ceremony, there's also the medal awarding ceremony. After that, there are arrangements for her son. Lucian has already made some achievements, and Ambrina plans to retire in a few years, so her son needs to gradually take over the political affairs. Inside the carriage, Ambrina couldn't help but complain. Ugh, what a hassle. As Ronan massaged Ambrina's feet and legs, which were still a little weak, he comforted her, saying, "Just a little more hardship for now. After you abdicate, it'll be time for us to live a carefree life. We'll travel all over the world." Heading east to Sears, Ambrina suddenly felt a little worried. "I have a feeling that things might not be peaceful in Saris. My uncle and his purple-clad men, the people behind him, and that traitor Heath who is still on the run, the other you who dragged Yankee here last time, and the people who were with him. Besides, according to Kate Peter, there are 2 ruins in Saris. Saris is practically the center of the vortex." Ronan smiled. "Then it's even more worthwhile, isn't it? Have you forgotten how we fell in love? When we were adventuring together in another dimension. TCH, I fell in love with you at first sight. You bad man." Ambrina pinched Ronan's cheek in dissatisfaction. Chapter 621 A Covenant. Workers and Peasants, Anti-Corruption and Evil Removal. June of 1605 passed in celebration, beginning with the coronation ceremony and followed by the investiture ceremony. Hidden beneath these 2 major events are the second phase of the Rhineland construction plan, the Belgian aid plan, the Catalan aid plan, and adjustments to military districts and ranks. Although the whole country was celebrating the king's ascension to the throne and the triumphant return of the soldiers, in reality, the vast majority of citizens felt nothing but pride. The only ones who truly benefited were the country's upper class, nobles, high-ranking officials, senior religious figures, mid to high-ranking military officers, and high-ranking magicians. However, the big one arrived in July. The first thing to arrive was the King's Covenant. In this covenant, Ambrina, on behalf of the entire royal family, declared that the country belonged to all the citizens, not to the royal family. The kingdom of Fas would legally abolish all feudal systems. From now on, all nobles, including members of the royal family, would not enjoy any special allowances from taxes. The king would only receive a salary, which would be 20 times the average income in the capital. However, the royal family is entitled to retain all private property by law. This property includes many aspects, one of which is the throne. This throne was won through the continuous struggle of the Frago family ancestors Oran, the Holy King Lawrence, and the Empress Ambrina. It was not based on bloodline, but on hard work, creation, revival, and resurgence. Therefore, the throne is private property, and private property is sacred and inviolable. Unless there is merit in rebuilding the country, anyone who attempts to depose the Frago family's throne in any form is a traitor to the country, and everyone has the right and the obligation to kill the traitor. Members of the royal family, like other citizens, have the legal right to engage in business operations. Having discussed the royal family, let's move on to the citizens. The very first sentence is, the following agreement shall be made so that any monarch of the Frago family who violates it shall be an illegitimate king. Freedom, property, security, and resistance to oppression are inalienable human rights for all lawful citizens, but national sovereignty is above all human rights. Everyone is equal before the law, and no form of preferential treatment shall be permitted in the law for nobles, priests, or magicians. Next came a long speech explaining what freedom, property, security, and resistance are. Simply put, the covenant is an agreement made by the kings of Ambrina's descendants with everyone. The king will first reduce his own power and return power to you, but you cannot rebel. If you rebel, you may not be able to enjoy the benefits of the covenant, and society will enter a state of law of the jungle for a period of time. Think it over carefully. On the other hand, although the Constitution is all about freedom and equality, it is actually neither free nor equal. It's not considered free because the definition of freedom is extremely strict, while the definition of sovereignty is very vague, yet sovereignty overrides all human rights. Simply put, if a king has the ability to command the state apparatus and wants to wield an iron fist against any individual or organization, that's perfectly acceptable. That's normal. Without an iron fist and without despotism, what kind of king would he be? As for inequality, that's too obvious. Although it stipulates that everyone is equal in legal status, it's useless. Mages are definitely stronger than ordinary people. Such equality is actually a disguised admission that mages, as the powerful, exploit ordinary people who are the weaker party. But magicians are part of nature. There's nothing we can do about it. In August, the new Farmers Association law and trade union law came into effect. The 2 points are simple. First, the Farmers Association must invest 50% of its income in agricultural development, farmers' welfare, and other related causes. The Farmers Association in the Kingdom of Fas is becoming more and more like the Farmers Association in a certain island country in East Asia in another timeline, except that it cannot interfere in politics. Second, the trade union will no longer involve public officials and will become a non-governmental social organization. Now that external threats have diminished and the era of concentrating all efforts on development is almost over, it's time to loosen the reins on workers a bit. In September, all restrictions on migration were lifted, and from the time the new regulations took effect, farmers were free to move to cities to work. With the war over and a new order established, Ronan no longer needed to consider the administrative costs and financial pressures brought about by rapid urbanization. Therefore, based on the culture of the Western continent and the kingdom's own national conditions, he abolished the dualistic policy. With the labor force that Ronan had been forcibly suppressing released, and the market expanding significantly after the war, the kingdom's economy was bound to experience a sustained upward trend over the next decade or so. His son, Lucian, could enjoy himself, but after he finished eating, it would be his turn to have a headache. But if he can't even use the food that Caixin has accumulated over more than 10 years to make some adjustments, then he deserves all the subsequent bad consequences. In October, something even bigger happened. Queen Ambrina publicly announced that she would abdicate in favor of her son within 5 years, and then handed over the reins of government to Crown Prince Lucian Roman II. She then personally led a nationwide anti-corruption and anti-evil campaign. It's not just her. There's also Ronan, the Secretary General of the Inner Court, and Dinia, the special advisor. While the fight against corruption and the elimination of evil certainly involved paving the way for his son Lucian by purging a group of people, the main reason was genuinely to eradicate corruption. Some people think that official corruption is nothing serious, and that the existence of some organized crime is justifiable. In Ronan's view, this is completely wrong. In terms of corruption, for every dollar that an official embezzles, the country loses $5. And organized crime has an even more serious impact on the economic environment. Basically, when I go to a new place, I eat skewers, like I'm going to eat a whole skewer. More than a decade of rapid economic development has truly fattened up far too many parasites. And these parasites basically all have one thing in common. They were all very capable officials at the beginning. No joke, when Dinia was in power and Ronan was assisting, there were reforms every few days. Those who were not capable would have been sidelined long ago. After they took power, they unsurprisingly began to embezzle and engage in corruption. At first, they were quite careful and quite resourceful, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was completely reasonable and legal. But power and money are far too easy to make a person arrogant and conceited. These people who were originally shrewd, capable, and cautious begin to become unrestrained and absurd, and begin to prefer simpler and more brutal ways of embezzlement and corruption, to the point that even the small vendors in the tavern know who in this place is a big corrupt official. This nationwide anti-corruption and anti-crime campaign lasted for a full 6 months. It wasn't until May of the following year, 1606, that it stopped. For the past 6 months, Ronan and Ambrina have been away from the capital. Even the former Prime Minister, Dinia, has been taken away. This is another test for Lucian and a probe of the kingdom's higher-ups. Their delay in returning to the capital and their lack of remote control are giving them the opportunity to cause trouble. Page 274. Unfortunately, Ronan, Ambrina, and Dinia still wielded too much influence, and no one in the central government dared to embarrass the crown prince. Lucian also diligently handled his political affairs without any fuss, and the capital remained relatively quiet until Ronan and Ambrina returned. Chapter 622. 3 years later, passing the throne. First shopping trip 3 years later, in 1609. Ronan was 52, Dinia was 53, and Ambrina was 44. In this year, the construction and aid programs in southern Belgium, the Rhine region, and Catalonia have been on track, and an economy capable of radiating to the western continent, the north, the east, and the south is taking shape. The Kingdom of Fas will enter a new period of rapid development. In February, the navies of the Kingdom of Fas and the Kingdom of Wayland fought a battle in the New World colonies. Both sides suffered losses and each claimed victory. Thanks to Ronan's repeated cunning and forceful exploitation of the Netherlands and Villa, the navy of the Kingdom of Foes has finally developed. Although it is still not quite there yet, it is now able to contend with the increasingly weak Villa, the rising Wayland, and the Netherlands. This declares a fact. This sea is about to welcome a new group of civilized people. In March, Ambrina officially announced that she would pass the throne to her son Lucian Roman II in May. No one expected that the agreed-upon 5-year period would only last 3 years before Ambrina was about to conceive. At this time, the kingdom's high-ranking officials remained calm and did not think that Ambrina's abdication was a big deal, because Ambrina's image was no longer that of a tyrant. Not counting her years of political achievements, she had personally led the army to victory over the empire twice, which was a real feat. Moreover, Ambrina is still very young and in good health, showing none of the signs of a short lifespan inherited from the Frago family. To put it bluntly, wouldn't retiring mean becoming an emperor emeritus? For small matters, the son discusses them with his mother. For big matters, the son doesn't even have the right to discuss them. What was even more unexpected was that at the next ministerial meeting, Ambrina told all the ministers that after passing on the throne, she would not stay in the country, but would travel the world with her husband. Upon hearing this, all the ministers panicked and knelt down in unison, shouting, "Your Majesty, you cannot leave. The country cannot do without you. The kingdom may lack someone, but it cannot lack you. If you guarantee here, who knows how many rebels and scoundrels would emerge. We beg you, please serve for another 30 years. It is fine if you don't become king, but at least stay in the country. You like flowers and theater, so we'll propose no. We'll make an exception that we start building a garden right away, as big as you want, and a theater that will run 24/7. The officials were only putting on an act to show their loyalty. They were genuinely reluctant to let Ambrina go. Ambrina and Ronan were indeed ruthless. In the past 20 years, the number of officials, nobles, and magicians who fell from power, had their homes confiscated or were beheaded was more than in the previous 300 years combined. Brutality is not enough to describe this couple. They were utterly depraved, demons among men. However, and this is always the case, during Ambrina's reign, officials' authority expanded, promotions became more and more normalized, nobles no longer held onto their lands but acquired businesses and made a fortune, and the entire magician community also grew and thrived, with their treatment far exceeding what it used to be. We're not really afraid of His Majesty using force. We're just afraid that His Majesty won't let his brothers get rich. If Ambrina leads, can Lucian manage? Anyway, they felt that the crown prince wasn't very capable. He was good at tinkering with technology, and some of his technologies made money. But that was his money, not everyone else's. Moreover, he had to spend public funds to establish research projects. It was only because Ambrina and Ronan were still around that they didn't dare to say a word. If they weren't around, they would have stopped the crown prince's money-burning research projects no matter what. Steam trains, railguns, super cannons, ironclad warships, and multi-cannon armored tanks. I suggest the Crown Prince go to the Sacred Heart Mental Hospital east of the palace for some treatment. Why can't the young master just settle down and study some looms or work on machine tools? Why does he have to get involved in these gadgets? As for the Crown Prince's ability to govern, that's irrelevant, since he didn't really govern much when Ambrina was around. Everyone just went about their business. As for military matters, let's not even go there. The Crown Prince is no match for his mother. Although Ambrina lacks command ability, she does have strategic vision and basic military skills. This isn't about talent, but rather that Ambrina has never relinquished military power since ascending the throne. Every now and then, she would have her staff, or a few generals, come over to explain the history of war to her. When Ambrina leads her troops, she only asks her subordinates if they can go to a certain place or fight a certain person. If they can, she doesn't care and lets her subordinates give orders. If they can't, she lets it go. The Crown Prince, on the other hand, is the kind of person who always has his own ideas. The conclusion is that everyone genuinely doesn't want Ambrina to leave. Ambrina slammed her hand on the armrest of her chair in anger. Enough! I've served this country for so many years, and the Constitution already states that from the beginning, the king is just a position, a job. I don't want to work anymore. I want to resign and travel abroad with my husband. Is that not allowed? Your Majesty, why don't we amend the Constitution? That's right. The citizens of the whole country are willing to serve you from the bottom of their hearts. To serve you is the greatest honor in the world. If you don't believe me, I'll write to the people another day. Without a supreme king, the people feel empty and uneasy. Ambrina rubbed her temples, her gaze hardening. I said I want to pass on the throne. I want to leave. That's my freedom. If you won't let me go, then you can leave. She was no longer the woman in her early 20s, newly transformed from a princess into a queen. She was now a monarch who had held power for 20 years, wielding considerable authority. Having said this much, the ministers fully understood that there was no turning back. Further words would have dire consequences. That's all for now. Ambrina didn't want to say anything more, so she stood up, flicked her sleeves, and left the meeting hall. Meanwhile, Ronan and Dinia were shopping. In March, as the weather warmed up, Dinia wore a thick, soft black shirt underneath a khaki military-style trench coat with 2 pockets and a wide belt. She paired it with a soft, flowing peach-pink cashmere long skirt, flesh-colored pantyhose with a light silk sheen, and red velvet high heels. This was her favorite style, different from the flashy style of traditional aristocratic women. It was simple, streamlined, and had a touch of androgyny, yet it did not lose its feminine gentleness. In recent years, noblewomen in the capital have gradually moved towards a simpler style, abandoning the style of piling on gorgeous clothes. This is because King Ambrina, the former Prime Minister, the continent's first female magician Dinia, and Princess Ine, who is the eldest sister in the noble ladies' circle, all love a simple and less complicated style. Following the example set by those at the top, everyone began to shift their focus from pursuing patterns to pursuing texture, color, cut, and subtle details that exude luxury. Come to think of it, this is the first time the two of us have simply gone shopping together without having to think about anything else. Dinia suddenly said. That's because you don't like shopping anyway, Ronan replied with a laugh. Dinia smiled. There's a reason for that. Chapter 623 Fried Chicken Freedom. Extravagance abounds. Uncontrollable. Ronan asked Dinia curiously why. Dinia's answer was that the environment in the capital was too bad. If you went to some lively places, the smell and the ground were really unbearable. That's true. The environment in the capital used to be really bad. Although it wasn't bad in every aspect, the environment in the noble districts, represented by the royal palace, was actually quite good, because there were fewer people, the area was large, and the basic infrastructure such as roads and drainage was very well done. The living quarters for middle-level civil servants were also okay. The commercial districts were a little worse. After all, there was a large flow of people. However, the living quarters for ordinary people were really terrible. The population was dense, the roads were narrow, and the infrastructure was poor. It would be strange if it wasn't dirty and chaotic. However, things are much better now. Since Ambrina took over the throne, when Alexander was still the prime minister, various municipal projects have been launched. After more than 20 years of renovation and reconstruction, wide streets, clean apartments, and efficient drainage and sewage systems have been installed, and the entire city has been completely transformed. In addition, Ronan launched the New Life movement in the capital and focused on public health issues. The capital is no longer what it used to be. It is now the city with the largest permanent population in the Western continent, but it is also the cleanest. Furthermore, the situation is unlikely to worsen in the future because Ronan has planned the factory area in a centralized manner, prohibiting the opening of factories haphazardly within the city and preventing the situation from deteriorating to the point where all the wealthy people have moved to the suburbs. Actually, what's most comforting is this, Dinia said, pointing to a fried chicken stall not far away. Most people in the capital have already achieved fried chicken freedom. This is no easy feat. You need oil and chickens. Although when Ambrina was still a princess, Ronan used soybean seeds left behind by the aliens and the agricultural techniques that the Haiti people had rediscovered to create a wheat-soybean rotation, which produced a lot of soybean oil. But at that time, oil was still very expensive. It's not the oil itself that's expensive, but the transportation cost. People in the Mediterranean region achieved oil freedom 1,000 years ago because olives were everywhere there, many even ripe and rotten on the ground. People without money could just pick some up and squeeze them by hand to make a pancake. But in the distant northern inland regions, oil was far too expensive. People without considerable wealth simply couldn't afford it. Things are different now. Sea transport is faster than before, and so is land transport. The equipment for transportation is also better, allowing for longer preservation. As a result, the price of cooking oil has gone down, so ordinary people in the capital can afford to eat oil. As for chickens, with more grain, there will naturally be more chickens. Ronan looked at the fried chicken stalls on the street and couldn't help but smile. So many years have passed, and the signs for all these stalls are still Princess Fried Chicken. Fried chicken is probably going to become a part of traditional French cuisine. Let us go to that shop up ahead for afternoon tea, Dinia suggested. Previously, there were very few shops in Wangdu that offered the service, fewer than 10 in total, mostly located in affluent areas where middle-level civil servants and wealthy businessmen lived. Nobles typically enjoy afternoon tea leisurely at home, while civil servants and businessmen prefer to eat out. As for ordinary people, they have neither the time nor the money. But things are different now. The capital has many more people with a little money and time, so there are many more cafes selling desserts and coffee. No rush. Let us go to the jewelry store up ahead and I'll buy you a small gift, Ronan said. Do you have money? Dinia asked. Of course I have it, Ronan said. Dinia shook her head and sneered. Hell, I almost forgot. You are the country's #1 corrupt official. Compared to you, those who were beheaded and had their property confiscated are just small fry. Don't talk nonsense. I just have a lot of legitimate sources of income. Ronan firmly denied that he was a corrupt official. Ronan truly never embezzled or accepted bribes. However, he is indeed wealthy, but not extremely wealthy. Leaving aside the assets under Ambrina's name, his own assets are conservatively estimated to be tens of millions of silver dragons, and he can directly control about a few million in cash. It's probably only a few million taels of silver. In Ceres, that level of money is really nothing. People can easily squeeze more money from the poor who toil in the fields than he can earn by trying to improve productivity and make money from the rich and the middle class. As he spoke, Ronan led Dinia into the jewelry store. With her white hair, red eyes, and stunningly beautiful face, the shop owner and manager, a chubby young man, immediately recognized Dinia, who in turn recognized Ronan. He was incredibly excited. He used to be an apprentice in a jewelry store, and later married the owner's daughter, who now sponsored him to open this jewelry store. This was the first time he had entertained such an important person. The chubby boy was clever. He just came over and greeted them briefly, treating the two as ordinary customers without revealing their identities or chattering like a salesperson. Dinia looked around and took a liking to a pair of ruby earrings. The rubies complemented her hair color, skin tone, and eye color perfectly. The gemstones weren't large, but the design was exquisite and beautiful. Unlike some fools who would shout for a free gift or a big discount, the chubby guy quoted an honest price, 500 silver dragons. Dinia hesitated. It was really expensive. It would take a highly skilled worker in the capital 5 or 6 years of not eating or drinking to earn this much money. Ronan simply told the chubby boy to wrap it up, then took out his wallet, pulled out a silver dollar note, and paid for it. Leaving the jewelry store, Dinia sighed. In the past 2 years, the trend of extravagance in the capital has risen again. This store isn't even located in a wealthy area, yet it has such expensive items. That one was probably the most expensive in that little shop, since most rubies come from the east, Ronan said. But that is the trend in the capital right now. Stocking sales are getting higher every quarter. Many textile workers are even willing to spend half a month's wages to make a beautiful dress and order a good pair of shoes. Dinia, hands in her pockets, said, "It is a good thing and a bad thing. If women spend so much money, the men have to bear the burden of housing. Housing prices in the capital are getting higher and higher, and they are still rising even after the land tax has been increased. These days, if you want to marry a girl who grew up in the capital, a house alone isn't enough." Ronan laughed. "Otherwise, how do you think this jewelry store in the working class district came about?" Dinia frowned slightly. "What about the men in the capital?" "Just keep trying. What else can we do?" Ronan said. "For at least the next 10 or 20 years, hard work will still be useful, so that's no longer something we need to worry about." Dinia's reaction was indifferent. She and Ronan had discussed similar topics far too many times. She then changed the subject to something else. "What are the prospects for that oversight agency for officials in the new Sea-City pilot program?" "There is not much of a future for them," Ronan said bluntly. "For example, who pays civil servants' salaries? The public?" "In essence, yes, but actually no. The salaries are paid by the government. The public can't control the taxes they pay, so the public can't control civil servants. The income of the supervisory personnel comes from the public, but the public has no control over that income. So, by the same token, the public has no control over the supervisors. Just like homebuyers can't control the homeowner representatives and construction supervisors of a project," Ronan said, spreading his hands helplessly. Chapter 624 Fallacies and Heresies have finally leveled up. This is awesome. To put it in more academic, or rather, dry, language, it would be, the public pays the vast majority of the costs of starting, operating, and maintaining the entire social system, but they have no control over these expenses. For the executives of any public organization, the public is not their provider. It is the individuals or organizations that have the power to control these expenses. Therefore, those who execute obey the rules set by those who govern. This principle holds true whether applied to a society or a nation, or even within a small organization. The People's Congress in Xinhai City, which served as a pilot site, was also an organization. To put it simply, it's obvious that the representative constrains the represented, rather than the represented constraining the representative. Even if a representative prioritizes the interests of the represented, it is only due to external reasons such as morality, ideals, and pursuits, not because you have any binding force on it. Unless you represent it, no one, no organization, can change that fact. Whether acting as a representative or a delegate, any executor is only bound by the organization's controller and the controller's rules, usually accompanied by interests, or rather, interests are a prerequisite. In other words, interests are the primary constraint. Therefore, in any case, if the dominated group wants to fight for any collective rights within this social framework, it must go through the dominant group. Under normal circumstances, the dominated group undoubtedly has no power to restrain the dominant group, or rather, cannot control its interests. To give a very simple and specific example, under normal circumstances, a person cannot avoid paying taxes, and after paying them, they can also control how the tax money is used according to their own will. The root cause lies in the fact that society itself is formed by individuals relinquishing their rights, and then a group of people control these rights. As long as society remains in this form, it will be impossible for the people to supervise the bureaucracy. This is also why some people believe that society itself, or its concrete manifestation, the government, is the root of all evil. But clearly, without a government, the situation would be unimaginably terrible. Therefore, I have never been interested in delving into these kinds of issues. Society will always have crises. Just find a way to get through them. If you can't, start over. The so-called end of a cycle is just a change in the form of a cycle. Treating a certain idea as a panacea that can solve all social problems is essentially no different from those who believed in the words of religious texts thousands of years ago as eternal truths. There has never been any truth in the world, nor does it need any truth, not even temporarily, Ronan said. Dinia smiled with a hint of sarcasm. In your words, you are a reactionary with no ideals, no faith, spouting fallacies and heresies. Ronan showed no displeasure whatsoever. On the contrary, he was proud of it. I suppose so. However, my reactionary game has come to an end. What follows is the leisurely life of a retired bureaucrat and his lovers. Before they knew it, the two had already sat down inside the coffee shop. Dinia stopped talking about the pilot project. Has the route been planned? We've tentatively planned 2 routes. First, we'll go through Svech, then to Alsteria, explore the Alps, and maybe catch up with some old friends. Then the paths diverge. We can head directly east to the steppes, then through Ruse, then to the western part of Sears, and finally into Sears. Alternatively, we can head south from Alsteria to Suleiman, enter the peninsular region, and then head east all the way to India. Once in India, we can cross the snow-capped mountains and enter the southwestern part of Sears. Ronan offered an explanation. Dinia tapped her fingers lightly on the table while stirring her coffee with her other hand. I feel the second option is more interesting. I'd rather go to India than Ross, but it depends on you and what they think. Actually, I don't. Ronan was about to say that he didn't care when his magic suddenly activated, and the Book of Destiny appeared. He had advanced. Those who use fate magic mainly rely on practicing the laws of fate to increase their total magic power limit. Unlike the Oath of Heaven, which requires adherence to the vow, fate magic is more flexible and does not have any backlash, but the speed of progress is relatively the slowest. Dinia is an exception. She has her own cheat code, and it is one of the strongest cheat codes in this world. Page 275. Ronan had actually been powered up 3 times already. The first time was when he took drugs at the Gardener Tier's Ruins of the Sea Flute and was strengthened. The second time was when he obtained the equipment on the nameless island in the alternate dimension of the otherworldly people and temporarily increased his magic power limit. The third time was a few years ago when he was equipped with the left arm of the Holy Sun, and his magic power increased by a lot. Even so, Ronan is still a little short of reaching the level 6 cap. Dinia has retired in recent years, so there's not much magic power left to gain from her. He can only rely on a method that all mages can use: meditation. In addition to accelerating the recovery of magic power, meditation can also increase the magic power cap by a very small amount. Not long ago, Ronan finally met the target. He had thought that he would encounter some choice on this journey and then activate the Book of Destiny, but he didn't expect to come back to life so quickly. In the yellow sands of the world, one sees a lost city, where 10,000 golden armored warriors roam freely. A lone peak covered in white snow, gazing upon those destined for new life. A lone warrior facing 10,000 enemies. These 2 sentences are on the left and right sides of the Book of Destiny. Basically, if you choose to enter Ceres from the western regions, after advancing, you will be able to wield a vast number of shields, swords, and armor. If you choose to enter Ceres from the southern snowy plateau, then advancing to level 6 will focus on strengthening yourself. Choosing the former means Ronan will undoubtedly be able to arm a small army in the future, and may even be able to form an army on its own without any people. With the magic armor, the magic-breaking sword, and the floating shield, it is no exaggeration to say that it would be easy to quickly annihilate an army composed of novice mages. If it were wartime, Ronan would definitely choose this option. But now that Ronan is planning to go on a trip, even if he encounters an enemy, it will definitely be a very strong single enemy, so single target enhancement is more suitable. Ronan didn't spend much time considering his options, and chose the right side. Soon, 6th tier magic arrived. The magical abilities from before are still there. Ronan's manifested sword is still a piercing attack that ignores magical defense membranes. The attack has both physical and magical attributes, and can be amplified to expand the attack range, which can extend up to 5 meters. After a successful attack, it causes the opponent to suffer continuous blood loss and magic drain. Apart from piercing and breaking magic, the other abilities can only be effective when Ronan himself uses them. The shield has the effect of reflecting regular magic of level 5 and below. When in the floating shield state, it consumes less magic power. The effect is limited to the user. The armor's original magic defense is enhanced, allowing it to absorb magic power from magic attacks it receives and life force from wounded enemies. However, it is also limited to use by the user. The 6th tier truly lives up to its reputation as the second qualitative leap, with attacks that pierce, bleed, and drain magic, as well as flight movement and defense reflection. Ronan's defensive capabilities are enhanced by magic and life-draining sustain. Moreover, Ronan himself has a long health bar and a long stamina bar, making him a bit like a well-rounded warrior. In short, Ronan is awesome. Chapter 625. Some made progress, some stagnated. The spaceship is now in position. In April, there was still a month before Ambrina would pass the throne to her son, Lucian Roman II. Ronan and his group began preparing for their upcoming trip. At 52 years old, Ronan, who had just broken through to the 6th rank, hadn't changed much in appearance. However, he had grown a short beard and his hair had grown to medium length, making him look much more mature and giving him the air of an older man. But as his strength improved, he actually became younger in that area. At 53 years old, Dinia's strength was still at the 6th rank, and her appearance had not changed at all. She still had that face that seemed unreal at first glance. Her breasts were still so big, her buttocks were still so perky, her waist was still so thin, and her legs were still so long. The two of them are truly immortal. Ambrina is 44 years old, but looks like she's in her 20s. She has a lot of hair, fair skin, and a sweet and charming demeanor. Last year, she reached the 4th rank, which enhanced her magic and gave her an additional ability. In space, she can use her own magic to launch attacks without any countermeasures or backlash. Alina is 46 years old. Although she didn't use the crystal water skull skeleton, she originally possessed cyborg blood and underwent 2 enhancements. In reality, she is eternally youthful, just like the android Kate Bier, still a stunning blonde beauty with a touch of wildness. However, this can only last for 200 years. Within those 200 years, she must complete the magic liquefaction immortality method, otherwise she will enter a death countdown like Kate. Alina's magic has now reached the 5th tier. Without much change, her healing power has increased, allowing her to heal anyone without limitation. Alice is 45 years old. She possesses a crystal skull skeleton and still retains the appearance of a restrained, aloof young woman with a hint of disdain in her eyes. However, her non-prescription glasses diminish much of her girlish charm, and perhaps due to her long tenure in the surveillance position, her demeanor has become increasingly serious and dignified, making one all the more eager to tear away her facade and force her to submit and beg for mercy. Alice is at the 3rd tier, second to last in strength among Ronan's women. Agustina, the same age as Dinia, is 53. Years have passed, yet her strength remains at the 5th rank. If she hadn't met Ronan, she would likely have remained there forever. She still looks like she's in her 30s, with a strong and fit physique. Ronan wondered if it was just his imagination, but her hips seemed bigger, her legs thicker, her abs more defined, and she looked increasingly powerful. Isabel, at 42, also had a skeletal transplant. 2 years younger than Ambrina, she looked 3 or 4 years older than her sister. However, she naturally looked more mature than Ambrina, possessing a strikingly beautiful, almost aggressive, appearance. Yet, in bed, she still didn't like to take the initiative. Her strength hadn't improved much, remaining at the 4th rank. However, her spatial summoning magic, when used on someone without special abilities, could instantly cause even 5th or 6th rank individuals to lose a portion of their body. Ashley could never learn the art of immortality. A few years ago, she underwent a skeletal transplant. Now, at 45, her skin and figure are still excellent, but she exudes a mature, sophisticated aura. She's also the one with the most varied movements. Ashley's magic has improved again, reaching the 5th tier. Her magic remains the type Ronan can't understand. Now she can transform into a shadow, moving across any surface. There are practically no places she can't enter. In her shadow state, she's essentially in another dimension, unaffected by the outside world. She can emerge from the shadows at any time and even bring others into them. Her only weakness might be her lack of powerful offensive capabilities. Colin, who calls herself a genius, is already 43. She's studied for years but hasn't mastered the art of immortality, which has even stagnated her strength, leaving her still at the 4th rank. 2 years ago, Ronan could only provide her with a skeleton. She looks to be 26 or 27 now, much older than her sister. However, in the last year or 2, she started working hard again, no longer so carefree, except during that time. Zhao Yiki, 22 years old, is the lowest ranking female magician in Ronan, at tier 2. However, the tactical value of her magic is second to none. After all, time delete is incredibly powerful. Ronan directly transplanted her skeleton, ensuring that no matter what happens to her body in the future, he can find a way to save her. At this point, only one crystal skull skeleton remains of the original crystal skull skeleton obtained in the New World. Over the years, Ronan gradually discovered that Zhao Yinki was a somewhat contradictory person. She had her own set of ladylike rules to regulate her words and actions. It wasn't a pretense, she genuinely felt that she should act this way. However, there was another self inside her who was somewhat unconventional, a little mischievous and vain. Therefore, Ronan said that she was a contradictory person. However, this contradiction is also what makes Zhao Yinki so endearing. When it comes to that kind of thing, she is usually reserved yet serious. She will cry if she is hurt too much, but she will also feel secretly pleased. Aside from the women of Ronan, there were 2 other people on this trip. One is Ronan's daughter, Astrid. If we're talking about geniuses, this freak is the real genius. At 20, she's already at the 5th rank, and she's an elemental mage. Elemental mages rely purely on their own effort and comprehension, They can't be cheated. Moreover, she's mastered the art of immortality. Astrid's combat strength is also among the top tier in the group. She's proficient in all 4 elements and possesses the same racial talent as Alina. She's already secured her place among the world's top powerhouses. The other one is Caterpillar, who is the driver. She created a spaceship, but it was truly beyond words. It could only recharge for a whole day after flying for an hour, and after flying at full speed for an hour, it had to stop. Then, this thing would automatically absorb magic to replenish itself. Fortunately, Ronan and his group were traveling, not rushing, and the spaceship had advanced technologies like shrinking, folding, and stealth capabilities. Otherwise, it would have been a complete waste. The spaceship wasn't large. When deployed normally, it was 15 meters long, 4 meters wide at its widest point, and about 4 meters high at its maximum. Overall, it didn't look like a ship but more like a submarine. However, its internal space was much larger than that of a submarine. This thing was a product of the combination of magic and advanced technology, and it didn't have a space-consuming power system and operating system. It's not exactly spacious, given that it's only so big, with just 2 living rooms. Ambrina, Alice, Isabel, Ashley, and Gloria shared 1 room, while Dinia, Elena, Agustina, Xiao Yinki, and Astrid shared another. Ronan slept on the floor of the warehouse, and Kate slept directly in the driver's cab. After touring the room, we tested the flight and then checked out the shrinking, folding, and stealth effects. That concludes the preparations for transportation. After that, it was time to pack her luggage. There was no need to worry about food and water. Ambrina could handle it all by herself. Ronan's own luggage was nothing special. As a man, he wasn't particularly particular about it. But the women were a different story. Ronan's women were considered relatively unfussy among aristocratic women, but they still had a lot of clothes, shoes, socks, accessories, various daily necessities, and cosmetics. Deciding what to bring and what not to bring was a difficult decision. Women going out is always a hassle, and this seems to be the same in any era and any world. However, this is not something I need to worry about. Chapter 626 Slap in the Face. A gift for the sun. Information cocoon. The statement "I don't need to worry about this" was quickly proven wrong by reality. Everyone, even his daughter Astrid, came to Ronan, and almost everyone followed the same routine. They would bring a huge pile of things, then pull out 2 items that Ronan could barely tell the difference between, and ask, "Should I take this or this? How the hell should I know? I think there's no difference at all. Can't you choose for yourself?" That's what Ronan was thinking. However, he wouldn't say it like that, nor would he give a straightforward answer like yes. Over the years, countless beatings had taught him a lesson. Being evasive with women on this kind of issue would have serious consequences. Ronan seemed to have done a serious analysis before randomly choosing one. As a result, he was still beaten and scolded, and everyone gave the same reason. Ronan was dishonest. This made Ronan seriously suspect that these women just wanted an excuse to beat him up and yell at him. Fortunately, Ronan's women were reasonable. Once they had finished beating and scolding him, they let it go. As April drew to a close, Ambrina was about to pass the throne. At this time, Ronan went to the palace to see his son, Lucian the Younger. Ronan taught his son a few things that Ronan, an engineering student, had memorized at the beginning of his transmigration to avoid forgetting, but had never used. The main ingredients are smallpox vaccination, allicin, concrete, yellow gunpowder, and petroleum. Concrete, smallpox vaccination, and allicin can be produced. The kingdom's central cities are expanding and there is demand. Cattle and horses are prone to disease when they gather together and need treatment. There's no need to rush the other 2. We feel that the military situation is a bit tight, so we'll bring out gunpowder. When we feel the time is right, we'll start preparing to use petroleum. Besides these, there's a bunch of other miscellaneous things. You can look at them occasionally for reference, and use them if you think they're useful. In short, you have to understand that productivity can't solve the social problems caused by distribution, but it can cover them up. I'm giving you this notebook. Let me reiterate, don't try to do everything indiscriminately. These things aren't for you to use to enhance national strength or please the people, but to deal with crises and shift the blame. Ronan said he wasn't keen on pursuing technology unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, climbing up the technological ladder was difficult back then. But things are different now. After more than 20 years of accumulation and years of work on popularizing education, we have both money and manpower, so climbing up is now feasible. Another reason is that, in Ronan's view, an eager pursuit of technological advancement would bring entirely new and more difficult social problems than ever before. For example, The kingdom has now embarked on the path of industrialization, and every year, no, every day, it encounters problems that cannot be solved by relying on past experience. Father, you really are. Lucian was shocked. He never expected that his father had hidden so many things. Ronan put his shoulder on his son's shoulder, who was now only slightly shorter than him. Work hard, not for me and your mother, but for yourself and for your children. Lucian is quite capable. Verma already has 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. Besides Verma's legitimate children, Lucian and the other court secretaries had a total of 9 children. If Ronan and Ambrina hadn't left behind a lot of property, allowing Lucian's secretaries and lovers to find people to hold shares and manage it on their behalf, enabling Lucian to live a life of luxury and comfort, he wouldn't have been able to support his family, let alone his children, with his meager salary as king. That's enough. Don't have any more children like that in the future, Ronan added. But the Lucian wanted to say that he wanted to wear a condom, but the women wouldn't allow it. Even if he insisted, those women would use all sorts of methods, making it impossible to guard against them. You're so bad at dealing with women, Ronan said helplessly. Look at your sister, 5 boyfriends, all of them like dogs. One she can't even touch, and she's willing to give herself to someone else even though she knows they're seeing other men. The other 4 aren't much better. Can't you learn from her? Ronan never imagined that his daughter Anae's desire to be in a relationship would be expressed in this way. If you say she's outrageous, she doesn't seem to be messing around. She's far better than those aristocratic socialites. She just had a few more boyfriends at the same time. In Anae's words, talking to one person at a time is too inefficient and can easily become tedious over time, making it easy to only see the other person's shortcomings. Talking to 5 people at a time is less likely to be boring, and with comparisons, it is easier to see the other person's strengths instead of focusing on their weaknesses. Just like you, father, I've heard that even the most beautiful woman can become tiresome for a man after a while, but you always have a different one. So it doesn't happen. I'm doing this for my boyfriend's sake, but once I've made my choice, I will definitely remain faithful. These were Anae's exact words. Back to the present. I'll follow her example. Impossible. Lucian's biggest dislike was for his younger sister, who was born just a little after him. I've said what I needed to say. I have some things to discuss with your brother. I'll be leaving now. Ronan took his leave, departing from the palace and heading to what was formerly the Marquis's residence, now the Duke's residence. The youngest son, Louis, is already 15 years old and will marry Princess Wieland next year. Upon seeing Ronan, Louis looked around again, not noticing his mother, Ambrina. A hint of disappointment flashed across his face, but he quickly put on a friendly smile and asked, "Father, can't you wait until after my wedding before you leave? Your mother has been waiting for this for so many years. If this is delayed because of you, then there will probably be things that will keep delaying her in the future," Ronan said. Sigh. Louis sighed. I heard that Princess is a year older than me and holds a first-rank position. What am I going to do? Louis did not inherit the Frago family's magic tradition, and is still only a novice mage. He may only reach the 2nd rank at most in his life, making him a complete novice. His future wife, the Princess of Wayland, although not particularly talented, has at least inherited summoning magic. Heh, aren't you quite good at seducing women? Princesses, generally speaking, are quite naive, Ronan said. Huh? Dad, don't try to fool me. You're so naive. Louis genuinely didn't believe it. Wasn't his mother, Ambrina, a princess? She might seem a bit silly at times, but when it came to getting things done, she was ruthless. As for his aunt, Isabella, well, let's not even mention her, a former head of the Secret Service. You were trapped in an information cocoon. Your mother and your aunt are exceptions, Ronan said. All right, Louis said with an expression that said, I'll take your word for it this time. However, if you want to improve your strength so you don't lose your backbone in front of your wife, there is a way, Ronan said. This was the real reason he came to see his youngest son. Louis's eyes lit up immediately, and he asked eagerly, what method? Ronan took a deep breath and explained the method of magic transfer to his youngest son. First, a certain degree of physical modification was required, then the soul, or the magic base, was tempered with, and finally, the magic of another person was transferred to him. Upon hearing this, Louis was immediately frightened. Oh no, will I turn into some kind of monster? Ronan laughed and said, how could that be? You're overthinking it. Chapter 627. A reminder to my children. Goodbye. France. The technology is already quite mature, and there have been successful examples before. Camille's magic was transplanted, Ronan said, as the current secretary of the inner court. Louis often saw Camille and was quite familiar with her. After saying that, Ronan added meaningfully, remember to have a good talk with Mr. Noah. At first, Louis was somewhat confused, but in an instant, he understood. Ronan wanted him to befriend Noah, the kingdom's strongest physician, the suturing master. Louis just didn't understand what qualifications he had. He was merely a prince with a hollow dukedom. However, since his father had sent him, Noah must have some needs that required his help. If he could do well, he might very well take over a faction and, to some extent, have the power to say no. Seeing that his youngest son didn't ask any unnecessary questions or try to pry, Ronan nodded with satisfaction. In these matters, you are more perceptive and cautious than your brother. I hope you can always maintain that. However, there are some things I still have to say. After your son is born, you will have to find a way to get rid of this duke title on your head. Anyone who tries to prevent you from taking it off is trying to harm you. Understand? Understood, Louis replied readily. Ronan said nothing more and left. Next stop, Inay. When Ronan found Inay, she was having afternoon tea with her third sycophant at a private estate overlooking the river that was not open to the public. The third sycophant was Edward, the son of a wealthy businessman. He was a fifth-generation rich kid, an old-timer, and was excellent in appearance and ability. He was also a good person, and his manners were more like those of aristocrats than those of nobles. The only problem was that he had poor eyesight. After Ronan drafted the law and Ambrina promulgated it came into effect, marrying a princess wouldn't bring much benefit to this rich young man. Ronan had also investigated him, and found that he was genuinely infatuated with Inay and completely devoted to her. One could only say that he was truly blind. Dad? Inay's first reaction upon seeing Ronan was surprise. Edward, the third rich kid and sycophant, paused for a moment when he saw Ronan. Hello, sir. The title of Marquis of Rhine had been abolished, and Ronan was no longer the Marquis of Rhine. He did not hold any official position at the moment, but he was still a lord, so it was appropriate to address him as Sir. Hello, Vincent, may I speak to her for a moment? Ronan responded and pleaded, Vincent being the other woman's surname. Edward, the third sycophant, got up, pulled up a chair for Ronan, arranged the seating, nodded in acknowledgement, and then left. Old man, I'm on a date, Ina complained, sounding somewhat annoyed. Ronan sat down. Dad's leaving. Don't you feel any regret at all? Ina waved her hands and spoke in Chinese. If it is going to rain, it is going to rain. If a mother wants to remarry, I am reluctant to leave. Can you not leave? She really couldn't learn nice words, but she could learn idle chatter very easily. I am here to tell you to be more serious from now on. Stop messing around, and learn how to run a business properly. I am planning to transfer some assets to your name, Ronan said to his daughter, Inay. Oh, then I'll take you under my wing, he. But you can't say I'm just messing around. I get free food and drinks, and I can expand my network, Ina said, as if she was making perfect sense. Aren't you afraid that people will turn their love into hatred? Ronan asked. That just shows how narrow-minded he is. Feelings are feelings and business is business, Ina said. Ronan sighed. Then, do as you please. Huh? Ina was startled. She hadn't expected her father, Ronan, to react so calmly. Oh, what? Ronan said. Do you expect me to lecture you? You're all grown up now, and besides, you're a magician of fate, destined to be a restless person. Ina smiled happily. Of course, when I feel that making money is no longer interesting, I'll travel abroad. All right, that's enough for now, I'm leaving. Ronan said goodbye and departed. Page 276. On the last stop of his journey, Ronan went to see Garcia, his illegitimate son with Agustina. Garcia is still in school. He has magical talent, and on a national scale, he is exceptionally gifted. However, within the magician community, he can only be described as mediocre. When Garcia met Ronan, he was quite surprised. Although he knew Ronan's other children and often came into contact with them, and had a good relationship with Lucian, he could count the number of times Ronan had met and spoken to him on one hand in the past 20 years. For a moment, Garcia didn't even know how to address Ronan. Dad? Legally, Ronan wasn't his father, and he'd never called him that before. Sir, that seemed too distant, since Ronan must have come specifically to see him. How have you been lately? Ronan asked, noticing that his son was very nervous. It's all right, Garcia replied. Ronan didn't intend to chat with his son for long and went straight to the point. Actually, you have a good ability for abstract thinking. After all, you can get along with Lucian and you also have some imagination. Don't be surprised, I've seen your paintings. And you're also a relatively devout believer. You could try switching to combined magic, not the cult kind, but the Sarah's kind. I've collected some things over the years. Take a look. You can try it. However, don't force yourself. Most Sarah's people need a teacher to make progress. I can't find you a teacher. You can only learn on your own. Thank you, Garcia said repeatedly. Don't thank me. I am, after all, your father, and I haven't really taken good care of you, Ronan said. In truth, apart from little Lucian, the crown prince, he hadn't really taken care of anyone else. It's just that Anna was outgoing and had been hanging out with everyone since she was little, while Astrid, that oddball, didn't need to. Actually, my father has already taken good care of me. As an illegitimate child, I have received a lot. It is just that I don't have any talent and I haven't worked hard enough, Garcia said. If it weren't for this world, you would have achieved great things, Ronan said, with a hint of regret in his voice. Garcia didn't understand what he meant, nor could he understand why Ronan looked so regretful. Only Ronan himself could understand this sentence. Garcia, a young man who was neither arrogant nor impatient, hardworking and intelligent, would have been no less than Ronan in the original timeline, if not extremely wealthy, in a world without supernatural powers. But unfortunately, he was born into such a world, where one cannot succeed without some extraordinary magical power, especially for someone who did not come from a good background. Effort doesn't lie, son. Ronan left with those words. With this, he had settled the last remaining matters concerning his children and could now embark on his journey with ease. As for this country, Ronan's era has ended. Perhaps some things can live forever, but nothing can last forever. Long ago, Ronan told Dinia that he wouldn't mind if one day the country, which he had almost single-handedly pulled back from the brink of decline and brought back to prosperity, fell into ruin and died. He came, he saw, he conquered. That's more than enough. Goodbye, my youth. Goodbye, France. Chapter 628 Subsequent Trouble, Dormitory Dispute, Deadly Question. In May, Ambrina formally abdicated in favor of her son, Lucian Roman II. The ceremony was grand and solemn, held not in the palace, but on a high platform in the square, where tens of thousands of citizens witnessed Ambrina removing her crown and placing it on the head of her kneeling son. As for the crown, it was originally crafted by artisans from the kingdom of Foes, not passed down from someone else. Since Ambrina promised to be emperor for only one term, she simply took it with her as a souvenir. Ambrina's withdrawal did not cause any domestic turmoil. After all, Lucian had been in charge of government affairs for 3 years and was practically the king. Those he couldn't control either resigned or simply went to heaven to serve the father. But the situation abroad is quite volatile. The empire will have to elect a new emperor, and most likely from a different family. Further internal division is inevitable. However, if things go wrong, it won't just be an internal division, but a complete disintegration, causing the empire to cease to exist. Villa has begun its decline, and its status as the maritime hegemon can no longer be maintained. However, with the wealth it has accumulated over the past 100 years, it can easily sustain itself for another 100 years or so. Within the next 100 years, it will still be a powerful nation in the Western continent. With Villa's retreat, it's now the era of naval rivalry between Wayland and the Netherlands, coupled with the emerging maritime power of the Kingdom of Fas. Venea has completely given up, but its citizens' living standards are still among the best. In the eyes of the Venea people, the Kingdom of Foes is a bunch of old-fashioned people, and the others are not even old-fashioned. In the north, Sweden has regained its strength. In the east, Ross is also beginning to rise, and Poland and Lithuania are carrying out reforms. The eastern part of the Western continent is not far from turmoil. In the south, Suleiman was lukewarm at best. In reality, it was quite strong and by no means a barbaric or backward country. It was just that the involutionary forces in the Western continent were too strong. With minor changes every 3 years and major changes every 10 years, decades of intermittent wars had made them all incredibly powerful. As for Suleiman's own system of governance, the Sultan's attempts to reform it were even more difficult than the Pope's misguided actions, destined to leave him further and further behind. Even Suleiman's traditional strength, the slave trade, is showing signs of being overtaken by newcomers. However, Ronan and his group no longer cared about these things. Their spaceship was currently parked in a deserted place in the eastern mountains of the Kingdom of Foes. These days, even countries that have existed for thousands of years still have many uninhabited areas within their borders. In the dormitory, Ambrina took out an orange and casually said, "Issa, peel this orange for me." The orange had a thin peel and was not easy to peel, so her maid used to peel it for her and put it on a plate. "Who are you? Don't you have hands? Do you think you're a king or an emperor?" Isabel retorted directly. I am your sister, Ambrina said angrily. Isabel glanced at Ambrina disdainfully. You should be the one peeling it for me. Ronan, Ambrina shouted. A moment later, Ronan rushed in through the door. Anley, what's wrong? Before Ambrina could speak, Isabel spoke first. It's nothing. This old woman had an attack and insisted that I take care of her, but I ignored her. Upon hearing this, Ambrina was about to attack Isabel when Ronan quickly grabbed her and gave Isabel a look that seemed to say, why are you arguing with a child? Since retiring, Ambrina has become increasingly childlike. However, this time it wasn't a childish outburst, but rather a deliberate provocation and fault-finding. In a sense, it was a minor squabble in the girls' dormitory, a relapse of her professional habit. Never mind, Henry, I'll peel it for you, Ronan said to Ambrina. As soon as Ronan said that, Isabel got angry. With a wave of her magic, she sucked the orange into her hand and threw it, hitting Ambrina in the face. Ambrina, who had been hit in the face with an orange, broke free from Ronan and was about to hit him when Ronan quickly grabbed her again and pulled her back. Isabel showed no sign of stopping, and Ashley and Gloria immediately grabbed her from both sides and actually attacked her. I am an old woman? You read the old woman. You look much older than me, Ambrina shouted, sticking out her tongue and making a face. Isabel struggled from side to side, yelling at the two people holding her, let go, I have to teach her a lesson today. Ronan felt a headache coming on. It was only their first day living together. In another dormitory room, 5 people were playing chess. Agustina, a doctoral degree holder and professor level, a top-tier chess player in the kingdom, was playing against 3 people. Her opponents were Dinia, who was not bad and had high degree through correspondence courses, Elena, who was a bit bad and had dropped out of prenatal education, and Zhao Yinki, a high school graduate and a complete novice. Astrid wasn't involved. She was taking a nap. It sounds really noisy over there, Elena said, moving a chess piece. Nothing to worry about, Agustina said, moving a piece and calmly announcing, checkmate. Ignore them, Dinia added from the side. Zhao Yinki didn't speak. Her mind was entirely focused on the chessboard, pondering her next move. The commotion next door lasted a while, but finally it subsided. In the end, Ronan was in charge of peeling oranges, while the others were in charge of eating them. Ambrina wanted him to feed them by hand, so Ronan could only feed the peeled oranges to everyone's mouths. Ambrina didn't react much to this. She didn't care that Ronan treated everyone else the same way he treated her. She didn't have the idea that she was the legal wife, and the only one. She didn't have it before, and she doesn't have it now. She simply enjoyed picking on her sister Isabel and was keen on making her sister bow down to her. Isabel, on the other hand, never submitted to her older sister. You're just lucky to have married a good man, Isabel suddenly added. Otherwise, you'd be eating cold cake somewhere right now. What, you disagree? Ambrina said while eating an orange. Many years ago, there was a woman who seduced someone else's fiancé to go see a play. It was really despicable. Well, that's right. This woman was only 4 or 5 years old when she was in aristocratic circles. It's normal that she learned the skills of those rotten women. Ronan never expected that Ambrina would bring up old grievances, even dredging up things from when they were both princesses and when he first met Isabel. That still can't be compared to someone who crossed the ocean to deliver something 1,000 miles away, which shows that he was already a despicable person back then, Isabel retorted decisively. Ambrina remained calm. That's called love, but unfortunately someone doesn't have it. Do I need it? Isabel replied. Ha, she's getting anxious. Ambrina laughed triumphantly. You're the one who is getting impatient, Isabel retorted, though she wasn't too good at arguing. All right, it's all my fault, no matter what. Ronan quickly took the blame to prevent the two from arguing and getting really angry. Ambrina paused for a moment, but only a moment, before throwing out a crucial question. Ronan, when you first met Issa, did you have any feelings for her? How was he supposed to answer that? Answering yes or no would both be wrong. Chapter 629 Playing Cards. Having money makes you great. Playing cards and beating people at the same time. Isabel's gaze immediately focused on Ronan, awaiting his answer. Ronan's expression remained unchanged. He peeled another orange, broke off a segment, and fed it to Ashley. Then his tone turned slightly colder. That's enough. He ended the problem with a forceful attitude. If you know it's a death trap question, why would you answer it? That would be stupid. Ambrina nodded, smiling, and said, I was just joking. I didn't know she would take it so seriously. She genuinely didn't care about those things. She just wanted to see her sister get the short end of the stick. Ronan's silence didn't bother her either. Isabel turned her face away. Ha, I wonder who's taking this seriously. There was no way she would admit to losing her composure. You guys are so bored. How about we play cards? Ronan suggested. Hearing about playing cards, Ambriana became interested. Let's play Texas Hold'em. $5 as the base and $100 as the maximum. The $5 she mentioned referred to 5 silver dragons, which, even in the capital where prices were already high, was enough to support a family of 3 for a month. In this era, gold and silver were highly valuable currencies in most cities. The group carried a large amount of silver coins and gold bars, most of which belonged to Ambriana. Ronan's assets were in the tens of millions, with millions in cash, while Ambriana's were an order of magnitude greater. In this kind of gambling, those with more money are clearly more confident and more likely to win. Come on, Isabel was the first to agree. It's time for you rich dog, to bleed a little. A group of people quickly kicked off their slippers, sat on the carpet in the middle of the dormitory, and started playing cards. Isabel was the poorest of the group of women. Her home had been raided once, and she had only ever received her salary since. Ashley and Gloria, while not embezzling or accepting bribes, had often worked in the field in the past, receiving subsidies and some extra income through unspoken rules. Of course, poverty is relative. Civil servants of Isabel's rank have very high salaries, which translate to several gold coins a month. Their food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all taken care of by the state. The second poorest was Zhao Yinqi. She didn't have a job and only received pocket money from Ronan. However, she was someone who didn't have to spend her own money. She used to go around eating and drinking with A every day. Of the trio who freeloaded, Astrid, who lived next door, was actually quite wealthy. Her magical level meant she received a substantial government stipend, and she also had a job as a teacher at the Magic Academy, a high-paying profession in the kingdom. Crucially, she never spent her own money. She always asked her mother, Elena, for it. Elena had become remarkably incorruptible since Ambriana became queen, a far cry from her previous role. Back in UC City, during the colonial era, Ronan was a major corrupt official, while Elena was a minor one, having amassed a considerable fortune. In this dormitory, aside from Ambriana, the wealthiest was actually Alice. Although she was never greedy, Ronan funded a newspaper for her to satisfy her urge to vent. After all, Ronan had raised Alice himself, and he knew her all too well. She was, at heart, the kind of quirky, sarcastic female intellectual. She toned it down after becoming an official, but it never changed. Alice frequently published articles in the newspaper under a pseudonym, all unpatriotic articles that would earn her accusations of being a traitor to the law. She even serialized those kinds of political novels that should have gotten her arrested by the Security Bureau. She never intended to make money, but who knew that a large section of her newspaper, with several people serializing different novels for a long time, would become so popular. And with popularity came profits. Come on, let's get started. Ambriana shuffled the cards. Isabel took the cards and cut them a few more times, then handed them to Ronan to deal, trusting that he wouldn't favor Ambriana. Ambriana's tactics were very simple and brutal. She didn't look at her own cards, but kept raising the stakes until no one dared to call, and then she won everything. Ambriana quickly won 3 rounds. However, her tactic was completely exposed. Isabel didn't look at her cards at first, and only after everyone else had given up and she and Ambriana were left did she look at her whole cards and then call. A hint of doubt flashed across Ambriana's face. After hesitating for a long time, she looked at her cards. They were very weak, so she gave up immediately. Isabel won immediately, taking all the silver coins. Then she revealed her whole cards. 2, 3, 5. One of the lowest cards. Ambriana was furious. She had been cheated, but the core of this poker game was bluffing. As the game progressed, the women became increasingly casual in their demeanor. Ambriana leaned against Ronan, her legs, clad in thick white silk stockings with thin vertical stripes, crossed and stretched to one side, exuding a casual and languid girlish charm. On Ambriana's other side, Alice sat the most demurely, with her legs and feet together, knees bent, and soles of her feet on the carpet. She was unusually wearing medium-thickness matte black pantyhose, and because her legs were thin and her feet small, the color of the pantyhose on her legs and feet was very even. Isabel stood opposite Ambriana, one knee bent on the ground and the other bent and placed sideways. Gone was her usual serious demeanor. She looked more like a thug boss. Her legs were covered in slightly thick bronze pantyhose, a color that was usually dignified and even somewhat dull, but somehow she had painted her toenails black, which instantly added a touch of sexiness to Isabel's right is Glalan, wearing fair-skinned pantyhose and white cotton socks with ruffled edges, sitting in a duck-like pose, exuding a youthful charm. On the left, Ashley is sitting cross-legged in a very ordinary manner, wearing a pair of silky black pantyhose. When she stands, her dancer-like legs are straight and well-proportioned, without any visible muscle definition. However, when she changes her posture, her muscular lines, which combine strength and beauty, are revealed, and the tight, glossy pantyhose perfectly accentuate this. After playing for a while, Ambrina gradually started winning again. She was no longer afraid of losing, and she had good luck with her cards, winning a few big hands. Coincidentally, the other players also had big hands, so she won quite a bit in one go. "You fat, short-legged bastard, can't you hurry up and finish looking at your cards?" Isabel, who had lost too many times, urged Ambrina, who had been looking at her cards for ages. Ambrina put down the cards. "Even if I'm fat, it's better than being flat-chested." Isabel gave a mocking laugh. "Flat-chested?" Ambrina sat up straight and puffed out her chest. "What, want to have another competition?" Having given birth to 3 children, Ambrina, who is now a D cup and a little shorter, does look larger than Isabel, who's only a C cup. "Ha, just fat from eating," Isabel said dismissively. Ambrina leaned toward Ronan. "You resort to insults when you can't win an argument. You have no manners. I'll insult you. I'll hit you instead." With that, Isabel put down her cards and pounced on Ambrina, immediately engaging in a fight. Seeing that neither of them seemed inclined to actually fight, Ronan simply stopped caring and just watched. The journey ahead will likely involve many such incidents. The two continued arguing for a while, so Ronan simply went outside. Once outside, he suddenly realized that Ashley had followed him without him noticing. "What's up?" Ronan asked Ashley. Ashley pointed inside. "Why don't you come stay with us? The two of them are fine now, but if someone accidentally says something hurtful later, it might really cause a scene. If you're here, they'll always be more careful." Chapter 630. Is that all? After such prolonged thirst, this non-hell Ronan's eyes darted around, and he nodded in agreement. "Sure, we won't be living on the spaceship most of the time anyway. The spaceship is just a means of transportation. We'll stay in it when we're in the wilderness, but in the city, we'll definitely find a hotel. If there aren't any hotels, we'll rent a local estate for a few days. Money isn't an issue. Ronan definitely wouldn't agree to us staying in the spaceship all the time. Some things have to be fair, and the rules can't be broken." Page 277. Ashley breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't expected Ronan to agree so easily. "That's great. Is that all?" Ronan asked. "There's one more thing. Although our Empress isn't the type to need to be waited on hand and foot, she is still a little unaccustomed to a life without servants. I could work as a maid, since I've done it for many years before, but she definitely wouldn't allow it," Ashley said. Ambrina, who was not used to being waited on hand and foot, was the one who forbade Ashley from doing maid work. "Anley wouldn't agree either. You're part of our special family, not anyone as servant," Ronan said. "You don't need to serve them, but it would be good if you could take care of them a little." Ambrina was indeed not used to it. After being a queen for so many years, she had hundreds of people serving her. In fact, Isabel was somewhat used to it as well. After all, she was once a princess and later a high-ranking civil servant. She didn't have people serving her, but there were people specifically assigned to take care of her daily chores. Ashley is different. An illegitimate child, she lost her mother at a young age and struggled on the streets alone. Later, she became Isabel's maid and secretary, occasionally handling shady matters. Compared to Alina and Alice, Ashley is different in that she excels at her job as a maid. "No problem," Ashley replied. Initially, she became Ronan's woman because she felt that things were already like this, so she might as well be with him. But more than that, she wanted to climb to a high position, prove herself, and show her deceased mother that a woman can rely on others, but ultimately she must rely on herself. But now, she doesn't have so many thoughts anymore. She's just grateful to be a part of this special family that surprisingly brings a touch of warmth. "Is that all?" Ronan asked again. Ashley understood now. She gently nudged Ronan, then squatted down, unbuckled his belt, and pulled down his pants. While playing cards, Ronan's mind was already in turmoil, and he was still half erect. Ashley only licked him a few times, and he immediately became hard and erect. Ashley held the almost erect penis head in one hand, stuck out her tongue, and licked it upwards again and again. Ronan looked at Ashley's absorbed expression, her parted legs, and the black stockings that shimmered in the sunlight, leaving a bright line. He couldn't help but pull up the large fishtail braid in Ashley's flaxen hair and gently wiggle it. Then, Ashley grasped the enormous penis with both hands and began to suck and swallow. Before long, the front half of Ronan's penis was wet. Ashley spat it out, tilted her head back, and a glistening line of viscous fluid stretched from her lips. Then, she opened her mouth and swallowed it whole, almost completely engulfing Ronan's penis. Before long, Ronan couldn't hold back any longer. He pushed Ashley away, pulled her up, and turned around. Ashley braced herself against the trunk of a tree in front of her, bending over and sticking her buttocks out. Ronan lifted her skirt and pulled down her pantyhose and underwear, revealing that the thin, soft silk underwear was completely soaked. Ronan reached over and teased it with one hand, saying, "Why is it so wet?" "I miss the Lord," Ashley said, with a hint of resentment. "I was originally in the later rounds, and often before it was my turn, I would have to deal with something. Once that was done, I would often have to start all over again from His Majesty the King and the former Prime Minister. In the last 2 years, Miss Xiao has also been cutting in line from time to time." "Feeling emotional?" Ronan asked with a smile. Hee, just kidding, I've just been thirsty for a long time," Ashley said, holding onto the tree trunk with both hands, turning to the side, raising her left leg high and straight up, doing a split. "Then I'll fill you up properly." With that, Ronan grabbed Ashley's upright left thigh with both hands and thrust in all the way. Ronan had sex with Ashley twice, filling her up to about 70 capacity, before returning to the spaceship with her to have dinner with the others. After a night's rest, the spaceship took off the next day. At noon, the group arrived in Switz. The spaceship was retracted, transforming into a large metal box of about 1 cubic meter. The group carried this object on their journey, and near dusk, they arrived at a small town on the border of Switz. The town is small but bustling. Although no one does business here, it is the closest town to the Kingdom of Foes. Merchants from the east often choose to stay here for one night and then leave early in the morning, traveling for a day to reach a large town in the eastern part of the Kingdom of Foes that serves as a trading post. Dinia made some changes, turning her hair red, since her white hair and red eyes were still too conspicuous. Then there was Zhao Yingqi, with dyed blonde hair and wearing a flat-topped cavalry hat with the brim pulled low. Unless you looked closely, you wouldn't know she was from the Far East. The others didn't change anything, they just dressed more casually. It's not that they really expect not to be recognized. If that were the case, it wouldn't be such a casual, minor change. It's just to avoid people recognizing them and then making a big scene, holding a grand banquet or something, which would be too much trouble. They're here for tourism and fun, not to be treated as the most distinguished foreign guests. However, Ronan and his group still stood out. After all, they are all beautiful women, each with their own unique charm. They chose the best hotel in town, a part of a baron's ancestral estate that had been converted into an inn. After dinner, just as they were about to pay the bill, the manager informed them that someone had already paid for them, a merchant from Suleiman. Ronan had a vague recollection of this person, but it was just a vague impression. They had passed each other when they went upstairs to look at the apartment, and the person hadn't even greeted them. "Should we go find him, or ignore him?" Ronan asked Ambrina and Dinia for their opinions. Dinia remained silent. Ambrina, however, seemed somewhat excited. "Let's go find him." She had just arrived and already encountered something so interesting. "Okay," Ronan replied. Let's go now." Ambrina was somewhat impatient. Ronan glanced at Dinia, who replied, "You guys go ahead." She wasn't very interested. Finally, Ronan, Ambrina, and Isabel asked the shopkeeper for the other person's room and then went upstairs to find the Suleiman merchant. This inn only has 3 rooms, but they are all quite large. The room where the merchant Suleiman is located is the one on the far right. Ronan knocked on the door, having already concealed his identity, and it took quite a while for someone to open it. Inside was a group of Suleimanians, all dressed similarly, headscarves, robes, waist knives and muskets. The room also smelled of mutton, a mixture of spices and leftover lamb bones, and there was a faint smell of alcohol. Goodness, no wonder they didn't eat in the lobby. These people aren't Howl. Chapter 631 The Imperial Guards, the Manchu Masters, there must be a conspiracy. Before anyone else could speak, Ambrina greeted the person opposite her in 3 different languages: North Venetian, French, and West Germanic. The Swiss people also speak Venetian, just like the Swiss in another timeline speak Italian. French is undoubtedly their language, and in this timeline, due to economic and military development, it has become an upper-class language. West Germanic is High German, and this language was also spoken in the territory of the previous emperor. The leader of the Suleimans came over and greeted them in perfect French, then made a cross gesture. He, a mere green-haired guy, dared to make that gesture. There's only one possibility. He doesn't believe in that religion. He's a follower of the Seven Saints sect, and an older one at that. His identity is quite clear. He's a member of the Imperial Guard, or more accurately, the New Army. But whether he's qualified to be a Manchu master who calls himself a slave is another matter. In short, it's awesome. Do you know me? Ronan asked, being as direct as he could be. The bearded man shook his head. I don't know him. Then you'll pay for our bill? Ronan demanded. You can just call me Qasim. The bearded man gave his name first, then said, I don't know your identity, but I can confirm that you and your female companion are from the kingdom of foes, of noble status and great strength. How did you tell they were so strong? Ronan asked curiously. Knowing they were foes people was easy. Anyone with hearing could tell. It was also easy to tell they were of noble birth. Although their clothes weren't fancy, they were made of high-quality materials and were well-tailored. Not to mention their shoes, made of top-quality leather, which were things that ordinary people could never afford. But their strength was interesting. They didn't use any magic or mana. The bearded Qasim chuckled. Ha! You and your companion look like you have extensive combat experience, yet your skin is so fine and your hands are so smooth. Only a mage can do both of these things at the same time. Indeed. Ronan immediately understood. You must be a member of the Royal Guard, so why are you a merchant? Decades ago, the Royal Guard was simply an army, but it became more complex. The Royal Guard persuaded the Sultan to implement reforms that allowed them to marry and engage in business. Nowadays, many members of the Imperial Guard are colluded with merchants, and at the overall level, they control a large number of Suleiman's commercial industries, including food, textiles, gambling, and even coffee shops and cigarettes. They are not good at fighting, but they are good at doing business. But the Imperial Guard usually does business in the core area. The difference between the guards is greater than the difference between a person and a sheep, Qasim said with a helpless, wry smile. I understand now they really were Manchus. Some Manchus called themselves good servants, but they could bully their masters. Some Manchus dreamed of being servants, but in reality they were worse than cattle and horses. The same was true of Suleiman's guards. Some of them did big business in the capital and made money while lying down. If they were unhappy, they would ask, why did the Sultan rebel? Others could only risk their lives to earn a meager living. They traveled abroad and couldn't even afford to have 4 wives. These days, it's not easy to be a merchant. Every country has its honest and kind-hearted people. The eastern mountainous region of the Kingdom of Foes is a typical example of such a region. Herdsmen graze sheep during the day and slaughter fat sheep at night. If you have the power, the fat sheep will be yours to eat. If you don't have the power, sorry, you'll be the fat sheep. Enough with the unnecessary words. What do you want with us? Ronan asked directly. It is not that I am asking you to do anything, I just want to offer you a fortune. The bearded Qasim said with a fawning expression. My brother is not my father's son at all, but he inherited my father's position as Legion Commander. If you are willing to help me expose his identity, we will split the profits 30-70 after it is done. It's that 3:7 ratio again, right? It's the same ratio all over the world, isn't it? What kind of people does your father have under his command? Ronan asked. With his beard spread his fingers, Qasim said, 10 cafes. That's it? Ronan was a little disappointed. We sell coffee during the day and alcohol at night, Qasim added. Goodness, I get it. Selling bootlegging in areas where alcohol is prohibited, the profits must be enormous. Needless to say, and they must also have their own underground distilleries, distributing their liquor all over the country. However, it didn't matter much to Ronan. He couldn't take it with him anyway. Moreover, this Qasim has a big problem. It's reasonable for him to ask for outside help for such a big matter, but it's unreasonable for him to ask someone like Ronan and his team, who don't even know the basics of the situation. They're either stupid or bad, most likely bad. Just then, Ambrina suddenly said, It seems like a good idea, but it's getting late. We need to rest, and we'll discuss it again tomorrow. If there are no problems, we'll definitely agree. Thank you for your help, madam. Qasim bowed in thanks. Ambrina simply nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Back in her room, Ambrina immediately recounted what had just happened. While Ambrina was speaking, Isabel didn't interrupt her. As soon as Ambrina finished speaking, Isabel immediately objected. Are you out of your mind? This person clearly has a problem. If he doesn't have any problems, I don't want to bother with him, Ambrina said. Don't you think it is interesting? It is like the protagonist of a play, suddenly getting caught up in a conspiracy. By the way, Yinky, what is that super cool Saris line about killing people? then throwing off your clothes and hiding everything afterward. Kill one man in 10 steps, leave no trace for 1,000 miles. After the deed is done, dust off your clothes and leave, concealing your body and life. Zhao Yingdi replied with a hint of helplessness. Yes, that's the line. It's so cool, Ambrina said excitedly. At that moment, Ronan suddenly spoke up. Did you notice that there's a woman among them? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at Ambrina and Isabel, the two involved parties, who shook their heads. The next moment, everyone's eyes were on Ronan, as if they were being interrogated. Don't look at me like that. Do you think I am that kind of person? Ronan retorted. Yes, Dinia said abruptly. Others nodded. Ronan raised his voice. We're talking about serious matters. Ronan, you be getting impatient, Ambrina said, followed by Isabel. Yes, you be a little impatient. They really are in a hurry, Dinia agreed. Elena added, Sir, there are so many of us here. Of course, you can pick wildflowers if you want, but you can't be indiscriminate about the world and the location. Dad, I am very disappointed in you. Astrid also joined in the word Shane with a serious expression. I'm scared of you all, Ronan said helplessly, and decided not to argue anymore. He went straight to the point. It's already strange that they bring women when they come out to trade. It's even stranger that this Kasim is planning something big and bringing a woman along. And this woman didn't really disguise herself. She was just wearing men's clothes. Everyone around her deliberately kept their distance from her. Obviously, she's not an ordinary person. After they finished speaking, the group of women stopped fooling around and began to think about it. Ashley, the team's second-in-command and former intelligence chief, speculated, there's a possibility that he recognized us, and his goal wasn't to seize our property, but something much bigger, related to this woman. Chapter 632 Speculation 37. Reaching an agreement. Then Isabel refined Ashley's guess. The bearded Kasim was originally supposed to be a merchant, bringing this woman to the kingdom of foes under the guise of doing business, and then try his luck in the capital to see if he could persuade some important figure to give him some assistance. However, he arrived at the wrong time. He ran into Ronan and his group, and after recognizing them, he changed his plans at the last minute. Afterwards, the group of people offered several different guesses, but one thing remains unchanged. Things are definitely not as simple as the bearded Kasim said. He must have other motives. He just saw that Ronan and his group were powerful and that they were high-status Phasians who wanted to have them protect him and help him take back his family property. Whether he recognized Ronan and his group, and whether the matter was related to that woman, remains unknown. Why worry about so much? We're just ordinary citizens now. If things get really troublesome, we can just leave. What can anyone do to us? Ambrina said. It's really hard to find anyone in this world who can do anything to Ronan and his group. Individually, Ronan and Dinia combined are already far superior to any known 7th-tier being. In a group battle, Ronan does have a few weaklings, but even if someone goes crazy, can he really expect a group of high-level mages to go crazy with him? The incident involving the Pope back then involved the Pope challenging the fundamental interests of the conservative faction within the Vatican, creating a life-or-death situation between the two sides. Ronan and his group have all retired now, so who would have a conflict with them about only one person surviving? Even if there were, it wouldn't be with Suleiman. Besides, having a tour guide like this seems pretty good. It can save us some trouble at the border and we don't have to worry about the route, Elena added. A tour guide? The kind that leads people into a fire pit? Alice asked coldly. Elena didn't respond, instead directly asking, then how about you lead the way from here? After all these years, the two of them are still the same. Whenever they're together, they always bicker. Alice was about to say something more when Ronan raised his hand to stop her. All right, Diddy, what do you think? Ambrina was determined to get involved, and Isabel didn't object. Now it was up to Dinia to decide. Broadly speaking, Ronan's group of women falls into 3 factions. The Royalists, including Ambrina herself, Alice, and Zhao Yingqi, who had lived in the palace since childhood and even feigned conversion to Christianity, with Ambrina as his godmother. The spy gang, led by Isabel, along with Ashley and Galan, and finally, the Workers' and Peasants' Party, consisting of Dinia, Agustina, and Elena. Go. Dinia didn't say whatever but gave a definite answer, then added, the most interesting thing about traveling isn't the scenery, but experiencing the local customs and culture. Right. The matter was settled. The next morning, after breakfast, the two groups gathered together. Kasim first reintroduced his background and then briefly introduced his subordinates. Page 278. Then, Ronan and his group introduced themselves, which were, of course, made up. Ronan claims to be the son of the Count of Champagne, with Ambrina as his wife, Dinia as a teacher at the Magic Academy and his lover, and the others as Dinia's female students. Zhao Yinqi is an Easterner who was shipwrecked and ended up here. His second purpose is to take her to Suleiman to learn fusion magic, but his main purpose is to find a wanted criminal named Heath, thereby gaining merit for the country and reclaiming some things that were taken away by the previous tyrannical king, Ambrina. Now that we've made contact with Suleiman's powerful figures, it's convenient to find people and we can also make some money on the side, so it's definitely a good thing. Ronan also praised Suleiman's fusion magic, saying that it simplified the complex system of Ceres while incorporating the essence of Western continent magic, making it the best magic at the time. Qasim himself clearly didn't believe it, but his men seemed to think it was true. This is a compliment from the most outstanding French people in the world. How could it be fake? After a series of lies, Qasim began to explain his plan. First, he would play the part of a merchant, sell his spices and tea cakes in the kingdom of foes, and then buy counterfeit porcelain and silk from the kingdom of foes. He would then enter the Balkan province and, under the pretext of gifting female slaves, seek an audience with Aziz Pasha. This Pasha had long led troops in battles against the empire and had more than 20 banners under his command, half of whose banner leaders were his staunch supporters. The female slave here naturally refers to the woman they brought with them. Afterwards, negotiate with Aziz, asking him to send men to lead them into Suleiman's capital. Then, go to the other legion commanders and have them stand up for justice. Finally, reclaim his property and divide the spoils. Before he could get any more specifics, Ambrina interrupted Qasim. Wait a minute, didn't you say 30-70? With so many people sharing the spoils, how are we going to get 30? Of my share, you will receive 30 of the gold and silver that can be directly converted into cash, Qasim said. Then I'll take 70, Ambrina said. Qasim didn't say anything, but several of his men put their hands on their guns and glared at Ambrina. Although they were infidel guards, they had been cuckolded from their grandfather's generation, both outwardly and inwardly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been drinking in secret. Naturally, they couldn't stand Ambrina, a woman, nagging here. Of course, more importantly, Ambrina wants 70, isn't that robbing them? If it weren't for the thought of getting a share after helping Qasim reclaim his family property, who would risk their life to go through this with him? Allah be upon you, this woman is too greedy and not hell. She will surely go to hell. 50-50, said the bearded Qasim. 3 times 7, Ambrina insisted. I have already shown you great sincerity, said the bearded Qasim. Sincerity? You dare to say that? Do you think we're fools? Be quick about it, or I'm not playing with you anymore. Ambrina's temper flared up, and she bluntly stated her position. 4 or 6, that really can't be any less. Otherwise, I'll have to stick to the original plan, Qasim insisted. All right then, we'll take 60, that's about right. Ambrina didn't argue any further. Then Qasim went on to discuss the specific arrangements, and after exchanging opinions, the two sides quickly reached an agreement. After reaching an agreement, both sides agreed to leave in the afternoon and head to the kingdom of foes, and Ronan and his group returned. His men obviously didn't know the truth, Ashley said. Of course I don't know, Galen added. This Qasim clearly has little power left. There may not be any traitors or spies among his people, but once they know his true intentions, there will definitely be people who would be very willing to become traitors or spies. The Secret Service originally planned to start with Qasim's men and use French-style education to get them to talk their minds, but now it seems that won't work. Apart from Qasim himself, and that woman who is definitely not a slave, everyone else is kept in the dark and thinks that Qasim's goal is to take back his family property. Chapter 633 The Deal, a reunion. Eastern passed in a week. Qasim sold all the spices he had brought. With the money from selling the spices and his own capital, he bought 2 large boxes of silk produced in the kingdom of Fas. Although it was not as good as the goods from Sears, it was still silk. He also bought a dozen sets of relatively inexpensive, but beautiful and durable French bone china tableware and tea sets. These silks and porcelains were not intended to be shipped back to his country to sell, but rather to be given to several of Aziz Pasha's capable subordinates. He didn't expect them to speak up for him after receiving these gifts. He just hoped they wouldn't speak ill of him. As for Aziz himself, in Qasim's words, the governor, a man who could afford real Sears porcelain and silk, didn't care for this. You could only impress him with something more practical, such as a channel for bootlegging. Having sold and bought everything, the group prepared to head east, passing through Svetsk, through Osteria, and towards Suleiman's Balkan province. After entering Osteria, Ronan and Ambrina left the group to visit the former emperor Antoro and catch up. They didn't need to ask around, because they already knew where the former emperor had retired long before they left the capital. The only unexpected thing was that Astrid insisted on coming along, saying she was curious to see what the real emperor looked like. The three met Antelo in a small village built along the riverbank at the foot of the mountain. The scenery here was extremely beautiful. Behind the stone houses in the village was a hillside covered with lush green grass and trees, and in front was a lake as clear as a mirror. A few fishing boats seemed to be suspended in the air rather than on the lake. Looking up, there was a blue sky that seemed to connect with the distant mountain peaks, and the white clouds above seemed to be within reach. When Antalagi was defeated, he looked even more weathered. His blonde hair was mixed with white hair, turning into a light gold color. He had a short, silvery stubble on his face, and his cheeks were sunken. He looked weathered but not old. On the contrary, he was full of energy, with an upright posture, thin but not hunched over. Antoro was somewhat surprised, but not entirely, by the arrival of Ronan and Ambrina. He knew, of course, about Ambrina's succession, since she had become emperor after defeating him and was now the most powerful person in the Western continent. However, he hadn't expected that the two of them would make a special trip to see him. Several years have passed in the blink of an eye. Although the resentment and unwillingness in my heart have not completely faded, they have dissipated considerably. Antoro, who had lived in this small village where no one knew him for several years, neither tried to drive him away nor said anything hurtful. He simply greeted him a couple of times and then started making coffee. "This is my daughter, Astrid," Ronan said, pointing to Astrid. As Antoro looked at the coffee pot on the stove, he asked, "You two are quite something, managing to produce a blonde from a black-haired and a chestnut-haired person. You've become senile so quickly." Ambrina was both annoyed and amused. Ronan shrugged. "I only said she's my daughter." As they were talking, a girl dressed like a village girl, about 1.7 meters tall, but with a very sweet appearance, walked over carrying a plate of baked cookies. She was even sweeter than Ambrina. Ambrina's appearance was actually quite Western, thick, slightly bushy eyebrows, large round eyes, a slightly pointed nose, and a slightly chubby, round face. This girl was different. Her eyebrows weren't as thick, her eyes weren't as big, her nose certainly wasn't considered high or straight by Western standards, and the tip of her nose was a little round. She had a short face and small dimples. "That damned emperor, he's like a pear tree overshadowing a crabapple tree. That's the way it is." The girl put down the baked cookies and hurried away, seemingly a little shy. "I would like to ask you something," Astrid said to Antoro. "When you went to Egypt to get those red beads, you must have known something beforehand." When Antoro was still emperor, he took in Hiss, who was Usul's son. Usul has now gone to West Asia, saying he will visit a certain ruin before going to Sears. "So what is this ruin?" The inquisitive Astrid felt that Antoro might know something. Antoro did not answer immediately, but asked, "Where did magic originate?" "Elenia," Astrid replied. "Elenia is Persia." In another timeline, archaeological exploration of the origins of civilization only began relatively late. However, the magicians of this world started archaeology much earlier. There is a consensus in the Western continent's magic community that the birthplace of civilization and magic is the origin of the world. Why was Elenia destroyed? In fact, that land has now been conquered by the Suleimans, who you should know originated from an insignificant barbarian tribe. Antelo added. Astrid, being young and straightforward, said somewhat impatiently, "The Suleimans learned magic, so of course they have the ability to conquer a declining region. Can't barbarians learn magic? The Gonia were once barbarians too, and the ancestors of your two emperors were barbarians from this place. A group of barbarians were first conquered, then became henchmen, gradually learned magic, and then rebelled. Gaul is Gaul. People of the old empire, like the Romans of another time and space, like to name a place something like Gaul. The story Astrid tells is basically a replica of the Germanic versus Roman plot. The same thing happened in Ceres," Antelo said. "For thousands of years, there has been very little communication between East and West on an overall level. Most people in the Western continent know nothing about the East, let alone the places far from their homes. It's like they live in another dimension. However, mages do communicate. For high-ranking mages, traversing thousands of miles is not that difficult. Within some ancient magician families in the Western continent, there are many records about the history of the East. About 500 years ago, when our church was at its most powerful, Ceres also reached its peak, with a territory larger than you can imagine. However, in order to maintain the empire's vast rule, it had to delegate the control of the border regions, even to foreign tribes. This continued for more than 100 years. Then, more than 400 years ago, the border rebelled, but the leader was a pure Saras. In fact, these foreign tribes did not have any intention of rebelling. They believed that they were the true Saras, and that those nobles who lived a life of debauchery in the imperial city were not worthy of being called Saras. It has a bit of a Tang dynasty feel to it, but it's different. The first to rise up wasn't a foreign tribe, and the era they lived in was later than the Tang dynasty. 500 years ago, in another time and space, was during the Southern Song dynasty. These aliens have failed, Entoro said. When the weak are no longer in power and the real strong are forced to step forward, they are utterly vulnerable. But the Saras Empire eventually collapsed and disintegrated. One of the defeated armies fled to the grasslands north of Saras and quickly unified the various tribes of the grasslands. They did not dare to provoke the already divided empire and even had to hide. Soon they began their westward expedition. The West Asia at that time was not bad, but it was no match for that group of people. Is the script turning into a Mongol conquest of the West again? In fact, Ronan knew all these things. He was just playing along. After all, he was a man who had read the history books of Saras. Chapter 634 Mysterious History, Not an Ideal. The eerily quiet Suleiman, the multi-ethnic coalition, which strategically advanced westward, quickly defeated the barbarians of West Asia. Although the coalition was of a different race, they did not see themselves that way. Not only the mages among them, but also many of the lower classes, considered themselves Seers people, civilized people. Immediately afterwards, these civilized people did one thing: indiscriminately massacre the city. Civilized people don't kill people indiscriminately, but it's fine if they kill someone who isn't human. Barbarians are no different from beasts. Moreover, they had their reasons. The records don't specify what kind of ritual it was. In short, they held an unprecedented blood sacrifice, supposedly to bathe every member of the Allied forces in divine grace, grant them the qualification to learn magic, and then march back to Saras to restore Saras to its rightful state. And Taro said, "How it should look?" Astrid asked. "Win people over with virtue, and defend the righteous with the sword." And Toro replied, "This is what the Sarasli should truly look like, according to the Western Expeditionary Army, which is a coalition of 3 ethnic groups from the northeast, northwest, and grasslands. In their eyes, those people who occupy the court have neither virtue nor sufficient military strength, and are not worthy of being called Sarasli." After answering, Antoro continued, "But they failed. There are many records of it. At that time, a red light shot into the sky, followed by a redstone demon star falling from the sky. Except for a very few high-ranking magicians, most of the others died on the spot. Many of those who survived became walking corpses, just like the situation in Egypt back then. However, unlike the Egyptian incident, some of the survivors actually gained magical talent. Although the proportion was small, there were still several hundred of them. After this massive catastrophe, land-based travel between east and west was essentially cut off. A mere few hundred people who can learn magic are nothing in themselves, but this is an artificial bestowal of magical talent, and its significance is unprecedented. So, when I learned about the situation in Egypt, I naturally had to go, and I had to go in person to make sure there were no problems." At this point, Antoro sighed, took a big gulp of coffee, put down the earthenware cup that looked like it was made by himself, and said to Astrid, "Unfortunately, in the end, all we got were those beads. Until we were defeated by your father, we never figured out a way to truly bestow magical talent upon ordinary people on a large scale. Even now, he's almost completely indifferent to it all. Deep down, Antoro still only acknowledges that he lost to Ronan. Perhaps, making everyone qualified to practice magic is itself an impossible thing to achieve." Antoro sighed. "I never imagined you had such ideals," Astrid said, her tone ambiguous, whether it was praise or insult. Antoro laughed. "This is not my ideal, but a helpless situation forced upon me by reality. If we could win against the kingdom of foes in a head-on battle, do you think a nobleman like me, a high-ranking mage, would want more mages to appear in this world?" Suddenly, Ambrina spat out her coffee, completely ruining the atmosphere. Ambrina quickly explained, "Oh, I didn't mean to mock you. It's just that your coffee is terrible. It has no aroma at all, and you didn't even add sugar or milk to such bad coffee. I am a poor man now. I am lucky to have anything to drink." And Toro laughed. He was indeed broke. The 2 wars had wiped out his wealth. Of course, he was once an emperor and the leader of the most prominent family in the Western continent. He still had a considerable collection of family he owned. If he were willing to sell them, he could immediately live the life of a millionaire. However, he was unwilling to do so. At most, He would occasionally sell 1 or 2 inexpensive trinkets to earn some money to support himself and his wife. Yes, the girl was his wife, his third wife. After he was defeated and lost the throne, he passed the title of lord to his deceased wife's son, his eldest son, and thus, his second wife divorced him. These cookies are good, Ronan remarked. That is right, that is right. And Toro agreed happily, as if he were the one being praised. Astrid asked politely, do you still have those records? A narration is incomplete and may contain errors. Some things can only be understood by seeing the original documents. I am sorry, I can't let you see it, and I certainly can't give it to you, and Toro said, refusing outright. Instantly, Astrid's magic surged with anger, and Ronan turned to look at his daughter, Lily. TCH, boring, I'm leaving. Astrid walked away unhappily. She didn't know why this old guy kept a historical record that was no longer useful to him, and wouldn't even let her take a look at it. I'm sorry, I didn't teach this child well, Ronan said with a hint of apology. And Toro said with a hint of sarcasm, this child is amazing. I never expected that the strongest women of the middle and younger generations are both French women. There is still some debate about who is the strongest among the middle generation in the Western continent, since the Grand Master is also very strong. However, there is basically no controversy among the younger generation nowadays. The strongest is Astrid. That is fine, Ronan said. Let us get down to business. I heard you've gotten mixed up with a bunch of Suleimanians. And Toro suddenly said. Ronan wasn't surprised, but he pretended to be, saying, I didn't expect to find you here. You seem to be exceptionally well informed. Suleiman is acting very strangely right now, and Toro said. He clashed with Suleiman far more often than with the kingdom of Fas, and Suleiman had always wanted to expand in the western continent. Since his home, Alsteria, was so close, he had to pay attention to Suleiman's domestic situation. Oh? Ronan and Ambrina were both curious, as they genuinely knew nothing about Suleiman's situation. This young sultan was reforming, or rather, trying to reclaim power through reform. Surprisingly, the Queen Mother made no move, the royal guard didn't cause any disturbance, and the governors didn't take any action. Antelo further explained why he called it strange. This Queen Mother was a foreigner, very powerful, and it could even be said that she was the one who put the current sultan on the throne. As for the Imperial Guard, there's not much to say. Those who know. The governor was the Pasha. Suleiman's territory appeared vast, but in reality, the Sultan only controlled the core areas. Power in other areas rested with the governors, most of whom held hereditary positions. Therefore, Suleiman was a true feudal state, while the major powers of the Western continent all possessed elements of democracy and civil service, albeit to varying degrees. Now, Suleiman, what is the Sultan going to do? The situation below is so quiet, eerily quiet, which is not normal. The calm before the storm, interesting, very interesting. Ambrina's anticipation for the trip was raised once again, because they might get caught up in Suleiman's internal power struggle this time. Ronan stood up. Let's go, Annie, it's about time we headed back. Ambrina stood up as well. I hope we can meet again. And Toro, I don't want to see you again. And Toro said to Ambrina with disdain. Old man, you should just die already. Chapter 635 Talent Transplantation. Disgusting heart gesture, surveillance and counter-surveillance just then. And Toro called out to Ronan and Ambrina, wait, I need your help. Ronan turned around. Please speak. About her, Antelo said, pointing to his wife who was hanging clothes to dry in the distance. Page 279. Ronan immediately understood. Okay, I'll write a letter. You take it to the capital and find Noah. That should be enough to give her magical talent. And Toro himself was a high-ranking mage. Don't let his old appearance fool you. He was in excellent health and could maintain it for a long time, since he wasn't much older than Ronan. But his wife wasn't a mage, and she would age quickly, something he absolutely couldn't accept. Don't you have the means to transplant magical talents into people? Ambrina asked. When Antoro was still the emperor, he had a group of young, fearless people under his command who were not high-ranking. These were all his achievements. The transplant method I used to have was very dangerous for the recipient, and it became even more unstable after Heath left. And Toro said, when massing troops, it was fine if several casualties were reduced to one, but it was a big problem to use it on his wife. The technology of the kingdom of Fas is already very advanced, and they also have Noah, a highly skilled individual. Moreover, the original body used for transplantation in the kingdom of Foes is a secondary talent. A secondary talent is one that also reacts between the ages of 6 and 8, but fails the test. Even if one tries to learn it by force, there is a 99 chance that one cannot even reach the level of a novice mage. There is probably only one such talent in about 20 people. This is precisely why, over the past 1,000 years, almost no poor people were willing to gamble and borrow money to get tested. After all, if a reaction occurred, there was a 1 in 5 chance of passing and becoming a magician. If it failed, it would be a debt that was very difficult to repay. Although a secondary talent is used, the surgery ensures that the transplanted person will be just like someone with a normal talent. As for how far they can go afterward, that depends on themselves. After all, most talented people can only stop at the level of a novice mage and cannot advance to the proper rank to become a true user of magic. Wait for me a moment. I'll go get the fragments of those historical documents. With that, Antoro went into the inner room, and after a short while, he came out with an exquisite and beautiful wooden box and handed it to Ronan. Ronan then quickly wrote a letter and handed it to him. After finishing the letter, Antoro took out another item, a long-handled warhammer with a hammerhead on one end and a spike on the other, covered with inscriptions and patterns. There's nothing else suitable, so I'll give you this Griffin warhammer. It's suitable for that person. The one who deserves it is Dinia, as only she prefers to use such violent melee weapons. With their belongings in hand, Ronan and Ambrina bid farewell and left. On the way, they ran into Astrid, who had left earlier. Ronan tossed her the box, saying, "Lily, here's what you wanted." Astrid looked through it, then ran over and kissed Ronan on the cheek. "Daddy, I love you. If there's a benefit, he is my dad. If there's no benefit, he is just a dead old man," Ronan said, taking the opportunity to push away his daughter, who was now as tall as him. Astrid laughed shamelessly, held out one hand, and made a sickeningly sweet gesture with her fingers. "Make a heart shape with your hands. Get out!" Ronan roared angrily. Ronan and his two companions did not miss their journey, because the original plan was for the other men under the bearded chasm to do some small business at this time. The idea that traveling merchants simply transport something from its origin to its destination, sell it, buy something else, transport it back, and sell it again, without doing anything in between, is a complete misunderstanding of the role of a merchant. Normal traveling merchants would generally make some plans in advance at every town along the way where they could do business, and do some business, more or less. If you can earn money but don't, then you're not a businessman. On this trip, Kasim himself was acting strangely, but his subordinates were. Of course, they all tried to do some small business and make a little money along the way, but it wouldn't take too long. The group set off again. A few days later, the group left Osteria and arrived in the southern part of the Balkan Peninsula, within the Balkan province under Suleiman. The first thing to do, of course, is to register their identities. This is not necessary for the bearded Kasim and his group, but it is necessary for Ronan and his group. But in a feudal country, the control over entry is just so-so. After spending a little money, Ronan and his group all registered as Svet's mercenaries, but instead of getting full mountain mercenary gear, they all got Suleiman-style clothing. Although Suleiman was a green country, it was actually a very open one. Wealthy men would never wear a monochrome robe. They would all wear silk robes with intricate patterns and vibrant colors. Many women didn't even wear hats, let alone headscarves or veils. Their hair was simply tied up casually. Even the Suleimanians were dressed in the fashionable attire popular in the kingdom of Fas, which was incredibly trendy. This completely shattered some of the group's preconceived notions about green. Of course, it's possible that the majority of the inhabitants in the Balkan provinces are pagans, and no one cares about the Suleimans living there. But if they went to the capital, the men would say nothing, but the women would most likely still have to wear a headscarf or a hat when they went out on the street. As for heretics like Ronan and his group, there were basically no requirements regarding clothing, and they could wear whatever they wanted, including Suleiman-style clothing. As long as they had the money, they could buy it and wear it. On the way, in the carriage, Ronan asked Kasim about something. The female slave he mentioned looked like a mature woman in her 30s and possessed magic, so she was probably older than he was. And this was given to a pasha? There are frequent battles here, and many local young men are conscripted and never return. Lord Aziz is kind-hearted and especially likes to take care of their widows. That's how the bearded Kasim explained it, he said. Got it. Cow. This is exactly what you like. This pasha is indeed kind-hearted, Ronan echoed. After another long journey, Ronan and his group followed the bearded Kasim to a place that was roughly the same location as Bulgaria in another timeline, where Aziz's governor's mansion was located. In Suleiman, the state or province was the first level of administration, and the next level was the banner. After Kasim gave gold and silver to a banner lord, he successfully met several close advisors of Aziz. He then gave these advisors the gifts he had prepared and finally had the opportunity to meet Aziz. Qasim did not intend to bring Ronan and his party along. Instead, he went to see Aziz alone, accompanied by the female slave who was presented as a gift. He even specially arranged his men to be among Ronan's group, saying that if there was anything he needed to do, he could give them orders, but in reality, it was to keep an eye on them, so that Ronan would not send people to follow and monitor him. It can only be said that Qasim still knew nothing about this group of people. Ronan called Isabel, Galan, and Ashley into the room. Ashley turned into a black shadow and instantly swam out of the wall. Qasim's men couldn't even notice her. Listening to the sounds from inside the room, they assumed Ronan was taking on 3 opponents at once. Ashley's mission, of course, was to track down Qasim and see what he was up to. Chapter 636. Green Luo was also Luo. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. The speculation is confirmed. The place where Ronan and Qasim's 2 groups were temporarily staying was a typical Suleiman-style house, not particularly luxurious, but not a poor family's small house either. The entire building is based on the colors blue, white, and green. The entrance is a standard arched doorway with mosaic tiles on both sides of the door frame. After entering, there is an open space in the middle, with rounded rectangular flower beds on both sides, planted with trees. Further on both sides are rows of whitewashed columns and round beams supporting a long corridor. The floor is covered with blue and white checkered tiles. The entire building is U-shaped, 2 stories high, with a total of 16 rooms including bedrooms, living rooms, guest rooms, studies, chapels, kitchens, bathrooms, and more. There is no bathroom. It's not that the Suleimans didn't like bathing. On the contrary, the Lois were also Lois, and they especially loved bathing, wishing they could bathe every day and for an entire day at a time. However, they didn't bathe at home, but in large bathhouses. There were completely open public bathhouses, as well as high-class bathhouses, that were only open to a few nobles and dignitaries, and there were also special services available to them. In truth, the Suleimans were far cleaner than the vast majority of people in most countries of the Western continent. Overall, this place is not big, covering an area of only about 300 square meters. Therefore, it was inevitable that Qasim's group of bearded men would hear the noise. This guy, he started again. He's been messing around for half an hour already. Damn nobleman, monopolizing so many women by himself. What an animal. A group of people looked on with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Ronan, that guy has so many women and they're all beautiful and different. No worse than me. Everyone knows you can't last more than 10 minutes. Nonsense. That woman was different last time. Otherwise I would have definitely lasted an hour. A group of people started talking about a topic that no man would ever show weakness about. Wow, these 3 women look so proper. I didn't expect them to be shouting so loudly. TCH, aren't all women like that? Damn it. Of the 3 members of the spy gang, Isabel had the reserved and aloof air of a noblewoman. Ashley was also cold-faced when she wasn't joking and revealing her true nature. And Gloria, needless to say, had an aura that made strangers want to stay away. But at this moment, this sound, this contrast, the bearded group had no idea that Ashley wasn't actually there. Her voice was being played by Galan. Although Galan's acting was off, how could the group possibly tell the difference? They could only sense that there were 3 voices. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. You guys stay here. Me too. Bullshit. Everyone knows what you're up to. Draw lots, leave half of the people here, and wait for the other half to come back before switching shifts. A group of bearded men decided to draw lots. They had no choice. They had been holding back for a month or so without touching a woman, and the sound of her voice was too much to bear. Fortunately, Chief Qasim was away on business and wouldn't be back until tonight at the earliest, or maybe tomorrow. Why not take this opportunity to find a place to relieve their pent-up desires? However, the mission still had to be completed, so they had to leave someone here to monitor Ronan and his group for any unusual movements. Ashley returned shortly after the second round ended. She followed him all the way, but did not approach to monitor or investigate Aziz. This Pasha was a hereditary nobleman, but the Balkan province was the front line where the war with the Western continent was most intense. The governorship of this place was not hereditary, but was selected from the banner lords in the province. He was a very capable person with a high level of magic. Ashley didn't want to get too close, lest she be discovered. However, she had already obtained the crucial information. Aziz ordered all his attendants to leave, but Qasim didn't get to see Aziz at all. Instead, he waited outside the door. The so-called female slave went in to see Aziz and came out shortly after. After she came out, She showed no signs of being well, you know. This confirms their previous suspicions that she was not a female slave at all, but rather someone of higher status than Qasim. Confirming this is enough for now. That evening, Ronan and his group had a meal with Qasim's men. There wasn't a single Muslim among them, yet the meal was undeniably Muslim. It wasn't elaborate, but it had its own set of rules. First came soup, oxtail soup, but for some reason they added saffron. There were 2 appetizers, a salad with olive oil and pickled cucumbers with salted cheese. Then came the main course and staple food, flatbread and naan bread, which could be rolled up with lamb. The lamb selection was varied: roasted lamb chops, boiled lamb, and extra-large lamb skewers. The lamb was quite good, juicy and tender, but the accompanying sauce was slightly sweet, slightly salty, and very sour. Ronan couldn't stand it and absolutely refused to dip his finger in it. The most amazing thing was the baked buns, filled with onions and beef, absolutely divine. Next came dessert, yogurt, fruit, and a type of sweet cake called kigal. Chinese letter. It should be called nut cake, but Ronan just thought it was kigal. No joke, Suleiman's kigal was really delicious. Ronan thought it was better than the cloyingly sweet French desserts. Not long after dinner, Qasim returned, bringing with him another female slave in addition to the previous one. This time, she was a real female slave, as she was a rag person with skin slightly darker than wheat, as smooth as silk, naturally curly black hair, large eyes with long eyelashes, amber eyes, a high nose bridge, full lips, and a figure that rivaled Alina's. However, what truly piqued Ronan's interest was not this, but the Lagran female slave. Her strength exceeded the 3rd tier. As everyone knows, the Lagran totem enhancement and the witchcraft of the New World natives are easy to learn. They do not require mastering a lot of knowledge or having sufficient logical thinking ability. As long as you have talent and can survive the ritual, that's enough. If you survive, you're good. If you don't, you go to see the gods. But there is basically no follow-up. It is almost impossible to find someone who can break through the 2nd tier limit. But the rag woman in front of me broke through. It seems the rumors are true, Ronan thought to himself. The Suleiman's combination magic undergoes some modifications, and then the rag people's totem enhancement is further modified. Combining the 2 will raise the upper limit. In Suleimani, led by the current sultan, those who aspire to change are trying to use this to create another slave army to replace the already powerful royal guard, who are unwilling to even fire 3 shots in battle, register themselves as disabled veterans, only want to do business in the capital, and even live off the state's dwindling resources with their families. Why still need a slave army? Because Suleiman's high-ranking magicians were capable of interfering in politics. They were nominally scholars within the church, but in reality, they controlled the magician community within the country. For over 100 years, the Sultan had been unable to command these magicians within the country. What else could he do but use slaves? Not only did Lord Aziz not accept the female slave I sent, but he also gave me one. Really? He. The bearded Qasim laughed smugly, but Ronan and his group all knew that he was acting. This female slave was probably given to that female slave and had nothing to do with him. Ronan replied cooperatively, Really? That's great. It seems things will go very smoothly for us. Chapter 637 Mutual Acting. Even a blind man could see the strange named Empress Dowager after a round of casual conversation, with each person playing their part. They returned to their respective rooms. As for the large mess on the dining table, that was taken care of by the servants, whose expenses were included in the rent. Back in his room, Qasim summoned his 2 trusted confidants. He was now a stray dog, and although he still had about 10 men following him, he could only truly trust 2. One was Hassin, an old man with white hair and beard, bronze skin, and a height of over 1.9 meters. He was very strong, but despite his age, he was not steady at all. Instead, he was frivolous, reckless, and fond of fighting. He was also inseparable from women. The other was Fad, a lean young man with a short beard and a hooked nose. Despite his youth, he was a steady man and Qasim's strategist. The 2 men reported on Ronan and his group's movements during the day. For most of the day, only Ronan and 3 other women were out of sight for an extended period of time, and that happened to be the time he went to Aziz's place. Are you sure he didn't leave halfway through? Qasim asked again. Old man Hassin was somewhat displeased, feeling that his good-for-nothing second son was questioning his abilities. I'm quite certain that Ronan went in first, followed by the 3 women, and when they came out, all 4 of them came out together. Qasim remained expressionless until Fad nodded, at which point he breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, you did a good job. Fad had some doubts, but he had no evidence to back them up, Standing up to question Hussein at this point would only cause their already weak group to lose unity. After all, most of the others were willing to follow Qasim, who had already lost power because of Hussein. By the way, Qasim, who exactly is that woman? Old Hussein asked. He had been holding this question in for 2 months. From the beginning, he had seen that the woman was not someone who had become a slave because of her husband's crimes. Before meeting Ronan and his group, Qasim treated her somewhat like a female slave, albeit with a slightly strange attitude. At that time, old Hussein only felt that she didn't quite seem like a female slave. But after meeting Ronan, everything changed. Anyone who wasn't blind should be able to see the problem. Never mind who he is, said the bearded Qasim. Old Hussein looked at the bearded Fahd, who shook his head. How could I possibly know things that you don't know? He didn't know for sure, but he was certain that this woman was not only not a female slave, but also an important person. Everything is proceeding according to plan, Qasim said, not wanting to dwell on the matter any further. Meanwhile, Ronan and his group did not gather together. They remained in their respective rooms. Ambrina and her 5 companions and Dinia and her 5 companions plus Kate. Each group stayed in 2 large guest rooms. Ronan played Texas Hold'em, which he had brought in Dinia's room for a while, and then returned to his own room. He stayed alone in the small room that was originally for the servants. After resting for a while, Ronan prepared to go to the restroom. As I said before, even a green building is still a building, so this 2-story villa naturally has toilets, more than one, and they are all well maintained. It's just that this city doesn't have an underground pipe system. It's just a pit. The only city in Suleiman with a sewer system is the capital, Constantinople. It's normal that urinals and latrines are separated in toilets. Urine is a strategic resource. It's essential for gunpowder, but dung is not. Animal husbandry is well developed in the Western continent, so animal dung is generally used as fertilizer, rather than human excrement, as is the case in Ceres. But the toilet was not for servants, so Ronan saw a roughly made wooden toilet and chamber pot in his room. Suleiman was indeed a feudal state where slavery was rampant. Even going to the toilet was divided into different classes. After circling around, Ronan went to the toilet, relieved himself, and then prepared to go back to sleep. Just then, Ronan ran into the female slave. She stood there looking at him without greeting him, but she didn't seem to be ignoring him either. For a moment, Ronan fell silent. He was about to make a call, but he didn't know the other person's name or how to address her, since she wasn't a real female slave. Hello, Mr. Ronan, the woman greeted. Ronan changed his surname but not his given name. Although Ronans are not as common in France as Louis, they are still quite numerous. Hello, ma'am, Ronan replied. The woman smiled slightly. I like the title, madam. Her figure was mature and voluptuous, very alluring, with fair skin and a beautiful face. At this moment, she looked much younger than before, like she was only in her early 20s. Her features were typical of an Aryan beauty. A high nose, deep-set eyes, thick dark brown eyebrows, long and curled eyelashes. But she also had rare emerald green eyes and Slavic golden brown hair. Page 280. Her smile had a slightly mischievous feel to it, yet her tone and voice were gentle, the kind that brought peace and reassurance. What can I do for you, ma'am? Ronan asked. The woman sighed softly. I thought you should be curious about me. For a woman like me who is clearly not a maid, who doesn't even bother to hide it, and who doesn't reveal her identity, you haven't come to find me, or even bother to speak to me. Her words carried a hint of resentment, implying that she deliberately let Ronan notice her strangeness. You recognized me from the start? Ronan asked in return. No, I have never met you, but I once saw the first queen in history, the woman said. It is truly enviable. It makes one jealous, and it makes one lose the will to enter. Let me introduce myself, Falik Varmanavik. The name is quite peculiar. Falik is a relatively common Suleimanian female name, but the surname is a standard Slavic surname. The woman with this name was also a famous woman, the late Queen Mother Suleiman. She was Polish and originally a female slave. In a way, Ronan's influence played a part in this woman's rise to the position of Queen Mother. During the First War between the Fez Kingdom and the Empire, Poland moved south to guard the emperor's backyard. Suleiman was eventually driven back, but this did not mean that Poland was unscathed. This Queen Mother was captured and enslaved during that time. She was only a teenager when she entered the palace. Falik was the name given to her by the former sultan. Interestingly, the late sultan did not change her surname. Falik's life was like a palace intrigue drama. The old sultan, who was already quite old at the time, was a notoriously cunning and suspicious man, yet he trusted and doted on her, making her his third wife. However, she did not bear any children for the old sultan. Not long after, the old sultan summoned the crown prince to the palace and had him executed, as well as the queen. The second wife became the queen, after the old sultan purged the crown prince's core supporters who were quite influential in the army. The new queen's 3 young sons took over the crown prince's power. Little did anyone know that before the old sultan died, he killed the new queen and then made Falak the queen. Surprisingly, the third son, with the support of Queen Mother Falak, became the new sultan. Chapter 638 Palace Intrigue. You've become a substitute. Reform. The old sultan initially favored Falak because she was indeed likable, young, beautiful, intelligent, eloquent, and could share his burdens, giving him, an old man, a sense of youth. Later, he continued to trust her because she was a woman with no connections in the country and no children, so he could trust her to help handle matters within the palace and even some minor state affairs for the weary old sultan. The killing of the crown prince was partly due to the alliance between Falak and the second wife, who frequently slandered him. More importantly, the old sultan himself disliked and feared the crown prince, preferring the sons born to him by the second wife. After killing the crown prince, the queen naturally had to be killed as well, along with her other sons. Then, the second wife was made queen. In the final period of the old sultan's life, he listened to the slander of Falak and felt that after his death, his 3 remaining sons were still young and that the queen mother would likely rule, which was not good. This was because the former second wife, now the queen, came from a noble family and was likely to live a long time, which would make Suleiman's reforms even more difficult. So the old sultan killed the second queen and replaced her with the levirate. The old sultan was not worried about Falak, because he knew that his 3 sons, whether the eldest or the second son, would kill Falak, the queen mother who was not their biological mother. He died, and it's good that the woman he loved most in his later years can go to heaven with him to continue serving him, isn't it? Unfortunately, in the end, the third son came to power and Falak took office, because no one expected that the royal guard and the prime minister would support Falak, a woman with no real power. However, something unexpected happened next. Not long ago, Falak died of illness. Of course, everyone believes that the current sultan was behind it. Why does Ronan know so much? Because after Falak's death, a group of eunuchs were expelled instead of killed. These eunuchs used their knowledge of palace secrets to freeload and even make money. In the mouths of these eunuchs, Falak was undoubtedly a vicious and cunning woman. She was inherently evil, having schemed her way to the throne at a young age, a master schemer. Of course, the crown prince, who was initially killed, was no better. He was an ambitious heretic, and his mother, the first queen, was also an extremely wicked woman, deserving of her death. The current sultan's birth mother, though ill-tempered and petty, was not inherently bad. She was simply a bit simple-minded, deceived by Falak, and ultimately unjustly killed. Honestly, Ronan wouldn't believe these messages were spread by the eunuchs at the behest of the current sultan. However, the young sultan is now in trouble. He is not relying on his own power or political skills to deal with Falak. Falak died suddenly, but her death has left everyone, both inside and outside the government, bewildered. They want to make a move but dare not. Sultan did not dare to take the initiative, as he had few cards to play and could not predict the attitudes of all parties toward him. This is why it is said that an eerie silence has fallen within Suleiman. You're not dead? Ronan asked the woman in front of him, feigning surprise. Falak chuckled and retorted, You'd believe me if I said I was the queen mother? Ronan added, I'm willing to believe such an interesting and bizarre thing, but even though this sultan is a bit naive, he shouldn't be so easily fooled. Magic always brings about the impossible, Falak said with a hint of mystery. Ronan blew a light breath and waved his hand. Let's leave it at that then. Allow me to ask out of curiosity, what exactly are your plans? It is a bit chilly tonight, Falak said, turning and walking toward her room. It's July now, just the beginning of summer. Although the Balkan Peninsula is in the southern part of the western continent, the temperature sometimes drops below 20 degrees Celsius at night. For example, right now, it's not cold, just a bit chilly. Ronan followed Falak to her room. Like Ronan, she lived in the servants' quarters. The room was just as cramped, with no bed and people had to sleep on the floor. Entering the house, she took off her shoes. With one hand on the doorframe, Falak bent over, her left leg raised behind her left hand reaching into the heel of her pointed, flat-soled boat shoes. In this position, the extremely full, fleshy outline of her breasts was revealed through the thin, dark robe, even faintly showing the outline of her underwear. Her calves appeared outside the robe, and they were also full. Even under the cover of flesh-colored stockings with a silky sheen, they were still somewhat plump. Such fleshy calves weren't particularly attractive on their own, but fortunately, Felix wasn't short, nearly 1.7 meters, otherwise she would have looked short. However, when combined with her undeniably plump and fleshy thighs, and her prominently outlined, large breasts, she perfectly embodied the label of a voluptuous married woman. Felix hooked the shoe off with his fingers, then switched sides and took off the other shoe in the same way. After taking a few steps, Felix sat cross-legged on the carpet. This is an opportunity. There will always be people who can't help but jump out. In the process of me taking back my rightful place, I will get rid of them. My plan is that simple. You're really confident. Even though it was your double who died, now he can turn you into a double with just a word. Ronan said, half-jokingly, that he referred to the current sultan. Felix remained confident. He's too naive. He started making small moves as soon as he took office. As soon as I was away, he revealed his reform ideas and took a clear stand against the hereditary governors and the royal guard. He said I was a stand-in. But others have to acknowledge it, right? Where does his courage come from? Ronan asked. Judging from Suleiman's current situation, the Sultan did not seem to be a ruthless person. Felix explained, the scholars in the country hope for reform, to make Suleiman a civil service state, where these scholars would only serve as religious personnel and no longer directly influence politics, just like the Kingdom of Fas. The scholars Suleiman referred to were magicians who had mastered fusion magic. The magicians of the Kingdom of Fas are enviable. They do not directly participate in politics, but only occasionally step in to resolve matters. They do not have to spend energy or be responsible to the country, but they can still influence national policies and protect their own interests and status. However, such reforms conflicted with the governors and the imperial guard. Most governors were lords. With a civil service system, the lords disappeared, leaving no room for maneuver. And with scholars withdrawing from politics, how would the royal guard purge the court of corrupt officials? There would be no offenders left. Not to mention the Sultan's desire to create a slave army to counterbalance and replace them. How could he tolerate that? Without this layer of support, how would the royal guard conduct their business? Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Even if the Prophet himself came back to life, he would surely agree with this principle. I see. Ronan nodded, indicating that he understood. Felix has a strong following, that much is certain. Chapter 639 I can't bully a widow. He can still be trusted. Intelligence. Moonlight streamed through the only open window, illuminating Felix sitting by the window and revealing a small section of her calves and ankles beneath her skirt. The stockings on her feet seemed to be coated with a layer of silvery sheen. Her somewhat thick ankles and the faintly visible fleshy calves were not particularly attractive, but they were so alluring that one could immediately overlook the less than perfect features and immediately associate them with her bombshell figure, with her thighs and fat buttocks seemingly about to burst out from under the stockings. Ronan pinched his waist to free himself from his desire. However, some of the opponents are troublesome, and a weak woman like me is simply unable to deal with them. Felix's subtext was clear. She hoped Ronan and his group would step in. This was probably her intention from the moment she met Ronan. It's even possible that she deliberately came to run into Ronan and his group. After all, Ronan and his group weren't exactly hiding their whereabouts when they were in the Kingdom of Foes. Anyone with a keen eye could guess their route, and that town was practically the only way to get to Switz. Ronan neither refused nor agreed, but simply asked, how troublesome is it? The entire Suleymanian Empire only needs one 7th-tier individual. He has long since withdrawn from worldly affairs, and most of the 6th-tier individuals will not get involved. The only troublesome one is the 6th-tier individual. Felix replied, Suleiman's magic can be considered a removal of the essence and retention of the dross approach from both east and west. While it's easy to learn, the consequences are endless. For hundreds of years, apart from the Prophet himself, there have only been 5 7th-tier magicians. This is incomparable to the major powers of the Western continent and Saris. At its peak, when the Kingdom of Fas was founded by the Golden Eagle dynasty, it had Arons himself plus 5 7th-tier magicians. According to records, Saris at its peak had 28 7th-tier magicians simultaneously. However, starting more than 1,000 years ago, the 6th and 7th-tier magicians of Saris have basically stopped interfering in worldly affairs. The 6th-tier magicians pursue the highest realm, and the 7th-tier magicians seek immortality. Even in chaotic times, these people almost never directly intervene. That's interesting, but I don't have the authority to make the decision. It's up to His Majesty and the Prime Minister, Ronan said. Felix didn't believe him at all. After a month or so, Couldn't she see that those women actually listened to him? To be honest, she was also curious about Ronan, curious about how he managed so many women. After all, none of them were weak, and they weren't ordinary women who could be easily fooled. Just as Phalak was about to make a joke, Ronan suddenly stood up and said, "It's getting late. Let's stop here." With that, he turned and left. "Stop," Phalak called out to Ronan. Ronan turned around, somewhat surprised, but didn't say anything. "You're leaving like this because you think I'm that kind of woman?" Phalak questioned, her composure completely broken, devoid of her previous gentleness, replaced only by ruthlessness. Ronan looked puzzled. Logically, shouldn't he have stayed because he thought she was that kind of woman? "Do you think my actions at the door were seducing you?" Phalak questioned again. Ronan was speechless. "Yes, I admit it, but not entirely. Women always have moments when they want to confirm their attractiveness. You know." Phalak made his unreasonable statement sound like it was a matter of course. Ronan sighed and spread his hands. "I can't bully a widow, for some reason." Phalak was so angry that he laughed in anger. "You shouldn't let a widow continue to be a widow. You're being impulsive." "I never accept this kind of deal," Ronan said directly. "We won't make a deal with you now either. We won't appear in our original identities to interfere in a country's internal affairs. Do you understand?" After saying that, Ronan turned around and walked away without looking back. Phalak was stunned for a long time, but then she smiled. Ronan was so different, but he also had similarities. There was a downside to wearing long, loose pants, which was that when he stood up, he couldn't be contained at all, especially someone like Ronan, who was as big as a hammer. Ronan's body honestly affirms her charm, doesn't it? Before even reaching the room, Ronan met Alina and Agostina. "I didn't expect you to not stay," Agostina teased. "Huh, Tina, you don't understand. He's already been through a lot during the day, so he's bound to be less effective this time. How can he let a woman think he's not good enough the first time?" Alina quickly added her explanation. "I see. It seems our Mr. Ronan isn't unwilling, but rather too concerned about saving face." Agostina feigned sudden realization. "That's right. No one understands Ronan better than me," Alina, the blonde-haired woman, said while gesturing. Ronan wasn't angry after being teased, but he still had to maintain his status as the host, so he snapped, "That's enough. You're just going on and on. Just say what you want to say." "The commander wants to see you," Agostina said. "And our emperor," Alina added. Ronan, Alina, and Agostina arrived at Dinia's room and found everyone there. Isabel was sitting in the middle, with a stack of documents in front of her and a document in her hand. "Ha! I thought you were going to sleep with that woman," Isabel said sarcastically as soon as she saw Ronan. "Wasn't this an accident?" Ronan felt very innocent. He hadn't done anything, yet he was being criticized. He should have just done it. "All right, let's get down to business," Tinia said, no longer in the mood to tease Ronan. He is still trustworthy in this respect." His beloved Andrea's words were still pleasant. Isabel stopped rambling and got down to business, with a thick stack of intelligence data in front of her. Although she has been retired for several years, as a veteran of the Security Bureau and the head of the intelligence agency, who was able to retire alive, Isabel still wields considerable influence within the intelligence agencies of the Kingdom of Fas. These materials were collected by the Fas Kingdom's intelligence agents in Constantinople, the capital of Suleiman. There were no top secrets. They were all public information, such as price fluctuations, the flow of goods, personnel changes in some institutions, the content of large-scale gatherings, announcements issued by the Sultan, decrees promulgated, and the remarks of a certain sect leader, etc. In fact, the vast majority of intelligence personnel are just ordinary people who look ordinary and are actually quite ordinary, doing very ordinary things. The true core of intelligence agencies always lies in intelligence analysis, and right now, the most crucial information is on this piece of paper in Isabel's hands. There is only one important thing. The current Sultan wants to implement an exam system within the Royal Guard and then appoint those who pass the exam as local officials, Isabel said. This story begins from the beginning. The Royal Guard, or more accurately, the new army or the Sultan's personal guard, was initially composed of foreigners and infidels. They were nominally slaves, but in reality they were not. If you were exceptionally talented, it was not impossible for you to become a governor or even prime minister. It was truly a meritocracy. Suleiman was able to rise from a mere tribe to conquer Constantinople and later dominate the Mediterranean. The Royal Guard played a significant role in this, but Chapter 640, the importance of the ascension path, Female hidden gems. Those of virtue should be retained, but people eventually degenerate, and systems eventually decay. Over 100 years ago, many powerful noble families had emerged in Suleiman based on families of summoning mages. After all, with 4 wives, there were bound to be children who could inherit the summoning magic. With national expansion stalled and internal affairs gradually stabilizing, coupled with the subjective desires of powerful noble families, the path for advancement within the imperial guard began to close. Ironically, many of these wealthy and noble families were descended from members of the imperial guard who were slaves, yet now they are at the forefront of blocking the imperial guard's path to advancement. As for the other group of people who occupy high-ranking positions, they were never really affiliated with the imperial guard. These scholars were all members of religious sects. Religious organizations can broadly and diligently select suitable candidates, who then begin to study and practice. The outstanding individuals can become apprentices to learn fusion magic. Scholars are selected and promoted within the sectarian organization, which is a separate system and has no direct connection with the Praetorian Guard, but they still occupy a position. Under such circumstances, the Imperial Guard, which existed more than 100 years ago, was on the verge of being out of control and dying out. Ultimately, the Royal Guard of this world is actually just a group of alien sorcerers and their mage soldiers. But the Royal Guard has always been a weapon of the Sultan and a tool to counterbalance other forces, and this cannot be abandoned. Therefore, the Sultan at the time promulgated a new law that allowed the Royal Guard to legally marry and engage in business. The Imperial Guard was stabilized, but from then on, they became increasingly disobedient. They've already done the purging of the Emperor's inner circle more than once. The current Sultan, in order to gain the support of the Royal Guard, offered them new benefits, including the opportunity to serve as local officials. Of course, these benefits are essentially taking a cut from the flesh of hereditary lords. This is precisely the current Sultan's plan. He cannot be at odds with the 3 generations of power in the country, namely the lords, the royal guards, and the scholars. He has to win over one faction, fight against another, and stabilize the third. To reiterate, the current Sudanese leader is somewhat naive, but not stupid. I'm curious about what the Sultan can rely on to appease the Royal Guard, considering that he's trying to create another slave army, which touches on the Royal Guard's fundamental needs. Ronan raised a question. Servants are not allowed to allow masters to arbitrarily create a bunch of new servants, as this would violate ancestral family laws and the sacred teachings of the prophets. Page 281. At this point, Ashley provided the answer, because this new army is made up of female slaves, and they are lagmen. Thanks to magic, in this world, as long as you are a magician, you are a superior person, regardless of gender. Laws and customs that are unfavorable to women only apply to ordinary women. However, in most countries, ordinary people can hardly afford the cost of education and learning magic. Even those with some wealth would gamble on their sons. This is an influence brought about by cultural customs developed over thousands of years of civilization. But the root cause lies in a very primitive and unchangeable fact. Male humans can impregnate multiple females, and a family can quickly form and grow in 2 or 3 generations. Females, on the other hand, cannot. A female can only give birth to 1 child at a time, and it takes a long time. Magicians are often dependent on their families, and only 1 in 100 people is truly talented. This necessitates having many children and constantly introducing new blood, most of which are sons-in-law rather than daughters-in-law. As for the daughter, we can just sell her for a good price. This leads to a phenomenon where the majority of magicians are male, but compared to the average person, the proportion of outstanding women in the magician community is far, far higher. Conversely, the number of hidden gems among women far exceeds that among men, especially among the log people. The lagmen, I wonder if this Sultan has considered that this is taking away their business. Ronan couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy in his eyes. The they he referred to were a group of colonial nations in the western continent. Moreover, Suleiman even created a set of magic suitable for the rag people. If this didn't attract the covetous eyes of bandits, it would be a miracle that God the Father had descended. After all, no being but God the Father could remove the greed in those people's hearts, not even death. That's all the intelligence we have. Isabel then asked Ronan, "What did the Queen Mother say to you?" She asked, being honest about her identity, and she hopes we can help her in the process of regaining power, Ronan said. Kate Pierre, who had been dozing off to the side, suddenly opened one eye. Can she afford the price? Money, money, money. All you ever think about is money, Ronan couldn't help but mutter. Kate Pellegrini sat up. If I made you work on a construction site for 100 years for nothing, with only so-called work points and no wages, and you weren't even allowed to go online. You would love money just like me. Galen glanced at Ronan, a wry smile on her lips. The only thing she can afford right now is her own body. This is what you call an offer? She's dreaming, you shameless old wench. Ashley revealed her street hustler nature. Her language was incredibly vulgar. Actually, Queen, Mother Falic is younger than most of the people present. She's only in her early 30s. She just looks and has a more mature, married-looking figure. Ashley, be careful. There are children here, Ronan reminded her. Astrid, who was idly playing with her yo-yo with her foot nearby, remarked, I'm an adult. There should be some good stuff in Suleiman's royal treasury, Dinia suddenly remarked. Instantly, everyone's eyes, including Ronan's, were on her. Dinia had always been a person of high moral standards, without the typical Western continent person's mannerisms, but her words just now were very Western continent. Dinia was somewhat puzzled. Am I wrong? There must be good things in Suleiman's treasury. Yes, absolutely right, Didi. The Suleiman royal treasury must contain many things from the old empire. There is a famous saying in Ceres, act on behalf of heaven, and another, the virtuous should rule. Ronan clapped his hands in approval. Zhao Yankee covered her face. If this continued, what would become of Ceres in their hearts? After studying for so many years, Dinia's Chinese was quite good, and she immediately understood. Ronan, we're not robbers, stop with the sarcastic remarks. Actually, they read just so-so, Ambrina added. Those old magical artifacts are all showy but useless, unless they real antiques. As the queen, she was the most qualified to speak on this matter. In this world, the level of contemporary magicians has surpassed that of the ancients in every way. Now, a fifth-tier magician can completely defeat a sixth-tier magician whose magic power is twice that of their own and whose magic power is 20 to 30 higher. Not to mention magical creations, they are far ahead of their predecessors. But true antiques, that is, things that were taken from ruins and related to otherworldly beings, are a different story. It seems we should get involved, Elena said. Indeed. There should be genuine antiques inside, Agostina added. Mom and Godmother are right, Astrid agreed. Chapter 641 Excitement, Loss of Composure, Just for Fun. The next day at noon, during lunch, Ronan secretly found an opportunity to tell Falic to come to his room in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Falic went to Ronan's room, only to find 3 other people there besides Ronan, Dinia, Ambrina, and Isabel. Even though her career in palace intrigue is over, Falic still habitually observes people's expressions and moods. Ambrina was gnawing on a chicken leg, eating in a completely unrefined manner. Although Falic had known the former empress for so long that she was a very easygoing person, wasn't she being a little too casual at this moment? Isabel was staring at her with a gaze that seemed to want to strip her naked. Dinia didn't look at her, her face expressionless, making it impossible to guess her attitude. Falic showed no sign of nervousness, sitting down as if he were at home. Isabel pushed the intelligence summary sheet in front of Falic. Falic glanced at it and understood what the other person meant. This was to tell her that the Sultan was now trying to gain the support of the royal guard, and she was in deep trouble. In the past, under normal circumstances, Falic would habitually show her weak side. However, at this moment, facing Ronan and these 3 women, she suddenly became somewhat excited for some reason. This is exactly what I expected, or rather, it was entirely in line with the plan. Really? That is good, Isabel said in a flat tone. This bland tone further fueled Falic's desire to perform. Suleiman has reached a point where he has no choice but to make changes. He probably doesn't know that those young people who are selling him reform plans were actually sent to him by me, Falic said with a hint of disdain. Originally, I wanted to protect him and them. I am a woman with no children. Although the old Sultan wanted me to die shortly after his death, he has treated me fairly well over the years. I still want this country to get better. I just didn't expect that he, and these young people, who had just gained a little bit of strength, would try to kill me as their first act. It is right to send the imperial guards to serve as local officials and to establish a new slave army, but he didn't understand that the high-ranking officers in the imperial guard, namely the legion commanders, are not willing to become local officials. Isn't it better to control their big businesses in the capital? They also don't want the lower-ranking officers of the Imperial Guard to take exams. If the lower-ranking officers take exams to become officials, will they still have talent that they can use at low cost? As for becoming a new slave army, even if it is composed of rag female slaves, there will be too many people who oppose it. So, there are still many people who hope that I, this dead man, will come back to life. You don't need to worry about that. At this point, Felix's expression wasn't one of happiness, but rather helplessness and anger. Instead of calming down and slowly developing his own power, he hopes to incite others to fight each other through political maneuvering so that he can become the final winner. In essence, it is nothing more than a replica of the tricks of women fighting each other in the palace. It is very low level. True innovation is to sweep away the old forces with the help of the big picture, and the next level is to consolidate the base, distinguish between friend and foe, and strike precisely. At this point, Felix got a little carried away, his tone revealing a hint of anger at his son's lack of ambition. Why can't the Sultan put aside his hatred for her and consider the bigger picture? Why can't he be more patient and accumulate strength first? You read pretty good, Ambrina said, still chewing on a chicken leg. Upon hearing the praise, Felix's eye twitched, but he showed no joy whatsoever. She rose from a slave girl to become the queen mother, while Ambrina was born to be the heir. Felix was jealous of Ambrina, even harboring some resentment. Why was Ambrina the heir to the throne of the kingdom of Fas, with such a husband and a helper like Dinia? As for herself, she was originally a noble lady who was confident in her talent and prepared to assist her husband in achieving great things. However, on her first trip abroad, she was captured and handed over to the Sultan. Becoming a female slave, she could only keep company with an old, eccentric, and capricious man. Alone and helpless, she not only had to desperately try to please the old man, but also had to engage in palace intrigues with two other foolish women in a stupid way. If they switched places, I would definitely be stronger than her. Unfortunately, no. If Isabel caught something that flashed in Felix's eyes, and she was so sure because she had looked at Ambrina with that same look before. Ronan smiled as well, not expecting that the queen mother was not living up to her mask. Just now, she was like a self-made but young and successful businesswoman, excitedly showing off her business acumen in front of several wealthy old men. Well, she's actually quite cute. The moment she noticed Ronan laughing at her, Felix suddenly realized that she had lost her composure, and that she had been losing her composure from the very beginning. This is nothing like her. Where is the composure that the Empress Dowager should have? In the past, in the palace, if she had spoken in such an arrogant tone, she would have died 1,000 times, 10,000 times over. Felix fell silent, and for a moment he even wished he could turn back time. Ambrina reached into her chest as if into water and pulled out a beef crepe. Want some? The crepe was still warm. That was Ambrina's magic. The food looked exactly the same when it was put in as when it was taken out. At this moment, Ambrina held the beef crepe, looking both like a knowledgeable elder comforting a younger person and an innocent child trying to comfort an adult. Felix was completely stumped. It's ground beef. You can eat it without worry, Ambrina added. After hesitating for a while, Felix took the beef crepe and said, "Thank you." Her words of thanks sounded very awkward. At this moment, Dinia spoke up. "Our conditions are simple. After the deed is done, let us have a look inside the royal treasury." "Yes, but not necessarily." Returning to the realm of serious matters, Felix immediately returned to normal. "After all, perhaps we don't need to trouble you." "That makes sense." "That's settled then. You can go now," Dinia said, gesturing for them to leave. A strange look appeared on Felix's face. "Aren't you going to ask me about my specific plans? Aren't you worried about my failure? Aren't you worried that I'll make Suleiman powerful again after I seize power?" She asked 3 questions in a row. Dinia shook her head slightly. "We're here on a trip. If you succeed, we can take some souvenirs with us. That's fine. If you fail, it's no big deal. It's none of our business anyway. We got involved simply because we encountered this on our trip and felt it was worth a try. It's not that we really want anything from the Suleiman Royal Treasury, nor is it because we think supporting you will steer the international situation in a way that benefits the Kingdom of Fas." Apart from Ronan, Dinia had never revealed to anyone that she harbored a destructive urge within her, a urge that hadn't been unleashed for a long time. "Actually, it's just for fun," Ambrina added. "Just for fun?" Felix was stunned. The thing she had been longing for was just for fun to them. Chapter 642. Didi is still the most energetic. Being a reformer is difficult, but the opportunity has been given to you. Ronan's room at night. Wearing only a pair of high-density, ultra-thin, glossy, open-crotch white polka-dot pantyhose, Dinia lay on the carpet. Under the moonlight, the texture of the pantyhose against her skin was like a fresh, juicy white strawberry covered with a layer of crystal-clear, thin, solidified rock sugar syrup. These stockings are infused with fragrance when they are made, making them even more intoxicating. Of course, what truly captivates and irresistibly allure are her thighs and legs. Even when lying down without any upward movement, they remain perfectly pert, like 2 water balloons squeezed together, firm yet elastic to the touch. Her thighs are neither too thick nor too thin, appealing to those who prefer thicker thighs. Her calves are well proportioned and long, and it is this very proportion that makes Dinia, at 168 cm tall, appear to have legs longer than many women who are 175 cm tall. Over the years, Ronan has lost count of how many times he has been on this body, and there are almost no positions or movements he hasn't tried. Even so, just a few days later, Ronan would still get an erection within 10 seconds just by looking at him. Dinya, who hadn't done it for over half a month, was already wet just by lying down and thinking about it. Ronan bent over, supporting himself on the ground with his hands, his waist, hips and legs working together to enter Dinya in a seemingly gentle but actually powerful slow-paced motion. This way of doing it makes it easier for the two of them to chat while they work. "Do you think this Queen Mother can regain power?" Ronan asked. Dinya let out a long, comfortable nasal sound. "She can, but it is meaningless. At most, she can get the title of Sultan, but to become Sulayman's true ruler, she needs the titles of Caliph, King of Persia and Khan of Khans. Unfortunately, as a foreign woman, she can get these three. Of course, besides these three, Sulayman's rulers had a long list of titles, but none of them were as important. In the advanced countries of the Western continent, these things are no longer important, and may even cause some unnecessary trouble. Ambrina has a long list of titles, but in official documents, her title is very simple: King Ambrina Frago of Foes, without even using the title of Emperor. The more titles one has, the more trouble one has. That's the case for the rulers of several countries in the Western continent. However, for a feudal state like Sulayman, a ruler without a proper title was absolutely unacceptable. Dinya's meaning was actually quite simple. No matter what Falak did, she could only remain the Queen Mother, and she could never even hold on to that position because she had no son. "That's right," Ronan said, pulling his huge penis out and causing her labia to turn outward, then thrusting it in hard. "No matter what she does now, it is just to save face. If she comes back to power and wants to reform again, the day the reform is completed will be the day she goes to meet God." Sulayman's scholars, as well as a portion of the Imperial Guard, all desired reform, but once the reforms were completed, those who spearheaded them should have died quickly to avoid hindering their share of the fruits of the revolution. The reason why Ronan and Dinah have not encountered strong political opposition is not primarily because of their strong political power, but mainly because Ronan and Dinah have been carrying out reforms for 20 years without stopping. As long as the reforms continue, Ronan and Dinah are like grandfathers to those who expect to benefit from them, even closer than God the Father. Once the reforms in the Kingdom of Foes were nearly complete, Ronan retired, along with the others. Surely a group still in politics wouldn't cause trouble. Ronan was, after all, the king's consort, and had rendered so much to the country. For someone like him to be harassed after retirement was a bad precedent. If that happened, things would get complicated. So even though Ronan, Dinya, and the others withdrew, there were no further problems. We outsiders, so we can see things clearly, but she, as someone involved, may not be so sure, Dinya said, suddenly shaking her buttocks at a high frequency to signal Ronan to move. Ronan got up, put his hands on Dinya's waist, placed a pillow under her, and began to thrust rapidly. "Who cares? We're just passing through anyway," Ronan said as he worked. Dinya groaned a few times. "Aren't you somewhat interested in her?" Upon hearing this, Ronan's thing inside Dinya suddenly hardened and throbbed twice. Slap! Ronan slapped Dinya's buttocks. "Dinya, don't talk nonsense." Dinya twisted her waist from side to side and swayed her buttocks up and down. "Am I talking nonsense?" Zhao Ai and Tina saw it with their own eyes. "When you came out, that rotten thing was still sticking up." Ronan grabbed Dinya's stockinged legs with both hands and spread them apart, then suddenly accelerated, making the flesh inside the polka-dot white stockings shake constantly. "Those are all physiological reactions, not something I can control." With her legs spread apart, Dinya could exert more force more easily. Her buttocks began to tremble wildly like a motor. HMPH. With a cold snort, Dinya's insides also began to move. Her cervix opened and closed repeatedly, gripping the glands. The inner walls tightened and loosened with each thrust, almost like milking a cow, trying to squeeze out Ronan's stored essence. Ronan pulled away, turned Dinya over, slowed the pace, then grabbed her large breasts with both hands and started again. "Actually, it is not that you're not allowed to," Dinya said. Ronan was momentarily stunned, then listened. Dinya reached out and pinched Ronan's waist. "Who told you to stop?" "Never mind, they were just passing through," Ronan said. "You're really something wrong with yourself." Dinya seemed to be scolding, but she was secretly pleased. After sleeping with someone, you have to be good to that person. This was Ronan's strange quirk, but it was also the strange quirk that made her like Ronan. I'll say it again. We really don't mean anything by it. I can barely manage to arrange things for the 9 of you, Ronan said. Dinia's lips curled up slightly. From now on, you are forbidden from having any contact with this kind of woman alone. Ah, this Ronan was stunned, as if he had been electrocuted. Just as she felt it was about to happen, it suddenly stopped. Dinia simply pushed Ronan away, got up and straddled him, pressing her hands on Ronan's chest muscles, and started moving on her own, retaliating by sitting down hard. You bastard, you clearly still want to sleep with other women. Page 282. After that, the two changed positions several times and tossed and turned for more than 10 minutes. Finally, Dinia held Ronan's huge member with both hands and swallowed hard, causing Ronan to ejaculate. Dinia swallowed the thick semen in her mouth, wiped her lips, and said, "Anyway, I've given you the chance. Do as you please." After saying that, Dinia took off her stockings, got up and started to put on her clothes, clearly preparing to leave. "Didi, you're not coming?" Ronan was surprised. Dinia wasn't someone who could be satisfied in one go. As Dinia dressed, she said, "Over the years, even your wife has been with other people, but I never am with anyone else, and I do it several times a time. Shouldn't I learn to be more considerate? It would be good for you to try some local specialties once in a while." Ronan sat up. "Did Henri tell you anything?" Dinia froze. Clearly, Ronan had guessed correctly. "That's it then," Dinia said, and left. Chapter 643. This bottom line has no room for flexibility. You have no future, you're just suitable. After getting dressed, Ronan left the room and went outside the villa. He had only had sex with Dinia, and he was feeling a bit unsatisfied, so he decided to go outside for some fresh air to calm down. In this era, most cities, apart from the grand estates of the powerful and wealthy, are completely dark and silent at night. Even though this area is considered a wealthy neighborhood excluding the powerful and wealthy, surrounded by 2-story villas with a floor area of over 300 square meters, it is still pitch black and quiet. But that's perfect. Ronan just wanted some peace and quiet. He sensed that since he stopped worrying about national affairs and became busy with government affairs, other thoughts began to emerge, the most prominent of which was women. Previously, he had harbored thoughts about the android caterpillar, and these past few days, he's been thinking about the married queen mother, and even about the beautiful women he's just glanced at on the street. Moreover, it wasn't just him who felt it. Anlia and Didia also felt it. "Ronan, you're a real jerk." Ronan couldn't help but curse himself. Ambrina was his wife who had always loved him. Dinia had gone through countless life and death situations with him. Elena and Alice were raised by him and had served him for many years. Although Agustina and Ashley were a little lacking in affection, they had also been with him for many years. Although Isabel didn't say it, she liked him too. Brad regarded him as her only family, and Zhao Yingqi regarded him as his only support. And that's how he ended up. There's no room for flexibility on this issue, Ronan told himself. Just then, Ronan sensed someone approaching and, upon closer inspection, discovered it was Zhao Yingqi. "Are you all right?" Zhao Yingqi asked with concern. Ronan waved his hand. "It's nothing." "Did you have a fight with them?" Zhao Yingqi asked. She habitually used the somewhat impolite term they, because she really didn't know what else to call them. Should she call them sister? But she was good friends with Ronan's daughter, Astrid. Should she call them auntie? That seemed inappropriate. "No, why do you say that? What happened to them?" Ronan denied it and then asked. No, Zhao Yingqi quickly shook his head in denial. "They're fine, but you seem a little down." "Oh, I'm sorry to have worried you," Ronan said apologetically. "It's nothing." Zhao Yingqi didn't know how to describe her relationship with Ronan for a moment. Lovers? She couldn't quite bring herself to say it. Concubine? She wasn't one of them. Such a thing didn't exist in the Western continent. Family? Ronan used the word for her. "Yes, we family," Zhao Yingqi replied, then suggested, "How about we go for a walk over there?" "Okay," Ronan readily agreed. Zhao Yingqi felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. She hadn't run into Ronan by chance. She had been assigned to get rid of him. Meanwhile, Ambrina, Dinia, and Isabel arrived at the small room where Felix was staying. Felix sensed that the visitor was up to no good, but she showed no sign of nervousness. After all, she was someone who had risen from a first-class slave girl to become the queen mother, so she had the mental fortitude to back it up. "What brings you three here?" Felix asked, her aura returning even without Ronan present. "Although we haven't had much contact this past month or so, I think you're quite good," Ambrina said. "According to your plan, You be leaving for Suleiman's capital the day after tomorrow, so we'd like to have a chat with you before you go. Felix didn't speak, but the corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he waited for the three of them to speak next. What are your thoughts on your future? Isabel asked. Set things right. Reclaim power, weaken those who oppose reform in the process, then announce that my previous death was a conspiracy. As for the Sultan, replacing him won't be difficult. After that, it is time for reform. Felix's thinking was clear, as she knew she could never become a nominally recognized ruler, but that didn't stop her from taking power. Isabel's reaction was indifferent. And then, Felix paused for a moment. So you're planning to live out your days alone? Ha! Actually, living out your days alone isn't an easy thing for you either. After the reforms are completed, will those who supported your reforms still support you? I'm afraid not only will they not support you, they'll just find you an eyesore. And coincidentally, they need to appease the negative emotions of the factions whose interests have been damaged, so they'll use you as a tool. If you're an idealist, wholeheartedly devoted to Suleiman, that's fine, but I don't think you seem like one, Isabel said, her words almost piercing to the heart. Felix wanted to refute, but he couldn't find a way to do so. I can't just let this go, and I can't watch this country rot away like this, Felix said, forcing a show of strength. Ambrina's gaze lingered on Felix for a few seconds before she spoke. I understand. You can't swallow this insult, and you don't know what else you can do besides stay in this country and do something. Ambrina's words truly tore Felix apart, ripping out her heart. Ultimately, she was all alone. She had no family, not even friends. If she didn't reclaim power and implement reforms, what would her past life have meant? What could she do in the future? Change her name and return to her hometown to start a new life as a magician? She had considered this, but quickly dismissed the idea. She, Felix Varmajevich, could not be an ordinary woman. Guess why I know why we were able to give up our positions? Ambrina suddenly asked. Felix thought of many answers in an instant, but didn't come up with any of them because none of them were reasonable enough. In her opinion, it was unreasonable for Ambrina to give up her position. Even if she was tired of politics, there was no need for her to do so. Ambrina knew that Felix wouldn't understand, so she answered herself, because we are immortal. The Felix man was stunned, but his heart was pounding. Few can resist the allure of immortality, especially those with power and influence. Unfortunately, the tools for achieving immortality are gone. Even if you join us, we can't directly help you achieve that, Ambrina added. Actually, there was still one left. Felix's eyelid twitched. What was this? Was he messing with her? Ambrina then changed the subject. However, we have a cultivation method that can achieve immortality. If you join us, we can teach you. To be honest, I'm not quite used to my current life. I'm missing a maid. Ambrina really spoke her mind. Thank you for the invitation. Your Majesty is too kind to me, Felix said with a sincere smile. She is serious, Dinia said, knowing that Ambrina was not joking. We agreed too. Felix crossed his arms over his stomach, puffed out his chest, and said with a hint of self-deprecation, I never thought I could gain your trust so easily. There was no trust. It's just suitable, the two of them said, one after the other. Chapter 634. It's not hard to guess. You just don't understand. It's just flirting. Isabel continued. Have you ever heard the saying, don't listen to a man talk about politics, but listen to a man talk about women? That's his political view. Don't listen to a woman talk about men, but listen to a woman talk about politics. That's her emotional view. Without a doubt. We've heard you talk about politics, so we don't think you're incompatible with us. As for the method of immortality, you are a genius, so the probability of you being able to learn it is quite high. After all, it was you who spearheaded the transformation of the Rag people's totem into a new magic by combining it with the Suleiman people's magic, didn't you? Felix was originally quite calm, and even when Isabel said she could cultivate the longevity technique, she didn't react much. But upon hearing this, her pupils couldn't help but tremble a few times, because this was a secret known only to her and a very few other people. Isabel's tone remained calm. It's not hard to guess. The female slave army is part of the reform. You said it yourself. If you can't control this new army, aren't you just asking for trouble? Besides, you faked your death and even convinced that young sultan. So there must be someone he deeply trusts. But who you actually control? Who is he deeply trusting? It should be the person who controls the totem enhancement. I imagine it's a ragman you met when you were still a female slave. The female slave that Aziz Pasha gave you before was actually a finished product you showed him. You have created a new method of cultivation. Your talent surpasses that of most people. which is why we say you are very likely to learn the method of immortality. Felix stood up. Thank you for your appreciation, but I want to do what I want to do. Please leave. Ambrina stood up. Oh, that's fine too. Isabel's eyes widened in surprise, and before she could speak, Dinia pulled her outside. Leaving Felix's room, Isabel glared at Ambrina. It was all your idea, and you made me say so much, and this is all you got. She already agreed. Ambrina found Issa's statement a bit puzzling. She just needs some time to completely convince herself. TCH, Isabel scoffed. Anyway, I don't understand why you suddenly want to bring people in. Don't you have enough people already? You've never been a wife, never had a husband. You don't understand. Ambrina snapped at her with a you don't understand. You. Isabel was furious. She clenched her fists and was about to raise her hand when Dinia pressed her down. Dinia looked at Ambrina. In truth, she didn't understand either. Ambrina looked at her sister Isabel and questioned, have you ever cared about Ronan? Have you ever thought about what he's thinking? You just think he's no different from other men, because he saw a decent woman and wanted to sleep with her. Indeed, men are creatures whose lower bodies control their minds, but whose minds cannot control their lower bodies. But Ronan still forcibly limited himself with principles. But we can live a long time, and potential mistakes will become inevitable over time. What can we do if he sleeps with another woman one day? We can only forgive him. But once forgiven, he will break free of his limitations and head down the wrong path. It would be better to start now and let him go on his own initiative. That way, in his mind, it won't be like he broke his own principles, and he won't feel any psychological burden or guilt. At the same time, a new set of rules will be formed. If we don't bring it up, then it won't work. If we do bring it up, then he has to go. After all that talk, Ambrina just wanted to establish a new rule. Previously, Ronan was required to apply voluntarily. Now, Ronan is exempt from applying. Apart from the 9 people who already have applications, from now on, if they are not allowed to apply, they will have to hold back. If they are allowed to apply, they must go. Isabel disagreed. I said, aren't you going too far? How can you do this? Does that mean if we think a cow is okay, then he has to go too? That makes sense, Ambrina affirmed. Isabel replied coldly, I think you've been a king for too long, and your occupational hazard is incurable. Ronan will definitely agree, Ambrina said, then looked at Dinia. Meeting Ambrina's gaze, Dinia nodded, indicating that she agreed with Ambrina's statement and that Ronan would indeed agree. Seeing Dinia nod, Ambrina laughed smugly and unseriously. Issa, my dear sister, this is why I am his wife, and you are just a mistress, and a mistress at that. Idiot, Isabel muttered disdainfully. You've broken down, hee, Ambrina said smugly. She didn't like arguing with people, except for her sister Issa. I'll break your defense now, with a physical punch. Isabel raised her fist and threw a hook at Ambrina's chin. If Isabel hadn't shouted first, Ambrina definitely wouldn't have been able to react. But she blocked the punch, and then another punch came right after. This time, Dinia had no intention of mediating the fight and went straight back to her room. Once Dinia returned to her room, the two temporarily stopped fighting. Let us go somewhere else, Isabel said. Bring it on. Ambrina gritted her teeth. She had already taken 2 punches to the face, but Isabel hadn't landed a single one. She wouldn't give up until she'd given Isabel a good beating. On the other side, in the distance, is the outer wall of some kind of temple. Ronan was pressing Zhao Yinki, who was wearing black stockings down to his knees, against the outer wall of the temple and fucking him hard. Over the years, Zhao Yinki had gone from crying out after only a few strokes and being unable to finish before reaching the halfway point to now having the tolerance to barely withstand Ronan's full force. Zhao Yinki didn't want to make a sound, so he could only bite his lip and dig his toes into his shoes to keep going. But the quieter she was, the more Ronan wanted her to make a sound. While doing it, he reached out with his ring finger and vigorously flicked the clitoris on her hairless pink vulva. Zhao Yinki squeezed her thighs together and turned her calves inward, persisting for a while. Then Liu Nan's hand left, and just as she felt a sense of relief, the tip of his ring finger stopped at her anus. No! Zhao Yinki cried out, grabbing Liu Nan's wrist with one hand. Ronan gave Zhao Yinki's little bottom a light pinch. So you finally dared to speak up? All you ever do is bully me, Zhao Yinki complained. You deserve it. Who told you to be their pawn? Ronan scolded. Actually, he hadn't thought of it at first, but later realized that Zhao Yinki was one of those guys who had sent him to get rid of him. Zhao Yinki turned his face away and remained silent. Ronan lowered his head and kissed behind her ear, whispering, don't be silly and listen to them in the future. By the way, what did they discuss? I'd rather die than tell, Zhao Yinki said. Actually, There was nothing he couldn't tell. He was just being stubborn to flirt with Ronan. Ronan readily complied, grabbing her waist with both hands, then pulling out and rubbing against her skin. Will you tell me or not? Zhao Yinqi was very engrossed and replied, no. Chapter 645 Temporary Workers. Research dogs. More than just travel, Ambrina is causing trouble here, but she herself is not on the front lines. The mission she hinted at to Ronan was for Dinia, and the one she just persuaded to do was mainly Isabel. Even for small missions, she instructed Zhao Yinqi to go. After giving her sister a severe beating, knocking Ambrina to the ground, Isabel returned to her residence first. Meanwhile, Dinia was waiting for her, and Alina was also coming to treat her. Connected to Alina's healing aura, Isabel said, half jokingly and half seriously, I said, let's just rebel against her. You've already given our emperor a good beating, there is no need for further rebellion, Dinia said with a smile. Just then, Ambrina returned, and another healing chain flew out instantly. Page 283. Furthermore, I have a small suggestion regarding your Majesty's proposal, Dinia said. As she spoke, Isabel's eyes lit up. The next day, Dinia found Ronan and told him what had happened. There is no need. I've already thought it through. I'll just study magic properly when I have free time, Ronan said. As long as I have something to do, it won't be like that. There are already enough people. If you don't agree, believe me, she'll make a scene, Dinia said. Actually, she cares about you. We've never considered these things. What is there to consider? What kind of woman would let a man go find another woman? That is ridiculous. Ronan couldn't help but sigh. I'll go talk to Henry myself. Actually, you don't need to do this. The organization has already decided that newcomers will not have permanent positions. They will all be temporary workers with a 30-year probationary period. Only after passing the assessment after 30 years can they be promoted to permanent positions. As she spoke, Dinia herself laughed. Anyway, temporary workers don't have the same benefits as us civil servants. Ha! Ronan laughed too. What the hell is this organization's research decision? Who came up with this nonsense? It seems to be him. Then it's all right. Dinia then added, actually, I figured it out too. The problem is that the 9 of us are too equal. There's no pyramid structure to break down, which makes us very unstable. Without realizing it, Ronan also lost his seriousness. Your pyramid is too much. It's upside down. There are more civil servants with official positions than temporary workers. This is temporary, Dinia said. No way, I don't have much energy, Ronan said. Therefore, temporary workers are not just randomly hired. They must have something to do. They can't just be idle and feel empty and lonely all day long. For example, this Queen Mother, in the words of our king, can serve as a maid and can also improve that longevity method. Dinia said, the method of achieving immortality is divided into 2 parts. One part is the soul transfer technique, which is ingenious and unexpected, yet instantly recognizable. It's a skill that any highly talented mage can learn with time. The other part is Stefan's magical body liquefaction technique, which is much more difficult, something only the most gifted geniuses can master. Although Stefan was once the principal of a magic academy, he wasn't good at teaching, as was Astrid, who also learned this technique. In Astrid's words, magic is something you can do with your hands, especially elemental magic. Just clap your hands and shout, and whatever you want will come to pass. Actually, the method of immortality is secondary. What we lack now is someone who can research the topic of magical talent. Dinia added, I see. Ronan understood now. He finally understood why Dinia was willing to support Ambrina's absurd proposal. Dinia's desire for fairness never faded, and a crucial part of achieving this goal was giving everyone the opportunity to learn magic. Among Ronan's group of women, only Agustina and Gloria are highly educated academics, and Astrid has the talent in this area. However, Agustina and Gloria are still a bit lacking, while Astrid is more focused on improving herself. As for the others, only Ronan himself has some skill. The others are completely incapable of this. Ambrina wanted temporary workers, while Dinia wanted research dogs. As for being Ronan's woman, that was just a side effect. Then I'll take that as your agreement, Dinia said. You're trying to exploit women, Ronan said. In the future, there will probably be many temporary workers and unemployed workers. Dinia, much like Ronan, refuted Ronan, saying, this is not exploitation. It is about unearthing the long-forgotten treasure trove of women and allowing them to step onto the stage of history. Dinia is really becoming more and more like him, with a whole repertoire of talking techniques. Is this what they call a couple looking alike? However, there is some truth to this. Women are indeed a hidden treasure trove. Magical talent is not based on identity or gender, it is highly random. Theoretically, the ratio of magicians should correspond to the male-to-female ratio, but this is not the case in reality. Therefore, there are indeed many women who are just missing an opportunity. No, that means Isabel might also support it. She has always wanted to form a political party. Ronan suddenly realized, although Isabel was good at intelligence work, it wasn't her ideal. She always wanted to form a political party. You rewrite, Dinier replied. This journey should be more than just a trip, and that's how the matter was decided. The Balkan governor's palace was not far from Suleiman's capital. Soon, Ronan and his party and the bearded Qasim and his party arrived at Suleiman's capital, which was Constantinople. You can call it Constantinople if you want, but it's not Istanbul. The city currently has a permanent population of 500,000, not counting the surrounding areas of the capital region. It used to be the largest city in the Western continent. However, in recent years, it has been surpassed by the capital of the Kingdom of Foes. The population of Palestir has exceeded 600,000. Upon arriving in the capital, the two groups separated, with the rag slave girl remaining behind as a liaison. Thalik was using the bearded Qasim to meet with several Imperial Guard commanders whom Aziz had already spoken to discuss the next steps. As for Ronan and his group, nobody cares, they can do whatever they want. Thus, Ronan and his group embarked on a journey of eating and exploring. This place is nice. The working class area is cleaner than that of Paristo, Dinia commented. Even after 20 years of rebuilding and constructing a lot of public infrastructure and launching 2 new life movements, the area outside the third ring road of Paristo is still dirty and chaotic, while Constantine, an ancient capital with a history of over 1,000 years, is cleaner than the capital of the Kingdom of Fas. One can imagine how glorious the old empire was back then, which also shows that the Suleimans were really not barbarians. As they strolled through the streets, no one looked at them strangely. On the contrary, in the capital of the Kingdom of Foes, if you have a foreign face, you're already being watched. I smell it. Let's go buy some flatbread, Ambrina exclaimed. She smelled the aroma of lamb flatbread, the dough spread with a generous layer of seasoned minced lamb, sprinkled with sesame seeds, and then baked. It smelled wonderful. Chapter 646 Different Situations, The Power of Rumors, and Unfathomable Behavior. Suleiman's political landscape differed from that of the Ottomans in another timeline, a difference caused by the extraordinary power of magic. In another timeline, the royal guards would riot and demand that the Sultan hand over the heads of the prime minister and the chief eunuch to quell public discontent. However, this is impossible in this time and space. Although Suleiman uses combination magic, most combination magic is based on summoning or elements, so it still follows the pattern of the feudal dynasties of the Western continent. The hereditary lords are families of summoning mages who can inherit their skills, while the lord's courtiers and the sultan's ministers are elemental mages. The prime minister is usually a magician, as are the officials. Eunuchs are slightly weaker, and are generally rag slaves who have received totem enhancement. The bureaucrats and eunuchs weren't exactly powerful, but they weren't people the Imperial Guard, whose majority of members were novice mages, could easily kill. As is well known, Suleiman's combination magic is taking the dross and discarding the essence, a kind of magic that can be said to have a low threshold or a high threshold. It is low threshold because it simplifies some things and doesn't require learning a lot of things first. As long as you have talent, you can give it a try. It is high threshold because doing so is risky. You might die while trying it. Therefore, Suleiman, with its vast territory and population almost comparable to that of the Kingdom of Fas, the most populous country in the Western continent, does not have as many people with extraordinary powers as it did 200 years ago when Suleiman rampaged through Anatolia with its massive army. Of course, there are quite a few, just fewer than in the Kingdom of Fas. Suleiman was no match for the powerful nations of the Western continent. The inferiority of its weapons and equipment and its tactical skills were secondary. The main problem was that Suleiman was a feudal state with a very weak mobilization capacity. Besides these, there is another difference. In another Ottoman era, jurists were the driving force behind the Praetorian Guard. In this era, many jurists or scholars are now directly involved in politics. Their means of participation are very simple. They participate in legislation. Because they also possess military power, they do not need to rely on other forms of force. In general, the Imperial Guard in this world can purge the court of treacherous officials and eliminate national traitors, but it's not that easy. It's not as simple as a few troublemakers in a coffee shop talking politics. going back to shift the blame, and calling on the brothers to attack. But this doesn't seem to be a problem for Felix. Constantinople was already rife with undercurrents and eerily quiet. As soon as she returned, she began spreading rumors. Soon, news spread rapidly that the Sultan wanted to promote some mid-level officers of the royal guard to local positions, but the governors of various regions strongly opposed it and were preparing to rebel and besiege Constantinople. Ronan and his group ate at any roadside barbecue restaurant, and overheard the owner-chef discussing this matter with several regular customers. Everyone was telling the truth, and many people panicked, but in fact they were completely wrong. First of all, the governors around Suleiman's capital were not hereditary. For example, Aziz was a pasha, but as a nobleman, he inherited a banner. Within Suleiman's system, hereditary governors were either far away, like in Egypt, or had no jurisdiction over them at all, like in Crimea. Even if those who hold hereditary positions rebel, they cannot raise an army. The only way they can rebel is by refusing to pay taxes. But how could ordinary people understand this? They just felt that if they were the governor, they would also rebel, so they firmly believed it. As a result, ordinary people began to find ways to hoard supplies. Meanwhile, the commanders of the various legions of the Imperial Guard, who controlled all kinds of businesses in the capital, made a fortune in ill-gotten gains. After making that money, they had the funds to provide welfare benefits to their subordinates. When it comes to distributing welfare benefits, it's impossible to use one's own savings. He then spoke candidly to the guards who were eager to become local officials, saying, "It's so much better to live a good life in the capital. Why go to the provinces? If you go there, won't you be going against the governors? Are the governors easy to mess with? It's different in the capital. If you have food to eat, your whole family will be fed. If you don't have a family, we'll find a way to arrange one for you. Don't believe the Sultan, no. I mean the treacherous officials who deceive the Sultan. They have terrible consciences. Those below them actually knew that without them, could the legion commanders still run a monopoly? These legion commanders were the truly ruthless ones. However, they could also sense the underlying meaning in the legion commander's words. I can ensure your whole family doesn't go hungry, but conversely, I can make your whole family starve to death. The consequences of not being my brother are severe. That little bastard Sultan can't protect you." So the mid-ranking officers chose to remain silent. When the corps commanders urged them to cause trouble, they all said they were sick. But when it came to the Sultan's planned exam, they also said they were sick. Don't ask. The answer is you're sick. Based on just this one rumor, Felix ruined the leg that Sudan had just replaced with his own. Next, there's the other leg. Those scholars who want to step back and support a fully civil service system. Another rumor has surfaced, saying that these scholars want to emulate the magicians of those countries in the Western continent, withdraw from politics, become consultants for some business companies, and step in to resolve major issues. This isn't actually a rumor, these scholars genuinely think this way. But saying it aloud changes everything. The commanders of the Imperial Guard were the first to object. What kind of consultants are they? Aren't they just here to steal business? Cutting off someone's livelihood is like insulting God. The governors were also unhappy. The scholars were all highly respected within the church. Unlike the foreigners like the Royal Guard, doing business with them was much more difficult than dealing with the Royal Guard. Something has to be done. This threw the capital, Constantinople, into chaos. The guards started gathering in the cafes again, chanting things like, "This is absolutely not something the Sultan wants to see ordinary citizens like us suffer. Traitors have deceived the Sultan. When the nation perishes, heaven will punish the traitors." Phrases like "the enemy is in the palace" were not directed at the scholars, but rather at the bureaucratic group, who are the most innocent party in the current chaos. After all, scholars are not to be trifled with. Not only do they enjoy a high status among the general public, but more importantly, they are truly capable fighters. Scholars also began to take action, and interestingly, they did not target the Imperial Guard, who were clearly at odds with them in terms of interests. Scholars do not have a hierarchical and well-structured organization, nor can just any member of the church be a scholar. Only those at the highest level can be scholars. They are few in number, not united, and do not have high-ranking cannon fodder under their command. It would be unwise for them to clash with the Imperial Guard. As a result, scholars began to criticize the bureaucratic class, saying they were a bunch of treacherous officials who had bewitched the Sultan. The bureaucrats were also bewildered. They hadn't done anything wrong, and they weren't even loyal to the Sultan. Why were they all being targeted? But soon after, the governors also issued a statement, still targeting the bureaucracy. As a result, the officials went on strike, and the central government was paralyzed. The Sultan was stunned and completely at a loss. He couldn't even understand how the three factions, the royal guard, the scholars, and the lords who should have been fighting each other, had suddenly formed a united front. Chapter 647. We have a card. This is the card we've been waiting for. A twist after a twist. Several more days passed, and although the situation in Constantinople was becoming increasingly tense, it did not affect people's business. In fact, because officials were on strike and not going to work, the guards did not even report for duty, and members of various banner families were also active everywhere. The business of restaurants on the streets was even better than before. At that moment, Ronan and his group were also in a coffee shop, sipping coffee and eating sliced cake. Ambrina joked, "The Sultan is so young, yet he's quite composed. He doesn't seem to be making any rash moves at all." "Couldn't you just say he's a coward?" Isabel retorted to Ambrina, as was her habit. Zhao Yinki, who has never been a big fan of coffee, held a cup of ridiculously expensive black tea and said, "I still don't quite understand why these three factions are all making trouble for those officials at the same time. Actually, they wanted to cause trouble for the Sultan, but they couldn't do it," Astrid said. She didn't care about politics, but her understanding of this aspect was far superior to that of the average person, including Zhao Yinki. "Why?" Zhao Yinki asked. Ronan answered Zhao Yinki's question. "Because Suleiman cannot exist without a sultan. This country is a complex mix of groups, both geographically and militarily. The royal guard is an outsider, the governors act independently, and the scholars belong to one religion, but have their own factions. Without a sultan, there is no common leader, and the infighting will never stop, ultimately leading to the collapse of Suleiman, which would benefit no one. Targeting innocent officials was a way to force the Sultan to make a statement, as it wouldn't provoke a violent conflict or cause the situation to spiral out of control. However, he didn't. As a result, the officials also became unwilling to accept this. They didn't want to be the target of attacks, so they simply stopped doing it. If they can't afford to offend him, can't they at least avoid him? "I see." Zhao Yinki understood more or less. However, in this way, the Sultan is out of options. His plan to incite the royal guards to fight against local forces and at the same time bring in scholars, who occupy part of the legislative power as his allies, has not only failed, but now even the officials are on strike. He has no manpower to do anything. At this point, Isabel corrected, "No, he has one more card, and everyone has one too." Isha is right. The Sultan still has people. He has influence, Ashley chimed in. "Eunuchs are manpower," Elena said. "The ownership of the female slave army is the key," Agostina replied. That woman was probably just waiting for the Sultan to play this card. Alice, who had been relatively quiet since arriving in Suleiman, spoke up. "Don't be fooled by all the tricks she has played. The core of her strategy is still the simplest one. Directly find the person with the problem and get rid of them. This Sultan will likely lead a group to find the leader of some scholar, using the female slave army as leverage to persuade him to support him," Galan said, while stirring his coffee. "Then he'll quickly deal with a few royal guard commanders who are most at odds with him. Once those commanders are dealt with, the royal guard will no longer act rashly. The properties of those commanders will be distributed to other commanders as temporary appeasement and a bargaining chip. Afterward, he'll combine the strength of the royal guard and the scholars to suppress local forces and begin implementing a civil service system. If all goes well, it would be a spectacular comeback. Unfortunately, it won't go smoothly for him." Dinia concluded with a remark. The person in charge of that new totem enhancement technology was an inside man planted by Falak within the Sultan's inner circle. Sudan's biggest card doesn't actually belong to him. In fact, it's a trap. 3 days later, Ronan, disguised, and Dinia, who had taken over Ronan's body, accompanied Falak to their target location. Astrid, the all-around magician, and Ashley, the assassin, followed at a distance, ready to ensure Falak's safety should anything happen. Sultan Selim Roman IV, who was only 22 years old at the time, met with scholar Ahmed at a mosque called Osman. This was not a large, luxurious mosque in the city center, but a small one located in a remote rural area outside the city. Page 284. Such a place is perfect for meeting secretly and avoiding being seen. But if something goes wrong, it's hard to find anyone to come to your aid. Just as Ronan and Falak arrived and before they even got close to the mosque, an elemental barrier suddenly rose up, isolating them from the outside world. "You think you're the only one who can arrange inside agents? Woman, you seriously underestimate me." Sultan Selim's voice rang out. Immediately, a group of people surrounded Ronan and Falak. These people were dressed as farmers, but they were clearly not farmers but magicians. Sultan Selim stood in the crowd, with two people beside him. One was the scholar Ahmed, and the other was not Hayat, a Lagman slave girl who was Felix's friend and an inside man, but rather the bearded Qasim who had been by Ronan's side all along. Surprised? Unexpected? Sultan Selim's tone became even more arrogant. That woman Hayat is quite the actress. When you died, she cried so hard that she wouldn't let me touch you, which made me believe her. Unfortunately, I am cautious and shrewd enough that I don't believe you dead at all. Now you've lost, woman. Although Sultan Selim was arrogant, he remained cautious, staying in the crowd, talking but not showing his face, giving no chance to turn the tables. I will watch you end up like this. The words were arrogant, but the Sultan retreated with a group of people and Qasim's escort. Ronan, however, showed no sign of nervousness. If Qasim were truly the Sultan's mole, wouldn't he tell Ronan and his group about their existence? If the Sultan had known of Ronan's existence, he probably would never have dared to set an ambush. Qasim was actually Felix's inside man, but his main role was to lure out this cowardly Sultan. He is still young after all, full of youthful vigor. Even though he is cautious, he still can't hold back, Felix said calmly, glancing at Ronan as he spoke. The next moment, a mushroom sprouted from Ronan's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, Dinya grew out of the mushroom. Pale gold hair, ruby-like eyes, and an extremely oppressive magical aura. The person standing before everyone could only be the most famous woman in the magical world of the Western continent, Crimson Sea Dinya Aegis. This Sultan Selim was dumbfounded, but he reacted quickly. Quick, cover. Quick, activate the teleportation. He had to run. If he ran, he would be safe, as long as he wasn't in this remote and deserted place. As long as he could get back to the city and back to the palace, he would be safe. Felix couldn't openly kill him. However, in that instant, countless magical threads, like a spider web catching an insect, pulled, glued, and locked Sultan Selim in place, and the one who did it was the bearded Qasim. With one hand manipulating the silk threads, she peeled off the mask with the other, revealing a head of long hair. Long time no see, you two. It was Faith. It seems that Ronan and his group's joining was quite unexpected. Queen Felix, the Queen Mother, had long been in league with the Waylanders. Chapter 648 Explosion. I'll acknowledge you as the strongest. The dead have no value. Wearing a headscarf, a long robe, baggy trousers, and upturned shoes, Ronan brandished two swords. Your Majesty the Sultan, please don't look so grim. Right now, two great powers are serving you alone. Felix stepped behind Ronan. Ms. Faith, protect him. Don't let him get caught in the crossfire. Dinya tore off her earring, gently squeezed it, and the long-handled warhammer given to her by Entoro appeared in her hand. Her gaze locked onto the opponent's strongest point, the scholar Ahmed. Ahmed had no other thoughts. His only thought now was to escape. He had witnessed Queen Mother Felix colluding with foreign powers, and not just one. She was bound to be silenced. Coincidentally, in order to facilitate the ambush of Felix, some of the residents living here had been dispersed and relocated, while others had been replaced by his men. There was no one around. This, in turn, created an excellent environment for Felix to be silenced. However, as long as he can enter the city, Felix will no longer be able to instruct a few foreigners to harm him. A scholar, Sultan Selim, may not escape, but that doesn't mean his scholar Ahmed may not. Everyone retreat, split up and retreat. I'll cover you, Ahmed shouted. Instantly, the people surrounding Ronan and his companions scattered and fled, and the people maintaining the outer barrier also dispersed immediately. I'll handle the small fry here, and Lily and the other two will take care of the outer perimeter, Ronan said, stepping onto his floating shield, preparing to clear out the other small fry. Although they were called small fry, they were still of a certain rank, and Suleiman's combination magic was characterized by its variety. If a group of them were to unite, they would definitely cause Ronan some trouble. After all, Ronan was a warrior among mages, but they were scattering and running away, so it was only a matter of time before they were dealt with one by one. Ronan went to deal with the smaller fish. Faith looked at Sultan, and Felix was simply focused on self-preservation. Dinya went directly to Ahmed. This is the situation Ahmed wanted. Too many people would only hold him back, and if the others didn't run away, Ronan and the others would definitely concentrate their firepower on him first. Being surrounded would prevent him from escaping. Now, he only has Dinya facing him. Although he can't defeat her, he has a chance to escape. Ahmed unleashed an Arabic-style sword draw, and in an instant too short for the naked eye to react, a fiery serpent slash struck Dinya from a distance in midair. Less than a fraction of a second later, Dinia's hammer had already smashed into Ahmed's head. Bang! Ahmed exploded, but not as a person. It was a ball of water that exploded, splashing in all directions. A strange look flashed across Dinia's face. She couldn't determine which of the split waters was the real body. Without hesitation, she slammed her hammer into the ground. An earthquake shook the ground, and cracks spread outwards, within a radius of hundreds of meters. It was as if magma was erupting from the earth, from the cracks in the land. Scorching red light shot upwards, blocking and attacking every drop and every splash of water. However, hundreds of scattered water clones were suddenly exposed by the electric sparks, turning into streaks of lightning that shot out in all directions, accelerating their escape. Although some water droplets were still blasted apart, many escaped the range of Dinia's attack. This is Ahmed, a hybrid of the four elements and alienation. He can become completely elemental, and different parts of his body can simultaneously and passively activate elemental magic. He can also split into elements, and after splitting, there is no original body. Each individual can continue to cast magic. This is what happened when the water droplets suddenly turned into lightning. Moreover, the loss of the split body only results in a loss of magic power without causing damage to the original body. Therefore, the previous water droplet clones did not affect his actions at all. And these are just the basic skills. Ahmed is a typical example of Sulaymanian-style combined magic. Although his magic is less powerful, he has a great variety of techniques. Dinia leaped into the air, his warhammer swirling wildly, unleashing countless elliptical crimson laser beams that swept across the surrounding area, delivering a blanket attack on the rapidly scattering lightning clones. In an instant, Ahmed had several more clones blasted away, and the remaining clones immediately used earth elemental magic to burrow into the ground. However, Dinia was already waiting for him there. The initial blow of the warhammer to the ground, plus the strafing from the sky, had plowed up the land within a kilometer radius, causing the ground to crack everywhere, and countless net-like bacteria were rapidly multiplying and spreading on the ground. In an instant, many more clones were locked in and eroded by the mycelium. Ahmed reacted quickly, activating his fire elemental magic to instantly burn away the net-like fungi in the ground. The clones, like slender earthworms, burrowed and crawled underground, continuing to scatter. At this distance, Dinia could no longer lock onto the target. If she wanted to chase, she could only do so in one direction, but that was pointless. When it comes to the ability to escape, I would call you the strongest. Dinia, holding his warhammer, couldn't help but sigh. She had seen elementalization before, and she had seen clones before. Elementalization plus clones were nothing special, but she had never seen an elemental clone that was not afraid of being bombarded and could continue to cast spells. On the other side, Ronan had already dealt with the smaller fry, but he was the one who finished off 70 of them, and only 30 of them were dealt with by himself. Dinia's massive area of effect attack was only aimed at Ahmed, but many people simply couldn't dodge this kind of map-wide attack. As the red light faded and the dust settled, the Sudanese Selims were stunned, staring at the land that looked as if it had been through several earthquakes and dozens of artillery barrages. Was this the continent's #1 female magician? Faced with this scene that resembled an apocalyptic catastrophe, Felix was stunned. Most people, including many mages, have never even witnessed a battle between mages of the 5th rank or higher. Why did the nation sign the Oak Treaty, prohibiting mages of the 5th rank or higher from the battlefield? Because some 6th and 7th rank mages were too destructive, and war uses every means to eliminate the enemy's manpower. Finding an open space to bombard each other? Don't dream about it. It's all about quickly approaching the enemy's food production areas, slaughtering farmers, destroying fields, or destroying your dams and towns, directly crippling your production capacity. Coming to his senses, Felix stepped forward and walked up to Sultan Selim. You have lost. Huh? Sultan Selim's legs trembled, but he forced a smile. Ahmed has escaped. He has something on you now, so you don't dare to kill me. Felix smiled with anger, and was angry with laughter. Fool! What value is a dead man? The first thing he'll do when you die is to seek cooperation with me. Once he's with me, he'll be on my side. At that point, he'll only do his best to cover for me. Upon hearing this, Sultan Selim felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his face turning deathly pale. Indeed, the dead have no value. In an instant, Selim began to cry and beg for mercy. Spare me, mother. Spare my life. I will obey you from now on. I swear to Allah. Shut up. Felix interrupted Selim. Kneel down. Selim knelt down without hesitation, even crawling over to lick Felix's shoes. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. He was willing to do anything to stay alive. He was still young, and as long as he didn't die, he would be able to turn the tables sooner or later. Phalak kicked Selim away. Get up, you piece of trash. Selim was stunned, unable to believe it for a moment. Bess, standing to the side, wore a playful smile. Chapter 649 Letting Go, the Pledge of Allegiance. Good boy. Dinia put away her warhammer, paying no attention to Phalak's situation, and instead asked Ronan, should we pursue them? Khalar Ahmed was completely scattered, and she really couldn't chase after him. But he must have lost a lot of magic and couldn't keep going like this forever. With Ashley's help, catching up with him on the outer walls of Constantinople shouldn't be a problem. No need. Ronan waved his hand and pointed at Phalak. You see, even the person in question doesn't seem to want to pursue it. Boring. Dinia was somewhat disappointed. She had been prepared for a long-awaited fierce battle, but her opponent was ready to run away from the very first second, making it seem like she had only had a warm-up. On the other side, Phalak raised his leg and delivered a sweeping kick, sending Sultan Selim flying and rolling 4 or 5 times on the ground before stopping. Standing still, Phalak took a deep breath. Go back to your palace, let Hayat leave, and I will teach you that magic that combines totem enhancement. Be a good sultan. This was not her original plan. Her original plan was to kill Selim, then cooperate with the scholars, unite with Aziz Pasha, who was the most convenient, to support the king, and announce that she, the Queen Mother, had returned. Next, she would get rid of 2 legion commanders in the royal guard who had long been on her blacklist and who, unsurprisingly, had come out to cause trouble this time. Then she would choose one of the old sultan's nephews to inherit the throne, establish a new army of female slaves, and then begin reforms. But she changed her plans. Just as Umbrina and the others had said before, what could a foreign woman like her, without children, gain by staying in this country and doing so much? She would gain nothing, and after the reforms ended, she would become the one who was framed. Actually, she had thought of this from the beginning. She had considered leaving from the very beginning. If she didn't want to leave, why would she fake her death when she knew Selim wanted to kill her? But even after faking her death, she was still unwilling to leave, unwilling to let the past 20 years go to waste. But just now, at the moment when she could have killed the young man who wanted to kill her, she had a change of heart. The Have River will not flow backward, and the past will eventually pass. At this moment, Phalak looked at Ronan and said, do me another favor. There's another troublesome person I need to deal with. Otherwise, this good-for-nothing won't be able to handle things later. Ronan didn't answer, but looked at Dinia. Okay, Dinia said, below the 7th rank. It is not a big problem. Also, you can be as good at escaping as the one before. Beside him, the young Sultan Selim lay there, unable to believe his eyes or his ears. He almost thought he was hallucinating, because Phalak seemed not only not to kill him, but to help him. Was this god descending upon him? Phalak ignored Selim, his gaze lingering on Faiz for a moment before he said, sorry, your deal is off. He then looked at Ronan and Dinia, but remained silent. She hadn't expected that Ronan and his group knew Faith, this Waylander, and that their relationship seemed to go beyond a simple acquaintance. That's precisely why things have become somewhat difficult. She had colluded with the Waylanders early on, promising them that if they helped her accomplish certain things, she would provide assistance to the Waylanders in their affairs in the East Asian seas. After all, when Arabs were doing business at sea, people from the Western continent were still playing nightly games. Although it's no longer viable at sea, there are still some small countries in East Asia that have ties with them. But at this moment, she no longer wanted to be a queen mother. Without being a queen mother, she could not fulfill her promises, and the people of Wayland were not ones to accept being taken advantage of. Normally, Faith should be killed here. Just then Faith shot out a large number of silk threads from her hands, pulling 2 people out of the ground. The sharp and tough silk threads tightened continuously, and the 2 dared not move an inch. If they moved even slightly, the mesh-like silk threads that tightly bound them would cut their flesh. Faith pulled out a pistol and fired 2 shots, knocking down the 2 men. She then put the gun away, raised her hands, and said, I surrender. I betray them. They're still alive. They can report me when they get back. Ronan and Dinia most likely wouldn't harm her. Faith knew that well, but what if they did? She wouldn't dare risk her life. What's more, she'd wanted to rebel for a long time. She'd risked her life for the organization and the country so many times over the past 20 years, and she hadn't even been promoted. It was completely undemocratic. If it were democratic, she should have become a bishop long ago. What's wrong with a woman being a bishop? Women can be emperors, so why can't she be a bishop? And she was sent on this kind of mission. Did they think she was some rotten fish in the Thames? You haven't changed at all, Ronan remarked with a wry smile. faith still so realistic. Your Holiness, what do you mean? Thea asked with a playful smile. She knew that Dinia now fully understood why she was the Holy Maiden. The part of the Holy Sun that represented life and belonged to women was within her. Dinia said something that stunned Faith. I remember, you are very knowledgeable about human anatomy. After a few seconds of stunned silence, a wild smile appeared on Faith's beautiful, serene yet strangely eerie face, like that of a puppet. Haha, of course, I've seen more people clearly than many people have ever seen. Her seeing clearly was certainly extraordinary. Let us go, let us move on to the next one, Ronan said. The game was getting increasingly boring, and he wanted it to end quickly. Okay, I'll take you there, Felix said. No, you can just point the way. Ronan summoned a levitation shield, grabbed Felix, stepped onto the shield and took off. At the same time, Dinia grabbed Fies with one hand, the red mycelium binding her, and jumped onto another levitation shield. The four of them flew towards the Royal Guard's space. On the other side, Astrid looked at Ashley and said, Aunt Ashley, let's go. Lily, are you all right? Ashley asked with concern. She could tell that Astrid looked at the corpses around her with some discomfort. Although she had been in fights every few days since she was a child, most of them were just conflicts between children or duels between mages. There was no deep hatred, and she would never fight to the death. On the rare occasions when the other party was a villain or a criminal, she did not kill him. It can be said that Astrid was always a good child, growing up under the care of her parents and having everything she wanted. She was different from someone who grew up on the streets, who might wake up one morning to find a corpse in a stinking ditch, and who would sometimes kill someone for a piece of bread. In Ashley's eyes, the feeling of being killed was not much different from that of a baby bird falling from its nest and dying on a rainy day. But Astrid will be bewildered and find it difficult to adapt when faced with these corpses created by her father. I am fine, Astrid replied. All right then. Ashley didn't offer any further persuasion. The next moment, Ashley and Astrid sank into the shadows, transforming into a shadowy mass that began to move rapidly across the ground. Chapter 650. No traditional programs. Too extravagant. Unobtainable relics. A week later, Suleiman's bizarrely quiet chaos came to an end in an eerie silence. The traditional scenes familiar to the citizens, such as the royal guard gathering in the mosque's main square, shouting the enemy is inside the palace, and storming the sultan's palace, ending with a few eunuchs rolling on the ground with their heads rolling, or scholars coming out to mediate after the royal guard had caused trouble and looted, with the royal guard routinely handing over a few traitors who have stirred up trouble, and governors congratulating the sultan and wishing him eternal health, were all absent. It was as if the people of Sears had bought steamed buns and waited at the execution ground, only to find that not only was their lives spared, but they didn't even see a prison cart. In fact, Suleiman's entire upper echelons underwent significant changes. The positions of banner chiefs in various regions changed more than a dozen times. 2 legion commanders of the Royal Guard were replaced, and the internal power structure of the scholars also changed. The impact of these personnel changes was that the Sultan began to regain influence over the regions, reclaiming some of his financial, military, and administrative power, as well as a portion of the legislative power that is most important to a ruler. If a ruler does not have legislative power, he cannot be called a ruler. At best, he is merely a representative of a group, or a common leader created through compromise among several groups. There were sultans in the beginning, of course. No founding monarch was not a strongman. After nearly 200 years, they gradually disappeared. Now they exist again, but not completely. These are things that the average citizen is completely unaware of. That's how it is in feudal countries. Ordinary citizens don't even know the name of the district head in their own district, let alone the upper echelons of the country. They only know some so-called national affairs. The lesser ones talk about them at the pancake and barbecue stalls, while the more advanced ones discuss them in coffee shops. The biggest news they can hear or see is that some important person is going to be slaughtered. At this time, Ronan and his party were staying in a manor covering tens of thousands of square meters. In the capital of the Kingdom of Fas, there was no such large residence, because the housing prices were too high. No one could afford such a large piece of land. In fact, the housing prices in Suleiman's capital, Constantine, were also high, and normally, no one could afford it either. However, Suleiman was a feudal state, and the real lords in this country could buy land and build houses without spending money. It must be admitted that there are still too many unruly people in the Kingdom of Foes. What's more troublesome is that there are idle mages who like to manipulate public opinion and lead people to cause trouble. As a result, These lowly people who can't even afford pants are unwilling to work for the masters for free, while the citizens with some wealth also resolutely resist the masters from directly seizing their land. Page 285. The garden was not only huge, but also extremely luxurious. To be honest, for the first time, Ambrina doubted that she was a poor person. Inside the 3-story main house, Persian carpets and decorative porcelain are hardly worth mentioning. The marble floors are adorned with intricate symmetrical geometric decorations, and the marble columns are practically carved with patterns on every surface. The ceiling, reflecting Suleiman's fondness for blue, features a complexly decorated circular ceiling with lapis lazuli for the blue sections, while the gold sections are made of pure gold. The bathrooms, however, exude understated luxury, with agate floors. In this 200 square meter bathroom, apart from the 50 square meter central bathtub, the surrounding floor is entirely made of agate. This place is nothing compared to the palace. There's a reason why the imperial guards like to cause trouble. Although there are no hose in the palace, if there were, they would definitely be made of pure gold. If they could just pick a little bit out of the palace, it would be like making a fortune for the lower-ranking imperial guards. As he spoke, Felix made coffee. She currently has 3 identities: Ambrina's maid, Dinia's special researcher, and Isabel's subordinate. All 3 are currently on probation. No wonder this country is ruined, Isabel said. When she was very young, her father was just a 3rd prince who was far down in line to the throne. He had no money or power. Her mother was a young lady from an old noble family with a prestigious name, but in reality, she was already in decline. She loved to put on a show and spent money extravagantly in public, but at home she would eat bread and potatoes. She wore her nice clothes outside, while the clothes she wore at home were old and tattered. She spent all her money on appearances and had no money for substance. Therefore, she hates this kind of extravagance that is just for show. When are we going to the palace treasury? Dinya didn't care about any of that. She only cared about this. Tomorrow, Felix replied, but what you want may not be available. You know? Ambrina asked. Felix brought over the brewed coffee and poured it into each cup with fluid, natural movements, making sure every cup was the same. Then she cut the large, round chestnut cake, which she had made herself and let cool slightly, into fan shapes, ensuring that not a single piece of cake stuck to the knife. She then distributed the cakes to each person's plate, ensuring that each piece was the same size. Her technique was simply too beautiful. Ambrina dared to say that no maid in the King of Fas's palace could surpass her cake-cutting skills. I can guess, Felix replied. You probably have no interest in those valuables. Some of the magical items are outdated and can only be collected. The only thing that might interest you is what the prophet left behind. Of course, those aren't actually what the prophet left behind. How do you know it wasn't left by the prophet? Isabel asked. Felix just smiled slightly. What is left for future generations, but the future generations have no intention of letting them open it. Is there such logic? To be precise, it is that they cannot unlock it and dare not crack it by force. If this were the work of the prophet, unless the prophet's brain was filled with mush, but obviously he is not. He is a man who can create a kind of magic and a sect, even if there is an element of plagiarism. That must be something left behind by God, just like what you mentioned, something that can make people lie forever. Although she didn't know the truth, she knew some of it, and being a perceptive person, she basically guessed it based on what Ambrina and the other 2 had said earlier. You don't need to worry about that. If we can open it, probably no one else can, Ambrina said, casually adding, this chestnut cake is quite good. Dinya nodded. She knew Ronan best and knew that he always had a way of deciphering and cracking those things. Is she the saint? Special? No, Ronan is the most special one. It's just that most people don't know it. Felix was getting some leftover coffee crumbs and cake scraps, intending to deal with them himself. But Ambrina stopped him, saying, You're not a real maid. You don't need to do this. We don't like this kind of thing either. Besides, you're someone who got the job through connections. So, what's my position? Faith asked, half-jokingly. A nun? It seems possible. We can communicate and make contact with people in the East then, Ambrina said, but a doubt arose. But many missionaries in the East are Catholic. Faith stirred her coffee. It's okay. I'm a Protestant in the eyes of Protestants, and a Catholic in the eyes of Catholics. Felix was astonished. Was this even possible? Ronan laughed. What was this? That shameless woman, Faith, could probably convert to Buddhism or Taoism later, as long as the other party was willing to give her a good position. Chapter 651. The Sealed Arena. underground passages, relics. When Constantinople was first established, it wasn't called this name. Instead, it was called Nova Vinea, meaning New Vinea, just like in another timeline where Constantinople was initially called New Rome. Vinea and Rome were actually derived from personal names. The Western continent has a penchant for using personal names as place names. Constantine, who founded Constantinople and established his rule there, began a large-scale construction project, one of which was the Great Arena. Unfortunately, it was not fully completed before his death, and it was never completely finished. However, it has been in use for thousands of years, and has been repaired many times on and off, but not as an arena, but as a place for holding grand public ceremonies. The Prophet's relics are not in the palace treasury, but beneath this oval arena, which is 500 meters long and 300 meters wide at its widest point. The arena was covered in a thick layer of dust, and the area below was filled with a musty smell. Every step you took stirred up a cloud of dust. The short, thick pillars that supported the arena underground had lost much of their outer skin, revealing the bricks and stones underneath. Ambrina covered her mouth and nose with one hand, using her magic to prevent her shoes and stockings from getting dusty. How long has this place been abandoned? Ferk replied, about 100 years ago. 200 years ago, a sultan performed circumcision here. After that, there were some activities intermittently, but 100 years ago, this place was basically abandoned. Ronan simply summoned his levitation shield, picked up Ambrina, and scooped her up to keep her from getting dusty. Dinia gets one by herself. Agustina and Alina get one each. Alice and the Galland sisters get one each. Isabel and Ashley get one each. Zhao Yinki and Astrid get one each. And Fez, Felix, and Kate Pelich get one. After flying at low altitude for a while on the underground level, the group arrived in front of a room that looked like a large prison. The iron bars were so rusted and decayed that they seemed to crumble into iron filings, and rust dust at the slightest touch. This is it, Felix said. Ambrina, who was being held by Ronan, asked, how do you know so much? Felix had served the old sultan for over a decade and eventually became the queen mother. She knew that the so-called prophetic relics beneath the arena were not unusual. However, it was strange that she knew even their exact location, since the old sultan theoretically did not trust her and would not have entrusted her with such a secret. Ferk didn't hide anything and frankly admitted he thought the response was from the second brother, so he told the second brother some secrets. I found out about this after the second brother died. The old sultan killed all the sons he had with his first queen, and afterwards he only had 3 sons with his second queen. In the subsequent competition, the third son emerged victorious with Felix's help. As the two were talking, Elena raised her hand and launched an attack, shattering the iron railing. Upon entering the room, Felix took out a pyramid, inserted it into the ground, and twisted it. Then a straight crack appeared in the floor of the room, which slowly parted to reveal an underground entrance. Agustina snapped her fingers, and 3 flames appeared, floating in the air and following the group as illumination. Ronan ripped off the levitation shield, and the group landed and entered the basement. I thought that after going down there, I would reach my destination in just a few steps, but I never expected that the space below would be a network of underground passages. After walking several hundred meters and passing 3 forks in the road, there was still no sign of reaching the end. Who fixed this? What's the point of fixing something like this in the arena? Ronan muttered. Perhaps it's a secret escape route. Ambrina tried to guess. Use your brain, will you? The crown is in the west, and this is the east, separated by a strait. Isabel mocked. Does he intend to swim here? Is that not allowed? Ambrina retorted. Ronan tugged at Ambrina, telling her to calm down and stop making a scene. The group continued forward, advancing several hundred meters more, until they finally arrived. This wasn't a room, but a square block. Ronan scanned it but didn't find any written information he could read, so he called out to Kate Pierre. Caterpillar stepped forward and extended his hand to Ronan. What? This costs money too? Ronan was shocked. A sense of ritual, you know. It doesn't matter how much money you have. What matters is giving. Tall and broad-shouldered, with a figure like a supermodel and an elegant, intellectual face with a touch of aloofness, yet obsessed with money, Caterpillar kept his hands outstretched. I once swore that I would never work for free. An excavator can't run without oil, and the same goes for people. Ronan picked up a silver coin and slammed it heavily into Kate Pierre's palm. Is the ritual in place? Kate Pierre put away the coins and walked to the huge cube, which was over 5 meters long, wide, and high. He reached out to touch it and examined it closely. A long time passed without her saying a word. She took a breath, stepped back a few paces, and suddenly her eyes shone like spotlights as she began to scan the face of the cube facing her. The people of Phallic were stunned. What was this thing? You have this kind of ability? Ronan joked. If the machine breaks down, you have to fix it yourself. So of course it needs to have a fault scanning function. Kate Pierre replied, and in the blink of an eye, she had finished scanning. She looked away and turned around to say, "This is a cube. The side facing us is actually the back. We can open it from here. The door is on the back side. However, I can open it. You might be able to see something. This cube fits the passage perfectly, tightly enclosing the walls, floor, and ceiling from all sides, with no gaps visible to the naked eye. If it weren't for its striking color and texture, one would immediately assume it's an integral part of the passage rather than a separate object. Dig open both sides and then go over?" Colin tentatively suggested. "There are hundreds of different ways for them to dig a road. I'll do it. It'll be faster to get there directly," Ashley said, stepping forward. "Besides, if there are any traps or mechanisms, I want to be able to trigger them. Her magic is best suited for traversing places that seem to be blocked, and her shadow, in a narrow sense, has no thickness." As she spoke, Ashley pulled Ronan into the shadows, and the disc-shaped shadows flew swiftly through the gaps like shuttles, arriving behind the cube. "There is a passage behind the cube. The back of the cube, no. I should say the front was covered with cuneiform script." Immediately afterward, something unusual happened. The shapes of these cuneiform characters were projected into the air in Ronan's vision. Then, these illusory projections rearranged and combined in the air to form a three-dimensional graphic. At first glance, it was dazzling and completely incomprehensible, but upon closer inspection, a six-pointed star could be seen among the chaotic three-dimensional cuneiform characters. Ronan still didn't understand, and looked at Ashley. "Do you understand this six-pointed star?" "Huh?" Ashley was startled. She only saw the words engraved on the paper, not a six-pointed star. Ronan frowned. It seemed that as long as he could see Chapter 652 unboxing, foreigners as tour guides, Ashley's magic could only bring one person at a time, and soon she brought everyone over here one by one. Others couldn't see it at all, and even if they could, they probably wouldn't understand it. Ronan pulled Kate Pierre aside and told her what he had seen. After listening, Caterpillar, who also couldn't see the 3D projection, said, "This might be a way to unlock it. You can try tracing the trajectory of this six-pointed star with your hand. That's how I unlocked it when I used to operate the remote control." Isn't this just unlocking a phone screen?" Ronan tried it out, following the trajectory of the six-pointed star projection in the void, and drew a line with his finger. The entire projection, composed of densely packed cuneiform characters, suddenly dissipated. Immediately afterward, the cuneiform characters carved on the stone slab on the side of the cube began to light up. Ashley and Grand were slightly surprised, as neither of them had experienced the exploration of the otherworldly beings and the ruins left by their AI robots with Ronan. They had only heard of them. Zhao Yinki and Phallic were completely stunned, as neither of them had heard much about them before. However, Zhao Yinki had an experience that she herself couldn't explain, while Phallic knew nothing about the otherworldly beings. She only knew that there were indeed gods in this world, and that none of the sultans throughout history had been able to activate this so-called prophetic relic. And now, Ronan has done it with ease. Once the cuneiform script lit up, Ronan was able to read it. Clearly, Ronan doesn't actually understand any writing. He never has. It's only after the power of the otherworldly being activated that he can receive and understand the written information. A smile flashed across Kate Pierre's face. Sure enough, following this man was the right thing to do. Only he could pick up what those people had left behind. Only he had the hope of opening up this seemingly perfect world, which was actually destined to age and enter its doomsday countdown, like a stagnant pool that would eventually dry up, allowing it to enter the real universe, introduce fresh water, and exist for a long time. What those other people couldn't do, only Ronan could. The more high-tech something is, the more clumsy or, in other words, the more human-centered it is. Ronan simply followed the instructions and tapped around on the front of the cube, which was actually a touchscreen. Soon, the front opened. Inside this 5-meter cube, the space was not small, but there were not many things. 3 black guns that looked like RUSP, or rather, P90s, a vehicle that looked like a motorcycle but without wheels, and then, right in the center, a pyramid. Kate Pell walked over and picked up one of the 3 guns. This is a gun. A magic gun modified to suit this place. However, it's better than your magic revolvers. Its range can exceed 500 meters without attenuation, and its power is much greater, but its consumption doesn't increase. Stop with you guys. You were involved in the development of the magic pistol, Ronan said. Caterpillar shrugged. Okay, we will. Then Alice, Yinky, and Phallic each get one. Ambrina immediately announced the allocation. Although Alice's magic level was second to last, her marksmanship was the best. Dao Yinky, needless to say, lacked defensive skills, but a quick burst of fire should do decent damage. As for Phallic, was it a newbie perk? I'll take this thing. Kate Peller pointed to the motorcycle-like vehicle. Anyway, you guys want to be able to drive it. What is that pyramid? Isabel asked. It can't be a key, can it? Phallic interjected, noting that the shape was quite similar to the key she had used to open the basement. You guessed right. Kate Pellegrini smiled. It was the key. Phallic couldn't help but stare at Kate Pellet a few more times. From the moment they first met, she was very curious about Kate Peller. Although she was Queen Mother Suleiman, she did not use combined magic, but rather the divine oath magic. She was at the 4th level. The first level was marking, which allowed her to mark others. At the first level, she could mark a maximum of 1 person, but now she could mark 4 people at the same time. The second stage is to see through the opponent's magic base and understand the flow of their magic. A normal person's magic base looks like it has a dense array of magic circuits, but each person's is different. Since the discovery and confirmation of the magic base, people have been trying to find a way to strike an opponent by precisely targeting their magic circuit with a small amount of their own magic power. However, this has not worked because everyone's magic circuits are different, and it is easy to miss, unless you are like Dinia, who can directly unleash a thick, long, and high-density red light magic. But not everyone has Dinia's terrifying amount of magic power. For a normal person to do this would be to kill 1,000 enemies but lose 10,000 of their own. The appearance of the magic pistol can be said to have made this idea a preliminary realization, but it is still useless for mages of slightly higher rank. However, Phallic can do it. She can see through other people's magic base and clearly see the circuits. Even if the opponent is a 3rd or 4th rank, she can directly gather a small amount of magic power to make a precise strike, interrupt the opponent's magic release, and interfere with the opponent's magic power operation. When she first met Caterpillar, she was terrified because Caterpillar had no circuits. Her magical form was a humanoid mass of liquid. Astrid also liquefied, but the circuit was still visible. Along the way, Kate Pell's extraordinary knowledge about God made it seem as if she had seen him before, which made Phallic even more convinced that she was not a normal being. Grab your things, let's go, Dinia called out. Now that they had the items, there was no need to stay any longer. The group returned the way they came, went back to the ground, and left the arena. By the way, is there anything fun to do around here? Ambrina suddenly asked Phallic. She had been here for so many days, but had been busy with business and had neglected the important matter of sightseeing. Phallic smiled, a sight tinged with emotion. Actually, this is the first time I've come outside the palace since I died. For the past 20 years, she had remained inside the palace, never stepping outside. She was able to guide Sultan Selim before because she had marked Faith, and Faith was with Selim. This time, she was able to lead the way thanks to a map, and the Grand Arena was a prominent landmark. In any truly hidden place, she wouldn't have been able to find her way. If you don't even know the way, how are you supposed to know which places are fun? I do know a little about that, Faith said. After all, I've been playing that bearded guy for almost a year now. It's decided then. You'll be our guide. Ambrina decided. We'll stay for 3 more days, then leave here and go to another ruin. The beings from another world established 7 city museums based on the space-time tunnels, which are the so-called relics of another dimension. 1 in the New World, 1 in the Mediterranean, 1 in Egypt, 1 in the cradle of human civilization in West Asia, 1 in India, and 2 more in Sears. Having already visited the New World, the Mediterranean, and Egypt, my next stop is the cradle of West Asian civilization. Next up is the Indian territory, and the last stop is Saris. Perfect timing, I can go buy some carpets and lamps, Isabel said. She loved the handmade carpets and elegant lamps here, and they weren't too expensive to buy locally. Page 286, Chapter 653. The so-called female slave, the Sultan's dinner. Palace affairs. That evening, Phallic led Ronan and his party to the palace for a royal meal. Besides the Sultan, there are several thousand other people in the palace, so as long as you have permission and an identity card, no one will ask you any questions even if you are a bunch of unfamiliar faces. The permission was granted personally by Sultan Selim. As soon as he heard that Phallic was planning to leave in a few days, he intended to have one last meal with her. There was really no reason not to grant her that request, not to mention having a meal with her. even if she wanted to sleep with some other man in his dead father's bed. Selim would be willing to arrange it. All I ask is that you please, Felix, then get out of here and never come back. Dinia, Ambrina, and the other women all changed into the clothes of female slaves, while Ronan, the man, wore the clothes of a eunuch. The female slaves in Suleiman's palace were similar in nature to the slaves in the new army. Their fate depended on their own efforts, including their appearance, figure, and skill in palace intrigue, as well as the course of history, including the Sultan's personal preferences and the arrangements made by the chief eunuch. Overall, there were 3 types of women in Suleiman's palace. The first was the palace maids, who were basically Suleiman's women and served as laborers in the palace. The second group consisted of foreign female slaves, such as Felix and her group, who could be promoted to the rank of lady. These were mainly Slavs from East, West, and South Slavs, as well as other ethnic minorities within the country. Felix was not well received, because she was actually a North Slav, not a true Slav. Her family originally came from Lithuania, later moving to Poland, which is on the Baltic side, so she couldn't form a community with her fellow countrymen. Thirdly, there were the real female slaves, the Lagman female slaves, who were considered true slaves. It's July, summer, and the temperature in Constantine is in the 20s at night. It's not cool, but it's not hot either. The group of women dressed as female slaves all wore Slavic-style braids, brown flat-topped round hats with a veil around the back of their heads, light blue-green cotton linen blend long dresses, and red boat-shaped pointed cloth shoes. Suleiman's court was different from the poorer countries of the Western continent, including the Kingdom of Foes. It had a royal kitchen on par with Saris. This included not only multiple kitchens but also granaries, mills, livestock farms, slaughterhouses, vegetable gardens, dairy farms, water facilities, and more, all dedicated to the court. Each unit had a specific steward, and a large staff below them. These many people, besides ensuring the food and drink of those inside the palace and those who came to the palace, and handling banquets, primarily served the Sultan alone. The Sultan's standard of living was similar to that of the Seer's emperor. In comparison, the white-skinned kings of the Western continent are far inferior. The Kingdom of Fas is considered good. Ambrina usually only has 7 or 8 dishes per meal, which is only a fraction of the Sultan's. The Sultan usually has 27 or 28 dishes per meal. At this moment, more than 100 dishes were served on the long table, according to the highest level banquet standards. More than 10 of the main dishes were prepared by the head chef, who wore a pointed white hat. Like the king of Saris, the ingredients are basically the best in the country, not to mention the meats such as sheep, goats, beef, chicken, duck, and pigeon. The wheat used to bake flatbreads and pancakes, the beans used to make bean paste, and the fruits and yogurt. Each one is a tribute from the best producing areas in the country. Rashid, your cooking skills are still as good as ever, Felix praised the head chef. Head chef Rashid responded with a submissive and respectful smile. It is my honor to receive your praise. Having worked his way up, from a lowly apprentice in the palace to become head chef 5 years ago, he had witnessed Felix rise, from a first-class slave girl to the queen mother. He was very familiar with her and held her in the highest esteem. Why isn't Das here? Felix asked. Das was a ragman and the current chief eunuch. He probably has a heart condition. Head chef Rashid joked in a serious tone. I don't blame him, Felix said. Rashid fell silent. He had realized at a young age that in the palace, you couldn't pretend to be mute when a nobleman asked you a question, but you had to be mute when the nobleman expressed his opinion on someone or something. Felix smiled, no longer dwelling on the topic, and pointed to Ambrina, who was eating roast pigeon. Actually, you should feel honored to serve her. Rashid was taken aback. He had always been curious about who these foreigners were that the queen mother had brought them in. Although they looked around the palace with curiosity, they were not at all impressed by its magnificent beauty. Instead, they seemed very casual, as if they were strolling through an ordinary garden rather than visiting a royal palace. She the emperor. Felix finished speaking and began to enjoy Rashid's exaggerated expression of surprise. The former emperor, Isabel corrected, as she ate gracefully. Go and call Das over, Felix instructed Rashid. Rashid then withdrew, dismissed all those who were serving there, and went to find the chief eunuch. A short while later, a tall and stout ragman dressed in a magnificent silk robe arrived. He strode over and knelt down as soon as he entered the door, crawling on his knees all the way to Felix. Felix pulled out a parchment scroll and tossed it to Das. He has everything he needs written down here. Get lost. Das nodded vigorously, then hugged his knees, curled up into a ball, and rolled all the way out. Once outside, Das stood up and looked at Rashid. Thank you, Rashid, I will remember your kindness. The chief eunuch was referring to Rashid's act of calling everyone away to prevent anyone from witnessing such a shameful scene involving a dignified eunuch. Then, could you do me a small favor? Rashid asked. Actually, he wasn't helping Das, but someone else. Given Das's personality, seeing such a disgraceful servant of his, he would definitely not have a chance to live to see tomorrow. Das grinned, revealing a set of white teeth that looked especially white in the night. Of course, go ahead. My son is still a junior apprentice, Rashid said, his meaning crystal clear. Ha, he'll be in charge of cooking tomorrow. Das laughed. Rashid breathed a sigh of relief. He had to get Das to repay his debt of gratitude now, and it had to be a small thing. If you didn't get Das to repay his debt of gratitude immediately, he would think you wanted him to do something important at some crucial moment, and he would think it wasn't worth it. But as the Grand Steward, he couldn't leave a debt of gratitude unpaid, so he had to make the benefactor disappear. Thank you, Rashid replied. Das didn't say anything more and left. Inside, Ambrina put down the pigeon leg she had just finished gnawing on. It seems you haven't had an easy time these past few years. Compared to you, I am just fussing over trivial matters, Ferric replied. She had always thought palace intrigue was truly low class, but she had no choice but to do it. There are too many people in the palace, that's the downside. I used to get a headache from it all the time, Ambria remarked. Fortunately, I don't have to anymore. Yes, a new life is about to begin, Felix said. The past is past. She will face an unknown future. Chapter 654 Drinking, taking a bath, and admiring bodies. The dinner at Suleiman Palace was the most sumptuous and delicious meal we'd had since the start of our trip. The only downside was the lack of wine, so after dinner and leaving the palace, the group went to a cafe. Since they're selling energy drinks anyway, is there a problem with selling some fermented fruit juice? No. The appetizers are very simple. Just two things, braised lamb trotters and pure meat pancakes made with minced lamb and various spices. They were all magicians, and their alcohol tolerance was not bad. However, magicians cannot be generalized. Someone like Dinya, whose fate changed and whose physical structure is different from ordinary people, has a black hole level alcohol tolerance. Just pour it down and it's over. Ronan is a natural drinker. Ashley is a former street gangster and has been tested on alcohol, so she can also handle a small amount. Some people are not so good. Elemental magicians like Agustina and Grandin can cheat by using partial elementalization. Elena also has some inhuman elements. Fis, who is no longer human, is still okay. But for summoners like Ambrina, Isabel, Alice and Zhao Yinki, whose original bodies are relatively normal, their alcohol tolerance is not so good, especially Zhao Yinki, who was the first to pass out on the table. You can really hold your liquor, Dinya said, raising her glass directly at Felix. Felix waved her hand, indicating that she couldn't drink anymore. She was a divine being with a normal body structure. She could still drink because she had some Russian blood and had often accompanied the now-dead Sultan for drinks, which had given her some exercise. You ask why the old Sultan drank alcohol? Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but God remains in the heart. Haven't you heard? He drank with a critical attitude, to further understand the spirit of the prophet. Understand. But she's only so. She really can't drink anymore. Oh, never mind then. Dinya shook her head. She enjoyed drinking with people, but she never pressured anyone to drink. Ronan reached out and covered his daughter Astrid's glass. Lily, don't drink anymore. I am not drunk, Astrid shouted. It's a classic among classics. It belongs to the category of classics. Although Astrid was a non-human with the bloodlines of Ronan and Alina, and an elemental mage, she hadn't drunk much alcohol before, and this one drinking spree left her completely drunk. No father wants to see his daughter actually drunk, and Ronan was no exception. That's enough. If you fall, who will drag Yinki back? Ronan added. Oh, right, Astrid replied, her eyes darting around. On the other side, Ambrina and Isabel were already wrestling, and Ashligan and Alice couldn't stop them. It can only be said that the two sisters' relationship is as good as ever, pouring their feelings into each other's fists. When it finally ended, only 3 or 4 people were still conscious. Strictly speaking, only 2 were human, Dinya and Ronan. Faith and Caterpillar could no longer be considered human. One was a human puppet, and the other was an advanced artificial intelligence bioengineered android. The 4 men dragged a group of drunk women back. The next day, the original shopping plan was postponed. Felix went to a nobleman to borrow a bathhouse, and the group went to take a bath. Ronan now deeply regrets promising his daughter he would take her on the journey. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stuck taking a bath alone in a small room. but could be with the women. After a quick rinse, a group of women stripped naked and came to the huge bathtub, where they sat and enjoyed the perfectly warm water. When a group of people are taking a bath, they can't help but look each other over. Felix attracted the most attention. She was truly large. Dinia, who was the same height, was about an E cup, while she was a G cup, but Felix herself felt a little insecure because her waist was the thickest, even thicker than Alina, who looked the most robust on the scene. Although she didn't have any excess fat, she felt like she had a little belly when compared to Alina. They all have fair skin, but the fairest are Ambrina, Dinia, and Zhao Yingti from Sears. In terms of appearance, each has its own unique charm. In terms of figure, by male standards, Dinia is undoubtedly the best. She is 168 cm tall but not too tall, slim with big breasts, a small waist, a perky butt and long legs. But by another standard, the best might be Kate Pierre, who is 180 cm tall and has the figure of a supermodel. Then there's Alina, 175 cm tall, with big breasts and a blonde beauty. Astrid wore a similar style, but she was taller than her mother Elena, almost 1.8 meters tall. Next were Isabel, Ashley, Grand, and Faith, all of whom were model women with great figures in the Western continent. They were around 165 cm tall, slim, but with breasts and buttocks, and long, straight legs that were fleshy. The others are quite unique. Ambrina is petite and voluptuous, making her very comfortable to hug. Alice is somewhere between a lowly and a young girl, and with a disdainful look in her eyes. She simply Zhao Yingti has some curves, but not enough, which suits her temperament. Agustina has the athletic build that many people in Ronan's original timeline are obsessed with, while Felix is a large, voluptuous woman with a slightly larger frame, looking like a married woman straight out of a Daljanshi. You're still so naive, Ambrina said, looking at Felix. You wouldn't see she was quite surprised. Although Felix was a fourth-tier mage, his aging process was already very slow before his death, but he was still not as youthful as them. How could he be so tender both above and below? However, upon closer reflection, the last child of the old sultan who had already gone to see God, who is now Sultan Selim, was born a year before Felix entered the palace, and Felix had never had any children. Felix shook her head. No, this indicated that she was not a virgin, and of course, she couldn't bring up the old sultan's problem directly. Oh, Ambrina simply replied, not paying much attention. People from the Western continent generally didn't care about such things. I'll go order some food, Felix said, getting up and putting on his bathrobe. As the saying goes, even a green-robed person is still a green-robed person. Suleiman inherited many of the dregs of the old empire, such as bathing. Bathing in the old empire wasn't just about soaking. It involved eating and drinking while bathing, and also, well, you know, it was incredibly chaotic. So there's a reason why the church later advocated against bathing unnecessarily. Suleiman didn't allow drinking alcohol and openly forbade that kind of thing, but eating was fine. Perfect. The group hadn't had breakfast yet. A short while later, some waitresses returned with Felix, bringing him handmade ice cream cones. In this summer, taking a bath while eating ice cream is simply the best thing ever. And so, the group spent half the morning at the bathhouse. After leaving, they changed their clothes and started eating, shopping, and having fun. As for Ronan, he's often alone while taking a bath, but when he goes shopping, he has to be the one carrying the bags. In short, it was truly tragic. After a whole afternoon of running around and carrying a ton of bags, the group decided to have something light for dinner, since they had eaten too much and too greasy food yesterday. There aren't many restaurants here that serve light meals, but there are some. For example, there's a restaurant run by immigrants from the eastern steppes that sells boiled mutton, which is just boiled mutton with salt, served with flatbread brushed with mutton sauce, and a cup of fruit tea with various toppings for each person. This is the lightest meal I've had since arriving in Suleiman, although it's still meat and carbohydrates. Chapter 655 Married Woman. What foreplay do you need? Just turn on the switch at night. Located by the sea, the Minerva Estate, named after the goddess Minerva, is an old imperial-style manor built at the end of the old empire, nearly 200 years ago. Over the past 2 centuries, it has had many owners, mostly prominent figures like Suleiman. It has undergone more than a dozen renovations and decorations. Now, it consists of 42 symmetrical rooms of different sizes. Its most distinctive feature is the original imperial-style spa center in the center, which integrates a sauna, bath, and swimming pool. Since the Sultan Selim was dealt with about half a month ago, and a large number of Suleiman's high-ranking officials were quickly purged, this place became empty, and Ronan and his party moved in here. If some of the servants hadn't been confiscated and sold as property, they wouldn't have needed to go to the bathhouse outside during the day. At this moment, Felix was on the roof, lying on a wooden backless bench, gazing at the bay that was both some distance away and seemingly within reach. The shoes lay on the ground, and the gorgeously dyed silk dress stretched up to her upper thighs, revealing her broad, thick buttocks through the thin fabric. Her full, rounded thighs and calves were encased in stockings, thin yet densely woven, with a slightly oily sheen and gold glitter threads. Under the moonlight, the lines of her legs and feet appeared as if they had been drawn with a coarse brush dipped in gold powder, making those alluring, sensual lines even more enticing. "What are you thinking about?" Ronan's voice suddenly came from behind Felix. Felix didn't turn around, but murmured in response, "After 20 years here, this is the first time I've had the chance to sit down and appreciate the night view of the bay from this city, but it's already time to say goodbye." Ronan approached, and a warm, large hand was placed on Felix's thigh. The sudden contact caused Felix's body to stiffen abruptly. "Nostalgia, regret?" Ronan asked, his hand beginning to slowly stroke the object. "No, not at all." Felix's hands clenched unconsciously as he answered softly, "It's just that 20 years have been all for nothing. It's easy to let go, but it takes time to forget." Ronan placed his other hand on Felix's extremely full and voluptuous breasts. "Actually, there's no need to forget. A past without an ending is like a fruit that fell to the ground before it was picked. Once it falls, it can turn into nutrients, allowing the tree to bear better fruit the following year. You, who are capable of constantly achieving results, have no right to preach this kind of logic that failure is the mother of success," Felix said, clenching his fists even tighter until his nails dug into the flesh of his palms. Ronan quickened his pace slightly and increased the intensity of his movements. "It's not a failure, just a small regret in my youth." "Youth?" Felix questioned, his voice starting to sound nasal. Ronan parted her skirt with one hand and began to move his hand inside the smooth, slightly frosted stockings. "You're still very young, if you can learn the art of immortality." As he spoke, his other hand also began to enter from the neckline, slowly approaching her nipple. "I hope so," Felix replied softly, biting his lip to stop a subconscious groan. Ronan intended to continue the conversation, but the wetness on his fingertips interrupted his train of thought. He hadn't expected that just touching him like that would make Felix so wet down there. With no intention of continuing the conversation, Ronan leaned over and pressed down on her. He wasn't going to engage in much foreplay with the voluptuous married woman. He grabbed her large, uncontrollable breasts from behind with both hands, twisted his waist, and began to rub his already erect and hard penis up and down the cleft covered by the stockings. Felix clenched his teeth and could only make soft hum sounds. Ronan wasn't going to dawdle any longer. He pulled down his black stockings, and his plump, white buttocks, which had been tightly bound by the stockings, immediately broke free and burst open like a fleshy bomb in his vision, igniting his lust all the way to his head. Ronan thrust into them. "It wasn't as I imagined." I slid in immediately and felt the warmth and wetness of the mature woman. I couldn't get in all at once. Although Felix, who was a married woman, wasn't that tight, it wasn't easy to get in either. Ronan pushed again before finally managing to push his head in, but the thickest part of the thing, the middle section, hadn't gone in yet. With another push, it went in halfway, and Ronan began to move. Felix covered his mouth tightly with both hands. "Page 287, are you all right?" Ronan asked with concern, noting that she was no longer a married woman. Felix hesitated for a moment. "Stop, you're too big, it'll hurt a little." "Oh." Ronan was a little surprised. A long time ago Ronan also thought he was quite big, but then he thought that all magicians should be quite big and very strong, and that he was nothing special. Moreover, over the years, he had been with so many women, and none of them had reacted strongly. Only Zhao Yinqi cried out in pain, but Zhao Yinqi was not strong enough back then. Felix is quite strong, and she's also a married woman. Felix, with her back to Ronan, remained silent with a sullen face. Ambrina had told her that Ronan was a bit big, but she hadn't taken it seriously. After all, the old sultan wasn't small either, at least bigger than those statues. She hadn't considered that Ambrina and the others only had Ronan as a man, and without comparing them, she assumed Ronan wasn't much older than the others. "Is this a little bit? This could kill someone." Ronan also didn't realize that the women he had slept with before were all virgins. They had never even seen or experienced another man's penis, let alone felt it. So they assumed that male magicians were only as big as Ronan, or if they were small, they wouldn't be much smaller. They thought that being penetrated was just as painful for them, and that all women were like that. And over time, they got used to it, and that was their mindset. Felix was different. She had expectations, and this clearly exceeded them, which is why she couldn't adapt immediately. "It'll be over in a minute," Ronan said, gently kissing and caressing her while slowly thrusting in and out. But this gentle rhythm only lasted a short while before it became unbearable. Her extremely voluptuous body made it impossible to resist the urge to treat her roughly. Ronan picked Phalek up and placed her on the carpet. He lifted her skirt, ripped her panties, and put her stockings back on, letting the shimmering black stockings cover her large, round, and plump buttocks. He inserted himself through the thin black stockings. With the stockings, even if Ronan used a lot of force, he could only push in halfway, allowing him to release freely without pushing all the way in at once and making Phalek feel uncomfortable. Phalek's mind went blank for a moment, and she could only cover her mouth and sob. She thought Ronan was at most more violent than the dead old sultan, but she did not expect him to be so violent that she could hardly bear it. Ronan never expected that having sex with such a voluptuous and mature married woman as Phalek would feel somewhat like having sex with Alice. Gradually, Phalek drank more and more water, stopped covering her mouth, and even made slight gestures to accommodate her. "Looks like that old guy never turned on your switch." Ronan slapped Phalek's thick, fleshy belly, tearing a hole in it, then thrusting hard until it was completely inside. Instantly, Phalek let out a shrill yet exhilarating cry. But just as she was expecting further action, Ronan stopped and remained motionless. After waiting for a long time, he still didn't move. Finally, Phalek couldn't help but start moving on her own. Chapter 656. This is what a married woman should be like. No comparison, no harm. Still want more. Phalek has begun to demand. Right? That's it. You be a married woman, and this is the kind of movement that suits this body, Ronan said, and started moving again. The impact of those mature, married woman's large, fat buttocks was pure carnal pleasure. Even though the buttocks were wrapped in tight black stockings, each impact still created waves. Ronan could no longer restrain himself and completely ripped off Phalek's dress and underwear. Instantly, her exaggeratedly large, white, fat breasts swayed and bounced out. Ronan grabbed the plump breasts with both hands, and with each grab, he felt an irresistible urge to burst them. "All right, let's get serious." Phalek was startled. Was it for real? Wasn't it just now? Just as this doubt flashed through her mind, Ronan entered his true rhythm, and instantly, Phalek felt as if all the bones in her body were about to fall apart and turn into a pile of minced meat. After a series of fierce thrusts, Ronan continued to grasp the large, white, plump breasts, saying, "Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you much better than the old sultan?" Phalek was unable to speak. Her consciousness was beginning to dissipate. Although her consciousness was confused, her movements did not stop. Instead, they became more intense and lewd, and she began to sway from side to side, not just back and forth. It wasn't just that Ronan ignited her dormant desires and turned on a switch that had never been turned on before. It was also an outlet for her own emotions, a way to vent her disappointment, resentment, anger, regret, jealousy, and confusion. A teenage girl accompanied her parents south to visit relatives and meet her fiancé to see if he was worthy of her lofty aspirations. However, war broke out, and her parents, relatives, and fiancé were all killed. She was forced into slavery and left alone in the deep palace. To avoid being bullied, she could only constantly please an old man and climb the ranks step by step, fighting against those she looked down upon. Only her ideals sustained her and prevented her from turning into a beast controlled by power. However, when the time came to realize her ideals, she realized that they were impossible. No, she should say that she had long understood that a woman in a foreign country, in a country that was already incredibly corrupt, could never realize her ideals. 20 years of this had been nothing but self-deception. In the end, nothing was gained, but in the same world, in the same era, there was another woman who achieved things beyond her ideals, and she also had a man who loved her. Choosing to leave the past behind, but not knowing whether one can grasp the future. Phalek, who had been accumulating far too much negative emotion, was now venting it out, and this venting brought her immense joy, both physically and emotionally. But soon, these cathartic thoughts disappeared, leaving only physical pleasure. She couldn't bear to see how wanton her expression was at that moment. "That's right, this is what relaxation is all about." As he spoke, Ronan grabbed one of Phalek's legs with both hands, turned her to the side, and began to nibble and lick her fleshy little leg, while thrusting into her. Phalek, who had completely let go, gradually began to groan, and the sound grew louder and louder. At this moment, Ronan turned Phalek over so that she was facing him. He grabbed her somewhat thick and rounded ankles with both hands and began a new round of frenzied thrusting. Watching her large, plump breasts sway with each thrust, almost creating a blur, he felt an indescribable pleasure. That muscular physique makes you want to shoot your brains into it. Finally, Ronan pressed down on her, grabbing her extremely plump thighs with both hands, pressing her down so that Felix's waist was off the ground, her anus almost facing upwards. Then he injected her with a series of downward thrusts, and then his huge member swelled and throbbed, pressing against the cervix and beginning to burst and ejaculate. When Ronan pulled out and stood up, Felix lay panting on his back, his hair sticking to his sweaty forehead, his ribs contracted and expanded like a blower, causing his chest to twitch. The crotch of his glittery black pantyhose was already soaked, with white fluid constantly flowing from his lower body. His thigh muscles were twitching, and his toes were limp and powerless inside the black pantyhose. After stretching out while standing, Ronan sat down and began to gently caress her, asking tenderly, "Are you feeling any better?" HMPH. Felix snorted. It was hard to tell whether he was scolding or laughing. "Fine. Don't tell me then," Ronan said. "I don't think I've told you about my magic yet," Felix said, beginning to recount her magic. "She's now truly a member, and there's nothing left to hide. First tier marking. Second tier seeing through the magic core. Third tier allowing one's own magic to deceive others. Magic defense membranes and penetrate their magic core. Fourth tier allowing one's own magic to materialize and leave the body, remaining active for a long time and being controllable. No wonder you were able to make breakthroughs in your research on magic," Ronan remarked. "The demonic entity, or soul, exists, but it is invisible and intangible. Felix, however, can see it, and in a sense, she can even touch it. Others who conduct experiments in this area can only observe and verify the results, but she can see the process. Because of her magic, the stabilizer possesses a superior understanding of the physical body, while Felix's talent is even rarer. She possesses a superior understanding of the soul. Perhaps you are the one who can change the world," Ronan said. "Perhaps it's just that I haven't been able to spend enough time on this in the past, and I haven't studied it much," Felix remarked. "It's all right. It's not too late to start now. You're still young," Ronan said with a smile. Despite her mature and charming appearance, Felix was actually only older than Zhao Yingqi, and nearly 20 years younger than Ronan. Among this group of women, completely relaxed, Felix felt much younger, as if the past 20 years had been taken away and she had returned to the time when she had just entered her teenage years. She also spoke very casually. "Suddenly I realized that it's true. You are an old man too. Well then, the old man is going to sleep." With that, Ronan got up and prepared to leave. Felix grabbed Ronan's leg and looked up at him. Ronan immediately understood that look in his eyes. He smiled slightly, stepped forward, and pointed the object at Felix's face. Being a married woman, Felix understood. "Well, I'm not very good at that." Ronan touched Felix's face. "It's okay, take your time." Felix moved closer, grasped the base with one hand, and began to lick it. She wasn't very good at it, only relatively well-versed compared to others. Soon, Ronan became erect again. Although he had already experienced it, Felix was still surprised to see it so close up. The old sultan was indeed not small, but at most only 2/3 the size of Ronan's, and the thickness and hardness were incomparable. Ronan's gaze drifted downwards to the enormous pair of breasts, which, encased in black stockings, made her already voluptuous figure appear even more voluptuous as she squatted with her legs spread apart. "Cage it between your breasts and lower your head to suck and lick it," Ronan commanded. Felix was very compliant. He spat it out first, then squeezed his breasts together with both hands, lowered his head and took Ronan's glands into his mouth, while Ronan himself started moving as well, beginning to fuck his breasts. Indeed, married women are wonderful. Chapter 657. Civilization or not? It's too hot to bear. I don't know either. Leaving the capital Constantinople and heading southeast, we arrived in Anatolia. According to Caterpillar, the entrance to the ruins was on the edge of the Persian Gulf, at the easternmost point of Suleiman's territory, a very long distance from where we were. After traveling at a leisurely pace, taking almost half a month, the group finally arrived in Baghdad. The journey wasn't very pleasant. Suleiman was a large feudal country, and Constantine was very open-minded. As a white person from the Western continent, I could stroll around the streets without attracting any attention. However, heading southeast was a different story. This place, one of the cradles of human civilization, is now truly uncivilized. If people are uncivilized, then it's even less likely that things will open up. The religious atmosphere here is much stronger than in Constantinople. To avoid trouble, Ronan and his group all changed into long robes, with the women wearing headscarves and veils. The reason for this is that in the past 1,000 years, the rulers changed too frequently. It was truly a case of one after another taking the stage. Although this world did not have the Mongol conquests, and the magic level of the nomadic peoples was not very high, not high does not mean low. Since the birth of magic, although it has only started to develop rapidly in the last 100 or 200 years, magic has been updated and replaced 3 to 5 times in the past few thousand years. Those coming from the north, east, and south are second-tier nomads who were eliminated by the first tier. They are a group that has undergone elimination-style education and are generationally behind the first-tier level. However, they are not weak. If they were sent to the New World or the southern continent, they could still easily defeat the natives just like the colonists of the western continent. Besides, Suleiman was originally from a nomadic tribe before he rose to power. After spending a few days in Baghdad, the original plan was to take a spaceship directly to the destination after leaving the city. However, the spaceship malfunctioned and, according to Kate Peter, it would take 2 days to repair. Ambrina then suggested riding horses or camels. As I said before, since we're already here, let's experience the local customs and culture. Ronan hadn't expected to be able to ride camels here. In his memory, this was a fertile plain. However, in reality, the once prosperous Fertile Crescent has long lost its former glory. Many areas are no longer suitable for cultivation, and some areas have even become desertified. With desertification in some hilly areas, it is certainly possible to ride camels. Perhaps this is the root cause of the decline of this land. If this place had remained a paradise, maintaining its potential to nurture civilization, then barbarism would never have been able to defeat civilization. Unfortunately, it was developed too early and its ecosystem was fragile. Overuse has transformed it from fertile land into what it is today. Of course, horseback riding is the main activity here. Camel riding is purely for fun. There's very little desert here. If you really want to ride a camel, you can go to Arabia to the south. It's late August now, and the daytime high is 40 degrees Celsius, while the nighttime temperature is less than 20 degrees Celsius. The first day was still quite novel. The next day, I couldn't take it anymore. Ugh, Ronan, I feel like I'm turning into jerky. Ambrina muttered weakly, head down, as she rode her horse. She had just gulped down water and poured it all over her head, and now it was happening again. Isabel scolded, didn't you say you wanted to ride a horse? But she didn't have her usual strength, and she was hot. Dinia didn't speak, she just drank water. Ambrina had plenty of water in her stomach, so they didn't need to worry about the water. The others, including Ronan, couldn't stand it either. Most of the group were French, and France is at a similar latitude to northeast China, so wearing stockings in the summer is no problem. But here, you can't wear stockings for more than half a day. Even the human puppet, Faith, was having trouble handling it. As evening fell, the group arrived at a village and decided to stay there. This small village, not located on a main road, had no inns. The only place they could stay was the village chief's house. The village chief was not very welcoming to Ronan and his group at first. After all, they were heretics, and they didn't look like law-abiding citizens. In this day and age, how could a group of women dare to travel outside be law-abiding citizens? But after the gold appeared, the village chief said Ronan and his friends could stay as long as they wanted. Clearly, God is not as good as gold. After staying for 2 days, Caterpillar repaired the spaceship. The group left the village chief, found a secluded place, unfolded the spaceship, and rushed into it. Once inside, they quickly started the ship and flew towards their destination. As for the horse, we simply don't need it anymore. We're rich, that's how capricious we are. In the dormitory, Ambriana lay sprawled on her bed, thinking, it's finally over. After resting for a while, she first went to Dinia's room and took out the ice cream that Suleiman had put in and distributed it to everyone. Then she came back and continued to distribute it. After serving everyone, Ambrina started eating herself, taking a big bite of both the crispy shell and the ice cream, and exclaiming with delight, wow, I'm alive again. Thalek ate in small bites, feeling a sense of vitality returning to her. She was originally from the north and had a lot of meat on her bones, so she was always afraid of the heat. You brought this on yourself, Isabel retorted to Ambrina with a sidelong glance. Ambrina, who hadn't argued with her sister for a few days, relapsed into her old habit, give me back my ice cream. Isabel ignored her, but still replied, I bought this with my own money. Then you have to pay me a refrigeration fee, Ambrina insisted. No, Isabel said directly. Stingy, Ambrina muttered. Isabel suddenly sped up, finished her ice cream in a few bites, and rolled up her sleeves. Seeing that Isabel was about to throw a tantrum and get physical, Ashley quickly tried to calm her down. Calm down, Isabel, I was just joking with you. Anley, take a rest, Alice also advised Ambrina. These two sisters, one a king and the other the head of a secret service, are a nightmare for many people, yet when they are together, they are as childish as two children. The two didn't end up arguing. After finishing their ice cream, everyone in the room lay down on their beds and fell asleep in no time. The heat had been so bad these past few days that they hadn't been able to sleep well and had a poor appetite. After finishing an ice cream, they really didn't want to do anything but sleep. The other room was similar. Everyone ate ice cream and then went straight to bed. Page 288. Ronan was the same. All he wanted to do was sleep. When Ronan woke up, the spaceship had already stopped. Spaceships are meant to stop and recharge for a long time after flying for a while, but according to Kate Pierre, there's no need to fly anymore. The destination isn't too far from here, but she doesn't know how to pinpoint the exact location. As soon as the hatch opened, a wave of heat hit us, even hotter than before. Definitely over 40 degrees Celsius. The sun was scorching, and as far as the eye could see, there was only yellow sand. There were no buildings, not even a single rock in sight. How do we find it? Ronan asked. I don't know either, but it is somewhere around here. The maximum straight line distance is no more than 1 kilometer. I am sure of it, Kate Peter said. Chapter 658. It still has to be Diddy. One person does the work while a group of people watch. Is it possible that it's underground, about a kilometer away from here? Ronan asked with a smile. Kate Pell spread his hands, paused for a moment, and said, you know, it's actually quite possible. After all, it's not impossible to make one underground. Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of large-scale search can only be done by Diddy. Judging from the situation, even if the entrance isn't hundreds of meters underground, it's probably covered by sand tens of meters thick. And that kind of thing doesn't necessarily have magical fluctuations, so sensing it is useless. We can only use physical means to explore it. If we dig, who knows how long it would take. Only if Dinia separates its mycelium and seeps into the ground, spreading out like a swarm of insects into the sea of sand to conduct a large-scale search, can we quickly find this rather special spot in this area. At this time, it was getting dark. Let's go back, we'll talk about it tomorrow, Ronan said to Kate. Kate, of course, didn't care. She'd love to have paid vacations every day of the year. Dinia, who had just walked over, heard this and said, I'm actually fine. Fine implying that she didn't need to rest. Ronan smiled. Relax, Diddy, we're not here to work. Back inside the spaceship, Ambrina brought out a huge amount of food and drinks, including various sausages, cheeses, canned fruits, and wine. Ronan grabbed a pot, had Agostina heat it up, and cooked several pots of noodles. He then added sausage, cheese, tomatoes, and some sauce, mixed it all together, served with wine and some fruit, and a simple dinner was ready. After eating and resting, some played cards, some played chess, and then went to sleep. The next morning we started working. One person works, while a group of people watch. On the spaceship, a huge mushroom-shaped umbrella was erected to provide shade. Underneath the umbrella were tables and chairs, and at the very bottom was a carpet, which was being used as a mat. Around the spaceship were 10 ice blocks and 10 rotating flying swords forming a low-end air conditioning fan, constantly blowing cold air in this direction. Ronan was naturally controlling the spinning flying sword, while the ice blocks were provided by Grand and Astrid. Grand was responsible for the core magic, as she was essentially practicing. The advancement of an elemental mage requires 4 aspects: experience, skill, theory, and inspiration. In recent years, Grand had focused on the longevity method and neglected a lot in terms of experience and skill. Astrid, this little girl, had already surpassed her, so she practiced whenever she had free time. As for Astrid, her main role is to replenish her magic power. Due to her special physique, she already has a high upper limit and is already at the 5th rank. Her magic power is second only to Dinia and Kate, almost on par with Ronan, who is 1 rank higher than her, and far surpasses other 5th-ranked individuals such as Alina, Agostina, Ashley, and Faith. At this moment, Ambrina lay naked on the chaise lounge, wearing a long, sheer dress that reached her upper thighs, and she wore thin, transparent white pantyhose. She wore the pantyhose mainly for sun protection, as she didn't want her fair legs to get tanned. White stockings tend to make people look fat, and Ambrina was already a bit chubby, so there was no sign of her exercising. She looked like a lazy homebody. Wow, this environment, watermelon and fried chicken. It's so refreshing, Ambrina exclaimed, holding a chilled watermelon juice in one hand and a fried chicken leg in the other. Isabel was right next to Ambrina, her legs crossed, wearing flesh-colored sheer stockings, with only the reinforced toes opaque. In this position, a hint of muscle definition was visible. Her legs had both the youthful energy of an athletic type and the demeanor of a professional woman. Don't you even look at your chubby little legs? All you do is eat. Ambrina raised her foot and gave Isabel the middle finger. Then you don't have to eat it. I don't eat this stuff anyway, Isabel said, adding that she dislikes fried food. Nearby, Alice and Ashley were playing a two-person jigsaw puzzle game. The two seemed to have little interaction, but they were actually quite familiar with each other because the Bureau of Surveillance and the Bureau of Security often conducted joint operations in the past, and many major pest control operations were jointly led by the two. Alice wore large round-framed glasses, a white shirt, a black long skirt, and white stockings. Her small feet were slightly turned inward as she stood on the carpet. Ashley wore a cream-colored straw hat, had bangs, braided pigtails, a plain white dress, and a layer of ultra-thin, almost invisible skin-colored stockings. She also wore a pair of gray slouch socks on her feet. The two looked like artsy young women at the moment, making it impossible to associate them with the female demon that the officials of the Kingdom of Foes feared. Agostina and Alina are longtime card players, but since Dinia was unavailable, they were short one player, so they simply invited Zhao Yinki to join them. Agostina, feeling hot, changed her hairstyle. Her hair was parted in the middle and was medium length, slightly shorter than shoulder length. She habitually wore an eye patch and had shapely legs wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings. One leg was placed on the edge of a chair, and the area around the knee was completely transparent, almost revealing the threads of the fabric. The blackness increased at the ankle and continued until the toes, where it was again completely transparent. With one leg stretched out, Agostina, despite being in the desert, exuded the aura of a female pirate captain. Alina had blonde hair tied in a high ponytail, and she was wearing ultra-thin black stockings. There was a low stool next to her, specifically for resting her feet. In the morning sunlight, the stockings looked very lustrous and translucent. Zhao Yinki, who sat next to her, deliberately wore gray stockings, a color that seemed a bit mature. However, she kept her legs together and her feet flat on the carpet, a very proper posture that made her look like a child in front of Alina and Agostina. Meanwhile, Astrid, who only needed to provide magic, didn't need to concentrate like Grand. She was chatting with Felix. It was less of a chat and more of an interrogation. Astrid didn't like this woman. It's a common truth that people take things for granted, but instinctively resist new things that come after they turn 20. Felix didn't intend to use her usual tactics to get along with Astrid, who seemed mature, but hadn't completely shed her childishness, because that would only make her seem scheming and would only provoke the dislike of others. After spending so many days together, she discovered that Ambrina, who seemed simple-minded, was actually a sharp-eyed person. Astrid's mother, Elena, seemed carefree, but she was actually quite cunning. Even Zhao Yinki, the Sarisian who seemed the most innocent on the surface, was not low-level. In short, you'd better be prepared. This old man is a master at exploiting people, Astrid said, then suddenly switched to Chinese. You're a horse by day and a horse by night. Felix was taken aback by the sudden use of Chinese. This is Seer's language. You can start learning it after this is over. You'll definitely need it then. I've asked my father for permission to teach you, Astrid said. She was definitely going to teach you seriously, and taking the opportunity to torment this woman was also a must. At the stern, Ronan sat alone with Dinia, who was quietly conducting her search. To explore the mycelial swarms that resemble insect colonies, she needed to concentrate fully. And so, time passed little by little until it got dark. Chapter 659 Ideas, Underground, Above. Seeing Dinia recover from a near meditative state and open her eyes, Ronan immediately handed her a glass of honey water. Dinia gulped down the glass in one go, took a long breath, handed the glass back to Ronan and sighed. I'll have to come back tomorrow. She spent half a day searching but couldn't find anything unusual about the surroundings. Underneath the sand, there was mostly soil, rocks, water, and some viscous oil. There were also buried ancient building ruins, but she couldn't sense any magical fluctuations on them. As for the creations of otherworldly beings, there were none at all, not even a trace. Having experienced this many times, Dinia was confident she could tell if it was an artifact from another world, or something created by people like Caterpillar. However, it didn't happen. Have you looked for them all? Ronan asked. He asked whether the underground area with a radius of 1 kilometer centered on the spacecraft's location had been explored. We've searched everything, Dinia replied. Perhaps we weren't thorough enough. We've overlooked some areas, and there are a few ancient building ruins that we could explore more carefully. A hint of anxiety flashed across Dinia's face as she spoke. She was disappointed in herself for failing to produce a result on a task that only she could accomplish. She felt she shouldn't have done that. Ronan did not reply immediately. He knew Dinia's personality very well. She was a very focused and meticulous person. She must have not overlooked any place, as she must have explored the ancient building ruins inside and out. After a moment's thought, Ronan said, "No need. Kate might have made a mistake. My dear benefactor, this is absolutely slander. I am absolutely certain of it." Kate Peter's voice suddenly came. "The entrance is right around here. No mistake." Ronan rolled his eyes at Kate. "I was just saying maybe. My professionalism is beyond question," Kate Peter said, his gaze fixed on Ronan. "I will always be paid the price." Unable to do anything about her, Ronan shrugged and apologized. "Okay, it's my fault. Perhaps we should try a different approach." At that moment, Faith's voice suddenly came. Ronan looked back and saw Faith, dressed in a nun's robe, light brown stockings, and soft sheepskin shoes with brown buckles on her feet. Meeting Ronan's gaze, Faith suddenly raised her hand, pointing her index finger to the sky. "Wise Mr. Ronan, haven't you realized something? Since we came here, we've never looked up at the sky." "No, it's really not. The sun is so bright and hot here during the day. Who would look up at the sky? That would be torture. As for the night, I had seen stars before, but not since arriving in this desert region." Yes, Faith, your idea makes a lot of sense." Ronan had a sudden realization. Faith forced a smile onto her beautiful but stiff puppet-like face. "It's just a moment of inspiration from a fool. After all, I've read so much material in the Church of the Holy Maiden and visited several special places. Since there are relics of the gods on the ground, underground, in the sea, and even one in the sky, it's quite normal, right? Anyway, it's not a difficult thing for the gods." "Then we'll move out tomorrow night," Ronan said. Although Dinia hadn't used up much of her magic power today, she had been mentally exhausted and needed to rest. The next day, after dark, after a quick bite to eat, the exploration team prepared to set off. The team included Ronan, Dinia, Caterpillar, Faith, Ashley, Elena, and Astrid. Ronan and Dinah, needless to say, are always the mainstays. Caterpillar is, after all, associated with these things, so it's only right to bring her along. With her 5th-tier strength, Fizz has many puppets that she can use to scout ahead, and she has extensive experience in this area. Ashley is a Tier 5 fighter. Although she lacks experience, she has excellent stealth abilities. Elena is a healer. Have you ever seen a dungeon run without a healer? Astrid is a very well-rounded elemental mage. Ronan originally didn't plan to bring her along, since there were some things she wasn't used to, and she wasn't decisive or ruthless enough. However, since she took the initiative to come, Ronan didn't refuse. As for Agostina, she stayed behind. The others were somewhat weaker. Their low damage output wasn't a problem, but their defense and health were insufficient. If something went wrong in the ruins, they could be in mortal danger. Back when he was in his early 20s and first met Dinia, Ronan almost got wiped out in the Seepiper ruins. No, it should be said that he has already crashed, but because he is a special case, he crashed, but not completely. The night was cold, so Ronan and his group all wore sweaters over their shirts, trench coats, and tall leather boots. Ronan wore riding breeches and long stockings, while the other women wore long skirts and medium thickness, slightly sheer pantyhose and knitted calf socks. Each of them carried a backpack with food, drinks, and tools. No need for medicine. Elena is very good at healing, and Dinia is good at healing too. With the help of Ronan's levitation shield, the group took to the sky. After ascending 300 to 500 meters, the group stopped temporarily and used this location as a base point to begin the search. Kate Pell began scanning immediately. This function was most effective in the air. Faith summoned her puppets, a dozen or so linked by threads, moving through the air to search. Astrid cast spells, sweeping the surroundings, a form of magical search, while Ronan's flying sword danced freely in the air, a physical search. Elena hovered in place, linking with everyone to replenish their mana. Ashley didn't move. Her magic wasn't suited for this kind of work. Dinia, meanwhile, was rapidly flying through the air on a hovering shield. More than an hour later, Dinia simply smiled, muttered "found it," and then transformed into a red flash, plummeting from the sky to land beside Ronan. Seeing the smile on Dinia's face, Ronan understood and let out a relieved sigh. "Found it." Dinia simply hummed in response, her voice soft, but there was a strange sense of smugness and self-satisfaction in her eyes. Ronan had only seen this look on young Ana's face many years ago, after she had completed his little commission. Ronan reflected on the past few days and suddenly realized that Dinya seemed to be becoming more and more feminine. Unconsciously, Ronan looked at Dinya and gave her a slightly strange smile. "What are you laughing at?" With that, Dinya punched Ronan in the stomach, making him curl up into a ball on the spot. She didn't know why Ronan was laughing, but it certainly wasn't something good he was thinking. At this moment, the others also noticed this place and came over one after another. Dinya recounted her discovery. "The difference is right above, where there is a very strange thing. When you hit it, it seems to be a very thin, very hard, completely transparent board. But if you come up above and fall down, it seems to not exist at all. You can't see it or touch it. If you step on it, you will fall into nothingness." "That should be it," Dinya said, before quickly flying toward the target. Ronan straightened up and waved to the others. "Follow me." The group flew into the sky. Chapter 660. Opening the door. Special. Cave. Arriving at the base of the strange, transparent barrier, I reached up and touched the hard, flat texture of it, but there was nothing else there. There are no graphics or text, and no door locks or mechanisms. Just then, Kate Pell reached out her hand to Ronan. "At a time like this, you still want money?" Ronan was both angry and amused. Kate Pell reached up and tossed her blonde hair aside, asking, "What else?" "Here you go." Ronan tossed a gold coin to Kate. At the same time, Ronan also tossed the pyramidal key he had obtained earlier from the cubed caterpillar. Upon receiving the gold coins, Kate quickly manipulated the barrier, creating a red circle. "Just to be safe, you do it. Your access is higher than mine, Mr. Human." With that, Kate tossed the key back to Ronan. Although Ronan was forced to take the enhancement drug necessary for consciousness uploading by Gardner Tier's methods, making him less pure in spirit, he is still the purest human being in this world. "How do we do it?" Ronan asked. Kate put the gold coins away and said with a hint of impatience, "Just stick them in. Can't you even do that?" Ronan didn't bother arguing with her and simply aimed the key at the red circle and inserted it. Fluorescent text, which only Ronan could recognize, began to appear on the transparent barrier. "Identity verification. Reader, second channel activated." Immediately afterwards, the pyramidal key melted directly into the red circle. Then the red circle began to rapidly expand outwards, and soon, a vortex with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared in the large circle. The enormous vortex possessed a strange suction force, not pulling people in, but drawing away the magic power of those nearby, except for Ronan, who seemed to have immunity and remained unaffected. Page 289. Dinya remained calm. She had known for a long time that Ronan was unusual, and it was almost certain that Ronan had a connection with God, but she still hadn't pressed him for details. Elena and Faith had both witnessed it, while Ashley had only heard about it before, but now she had finally seen it with her own eyes. Astrid was the most surprised by this. She had heard her mother, Elena, and godmother, Agostina, say that Ronan was an extraordinary being in this world, but she didn't believe it at the time. Wasn't her father just an old bureaucrat with decent magical skills? In terms of being special, he might not be as special as her mother. Now she completely believes it. The vortex stopped absorbing magic power after a short time. It hadn't absorbed much power at all during the entire process. "This is like giving you an ID card. You can go in now," Kate Peter said. "Puppet none. Send a puppet in to scout the situation." Out of caution, Kate had Faith send a puppet in to scout ahead. Without asking whether the puppet could enter, Faith released a puppet doll that was only 1.5 meters tall, slender, with delicate features, and was both male and female. Dinya then raised her hand, and a clump of bacteria parasitized the puppet doll. The puppet doll inhabited by the fungus entered the vortex and began to explore. Not long after, the puppet returned, completely unharmed. This basically confirms that there are no traps or mechanisms near the entrance. Immediately afterward, Dinya added, "There are no obvious living things." She had allowed the bacteria to inhabit the site precisely to investigate this. There were no traps, and no living creatures were visible. Seeing that the vortex was starting to shrink inward, Ronan called out, "Let's go." He then took the lead and entered the vortex. Others followed. Passing through the vortex, the group arrived in another space. Looking back, they saw a huge, closed stone door behind them. Perhaps, if Ronan hadn't been there, the door would have been located further inside, requiring them to pass through various obstacles and open this stone door to reach their current location. The previously melted pyramid-shaped key reappeared intact on the ground. They put the pyramid key back in their backpacks and moved forward. It was dark and damp around them, with a flickering firelight. It seemed to be a cave, with all sorts of strange rocks protruding from the surrounding walls. Fortunately, the space was spacious, so they didn't have to worry about bumping into sharp stones. The ground was uneven and slippery, with puddles every few steps. Apart from the stone door at the back, there were no other signs of human intervention. The group continued their journey through the cave, but found nothing unusual. They didn't see any animals or any signs of human intervention. Their only discovery was that they were generally moving upwards. After traveling for about half an hour, Ronan and his group finally saw signs of human intervention. Ahead lay a large, 5 or 6 meter wide crater, with 2 chains running through it. This must have been an iron suspension bridge, but the bridge deck was gone, leaving only the rusted iron chains. Ronan was too lazy to summon his levitation shield. For this short distance, he simply took a few steps back, took a running start, and jumped across. The same applies to others. Dinia and Kate simply jumped over there on the spot. Only Faith swung across using a rope. Her muscles were rather stiff, and she wasn't very good at jumping. After crossing the broken suspension bridge, Ronan and his group continued onward. Soon, they began to feel a gentle breeze and faint lights, which meant that the exit was not far away. After walking a few steps, the traces of artificial excavation began to increase, but these traces raised doubts because they were very primitive. They had none of the high-tech feel of the Haiti Man ruins or the ancient civilization feel of the Egyptian pyramids. They looked like they were built by ancient people with half-baked tools, very rough. As they moved forward, the points of light in their line of sight began to expand, clearly indicating that the exit was just around the corner. At that moment, Dinia suddenly stopped. There are people outside, alive. The others didn't say anything, but became more vigilant and continued forward. Upon exiting the cave, the group found themselves on a cliff. Not far away, on the edge of the cliff, sat a withered, hunched old man. If one did not look at his eyes, which were almost completely obscured by his drooping white hair but still shone brightly, one would almost think he was just a dried-up corpse. The sky was gray and the distance was shrouded in mist, but even in such poor visibility, the outline of an enormous tree that seemed to support the heavens and the earth could still be seen. However, this giant tree seemed to have no leaves and was completely dead. Moreover, its shape and outline were somewhat stiff, and it did not look like a tree that had grown naturally. How fortunate I am to see another traveler before the end of my life, the old man murmured. However, none of the group could understand what he was saying, including Ronan. The old man wasn't surprised. He simply waved to Ronan and his group. Ronan and his group could understand the gestures, so they went over and greeted the old man. The old man also couldn't understand Ronan's language, but he understood the meaning and nodded. Then the old man took out a map of unknown material, looked around at Ronan and his group, and handed the map to Dinia, who was not standing at the front. Dinia was momentarily surprised, but still took the map. Chapter 661 Defeat, Teasing and Monsters. Dinia unfolds the map. Judging from the map, if the scale is not too far off, this place is extremely large, definitely exceeding the modern city where the Gardner Tyres Botanical Garden was located. As for the underground space under the Egyptian pyramids, it cannot be compared at all. Only the alternate dimension of the New World can be barely compared, but the alternate dimension of the New World is actually just a tower in the middle. The rest of the space outside the tower is a void space with nothing worth exploring. In reality, the ruins of the New World are actually the smallest, but this place is different. According to the map, it looks like a large city-state with various different areas. If this were the feudal era of the Western continent, such a large area could be considered a country. More importantly, there are still living people here, such as this old man in front of me who looks like he's about to die, but is actually sharp-witted and quick-thinking. Back then, in the place where Gardner Tyre lived, there were also living things, but those things could no longer be considered living people. Perhaps we should go back and bring the others up, Ronan said. Exploring this place will obviously take a long time, much longer than expected. We can't keep Ambrina and the others waiting down here forever. Moreover, it seems that at least the place we are in right now is safe. Yes, but it seems we can't go back the way we came. Dinia agreed, but also expressed her doubts. After they came in, the key was still there, but the barrier that had been there before they came in was gone, so it didn't look like the kind of barrier that could be opened by simply inserting the key into the ground. Perhaps this old man knows the way back, Faith said. I don't care, Kate Peter said seemingly lazily, but his eyes kept glancing at the silhouette of the giant tree in the distance through the mist. Alina had nothing to say. She was currently in the support role. Astrid stepped forward confidently and said, I'll tell him that communication doesn't necessarily require language. Ronan simply smiled and gestured, indicating that it was time for him to begin his performance. Half an hour later, Astrid, with her golden hair, got angry. She just couldn't understand how this old man could not understand her meaning with her excellent body language and superb facial expressions, and could only make random gestures. That doesn't make sense, that's impossible. This old man is suspicious. He definitely has dementia. Let me give him a major memory restoration spell, Astrid shouted, raising her hand, and a spiraling fireball appeared in her palm, rapidly expanding as it spun. Ronan pressed Astrid's hand down. All right, Lily, stop fooling around. Although Astrid wasn't someone who acted without restraint, this old man might not be. At this moment, Faith stepped forward and said, "Let me do it. I have experience communicating with deaf and mute people. After all, I am also a nun." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Alina asked casually. Faith forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "You didn't ask, did you? Besides, I can't let your daughter not have a chance to shine, can I?" Elena, she was originally a nun who seemed serious and old-fashioned, but actually had a sharp tongue and liked to tease people. Having known Elena for so many years, she spoke without any restraint. Elena deliberately feigned an exaggerated look of worry. "Don't mess with her. She has a terrible temper, and if she starts a fight with you, I won't be able to stop her." Faith smiled. "Really? I thought that girl who froze at the sight of a dead person was a kind and well-behaved girl." This immediately enraged Astrid. Ronan grabbed his daughter and turned to Faith, saying, "Get down to business. Stop talking nonsense." Astrid was still struggling, but Faith shrugged, turned around, and got down to business. Compared to Astrid, Faith was indeed more experienced and skilled. Although it only required physical gestures, she quickly conveyed her meaning to the old man. After a brief exchange, Faith completed the task in less than 10 minutes. Turning around, Faith relayed the information she had received. "To go back, we must first return to where we came from, then open the stone door, enter the stone door, and proceed all the way to the true starting point, finally using the key." Having already traversed the area once and confirmed there were no hidden dangers, Ronan and his group quickly flew back to their starting point using the floating shields. "Did he say how to open the door?" Ronan asked. "What makes this massive stone gate special is that it seems to have nothing special about it at all." "Pull," Faith said. Ronan scanned the stone door from all sides and found that it had no handles or anything like that. Pushing it was easy, but pulling it was difficult to exert force. "I'll do it," Astrid volunteered. She hadn't forgotten her earlier humiliation and was determined to get her revenge. Having said that, Astrid stood in the middle of the crack in the door, one hand on her side, and cast a spell. Her hands instantly turned into mud hands, eroding and fusing with the stone door. Moon's guidance. Then Moon's guidance was activated, along with a powerful suction force. "Now her hands are the doorknobs." Astrid gradually retreated, her muddy hands stretching out, until the massive stone door was slowly pulled open. The stone gate swung open. Astrid released her grip, the mud receded, and her hands returned to normal. She then swept her hair back with her hands, saying, "Phew, that's easy, that's easy." "Beautiful, Lily," Ronan praised. His daughter was indeed exceptionally talented in magic. She was truly remarkable. It's nothing. Astrid appeared humble but was secretly pleased. She had always been like this since she was a child. She seemed aloof and looked down on most people, and she hardly associated with any peers other than Ine and Zhao Yingqi. In reality, she wanted others to recognize her and loved to show off. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made sure that many people witnessed every fight she challenged. "You're such a brat," Elena teased her daughter. Dinia didn't get involved in the farce. Her attention was entirely focused on the stone gate. Inside the stone gate wasn't another connected cave, but an unimaginably vast sea of sand. Under the night sky, the silvery sand sea looked exactly like the celestial realm she and Ronan had reached. She had a deep impression of the celestial realm, because it was there that she and Ronan became immortal beings. "Let's go," Dinia whispered, her face returning to its usual serious and cold expression. As the group stepped into the sea of sand, a massive skeleton, as large as a mountain, soon came into view. It was hard to imagine what kind of enormous creature it must have been in life. Ronan recognized the remains of the creature as a whale, but one that was much larger than a whale. The skeleton was estimated to be over 300 meters long, with the highest point of the towering spine possibly reaching 30 to 40 meters. This creature was 10 times larger than the largest whale in his previous timeline. In a daze, Ronan remembered a question he had thought about when he first transmigrated. Why is it that in a magical world there are no other intelligent races, or even those awe-inspiring magical beasts? Now, it seems there is. Just then, A mournful whistle came from the distant sky, attracting everyone's attention. The monsters were over there, a huge white unidentified creature, and a large group of black creatures. Chapter 662 White Sand, Giant Whale, Existence in Memory at that moment. In the air, a group of ferocious-looking strange fish surrounded two white whales, one large and one small. A massive beluga whale, 30 to 40 meters long, hovered motionless. Blood, more than 10 meters long, flowed from its upper mouth to its lower abdomen, staining half of its white body red. The beluga whale breathed heavily and laboredly, its half-closed eyes revealing weakness, yet also exuding ferocity. Beside it, a much smaller beluga whale, about 5 or 6 meters long, kept swaying back and forth, emitting sharp cries to warn its surrounding enemies. Surrounding the two beluga whales, one large and one small, was a large group of flying fish monsters, smaller than the smaller beluga whale, no more than 3 meters long, all black, with heads that looked like sharks but with a pair of wings. They were not intimidated by the smaller beluga whale, but they did not intend to attack it. They were eager to try, but maintained a safe distance from the larger beluga whale, keeping their eyes fixed on the larger beluga whale's extremely threatening tail, ready to dodge its dying attack at any moment, and also ready to attack as a group the moment the larger beluga whale lost its ability to fight back, so that they could eat as much as they could before the male beluga whale arrived. The group of people, separated by several hundred meters, watched from afar. Just as Ronan was about to say something, Astrid transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the large group of monsters. The monsters seemed to have never seen a mage before. Seeing a beam of light rushing towards them, they simply dodged, showing no alarm or intention of dispersing. They are the predators of this small world. How could they possibly give up such a rare feast for such a tiny creature? But the next second, they were shocked. This tiny creature suddenly unleashed a burst of fire, the explosive flames expanding dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, instantly turning its dozen or so companions into charred remains, their blackened corpses then plummeting vertically from the sky. Faced with an unknown threat, this large group of flying black sharks did not hesitate to flee. Astrid did not pursue the flying black shark. Instead, she smiled and muttered, "It's all right, it's all right," as she approached the little beluga whale. But what greeted her was not a friendly gesture, but a terrified and fierce scream. Astrid spread her arms wide in a harmless gesture, saying, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." As she spoke, she moved forward little by little. However, the little white whale immediately shrank under the big white whale. At the same time, a rough layer of white fur on the big white whale's body was lifted up, and a large number of small white swordfish, only a dozen centimeters long and seemingly like mosquitoes compared to the huge white whale, shot out, and in the blink of an eye, a wave of white arrows attacked Astrid. Astrid simply raised her hand, creating a massive wall of water that blocked the barrage of white arrows, but without harming the inexplicable creatures. The small white swordfish quickly fled and returned to their original habitat. Astrid took a few steps back and continued to explain, "I really meant no harm, understand?" The beluga whale slowly lowered its raised tail. As its life was about to end, it could no longer deliver a powerful tail strike. At the same time, it vaguely sensed Astrid's kindness. Just as Astrid was about to try to get closer again, the great white whale suddenly started moving slowly, swimming towards the enormous skeleton mountain in the white sand on the ground. The frightened little white whale quickly followed. Meanwhile, on the ground, Caterpillar was talking to others. Before the arrival of otherworldly beings and these artificial intelligences in this world, there were no monsters. Magic was a system of unconventional power applied solely to humans, and at that time, there was only ritual magic, which consisted of summoning and elemental magic. After they arrived, they first learned magic, then began exploring the world. Their actions in the celestial realm involved fine-tuning the system created by the Creator God, bringing heavenly oath magic and destiny magic to this world. Subsequently, they planned to create other magical creatures, initially just small experiments. The monsters in the world today, such as the flame-patterned rust iron sea spider that creates those special magical black stockings, evolved from these small experiments. After these experiments, they prepared to build a system starting with plants. However, just as they began, several otherworldly beings returned, and the passage was subsequently sealed. These artificial intelligences remained in this world. They each had their own plans and went their separate ways, except for the gardener, Tyr, who tried to continue the plan while protecting the seed garden. Unfortunately, she failed and died at the hands of Ronan and Dinia many years ago. "I never expected she would actually create a monster," Kate Peter exclaimed. "Who is she?" Ronan asked. Kate Pierre stared blankly ahead at the white sand, her gaze seemingly piercing through time, returning to the past. She murmured, "Human Lavinie. She always liked to nag about being human, so that's the nickname she got. She was a bit neurotic, but quite adorable. It's just that she was such a cheerful person," Kate wanted to say. How could someone as cheerful as Lavinie have created such a summer place? The world on the other side of the cave was shrouded in shadows and mist, like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Could it be that Lavinie was also dead, like that fool from the New World, killed by her own creation? Before he could finish speaking, a loud bang was heard. Looking over there, a sandstorm was already sweeping in all directions from the Skeleton Mountain, clearly caused by the crash of a giant beluga whale. During the sandstorm, Astrid used the moon tide to shield herself from the swirling sand, while the little beluga whale desperately tried to get closer to her mother, but was unable to approach due to the sandstorm. As the dust settled, the little beluga whale, covered in white sand, shook itself off and rushed toward its mother, who was lying motionless in the sandpit, calling out incessantly in an attempt to wake her. Just then, Ronan and his group arrived. "Lily, are you all right?" "I am fine," Astrid replied, turning her gaze to her mother, Elena, and Dinia. Elena shook her head, indicating that she was powerless to help. Her magic only worked on people. Page 290. Dinia tried, but it didn't work. She infused the beluga whale with life force, but the whale showed no signs of improvement. In fact, the moment the beluga whale closed its eyes, it began to decay rapidly. Not in the way flesh and blood decayed, but rather like a sand-like structure. It quickly disintegrated and disappeared. The small swordfish that had previously coexisted with it have scattered and broken away. "No," Dinia said calmly. In just 2 minutes, the enormous beluga whale that had been looming in everyone's sight had been reduced to a pile of skeletons. Its flesh had almost completely become part of this white sand sea. The baby beluga whale was still calling out, its voice sounding like a cry. How could this happen? Astrid was momentarily unable to accept it. At that moment, Ronan suddenly muttered, "We might be in trouble." The others had also noticed and looked up at the sky. In the distance, several white dots were rapidly growing larger in their field of vision. Chapter 663. No misunderstanding. So-called demons, mortals will all die. 6 beluga whales arrived. The lead one was 50 or 60 meters long, with a huge scar on the left side of its face. The 2 on either side were smaller in comparison. The other 3 were about the same length as the one that had just died, only 34 meters long. The lead beluga whale was exceptionally large, but it was still only 1/5 the size of the remains. With a long roar, a pod of beluga whales charged toward Ronan. "There's no need for conflict. Let us retreat first, and we'll deal with them if they want to chase us," Ronan said. He had no intention of slaughtering these giants, but if these beluga whales insisted on causing them trouble, Ronan would not hesitate to resolve the issue with violence. These beluga whales were enormous and fast-moving. Unfortunately, the only thing that posed a threat to mages of Ronan's level was the ability to unleash the swordfish's attack. But that was all they could do. If the beluga whales used biting, ramming, or tail-whipping techniques, they wouldn't be able to threaten Ronan and his companions at all. Seeing Ronan and his group retreat quickly, the beluga whales did not immediately give chase. The lead beluga whale and another one, presumably female, kept calling out to the calf, which responded with sharp cries. Although I don't understand what they are saying at all, I am certain that they are communicating in a language. Soon after, a group of beluga whales landed and pushed the remains of the recently deceased beluga whale toward the location of Skeleton Mountain. It seems they understand what is going on and want to misunderstand us as the murderers. "Let us go, we don't have time to waste here," Ronan said, putting his hand on his daughter Astrid's shoulder, who was still looking over there. "Lily, in the natural world, life and death are that simple." "I know," Astrid replied, turning around. The group set off again. As they approached the central area of this desert, the amount of life they encountered gradually increased. There are many animals, but even more plants, piles upon piles several meters tall, like seaweed, but strange plants growing on white sand. In fact, in the central area, the white sand is no longer visible. As far as the eye can see, there are things that resemble seaweed, but are much taller and denser. They are the foundation of this small biosphere. Their lives depend on the strange moonlight here and the unusually dense magic in this space, Kate Pell explained. "It is amazing. Lavinie accomplished what I thought only they could do. They actually created a magical life, although it is still a little bit lacking." The they Kate was referring to were naturally those otherworldly beings, who were also the leaders, mentors, and comrades in arms of these artificial intelligences. At this moment, having calmed down, Astrid asked a question that had been puzzling her all along the way. How do these monsters manage to fly so easily through the air? Because a large part of these monsters are part of this space. I said it is still a bit lacking. If these monsters leave this space, it will be difficult for them to survive like here, and they might not even be able to maintain their lives. Kate replied, but then she asked, I just don't understand. Since she has already done this much, it wouldn't be difficult for her to take another step forward and create monsters that can adapt to a normal environment. Perhaps creating monsters wasn't this human lady's original intention at all, Ronan said. Didn't you say before that only Gardener Tyr had any intention of continuing this plan, and none of you had that idea? So, this place is very likely just something that human lady created incidentally to realize her idea. Upon hearing this, Kate Pell paused for a moment, then nodded, that should be it. The group continued forward. We encountered a number of predators, including the black flying sharks we had seen before, as well as other species. In any case, most of the creatures here are streamlined. The air here is like the seawater for marine life. Of course, there are also a few sea crawlers that move on the white sand, and even killers lurking in the white sand. In short, these large predators generally look down on Ronan and his group, who were just small fish and shrimp. Their targets were all big fish, and only some shelled creatures about a meter in size would consider Ronan and his group. Then their lives ended. These creatures were definitely much stronger than normal marine life. Strangely, after they died, they did not decompose rapidly at a visible speed like the beluga whales before them, their bodies turning into white sand and dissipating, leaving only a skeleton. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals, once dead, were simply dead. In fact, after Ronan and his group left, some creatures quickly appeared and ate them. It seems that it must have been some kind of special ritual, Dinia deduced. That Skeleton Mountain is a special cemetery, Elena added, drawing her own conclusion. Perhaps those beluga whales went there before they died, and then their bodies dissipated, leaving only their skeletons. Ronan offered further reasoning. That beluga whale must have had an accident while taking care of its cubs, and was seriously injured and on the verge of death. So it brought its cubs to the cemetery, but it didn't expect to be targeted by those black sharks. Astrid continued Ronan's words, but then stopped herself. Faith casually interjected, mortals must die eventually, miss. At this moment, Faith was thinking about whether the things here could be made into puppets. She had joined Ronan's group and would be traveling eastward. She figured there wouldn't be any more new material being offered up, no matter how much she wanted to be called a cult witch. Of course, to be honest, she was already tired of people. On the contrary, everything here was so new and beautiful, so beautiful that it excited her. How wonderful it would be if these things could be made into puppets. Nothing is truly immortal, Kate said. Death is not just physical death. On the planet she originally lived on, the last humans whose consciousness was uploaded had become one with the entire civilization, resembling immortal gods. However, these humans, who had no burdens or responsibilities and were incapable of impotent rage, were actually dead. It is precisely because those people are like the dead that these artificial intelligences, which are like ancient humans, and the abnormal humans who lead them, are able to fight to a draw against the humans who are like gods. The people in front of us have achieved immortality. Though limited to the physical body, they still face the same problems. The body is the source of animalistic instincts. When one lacks the ability, one needs humanity, while endless thought points directly to divinity. Beasts, humans, and gods will gradually die if they lose any one of them. Don't bring up these philosophical questions. Ronan said he didn't want his daughter to think too much at such a young age. The pace quickened. The sky remained unchanged, as if in eternal night. After an unknown amount of time, the density of organisms in the surrounding area began to decrease, and the plants on the sand could no longer cover the entire sandy area. This meant that they were approaching the true starting point. We're almost there. We've been flying for 7 hours, Elena exclaimed. They had been flying almost the entire time, and at a fairly fast pace. If it really had been 7 hours, then it was at least 200 kilometers. Chapter 664. The end of the world arrives. A battle interlude. We meet again from the location of the cave's stone gate to the starting point. The distance is approximately 300 kilometers. As for the width of the space, Ronan and his group did not know, but they estimated it to be quite large, at least over 100 kilometers. Back in the normal world, Ronan brought the others and the shrunken spaceship in with him. This time, instead of using a key to open the door, Ronan didn't skip the white sand space and go directly to the cave. Instead, he went to the starting point of a white sand space. After deploying their spaceship on the white sand at the starting point, Ronan and his group ate something, rested for a while, washed up briefly, and went to sleep, sleeping until they naturally woke up. Upon waking up, I immediately set off in my spaceship. The spaceship moved at a considerable speed in this space, yet consumed far less magic power. So, this spaceship flies on the same principle as these monsters? Ronan asked Kate curiously. It's more or less the same. In fact, your kind of flying machine also uses the same principle. However, your flying machine is still dominated by physics. Sooner or later, you will create something that can fly without relying on magic at all. The monsters here can fly entirely because of magic. Once this place can no longer be maintained, they will all die. Kate Peter not only answered, but also said a few words that were not directly related to the topic. At first she didn't realize it, but as she walked along, she did. And she discovered that this space was also heading towards decay. Although she couldn't create such a place, she could tell how it came to be. It was a replica of the small heaven created by extracting from the world's magic circulation system, and it also came with an internal circulation system. However, no matter how many cycles a system goes through, the total amount of a certain element will decrease during the cycle. Therefore, the space must be constantly infused with new magic. There must have been something like this in the past, constantly stealing magic power from the celestial realm into the space as a supplement. Stealing this little bit of magic power didn't have much impact on the celestial realm. It should be gone now. If it's gone, this space will begin to decline, and the larger the object, the more it will be the first to be affected. In fact, the whole world is the same. The whole world has a magic circulation system, and the celestial realm has something that constantly generates magic. However, that thing will eventually break down and eventually fail. The result of that thing breaking down will not be just the extinction of magic, but will bring about the end of the world. The end of the world is still a long time away, at least 500 years, but 500 years doesn't seem like that long for Ronan and his group who have already achieved immortality. While Ronan and Caterpillar were chatting, Ambrina and Zhao Yinki were looking around at the bow of the ship. They saw the oceanic creatures in the air and the various strange plants on the white sand. They would occasionally let out childlike exclamations. Isabel was also watching and would occasionally mock Ambrina for acting like a child. Ambrina retorted, "I call this youth. Unlike some people who are already old women before they're even 10. Astrid then leaned over and recounted her previous experiences to Zhao Yinki, telling her that what she had seen so far was not big enough. The truly enormous ones were beluga whales, but unfortunately, they might not have another chance to see them this time. Meanwhile, the other pair of sisters were both focused on their studies. Grandma was cultivating. She didn't want to do anything else but cultivate, determined to reclaim her place as a genius. Alice was hunting, which, in a sense, was also a form of cultivation. Her summoned creature, the living gun, needed to hunt different species, especially monsters, to level up. She had hunted almost every kind of monster she could find in the world, yet she had only reached the 3rd rank. This place was a treasure trove for her. Inside, Ashley and Felix were making breakfast. Of all the women, only the 2 of them had any cooking skills. The rest just ate. Agustina, Alina, and Faith are playing cards. These 2 are clearly not here for a vacation. They're just here to play cards in a different environment. It's just unexpected that Faith is also a card player. Just then, seeing a group of black flying sharks suddenly rushing towards their spaceship, from a distance, Ambrina couldn't help but wonder, are these guys planning to attack us? Is that even a question? Isabel retorted, they clearly see this ship as prey. As she spoke, she drew her saber, gripped her magic revolver, and assumed a fighting stance. Ambrina's multi-barreled machine gun was still in the ship's warehouse, and she didn't have time to retrieve it. So she took out her personal melee weapon, a silver-gray one-piece cast short-handled crescent axe, which she originally used to chop down trees in the wild. Beside her, Astrid looked to Zhao Yinki, as if to ask if she needed to leave. Zhao Yinki shook her head. With the high-level magic gun she obtained from the cube gone, she was more interested in honing her close combat skills through battle. Her swordsmanship was the no-greed for sword style taught to her by Ronan, and with her own time deletion ability, she could truly achieve invincible rolling and attack lock-on, specializing in killing large creatures that couldn't attack from a distance. As soon as the battle began, Zhao Yinki almost suffered a defeat. The black flying shark was not without ranged area of effect attacks. It could breathe fire and was poisonous. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have been hit. Ambrina, on the other hand, had everything go very smoothly. As soon as she activated her magic suppressing domain, the black flying shark's flight ability plummeted instantly, and they began to wobble and fall, flying erratically. Ambrina jumped over and swung her axe. In the distance, Alice provided cover fire, while nearby, Isabel slashed, dodged, and cursed, also using a spatial sphere to shield Ambrina from the poisonous breath. These black flying sharks weren't stupid. They immediately realized that Ambrina was their biggest problem, so they scattered and focused their fire on her. Thanks, Issa. I'll treat you to pig's trotters tonight, Ambrina said. I don't eat pig's trotters, Isabel shouted in response, then plunged another knife into the head of a black shark from top to bottom, twisted it, and killed it instantly. On the other side, seeing these creatures approaching, Astrid made her move, unleashing a dazzling array of magic. This time, none of them would escape, even though these dozen or so were definitely not the same group that had previously attacked the white whale. At the stern, Ronan leisurely watched the battle. Something like the black flying shark didn't require his intervention at all. Soon the battle was over, perhaps because the spaceship had been tainted by the bloody scent of black flying sharks, which were quite formidable predators in this space. They encountered no more unsuspecting predators along the way, and many smaller fish dispersed at a distance, until the spaceship returned to the most thriving central region. It once again heard the roar of a beluga whale. At this moment, a group of beluga whales is fighting against an incredibly huge monster. It was a gigantic sea serpent that was over 1,000 meters long and 50 or 60 meters thick, covered with feathery scales, had no tail, and had snake heads at both ends. Although Ronan and his companions on the spaceship were powerful magicians, as tiny creatures, they were instinctively shocked by such a colossal being, remained stunned for several seconds before they came to their senses. Chapter 665 Abandon thinking, follow your heart. Just kill. Astrid took a step forward, but then stopped. The giant two-headed sea serpent preying on beluga whales is a natural part of this place. Should she interfere with this order? Astrid asked herself. If she went to save the beluga whales, it might be a rescue for them, but for the two-headed sea serpent, it would be slaughter. Today, she killed a two-headed sea serpent. Tomorrow, will she kill someone because of her personal likes or dislikes? Lily, do you think all the people I killed deserve to die? Was it morality, the law, or a justice that exists but doesn't exist that killed them? It is all of those things, and none of them. Ultimately, it is because I felt they deserved to die, so they died. Ronan saw his daughter's hesitation and asked, "You're still young. You don't have your own set of principles yet. Right now, you don't need to think about so many things. Just do what you want to do." At the tender age of 20, Astrid, whose values were still forming, had read too many humanistic books of this era. Yet, she was born into nobility, associated with princes and princesses, and was a magician who transcended ordinary people, easily deciding the life and death of others. After hearing her father's words, Astrid suddenly understood something and activated it instantly. At the same time, Ronan's armor was put on her body, and an automatic defensive floating shield followed. Ronan looked at Elena, "Connect the treatment wires." Elena immediately reconnected, and in the blink of an eye, Astrid was already far away, her healing line stretched to several hundred. Does she still need this? Elena had just done it without question. Astrid is very strong, much stronger than her mother. She is proficient in all 4 elements, at the 5th rank, and can transform into elements, create domains, and possess supernatural abilities. She also has a lot of magic power. Among people of the same rank, perhaps only some who use divine magic can defeat her with strange tricks. This two-headed sea serpent looked enormous, inspiring fear in those who couldn't help but feel apprehensive, but to Elena, it was just big, nothing more than a target. That giant snake must be quite powerful, Agustina said from the side. Our young lady might not be able to handle it on her own. Ronan nodded in agreement. It must be said that Agustina, with her orthodox academic background, has a far greater eye for these things than Elena, who is completely unorthodox. On the other side, Felix, who was holding a spatula and wearing an apron, was stunned. She could see through other people's magical bodies. Ronan and his group's magical bodies were all quite strange. Most of them were skeletons. Kate and Astrid were liquid humanoids. The strangest one was Faith. Her magical body was a cyclone located in her chest, without any humanoid shape at all. Many creatures here also have a demonic base that is a cyclone. Felix had assumed she would no longer be able to be startled by other demonic entities. As it turned out, reality proved her wrong. The sea serpents and the demonic entities of those white whales were also cyclones. Those beluga whales each have only one cyclone, which is just relatively large. But the two-headed sea serpent is different. It's not just large. In addition to the front and rear ends, there's an enormous, tornado-like super cyclone inside its huge body that connects the two ends. Do you need me to come? Dinia asked Ronan. Part of her concern was for Astrid, but a large part of her excitement stemmed from the prospect of something new. Her experience learning from Suleiman had been like a fisherman finally catching a big fish after a long time, only to have it get away. Even more frustrating than going home empty-handed. Now, we've seen a big fish again. No, if you go, she won't have a chance to get away with it, Ronan said, then shouted back, Ashley. Ashley arrived almost instantly and understood Ronan's meaning in an instant. She reached out her hand, and at the same time, Ronan's demon-slaying sword appeared in her hand. With the demon-slaying sword, Ashley transformed into a shadow and quickly flashed to approach the giant two-headed sea serpent that was rampaging. The two-headed sea serpent's body was enormous, and its movements were extremely violent. Almost every strike it created a gale in the air and stirred up sand waves on the ground, causing natural disasters every second. Not to mention getting close, Ronan and his companions could feel the wind pressure and sandstorm even when they were standing hundreds of meters away. At this intensity, even mages below the third rank would not be able to stand firm in such a gale and sandstorm if they were close by. In the battle circle, the remaining beluga whales are still battling the enormous sea serpent, which is at least 30 meters long and whose every move stirs up sandstorms. These beluga whales, which are already enormous to humans, are like mice encountering a giant python in front of the two-headed sea serpent. Page 291 is for Astrid, who was rapidly approaching, and Ronan and the others, who were several hundred meters away. They were as insignificant as insects. Many beluga whales have already died, a situation they never imagined. According to generations of experience, this two-headed serpent only awakens once every 10 years, and it awakens at the edge, moving towards the center while hunting. After eating its fill, it returns to the edge. In the third decade, it eats a lot, then stops sleeping and goes to a place to lay an egg, transferring all its remaining power to the egg. When the egg hatches, it reaches the end of its life. But now, only 5 years have passed since the two-headed serpent last awoke. Moreover, as soon as it woke up, it pounced directly on the central area occupied by these beluga whales. The beluga whales continued to resist. As magical creatures, in addition to biting, ramming, whipping their tails, and shooting out the swordfish that parasitized under their fur, they could also release a series of magical shockwaves. However, these shockwaves could only hinder the two-headed serpent and were not enough to cause it sufficient damage. Ultimately, the giant snake arrived too suddenly, catching them off guard. Their leader died in the first wave of combat, and without command, they were unable to leverage their collective strengths. After these successive losses, all they could do now was buy time for the young beluga whales and their calves. The Hand of Giants, the Sword of Judgment. Astrid unleashed her magical secrets at maximum power, reaching Dynamax. Water and earth coalesced into a giant arm. This move, originally only a 1 or 2 meter thick and 10 meter long arm plus a hand, is now a 10-meter thick and 100-meter long arm. With a single stroke, the giant hand directly grabs the snake's neck. At the same time, a lightning sword, more than 20 meters wide and 100 meters long, composed of thunder and fire, slashed horizontally. Normally, this move involves grabbing a person and then cutting off the exposed part, slicing the person in half. Now, Astrid is going to chop off the snake's head. She hadn't expected that the enormous snake's scales were not only incredibly strong, but also extremely resistant. She had anticipated that a single horizontal slash would sever the snake's head, but now, when she tried to strike, the sword couldn't even penetrate it. But the lightning and fire of the thunderfire sword continued to clash, and for a moment, it was like a circular saw cutting through iron, with sparks flying everywhere. The sparks here were like a meteor shower, falling in all directions. The giant serpent felt its scales being gradually cut open and struggled frantically. Astrid gritted her teeth and used all her strength to barely grasp it with her giant hand, but at the same time, her magic power was being rapidly depleted. Chapter 666 The Profound Mysteries of Magic, Regeneration, Sacrifice. At this moment, the giant snake, whose neck was being held, swung its body and whipped its tail, and another snake head attacked. Snakes aren't afraid of being choked, let alone a two-headed giant snake. The other snake head did not open its mouth or spit venom. Instead, it emitted rays of aging from its enormous snake eyes. To the giant snake, These were rays, but to humans, they were two enormous black beams of light. Astrid unleashed lunar tide to counteract the attack, a scene magnified thousands of times like two high-pressure water pipes spraying black liquid at a transparent spherical shield. At the same time, Astrid did not relax her magic. Finally, the Thunderfire sword broke through the snake's scales. Instead of continuing to exert force to try to cut off the snake's head, she pulled back, cutting open a huge wound. Instantly, blood spurted out, like blood rain, flying everywhere, and then flowing down like a waterfall. Astrid only needed to dispel the spells on the giant's hand and the Sword of Judgment to inflict wounds. Immediately, she sped off, rushing towards the giant snake, intending to treat the wound. The giant two-headed sea serpent was also extremely annoyed. This little insect's attack was huge, but its body was too small and agile. It couldn't bite and inject venom like it did when attacking a beluga whale. It could only open its mouth and spew out poisonous mist. This move was useless against Astrid. She could transform into an elemental form and was covered with a layer of magic-resistant armor, so she simply walked straight through the poisonous fog. Fire, earth, water, wind, Crimson Lotus Fist. Passing through the poisonous fog and getting close to the wound she had just created, Astrid unleashed another massive magma fist, slamming it directly into the wound beneath the giant sea serpent's head, injecting magma into its body. As magma poured into its body, the intense pain caused the two-headed sea serpent to writhe wildly. The monster, which was thousands of meters long, thrashed about, crashing into the ground and creating a gale that shook the entire earth. A sandstorm hundreds of meters high swept up in the surrounding area. After a painful struggle, the two-headed sea serpent turned around. The head that had been the tail came up on top, while the head that was drooping halfway and about to break off became the tail. Just when Astrid thought the problem was solved and all that was left was to repeat the process, the giant sea serpent suddenly lashed out with its tail, snapping off the severely injured head at the tail end. Instantly, blood flowed like a river. Immediately afterwards, a mass of worm-like tender flesh surged from the severed head, rapidly reforming into a snake's head shape. In less than 10 seconds, a new snake's head was generated. This thing can actually regenerate. Several hundred meters away, on Ronan's side, it can probably regenerate 5 more times, Felix said. She wasn't guessing. She was calculating it from the changes in the giant sea serpent's tornado-shaped magical base. The giant serpent was indeed killed by Astrid, but only once. Close by, within the battle zone, Astrid gasped for breath. She could only manage 2 more attacks from the giant's hand and the Sword of Judgment before running out of mana. Would 2 attacks be enough to completely kill the giant two-headed sea serpent? She didn't know. Most likely not. I can't use this move anymore, Astrid thought to herself. She had to find a more effortless way. However, the regenerated giant two-headed sea serpent wouldn't let Astrid stop there to think. The poisonous fog and the aging beams attacked again. The sea serpent also realized that it couldn't easily deal with this troublesome insect. This insect was like a god, small but powerful. Even though it was far inferior to a god, it still had to take it seriously. How to take this seriously? Of course, by not giving her a chance to get close, and by using poisonous fog and death rays to wear her down. This time, it had to wake up because it sensed the environmental changes. It was much weaker than normal and could only regenerate 6 times instead of 9. Its abilities in all aspects were also weakened, and its food supply had not recovered to a sufficient amount. After it had a full meal, it probably wouldn't be able to do it again. However, it never thought about doing it again. It planned to break into that city. The desert and the sky above the enormous city are isolated from each other in a special way, but underground they are a unified whole. Within this unified whole, there are many underground caves. In the past, it used to move through these caves to launch surprise attacks, and at the same time, it was underground that it was reborn. Just as the two-headed sea serpent was about to burrow part of its body into the burrow beneath the white sand, a group of beluga whales released shockwaves and charged over, braving the poisonous fog. The beluga whales swarmed forward, recklessly biting the snake's neck, locking its head like the giant's hand had done before, restraining it and preventing it from moving freely. They were intelligent beings, and they not only understood that Astrid was helping them, but also knew that their current numbers were insufficient to cause any real harm to the sea snake. Therefore, they could only risk their lives to create an opportunity for Astrid. Seeing this, Astrid raised the Sword of Judgment once more, no longer needing to use the giant's hand, thus reducing her energy consumption by half. In the blink of an eye, Astrid killed the two-headed sea serpent once more, but in the blink of an eye, most of the remaining beluga whales had died or been injured, leaving only a few. This is the power of the two-headed sea serpent. If you can't subdue both heads at the same time, the other head becomes a threat. Then, once again, Astrid used her magic, which was only enough to kill the sea serpent once, to kill it twice. Now, the sea serpent has been killed 3 times, but at the cost of all the remaining adult male beluga whales dying. Just as Astrid was about to make another move, the 2-headed sea serpent decisively retreated. Seeking advantage and avoiding harm is an animal instinct. It had already died 3 times, and with its life force, it only had 4 lives left. It dared not risk its life against this insect again. The sea serpent, no longer wanting the pile of food on the ground and fully prepared to escape, was completely out of Astrid's reach, and she could only watch helplessly as it fled. Just then, a huge red crescent blade, tens of meters high, slashed through the sand sea and instantly severed one of the giant sea serpent's heads. At the same time, a black circular slash suddenly spread out from the inside of the other neck of the sea serpent, severing its head. The red slash naturally belongs to Dinia. The black circular slash that expanded from the inside came from Ashley, who had already entered when Astrid first wounded the sea serpent. Just then, the giant snake, whose 2 heads had been severed at the same time, did not regenerate. Instead, its 1,000-meter-long body began to shrink and condense rapidly. Astrid didn't know what was going on, but as a seasoned veteran, she knew very well that if the other party was casting a spell for a long time, she had to interrupt it. She was about to take the opportunity to make a move when Dinia stopped her, saying, "You can't interrupt it, and there's no need for you to." The giant sea serpent, which was shrinking, was not as vulnerable as it appeared during the spellcasting animation of a magician. On the contrary, its physical and magical defenses were increasing exponentially as it shrank, and Astrid's magic could no longer harm it. Dinia is still okay now, but she's not going to do that. Chapter 667. I didn't mention you. Restraint. Getting serious, the colossal body, stretching for thousands of meters, even in its coiled state, and even with such a wide view, still seemed endless, yet in that very moment, it was gone. Instead, there was a snake man, 2 meters tall, with a humanoid body, bulging muscles, and purplish-black skin that shimmered with a metallic matte sheen, and a thick neck and snake head. Outsider, you're really strong. You're stronger than that curly-haired guy and can even be compared to that bearded guy. You forced me to become this insignificant and ugly little thing. The giant 2-headed sea serpent, transformed into a snake man, could not only speak, but also use the old imperial language, and spoke in a very arrogant tone. Dinia and Ashley, one a roughneck from an orphanage and the other a street gang leader, couldn't understand it. Only the academic genius Astrid could understand it, since many magic academies were still using textbooks in the old imperial language. The bearded man the snake mentioned was the prophet. In fact, this space has been around for thousands of years and has been visited by more than just the prophet. However, the prophet only awakens once every 10 years and is active for only half a year each time. So far, the prophet has only seen the bearded man, a white man with curly short hair, and Dinia and a few others. Of course, Astrid replied. I wasn't talking about you, the snake man said, his eyes only on Dinia. This is its true form, but maintaining it consumes a tremendous amount of energy. If it were to continue maintaining this form indefinitely, it would consume everything in this space and then die itself. Therefore, it usually appears in the form of a large snake. Even as a large snake, it spends most of its time in hibernation, only waking up occasionally to feed in order to maintain the ecological balance here. As for the main body, the 2 worms, one with golden hair and the other with brown hair, were already rotten and decaying, but this white fur still kept it on its toes. Take her away, Dinia said to Ashley. Trying to leave? The snake man couldn't understand Dinia's words, but he understood her meaning. Without hesitation, he attacked. Astrid had been so arrogant just now, killing several of his lives. As the absolute king of this space, how could he tolerate her running away like this? The snake man moved, and Dinia moved too. The next instant, a pair of white serpentine scimitars appeared in the snake man's hands, colliding with the warhammer in Dinia's hand. The aftershock of the collision was like a missile hitting the ground, scattering the surrounding sand and dust around the 2 of them. Ashley took the opportunity to leave with Astrid. The snake man's strength was even greater than Dinia's. He slashed Dinia vertically with one sword and then slashed horizontally with incredible speed. Dinia instinctively tried to block, but his left forearm was severed off at the root and sent flying into the air. The fracture began to regenerate rapidly, but unlike before, a new life did not grow instantly. Instead, it grew very slowly because a decaying force was constantly corroding the fracture. I knew we were the same kind of people long ago, and these twin blades are precisely what counter this kind of power. Without Big Beard's fancy moves, you're just waiting to die. The snake man's tone became even more arrogant. Dinia couldn't understand its words, but she could see its smugness. She dodged back and said, "Idiot." Dinia then ripped her left hand off her shoulder, and a novice hand popped out instantly. "A wound keeps eroding and can't regenerate? Then make the wound disappear." How many more times can you regenerate like this?" The snake man sneered. "However, I don't have time to waste here with you." It couldn't maintain this state for long. The snake man prepared to unleash a flurry of attacks as it approached, not believing that Dinia, covered in wounds, could still act as if it had just pulled her hand away. Dinia no longer stood still to take the snake man's attack head-on, but instead unleashed a burst of red light. The snake man, wielding two swords, neither dodged nor evaded, charging head-on into the red light cannon. After shrinking and converging, its defense reached an extremely terrifying level. This red light cannon, weaker than the previous slash, could not cause it the slightest damage. The next instant, just as the snake man thought it was about to strike Dinia again, Dinia's figure vanished in an instant, throwing a mushroom dart, and then instantly teleporting onto it is Dinia's basic technique. Of course, most mages are not qualified to let her use this basic skill. They usually can't even withstand a single red light cannon shot. Here, the snake man's figure drew closer once more. It is fast and sharp, surpassing any opponent Dinia has ever faced in terms of speed and perception. The serpentine scimitar's cutting ability was extraordinary. Dinia's defensive membrane and physical resistance were completely unable to withstand its slashes. In the next instant, the snake man slashed 5 times, separating Dinia's head, limbs, and body. "Now let's see how you regenerate," the snake man roared. However, in the next instant, the separated Dinia crumbled into a cluster of red worm-like mushrooms, and a new Dinia sprouted from the sandy soil. Just as the snake man was about to launch another attack, its wrists and ankles were tightly bound by red chains that grew from the sand. Its movement was hindered, and it tried to break free with brute force. The next second, thousands of red roses appeared in its eyes. These were not roses, but shrunken but still powerful slashes. The rose storm swept through, like countless iron shards impacting a steel plate. After it passed, the snake man was covered in scratches, but not a single drop of blood was shed. "That's all?" the snake man provocatively asked. "You have already lost," Dinia said. The snake man couldn't understand French, but he could see that Dinia was in a victorious posture, and he was very disdainful. But the next moment, it suddenly covered its eyes with both hands. Dinia didn't expect the slash to work at all. She wanted the fungus to use the slash as cover to burrow into the snake man's eye socket. Dinia is more like a berserker most of the time, either swinging a sledgehammer or firing a cannon, but she is definitely a magician. "Rookie," Dinia said softly with a hint of disdain. "A full body, all-around defensive membrane is a fundamental skill for mages. Any first-tier mage possesses this skill. Without it, in a fight, your eyes, ears, nose, and mouth will all be vulnerable, allowing your opponent to use concentrated magic to penetrate and turn your brain into mush. Unfortunately, the snake man doesn't even know such basic skills." This was already confirmed when Dinia fired its first red beam cannon at it. The snake man roared, "Ah, die!" Ignoring the rampage of the fungus within his body, he charged at Dinia once more. Its body structure is abnormal. The invading and parasitic bacteria do not cause much harm, but they frantically absorb its magic. Dinia was also excited. She transformed her body into a berserk mushroom and devoured it, entering a berserk and accelerated red wolf mode. She was covered in dark red berserk armor and a wolf head helmet. Her eyes shone with scarlet light like spotlights. She exhaled a breath that looked like a burst of red steam. With one hand outstretched, a 2-meter-long crimson sword appeared in her hand. In the blink of an eye, all that remained in everyone's sight was a point of light with a red tail and a point of light with a purplish-black tail, seemingly colliding in the sky and earth. A few seconds later, what they saw was a dense web of red and purplish-black lines intertwined. Dinia and the snake people were too fast, so fast that if you looked at them, you wouldn't see them, but rather their trajectories. At the center of their battle, it was as if hundreds or thousands of bombs were exploding continuously. Chapter 668. There's not a drop of blood in the doping. Spectator, you're already dead. As the battle raged on, the snake man grew increasingly impatient, unable to defeat Dinia, and was nearing its breaking point. Dinia grew increasingly excited. Fighting such a powerful being was the driving force behind her destiny magic, even though her total magic power had already overflowed. She didn't need to rely on driving forces to increase her magic power and meet the advancement conditions like other Destiny mages, because killing was simply another side of her personality. Hundreds of meters away, Astrid was stunned, muttering, "This is a battle I cannot intervene in." Nearby, Agostina slapped Astrid on the shoulder. "Don't compare yourself to the captain. She's in a state where there's not a drop of blood in her veins. Red Wolf mode is about turning your entire body into berserk mushrooms and then constantly eating them, exceeding the physical limits of a mage. You're already very strong, Lily," Ronan said. Page 292. "Your dad is right. You're better than your mom now," Elena added. Astrid relaxed a lot and pouted. "Isn't it expected that I'm better than you? You're just a support." On the other side, Phalek was also stunned. She thought that the combat power that Dinia showed during the last counter-ambush of Sultan was at least 60 or 70 of her strength. Now it seems that it was less than 30. Faith leaned closer. "That's far from enough. Her strongest state is when she merges with Ronan, which is stronger than even a 7th-tier being. By the way, that snake man also has a demonic body, right?" Thalek nodded slightly. "Yes, and similar to you." Upon hearing this, Faith was thrilled. That was top-notch material. Just then, Ashley walked over and said to Phalek, "Stop looking around. Come and make breakfast." "Oh?" Phalek said, stammering. "What do you mean, Do you think you're still the Queen Mother? You're a maid now," Ashley scolded, grabbing Phalek and pulling him into the spaceship. "No, I just think you," Phalek explained. She was just surprised at how quickly Ashley had changed roles. Just a few minutes ago, she was a peerless assassin who silently infiltrated the serpent and chopped off one of its heads with a black circular slash. Now, she had seamlessly transitioned back to the role of a maid cooking breakfast. "TCH, too much talk," Ashley said. She was used to it. Back when Isabel was still a princess, she was like this. In front of outsiders, she was a reckless and dim-witted princess maid. In front of others, she was a diligent but somewhat clumsy maid. And in secret, she was a ruthless assassin. After finishing his business of killing people in the middle of the night, he would come back and help the princess get dressed and wash up. That was just his normal daily routine. In this respect, Isabel and Ronan are a perfect match. They both use people to the point of exhaustion as long as they're not killed. On Ambrina's side, she, Isabel, and Zhao Yingti were all watching the battle through binoculars. Zhao Yingti was deeply shocked to witness this level of combat for the first time. Her abilities were completely useless against people at this level. Not only could her attack power not break through their defenses, but she couldn't even move them while they stood there. She couldn't even dodge, because when she activated her range, the opponent was still within the range a moment before she did, but by the time she activated it, the opponent might have already moved away from her range. At her speed, 10 seconds wouldn't be enough for her to retreat to a safe distance. She was still too weak. Meanwhile, Alice, feeling that she was still too weak, was also being strengthened with the help of her sister, Grand. Although the two sisters disliked each other since childhood, they would never deliberately sabotage each other when it came to serious matters. At first, when the giant serpent appeared to hunt the white whale, the monsters floating in the air had already scattered and fled. However, some monsters that had long buried themselves in the white sand did not escape. They even took the opportunity to prey on some of the panicked monsters that fled. But after the battle between Dinia and the snake people began, the aftershocks of their battle continued to bombard the ground. The monsters under the surrounding white sand dared not stay any longer, and broke out of the sand to flee frantically. This gave Alice the opportunity to shoot them. However, even though Alice's shooting speed was already very fast and her accuracy was very good, she still couldn't kill all the fleeing monsters at the same time. Only when Grand came over could she help block them and drive the monsters to concentrate in one direction so that she could shoot them down. "You're taking them down one by one with one shot. That's so efficient." Colin's hands were sharp, but her mouth was full of sarcasm. "You're useless. You can't handle the weaklings, and you can't deal with the ones that aren't weaklings. You're really too good for yourselves." Alice kept firing, taking down enemies one after another. "Heh, you're only a 4th tier now. Once I'm 4th tier, I'll test my skills on you." Oh dear, I'm so scared," Colin said in an exaggeratedly frightened tone. As a 4th tier cultivator, she could already transform into an elemental being and was not afraid of being shot at all. "If you get beaten up, don't cry and run to tattle like you did when you were a kid," Alice teased. Alice, Grand was furious. Back then, she was young and couldn't beat Alice, who was older than her, so she went to Ronan. That was her dark history. "Hell, by the time you're at level 4, I'll already be at level 5. I'll still crush you." "Hell, now that I have free time, I can even have a child with that Ronin guy. I'm a summoner, so the child I have will most likely be a mage. Do you dare to have one? If you give birth to one, it will most likely just be an ordinary person. Our genius lady, I'm afraid you can't accept that. Can you? Alice said another scathing remark. Galan laughed back, laughing. Can't I wait until my talent has matured and the technology is ready before I can be born? The two sisters resumed their usual bickering. In the distance, the battle between Dinya and the snake people continues. The snake man gradually weakened and realized that it was no longer possible for it to defeat Dinya. Realizing this, it did not hesitate to self-destruct. As the massive shockwave blasted Dinya apart, it also transformed into countless small snakes that scattered in all directions. It's that trick again. Dinya gritted her teeth. Last time, that scholar Ahmed slipped away from her in the same way, so all you can do is self-destruct. Dinya exploded with a bang, sending countless mushroom darts flying after the small snake that had darted through the air. Unlike the scholar before, the snake man has parasitic bacteria inside his body. After it explodes, each of the smaller snakes contains the bacteria. Dinya disperses himself and can automatically track and lock onto each one without needing to consciously operate. Faced with this situation, the snake man had no choice but to reveal his true form. Otherwise, given the speed of the small snakes, he would not be able to escape at all. One of the small snakes transformed into its true form, and Dinya regenerated herself on a mushroom dart behind it in the very first instant. Just when Dinya thought the snake man was about to fight back desperately, the snake man stopped, knelt down, and raised its hands, saying, "I surrender, spare my life." It didn't want to die when it was forced into a corner. Having lived for so long, it didn't want to die even more than before. "It is too late," Dinya said. She didn't want to get past the snake man, and even if she did, it was too late. The fungus had been parasitizing her for too long, and the snake man had been continuously activating its magic. Now, its body had been hollowed out by the fungus, but it hadn't yet escaped its state of extreme excitement and couldn't feel it. Just then, the snake man suddenly collapsed to the ground in agony, curling into a ball. Chapter 669 Transforming Puppets, just spouting nonsense. Their existence is for destruction. It is said to be hollowed out, but it is not the kind of hollowed out creature that is just a layer of skin. This is because the snake man was originally a solid, abnormal creature without any bones or internal organs. Or rather, it was a living cluster of consciousness and a demonic entity. It was the original template for all other creatures in the space, and the most perfect form. The bacterial colony of Dinya simply carved out a cavity inside itself and filled it with its own through continuous engulfment and proliferation. The snake man was now in a near-death state, curled up on the ground in agony. The main reason was not the injury caused by the loss of his body, because strictly speaking, it was not an injury. All parts of his body were the same, so losing a piece was no big deal. It was the invading fungi of Dinya that interfered with the operation of his consciousness system. Losing a piece of one's own body and gaining a piece of someone else's body would not affect the magic base, but for the snake man, it would. This change brought him damage and pain that went straight to his soul. This pain did not last long, because it died from the extreme weakness and collapse of its demonic foundation. Faith was the first to arrive and used her magic on the dead snake man, preparing to transform the material into a puppet. "Your magic works on this kind of thing too?" Dinya asked. As Faith cast the spell, she replied, "I was quite surprised. It went exceptionally smoothly. Her magic targets the recently deceased, constructing a simple magical foundation on the foundation of the collapsing and dissipating magical body, serving as an operating system. At the same time, it uses the deceased's body as a basis to reshape the body's vitality and create new hardware. She manipulates the puppet with threads, not by pulling or manipulating its body, but by transmitting commands to its magical core, making it act according to those commands. Unfortunately, its magic base no longer exists. Although this makes the conversion easier, its magical abilities will be unusable after the conversion," Fis said regretfully. Usually, when she converts other dead mages, the lower-level spells of the converted mages are still usable. She still craved the deathly black aura of the snake people, but unfortunately it was gone. After the transformation, it becomes a blank slate, except that its physical strength far exceeds that of any of its previous puppets. If used as a meat shield, it can withstand the vast majority of magic in the world. Dinya reached out and grabbed the pair of scimitars lying in the sand. As she examined the scimitars, she noticed that Faith was staring intently at her. "You want those curved blades?" Dinya asked. "If your majesty is willing to give it to me, My family is willing to serve your majesty for generations. Shameless words come out of Faith's mouth without hesitation. Dinia just smiled. It no longer has the ability to bind the black aura of decay, nor does it have that magic-breaking ability. All that's left is its sharpness. That's enough. It is perfectly fine as a conventional weapon, Faith said. By the way, do you have children? Dinia finally asked Faith, addressing her earlier shameless question. No, and it is impossible. But you know, it is easier to discipline someone who isn't your own child, right, Your Holiness? Faith said, there are many teachers in this world who can teach a lot of people well, but very few who can teach their own children well. That is what I admire about Mr. Ronan. When has he ever taught his children? Dinia tried to laugh but couldn't. Although she had never paid much attention to Ronan's education of his children, she knew a little about it. Ronan simply didn't have time to educate his children, and the mothers of his children were Abrina, who was always forgetting about her children, Elena, who couldn't control them, and Agustina, who didn't care about her son at all. What kind of family education is this? Faith explained. As for teaching by example, Lucian Roman too is good enough, at least better than our King of Wayland. Speaking of the King of Wayland, she was furious. The King of Wayland had a lot of say in religious affairs, so the blame for not making her a bishop should naturally be placed on that damned king's head. At this moment, Ronan and others also arrived. How is it? Ronan asked Dinia. It's strong, but also weak, and its duration is too short, Dinia commented. If this snake man had studied magic and didn't merge with you, I wouldn't have been able to defeat it. That's his own fault for not being ambitious, Astrid suddenly interjected. Ronan asked, puzzled. Astrid explained. The snake man said that it had seen other magicians, so it can only blame itself for not trying to learn from them. After she finished speaking, Faith's puppet transformation was completed. The transformation of the snake people was much faster than the normal transformation. All right, everyone must be hungry. Let's go get something to eat, Ambrina called out. She wasn't very interested in snake people or fighting. She just wanted everyone to start eating together. Just as Ronan was about to respond, he noticed Alice. Hey, Alice, you've advanced. Oh, I didn't expect Mr. Ronan to notice me, Alice said sarcastically. Ronan smiled, walked over, reached out and took off Alice's large, round, gold-rimmed glasses. Then he pinched her pale, delicate cheek, which was not very fleshy. Alice's eyes widened in surprise. She never expected Ronan to do such a teasing thing to her in front of so many people. My little Alice still loves me, doesn't she? Get out! Alice was both ashamed and angry, and kicked Ronan in the shin. Taking advantage of the situation, Jelen stepped forward and said, deep down, I also consider you my father and lover. Of course I'll be unhappy if I feel neglected. Upon hearing this, Alice was filled with extreme shame and anger. I'll kill you. Galant slipped away extremely fast, and Alice raised her gun and started firing, clearly intending to blow her sister Galen's head off. Beside her, after a moment of surprise, Thala couldn't help but laugh, a rather silly laugh. It was truly hard to imagine that such a group of politicians could get along like family, but it was the truth. And now she had entered this special family. Perhaps her past misfortunes were for the sake of her present good fortune. As Faith watched the two sisters chasing and playing, a wave of emotion washed over her. She too had once had sisters, but the past was gone forever. On the other side, Astrid walked over to the bodies of the beluga whales and silently mourned. Alina and Agustina followed. Just then, Astrid suddenly heard the roar of a beluga whale. At first she couldn't believe it and thought it was a hallucination. But when she looked up, she really saw a beluga whale. Those big guys are back. In fact, the beluga whales had already turned back when they saw the giant two-headed sea serpent fall from afar. However, they dared not approach because of the sandstorm caused by the battle between Dinia and the snake people. Only now that everything has settled down did they dare to come closer. Kate Pell watched the beluga whales from afar. If the snake man hadn't restrained himself, these lovely creatures would have been gone long ago. It was hard not to think that this was a deliberate attempt to wipe everything out of the place. Chapter 670 Funeral. High rank. Is the monster human? The only 3 adult beluga whales, along with 7 juvenile beluga whales and 4 still infant beluga whales, dragged together a dozen or so dead beluga whales, including the leader, and circled around the pile of corpses, emitting mournful howls. They are holding a funeral. They were supposed to carry these dead beluga whales to Skeleton Mountain, but now, with so many juveniles and teenagers, they simply couldn't move them. Even if they could, they wouldn't have the strength to drive away the scavenging predators that would inevitably come along the way. After the funeral, the 3 adults forcibly carried away the 4 cubs who were reluctant to leave, while the 7 teenagers followed after them after a moment of silence. The dead are dead, and the living must live on. Let us go, Lily, we should go too, Agustina said to Astrid. Elena put a hand on her daughter's shoulder. They'll be fine. Don't worry. Behind them, Kate Pell remained silent. She didn't step forward to reveal the truth that the space and all its inhabitants were on the verge of extinction. She could see that Astrid, who had grown during this journey, accepted the situation but still felt a touch of sadness. She saw no need to add fuel to the fire, and so the little incident came to an end. Afterwards, Ronan and his group arrived at the cave entrance in their spaceship, then shrunk the spaceship and carried it into the cave, proceeding forward. This time, everyone went through the cave to the cliff outside, where the old man was still sitting. Looking out from the cliff, the sky was still grey, and the distance was vast. Scattered buildings could be vaguely seen under the grey fog, but the most conspicuous thing was still the giant tree that was far away but looked huge, supporting the sky and the earth. Upon seeing Ronan and his group, the old man raised his head and said, "Go, perhaps you can end this nightmare, but remember, dreams are more real than reality, travelers." No one could understand the old man's words. They could only tell that he seemed to be giving some kind of warning. All I could do was politely nod in response to the elderly person. Instead of going directly down the cliff, the group walked down the hillside next to it. Soon, the group sensed a living creature in the grass beside the mountain path ahead. It was a hunched dwarf-like thing with a grayish-green body that was difficult to spot, because it was hidden in the grass. Ronan and his group did not launch an attack, but the monsters suddenly attacked after they got closer. The monsters' legs were like frogs, with amazing jumping ability, and they jumped to their faces in an instant. The fingers on their forearms were covered with dark and sharp claws. With a swing of her hammer, Dinia shattered the head of a frog-legged, clawed dwarf, but at the moment of death, the monster's claws suddenly exploded, scattering like a bomb filled with shredded iron. Dinia reacted swiftly, spreading her mycelial net to block the fragments. Although the fragments were blocked, they still corroded the mycelial net to some extent. Ronan swung his sword straight at them, piercing their chests. He held his shield horizontally to block the splattering black blood and the exploding claw fragments. Alice casually shot one of them away with a single shot, but failed to kill him. This claw dwarf's physical strength actually surpassed that of most creatures in that space, and was even above that of a first-tier mage. Alice couldn't even take it down with a single ordinary shot. Alice shot it away, and Grant followed up with a fiery explosion to kill it. Its claws seemed to explode as well, but they were far away and didn't affect Ronan at all. They encountered these monsters several more times along the way, and the group attacked without hesitation, annihilating them all without giving them a chance to get close. These frog-legged, clawed dwarfs were nothing to Ronan and his group. They were physically strong but lacked magic. However, they were not weak. If they went to a village of ordinary humans, they could easily wipe out the village if they couldn't organize enough people together. In fact, if they were careless, they could be seriously injured by the corrosive claw fragments. And in this place, they are probably the most insignificant monsters. Once we redown the mountain, find an open space to deploy the spaceship. Don't rush into exploration, Ronan said. These seemingly insignificant monsters instilled a sense of crisis in Ronan, not because of their strength, but because of their unexpected and bizarre attacks. He, Dinia, and Kate, who were strong enough, would definitely be fine, as would Agustina, Elena, Faith, and Ashley. But the others might not be so sure. The mountain road winds downhill, and the further down you go, the denser and more lush the vegetation becomes. At first, it was all rocks, not a single blade of grass in sight, but now, as you approach the foot of the mountain, it is covered in grass and trees everywhere. At the same time, there were more living creatures, but these creatures were just like the frog-legged, clawed dwarfs we had seen at the beginning. They were not only unafraid of life, but also full of aggression, and many of them were stronger than those dwarfs. After annihilating another wave of attacking monsters, Alice suddenly spoke up. "I have something to say." The group stopped, and Alice continued, "I didn't kill any of the frog-legged claw dwarves in the first wave. In the second wave, I killed one, but I didn't feel any improvement. I thought maybe the improvement was too small to feel. In the third wave, I still didn't feel anything. Just now, in the last wave, I felt something after I shot one of them, but I didn't feel anything for the others." Page 293. At first glance, this statement seems insignificant, but upon closer examination, it is rather alarming. Alice meant that those frog-legged, Claude gnomes might not be purely monsters. Some of the monsters in the last wave were monsters, and some weren't. If it's not a monster, then what is it? The answer might be a little shocking. At this moment, Kate spoke up. They are people. They were originally meant to be people, not artificial people, but real people of this world. After saying that, she couldn't help but sigh. How could this be? Among her group of companions, the kindest, the most cheerful, the foolish one who would befriend animals and was nicknamed human, Lavigne, wanted to destroy the life she created, turn this place into a gloomy and desolate place, and even turn people into this inhuman and ghostly form. In the end, what happened? It seems your companion is in danger, Ronan said. The other androids, including Kite, who was once revered as the moon goddess, have all caused some harm to the humans of this world, but none of them have done anything like this. Kate Pierre did not argue, because the facts were clear. Perhaps her old friend was no longer the same friend she remembered. They continued on their journey, and before they knew it, it was completely dark. Agostina, Grand, and Astrid lit a fire to illuminate their surroundings. After descending the mountain, Ronan and his group cleared out several monsters that had been lurking around the stone houses in the abandoned village, then launched their spaceship to rest for the night before continuing their exploration the next day. The ultimate goal, of course, is to get to the giant tree located right in the center. Chapter 671. Can't sleep, can't wake up. Who's in the nightmare? In the middle of the night, Ronan suddenly woke up. He felt something was strange. For decades, he had never gotten up at night. What was going on? Looking around, Ambrina and the others were all fast asleep. Ronan let out a soft sigh and got up from his cot. Since he was already up, he might as well go outside to relieve himself. Ronan moved very quietly. In this room, both Isabel and Felix were sleepy and would wake up at the slightest sound. Unlike Ambrina, who, although she kicked off the covers and sometimes slept sideways, was always a very sound sleeper. She wouldn't wake up unless there was wind and thunder, or even if a fire started, as long as it burned right in front of her. Ronan tucked the sheet over Ambrina and then opened the door to leave the room. When Ronan returned from urinating, he ran into Zhao Yingqi in the corridor. The two exchanged glances but said nothing before passing each other. Ronan returned to his room and lay down again. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour passed, and Ronan couldn't fall asleep with his eyes closed. This was really strange, as he had always been a good sleeper. He could fall asleep standing up, or at least he could fall asleep as soon as he lay down. If there's something wrong with the environment, Isabel can sleep, but he can't. Ronan closed his eyes, trying again to fall asleep, but he still couldn't. Unable to sleep no matter what, Ronan got up again and went outside. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yingqi was also there. You can't sleep either? When faced with Zhao Yingqi's question, Yunan did not answer immediately. Instead, he frowned. It might be a coincidence that one person can't sleep, but is it the same if two people can't sleep? Don't panic, Ronan said. Zhao Yingqi was taken aback. Panic? Why would she panic? Nothing had happened, she just had insomnia. Although she had never had insomnia before, it wasn't unusual for her to be unable to sleep in a place like this. Ronan didn't speak to Zhao Yingqi anymore. Instead, he turned around, kicked open the door with a bang, but no one inside woke up. Then, Ronan walked to the lower bunk where Isabel was sleeping and pinched her cheek. Didn't wake up. Ronan released his grip, took a deep breath, and calmed himself. Seeing this, Zhao Yingqi was also stunned. How could he not wake up? Then Ronan shouted, "Get up!" However, no one was awakened. Zhao Yingqi's expression changed drastically. She knew something was wrong. Not just one person, but everyone was in trouble. Ronan didn't waste any more time and immediately left the room, going to the room next door where Dinya and the others were. He walked straight up to Dinya and punched her in the face. There was no reaction at all. Then he made some more noise and bothered everyone again. He went back to his room and slapped everyone in Ambrina's room. Finally, Ronan went to the cockpit to try to wake Kate and Faith, but the result was the same. The two of them simply wouldn't wake up. At this moment, Zhao Yingqi was completely terrified. Even someone like Dinya had fallen victim to it. Just how terrifying was this power? Don't panic, Yingqi, I'm here. Ronan went over and took Zhao Yingqi's hand, as if he could see through her thoughts. Besides, this kind of power may not be very strong. Strong magic power does not mean that you will not be affected. Zhao Yingqi was somewhat at a loss, and could only grip Ronan's hand tightly and hum in agreement. Pack up, let us leave the spaceship and deal with this, Ronan said. He didn't know what was going on, but in this situation, waiting and seeing was not an option. Zhao Yingqi was interrupted by Ronan before he could finish speaking. Ronan said, "You can't stay here. If anything happens, I won't be able to save you in time. But what if they encounter any danger in their current stage? Zhao Yinqi was very troubled. No buts. There's no way to wake them up right now. If we just wait, the situation will only get worse. Don't worry too much. Those monsters around us can break through the spaceship, Ronan said. If there's any trouble, we'll deal with it then. In short, we can just sit here and wait to die. Ronan was absolutely resolute. Zhao Yinqi lowered his head, feeling very guilty. It's all my fault. If I were stronger, I could have stayed here. This is not the time to talk like that, Yinqi. Now it's up to you and me. Don't waste time, Ronan said. Okay. Zhao Yinqi perked up and responded as decisively as possible. Ronan quickly changed into his gear, slung a backpack containing food and water over his shoulder, and also stuffed the pyramid-shaped key inside. Zhao Yinqi returned to her room, took off her nightgown, put on magic black pantyhose, then knitted calf socks to prevent slipping, boots, a long skirt, a cotton shirt, and a multi-pocketed hunting coat. She then took the magic gun she had obtained from the cube, her longsword, and her backpack. Born into a privileged family, Zhao Yinqi had never experienced hardship, even in a foreign land, and indeed lacked the perseverance, determination, and composure that others possessed. Who are the others? Dinia, an orphan raised in an orphanage that glorifies ruthless competition. Elena, an orphan whose childhood was marred by tragedy, forcing her to wander. Alice, whose father was murdered and mother fled. Agustina, who went from a pampered young lady to a dependent servant. Ashley, who lost her only relative at a young age and lived on the streets, willing to kill for a bite to eat. Even princesses like Ambrina and Isabel grew up under immense pressure. If it weren't for Ronan, the two of them would have surely staged a dramatic battle for the throne, instead of just a minor skirmish like this. Faith, Phallic, not to mention religious organizations and the court, they're not so easy to get along with. However, Zhao Yinqi is not a useless person who panics and cries when faced with problems. She can also muster courage and take responsibility. Ronan jumped off the spaceship. Come on, Yinqi, let's go take care of this little problem. Yes, Zhao Yinqi responded firmly. At the same time, in another spaceship, a group of people gathered in a room, looking at Ronan and Zhao Yinqi, who remained asleep and could not be awakened. What do we do? Ambrina asked. She was the first to discover that Ronan had fallen into a deep sleep. As for how she found out, don't ask. Dinia remained calm, her fists clenched. Me, Faith, and Ashley will go out. You three stay here. Okay, Ambrina agreed. Astrid stepped forward. Wait, I want to go too. Shut up. Dinia and Ambrina spoke almost simultaneously, telling Astrid to shut up. Then, Dinia took a deep breath and looked at Ambrina. I'm leaving this to you. Ambrina looked at Isabel. Why are you looking at me? Of course I'll listen to you, Isabel said. Normally they might joke around, but at times like this, she wouldn't do anything to cause trouble. Are you really not taking me? Kate asked. I believe you, Dinia said. Kate Pell leaned against the wall and sighed. Go straight to the big tree and find a way up. It's a kind of mental effect. They're trapped in a nightmare right now. Of course, it's also possible that we're the ones trapped in a nightmare. Chapter 672 Red Moon. Skipping class. Familiar strangers. The gray fog that had obscured the sky had dissipated some time ago, but what covered the earth after it was gone was not a bright white moon, but a red moon. Visibility remains very low. The world has changed, but the surrounding terrain and environment haven't changed, at least not yet. When Ronan and Zhao Yinqi got off the spaceship, they found themselves in the same abandoned village, which was full of ruins, and only 1 or 2 stone houses were still relatively intact. With short hair and a shaved beard, Ronan wore a jewel-buttoned shirt, unbuttoned, its close-fitting cut highlighting his thick chest muscles. Over it was an olive-green canvas trench coat, open at the waist, with a belt buckled with a solid gold eagle head. He wore black wool boot-cut trousers, and a pair of wooden-colored leather boots with arabesque carvings. His overall demeanor was somewhere between a gentleman and a tough guy. Zhao Yinqi wore a ponytail, a black and gold striped pointed collar shirt underneath, a khaki 4-pocket belted short trench coat in a hunting style, a black knee-length skirt, and burgundy V-neck riding boots. Only, when she stepped forward, could you see the knee area covered by semi-transparent black pantyhose between the hem of the skirt and the top of the boots. She looked both heroic and feminine. Ronan didn't know where the problem lay, so he could only lead Zhao Yinqi toward the most conspicuous and suspicious-looking giant tree. He originally intended to fly there directly, but as soon as he took off, not only did his magic consumption increase instantly, but a strange and inexplicable force also directly interfered with his thinking. With these two factors combined, Ronan had no choice but to walk. We had just left the village area. They're here, Ronan whispered to Zhao Yingqi. The monster was coming. As Zhao Yingqi's perception expanded further, he also discovered the anomaly. As the two drew closer, both Ronan and Zhao Yingqi were surprised. Before they went to sleep after the spaceship was deployed, the group had observed their surroundings. At this location, the creatures that had been wandering around were several humanoid figures with reversed joints on their legs, tentacles on their heads, and twisted exoskeletons on their bodies. One arm was extremely thick and had no hand, but instead had a bone hammer shield that resembled both a shield and a hammer. The other hand was of normal size, but it also had no palm, only a twisted cone. Now, in the same spot, appears a human-like figure wearing a strange bird-beak-covered helmet, covered in rusty, gray-black armor, its style vaguely similar to the exoskeleton of the monster from before. It wears a wide, blood-red robe, holding a giant shield in one hand and a long-handled, pointed warhammer in the other, the spearhead of which is quite unique, resembling an eagle's beak. Normally it's a monster, but with this strange red moon appearing, it's become human. As they drew closer, the people, much like the frog-legged, clawed dwarfs they had encountered at the beginning, became completely irrational and launched an attack directly at Ronan and Zhao Yingqi. Don't waste your magic, just stay back and keep watch. After saying that, Ronan stepped forward, sword and shield in hand, and engaged in close combat with the three shield hammer bird-headed knights. Zhao Yingqi watched from behind. She could use her magic gun to attack, but doing so would be a waste of her already limited magic power. Unless absolutely necessary, the magic gun in her hand is just for show. Ronan will handle all the battles, and she should only use her magic for time magic. Ronan didn't use any magic skills at all, just his materialized sword and shield, blocking attacks, small back jumps, sidestepping, and then blocking attacks again. A minute later, Ronan was fairly certain that these knights were both strong and weak. They were strong because of their simplicity and ruthlessness. Each move aimed to kill, and their actions had been honed to the point of being almost instinctive. They surrounded Ronan and attacked him relentlessly, giving him almost no chance to breathe. However, they were also weak, because they only had instinctive reactions and seemed to have completely lost their self-awareness. They were even less capable than the frog-legged, clawed dwarfs they had encountered on the mountain path before the red moon descended. Those monsters had their own consciousness, but their ferocious wildness made them seem more foolish than these knights. In reality, these knights were the truly stupid ones. Ronan had figured them out completely. Clang! Ronan raised his shield to block the sweeping attack. The knight was about to change his move to a vertical slash, but at that very moment, the shield in Ronan's hand transformed into a sword. With a single thrust, he pierced the knight's neck. Then, the sword disappeared, and with a wave of his left hand, a holy light magic cannon shot out, shattering the knight's breastplate and sending him flying. Next, the right hand was replicated, except that the final magic cannon was replaced by a kick. Ronan distanced himself, gripped his sword with both hands, and before one knight could fully rise, he crossed his swords and beheaded him. 3 minutes later, Ronan executed the other 4 knights. Then, the corpses and remains of these knights turned into black and red ashes and disappeared. Ronan turned around. It's all right, Yingqi, let's go. Looking at Ronan's calm demeanor, as if he had just added an extra spoonful of jam to his breakfast, Zhao Yingqi was initially a little scared. But in an instant, her fear was replaced by a sense of security. This is Ronan, a cold yet gentle eccentric. Seeing Zhao Yingqi standing there blankly, Ronan urged, "Stop dawdling, let's go." Zhao Yingqi quickly followed. Soon, Ronan discovered a wide main road leading straight towards the big tree. Of course, this main road hadn't been repaired for many years and was in terrible condition, though you could still vaguely make out its former shape. Along the way, he encountered knights again, and even a knight who was more than twice the size of the shield hammer knight and wielded a huge double-edged axe, blocking the middle of the main road. Ronan decisively chose to skip class. He was not there to attend class, but to find out the truth and solve the problem of Ambrina and Dinia falling into a deep sleep. Finally, Ronan and Zhao Yingqi arrived at the end of the main road in front of a city gate. On both sides of the city gate, the city walls were mottled, with the outer layer peeling off in many places. In some areas, even the high parapets had collapsed. The city walls themselves weren't high, only a little over 3 meters. Ronan could easily jump over them, but trouble, I can't skip class now, Ronan muttered. Right at the city gate, a tiny figure exuding a dangerous aura was guarding the place. This Zhao Yinqi also saw it and was somewhat surprised, because this little guy, although he's only a little over a meter tall, looks a lot like someone in his eyes and eyebrows. Gran looked like this when she was little. Ronin's words put Zhao Yinqi's doubts to rest. But don't worry, it's definitely not. Before she could finish speaking, a loud bang rang out, and Zhao Yinqi was knocked down by a tremendous force. It wasn't an attack from the smaller version of Galan, but from another weapon, a gun. If it weren't for the magic-resistant armor Ronin had cast on Zhao Yinqi, she probably wouldn't have been able to stand up after that. Even so, Zhao Yinqi gritted her teeth and endured the excruciating pain. The super-large caliber bullet had released a shockwave when it hit her armor, and she felt as if the bones in her entire right upper arm had shattered. At this moment, little Galan also started up. Yinqi, hold on tight. Ronin put his arm around Zhao Yinqi and headed straight for the direction where the shooting had just taken place. We need to kill the ranged attackers first, but we can't leave Zhao Yinqi here, so we have to take her with us. Chapter 673 Battle. Second stage. Not a projection, but an inner demon. The one who fired the shot was indeed Alice, but apart from her facial features, there was absolutely no resemblance to Alice. Standing at 1.8 meters tall with incredibly long legs and two large, papaya-like breasts, she is practically the opposite of Alice. The Alice in her hand is not Alice's summoned object at all. Instead of a living creature that looks like an art piece or flintlock pistol, it is a large, matte black barrel with dark gold patterns engraved on it, similar to a small cannon. These are no longer guns used to shoot people, they are cannons used to blast down city walls. Just as Ronin was rapidly approaching her, the massive gun barrel vibrated 3 times in quick succession, firing 3 shots in quick succession. However, the bullets did not shoot straight at Ronin. Instead, they dispersed and attacked her from different directions. Ronin made no attempt to dodge, charging headlong towards Alice. There was no way to dodge her bullets. They would relentlessly follow him, and he could only block them. Fortunately, Ronin's magic shield can block all materialized magical attacks as long as he has enough magic power. Page 294. However, Ronin did not expect that the 3 bullets would explode at a considerable distance from their impact, releasing a triple shockwave that forcefully pushed Ronin, who was flying at high speed, downwards. In that instant of suppression, the little lowly form Brandine successfully caught up and locked onto Ronin, wielding a water dragon in one hand and a fire dragon in the other, like 2 giant whips lashing at Ronin. Left with no other choice, Ronin could only control 2 floating shields, one on the left and one on the right, to block the water and fire attacks. In that brief moment of defense, Alice, with her long legs and large breasts, had already taken the opportunity to move to a different position. I really underestimated you too, Ronin thought to himself. He originally thought he could take down the 2 without expending much magic power, but in the end, he was too arrogant. Even without their own consciousness, the 2 in this state were still only at the 4th level. Although he was at the 6th level, he still couldn't kill them one by one with a single sword strike. No longer holding back, Ronin multitasked, launching a barrage of flying swords at Alice, while simultaneously charging through Grandin's dazzling magic with his shield, forcing his way close. Elemental mages can fully transform into elements once they reach the 4th rank, and in most cases they are not afraid of close combat. But Ronin is not one of the majority. His sword is capable of piercing and dispelling magic, and the Holy Sun's left hand can directly drain magic from a distance. Steam mode. Ronin's eyelids twitched. Generally, when fire or water elements are simply transformed into their elemental form, the output power and recovery speed of one's own magic power will increase, but the speed will decrease. Furthermore, Ronin's sword ignores elemental transformation. However, Grandin's steam mode is very different. It accelerates the process. On one side, Grand forced Ronin to increase his speed by adding more magic power. On the other side, things weren't going well either. Alice wasn't so afraid of being attacked at close range. When she merged with her summoned creature, her whole body could be transformed into guns. Her 10 fingers, mouth, and eyes became gun barrels, firing all at once, bombarding Ronin's flying sword with concentrated firepower. However, the gap in hard power cannot be bridged by these things. A few minutes later, they finally managed to deal with the 2. After putting Zhao Yinqi down, Ronin bent over, pressing his knees and panting. Alice and Grand, 2 mages with relatively little combat experience, were actually stronger in their unconscious state than in their normal state. The magic power consumed to deal with the 2 of them exceeded Ronin's expectations. Ronin straightened up again, took a deep breath, and was about to continue forward when the corpses of Alice and Grand did not turn into dust and disappear like the previous nights, but instead transformed into forms that were even closer to their original forms. However, with her hair disheveled and her eyes bloodshot, Galen wore a half-open, deep purple mage robe. The gold print on the robe had faded due to bloodstains, and the hem was torn, revealing purple stockings underneath. Alice wore a tattered, blood-stained maid's dress with a torn hem, revealing white stockings with faint bloodstains underneath. "Dad, don't you love me anymore? Why don't you come to see me? Am I worthless? Why did you kill my father? Why implicate my friends while protecting the real villains? Why?" Faced with such interrogation, Ronan merely smiled contemptuously. Glalan would never have such thoughts, and neither would Alice. Ugly illusions. Ronan no longer held Zhao Yinki in one arm. He held two swords, and he was enraged. "Die!" Ronan, unleashing his full power, dispatched the two monsters almost instantly. After Alice and Galen died, their bodies disappeared, leaving behind red crystals. Ronan hesitated for a moment, then picked up the two crystals, put them in his backpack, and set off again. Ronan fell silent without realizing it. "Ronan, Ronan?" Zhao Yinki saw Ronan suddenly fall silent, and was worried that he had been provoked by those two sentences. Ronan snapped out of his daze. "I'm fine. Let's go into town." Hearing that everything was all right, Zhao Yinki was slightly relieved, but still couldn't help asking with concern, "Should we take a rest?" "There's no need for that now," Ronan said, continuing on his way. Yes, Alice and Grandine didn't have those thoughts, and they wouldn't say those things. The one who truly had those thoughts was Ronan himself. He indirectly caused Alice's father's death. He looked down on Alice's gossipy friends. In the last few years of his rule, during the war, Ronan orchestrated several major cases. Several of Alice's young official friends, who opposed reforms that had caused numerous social problems and even spoke out for certain individuals, were directly implicated in the cases. Ronan suspended Alice from her post, and these individuals even planned to commit suicide together to prove their innocence, stating in their suicide notes that Alice had nothing to do with the cases. Ronan never imagined that such people existed in the Western continent at this time. During this process, several high-ranking officials chosen the right side. These individuals violated countless laws, yet Ronan had Alice turn a blind eye until just before leaving, when he dealt with them to pave the way for little Lucian. Ronan saw that Grandin had good talent and sent her to the Magic Academy. Later, when the Ministry of the Interior lacked reliable manpower, he arranged for her to work there. Later still, he put her in a job that was ostensibly for education. But throughout it all, Ronan rarely asked about her affairs. It was a matter of trust, but it could also be said that he lacked care. To this girl, who actually really regarded him as her father, Ronan was not a good father. What good father would act like that? The two monsters blocking the road outside the city gate were not projections of Alice and Grand, but Ronan's inner demons. The city wall was not high, but it was very thick. The wall was more than 3 meters high, and its thickness was definitely more than 5 meters. There was a gap in the top of the city gate passage, which should have been a pointed wooden gate that could be lowered quickly. As Ronan stepped out of the city gate, a figure suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. He felt a chill run down his spine and his hair stand on end. He instinctively reached out to protect Zhao Yinki. He drew his long sword, pointed it at his opponent, and said, "Don't move." It's so strange. He had kept his senses active the whole time since leaving the spaceship, but he hadn't noticed a single person standing by the city gate. This is a woman wearing a hat with a wide brim decorated with a blood-red rose, a dark red cloak, and a high-neck dress with a large skirt. She is completely covered up, and her hands and feet are not visible. Only her face can be seen. Chapter 674. Not human, QA, as long as there's something to do. She had the same snow-white light blonde hair as Dinia, and beautiful, delicate features, especially her emerald green eyes, but they were a little too symmetrical. Ronan was actually very familiar with this kind of symmetry, because Faith and Caterpillar were both like this. This woman is not human. The woman, who was completely covered up, spoke up. "Hello, travelers." The woman's voice was somewhat unexpected. It wasn't the sharp-tongued, mature voice of Faith, nor was it the kind of voice of Caterpillar that seamlessly switched between an intellectual queen and a rough factory worker. Instead, it was a slightly cool and aloof voice that could make people feel cheerful and warm. It was like the sound of water being poured into a cup when you get up in the middle of the night and feel thirsty. However, what truly surprised Ronan and even Zhao Yinki was that they actually understood what the woman was saying. "Who are you?" Ronan demanded, his grip on the sword unwavering. "People trapped in this world, unable to escape," the woman replied. Her words seemed clear, but upon closer inspection, She seemed to have said nothing at all. Ronan didn't expect the woman to be honest, so he changed the subject. This world. What world? Existence and non-existence. A dreamlike space-time between falsehood and reality. The woman replied. Ronan frowned, deep in thought. Zhao Yingqi couldn't understand at all. What do you want to do? Ronan asked again. By this time, Ronan had realized that the woman was waiting for them here. A long black lace-patterned glove emerged from behind the cloak, revealing a slender hand with outstretched palm. A red crystal came into view. I would like to ask you to help me collect this. Can't you do it yourself? Ronan retorted. I cannot leave this city, the woman replied. What are you going to do with collecting this stuff? Ronan asked again. The woman tilted her head and looked into the distance. Once you've gathered them all, open the door to that temple over there. Following her gaze, Ronan and Zhao Yingqi could vaguely see the outline of a building, but it didn't look like a temple. It looked more like a small military fortress. As far as the eye could see, most of the buildings were rotten beyond recognition, but this fortress, though old, was at least intact. Ronan and Zhao Yingqi both distrusted the woman completely, but Ronan only disbelieved her without saying anything. Zhao Yingqi, however, couldn't help but question, that's a temple, but it looks more like a defensive fortress to me. The woman smiled slightly, without any extra expression, but it looked and sounded like she was mocking her. You need to know that in the beginning of human civilization, abstract concepts brought people together. Abstract concepts are the root of primitive religion, right? And primitive religion existed to organize and build up military power. Temples were military institutions, and so-called cities were just appendages of temples. That's it. It was clearly a serious lecture, and with the woman's face, it should have been even more solemn. But there was a hint of playful mischief in her words, making Zhao Yingqi want to get angry, yet he couldn't bring himself to do so. What are you going to do by opening the temple? Ronan asked again. The woman's voice turned cold again, and she answered briefly, escape. After answering, the woman did not explain further. Ronan pondered for a moment, then asked again, how can we obtain this red crystal? At this moment, Zhao Yingqi couldn't help but glance at Ronan, wanting to speak, but she didn't. She felt that Ronan was now caught up in this suspicious woman's rhythm, which was very wrong. She was going to remind him, but after thinking about it, she realized that what she realized Ronan must have realized as well. The woman pulled her hand back into her cloak, then extended it again, now holding a parchment scroll. The location has been marked. You'll understand when you get there. After all, you've already obtained the red crystal, haven't you? Ronan took the parchment map, looked at it, and saw that the marked points were all outside the city. After putting the map away, Ronan did not turn around and leave the city, but walked straight towards the temple. After walking a distance, Ronan looked at Zhao Yingqi and asked, Yingqi, you were about to say something. Why didn't you? Huh? Zhao Yingqi was taken aback at first, then said, there's not much to say. What I can understand, you can definitely understand too. Ronan sighed softly. Zhao Yingqi was just like that. She had many opinions, but she didn't like to express them. She was the kind of person who would always think of the answer in her mind if there was a question in class, but she would never raise her hand to answer. Even after so many years on the Western continent and her lifestyle had become westernized, she was still very much like Saris in this respect. It is okay. Say whatever you want. No one will think you should stay silent just because your words aren't insightful. Especially not me, Ronan said, though he didn't expect it to work. Oh, Zhao Yingqi replied. Ronan continued, whether she really intends to get our help or is setting a trap for us, we are doing something. The worst thing right now is not facing a crisis, but not knowing what to do. After entering the city, proceed straight along the main road that follows the central axis. Before long, you will arrive at the temple. After a brief inspection, Ronan found nothing unusual about the temple, which ran along the central axis and was near the city gate. He couldn't cross the temple either, as red mist walls stretched across both sides, extending to the side walls in the distance, blocking the way. As for flying over, Ronan had already tried it at the beginning. While it was possible to fly at extremely low altitudes outside, it was impossible to fly in the city. As soon as he took off, he experienced a rapid loss of magical energy and a feeling of his consciousness being disrupted. Let's go, out of the city, let's fight monsters. Ronan turned around, preparing to leave the city. After leaving the city and going outside, Ronan took out the parchment map and looked at it with Zhao Yingqi. According to the map, the area covered by the map is a basin, and the area outside the map is unknown. The entire city is located in the very center of the map, and the very center of the city is the giant tree. If we take the initial entrance of Ronan's group into the cliff as due south, Then due north is a waterfall and a lake. The northwest and northeast are the main distribution areas of villages. If this was once a normal city, then the northwest and northeast should be farmland. The west is a mountain range that connects to the south and partially surrounds the city, and the east is a forest. All the places marked with red dots except for the one near the city gate located on the main road leading from the city to the outside, which is the previous Alice and Golland, are scattered in different locations, quite a distance from the city. Some are on mountains, some are in forests, and some are in waterfalls. We walk clockwise around the mountain, starting from the south, going north along the mountain range, and finally going to the forest on the east side. Ronan made a decision. His idea was simple. In this strange world with very low visibility, the forest was dangerous, but the danger was saved for last. Okay, Zhao Yinqi agreed, and took Ronan's backpack. These were the only trivial things she could help with these days. With the parchment map tucked into his pocket, Ronan set off toward the nearest red dot. Chapter 675 Slaying Monsters, Starting Class, and the Past that cannot be returned to in the dream world shrouded in red moonlight. Halfway up the western mountains, Ronan and Zhao Yinqi were positioned on the edge of a platform that had been artificially excavated and leveled. Previously, at the foot of the mountain, Ronan had already dealt with Thalek. She is a person without a voice. At this moment, Ronan sat on a stone platform, resting, drinking water and eating dried meat. Along the way, the mountain path was narrow and he could not fly, so he had to face the monsters blocking his way. The most numerous were dwarves carrying pickaxes, hammers, axes, or iron spikes. The dwarves have large bones and should be strong, but they are skin and bones. Their faces are covered with hair, making it impossible to see their features. Their bare upper bodies have metal-like objects growing out of their skin. These dwarves still have human-like shapes on their outer skin, but their insides have been parasitized and corroded by something with a metallic texture. When you stab them with a sword, it doesn't feel like you're piercing their internal organs, but rather like you're sticking your sword into a piece of iron. However, they were still just small fry. Ronan beheaded them with a single sword strike, one head at a time. What's troublesome are other things: blonde hair, golden eyes, and tattered armor that doesn't seem to be worn but rather grows out of the flesh. A small giant over 2 meters tall, wielding 2 massive swords over 2 meters long. His attacks are ferocious with almost no defensive movements. He is exceptionally agile, able to dodge Ronan's counterattacks while attacking. Despite the immense weight of his swords, they are as flexible and versatile as foils. To deal with them, Ronan had to wield his sword and shield, while simultaneously controlling his flying sword to attack from other angles. However, this significantly increased the energy expenditure of the battle. Along the way, Ronan had only encountered 7 or 8 giant sword giants, yet his energy expenditure was not much less than when he faced Alice and Gran. Now, they were not far from the second red dot, so Ronan decided to stop and rest. Fortunately, the magic in this space was exceptionally abundant, and magic recovered very quickly. As a magician, having magic was enough. As for eating and drinking, it was just a formality. After resting enough, Ronan stood up. Yinqi, you stay here. The surrounding area had been cleared by Ronan and was basically safe. Even if something else appeared, Zhao Yinqi wasn't afraid. These monsters, including the giant sword giant, wouldn't be able to get close to him if he just wanted to run away. Leaving Zhao Yinqi behind, Liu Nan continued on his way. 5 minutes later, on a platform in front of a mine entrance, a woman was asleep with her eyes closed, leaning on a sword. When Ronan approached, the woman opened her eyes and woke up. She got up, picked up the sword she was leaning on with one hand, and with the other hand, she made a grasping motion, and another sword flew into her hand from a distance. Her flowing blonde hair was adorned with small northern-style braids, and her visor seemed to be part of her face, though it was partially broken, revealing half of her face. It was indeed Alina's face. Originally, it should have been full body plate armor, but now only the right arm gauntlet, chest armor, lower body armor skirt, left knee pad, and boots are still intact. The entire left hand, waist, and most of the right leg are completely bare, revealing smooth, fair skin. This Alina is over 2.5 meters tall, also a small giant, but her overall proportions are still the same as her original proportions. Without a word, Alina was already in front of Ronan, wielding her twin swords. In just a few seconds and a dozen or so exchanges, Ronan already felt the pressure. The long-lost feeling returned. Teacher Eid is about to start class. Alina was a swordsmanship prodigy and considered Ronan's half-swordsmanship teacher. She met Ronan when she was 10 years old, and by then she had already learned all the moves and theories of her family's swordsmanship. However, her pure swordsmanship skills were still lacking at that time. Ronan, who had inherited the original owner's haphazard swordsmanship, could defeat her without using magic or brute force. But Alina's swordsmanship improved rapidly. By the time she was 16, she had completely mastered the family's sword techniques and theories, and Ronan could no longer beat her in a pure swordsmanship contest. For the next few years until I met Dinia, it was all Teacher E's teaching time. Alina has now lost her supernatural abilities, magic, and independent consciousness. All of these have been transferred to her physical body, turning her into a ruthless swordsmanship machine. In close combat, a minute passed, and Ronan, whose speed and strength were a level above hers, was completely unable to hit her and could only parry. A sword is not such an inconvenient thing. Ronan changed tactics, gliding on his shield, creating distance and circling around, constantly attacking from different directions with his flying sword. Whenever Alina lunged at him and tried to get close, he would use his shield to knock her away, just like the tactics of light-mounted archery combined with heavy cavalry charges of steppe cavalry. Shooting a sword is also a swordsmanship. 10 minutes later, Alina knelt down, her armor and flesh cracked and peeled off like weathered clay, revealing Alina's naked body like a peeled egg. What appeared in Ronan's sight was Alina, who was 13 years old and just beginning to develop, looking like a young girl. She was tall, but not very prominent in the front or back. Her maid outfit looked a bit loose, and her calves, wrapped in black stockings, were quite slender under the skirt. We'll never go back to that simple, happy, and warm family, will we? The young girl, Alina, drew her wooden sword and pointed it at Ronan. Give me back my master. Ronan closed his eyes, held the sword in both hands, and stabbed it through Alina's chest as she charged at him. The wooden sword struck his face without causing any injury, but it did bring a fleeting glint of tears to Ronan's eyes. That year, in Wright City, by the sea, Ronan was 18, just starting out in the city hall, a lowly secretary on the fringes of the hierarchy. Alina, carrying a shopping basket, had just gone to the market to buy groceries and catch up on the latest news in the city. She told him that a down-on-his-luck nobleman like him, with no one to rely on, had no future and would just drift along in Wright City for the rest of his life. Alina said that such a life was fine too. But one person's fate. Goodbye, my maid. Ronan said goodbye, drew his long sword, and with a gentle push, the girl Alina fell to the ground. Page 295. Alina won't dwell on the past, nor will she care about Ronan's broken promise, but Ronan himself does care. Immediately, the corpse turned into red dust and vanished, leaving only a red crystal. Ronan picked up the crystal, didn't linger, turned back to call Zhao Yinki, and the two continued on their way. Soon, the two reached the mountaintop and proceeded along the relatively gentle ridge. Eagles, goats, and wild boars, all with metal parasites bursting from their bodies, were more ferocious and swift in their attacks than the humans before them, but their attack methods were much more monotonous. Ronan didn't even need to worry about them. Zhao Yinki, whose speed and strength were inferior to these mutated animals, could deal with them without using magic, simply by using his sword. How did it go? Zhao Yinki asked Ronan expectantly after taking care of a few more wild beasts. Impressive, Yinki. These things are no match for you at all, Ronan praised. Zhao Yinki simply smiled, feeling quite pleased with himself, but not on the surface. He said humbly, actually, I'm not weak. Of course, Ronan said, as they continued on. The weather gradually became hotter, and the number of wild animals decreased. In fact, they went for long periods without seeing a single one. Zhao Yinki was somewhat unhappy about this, as she had finally managed to show off a little. The big one goes ahead, you stay here, Ronan said, and went off alone. Chapter 676. Simultaneous two-player conquest in progress. May you bring me trouble. Village. Just as Ronan was preparing to deal with Agostina, at the same time and in the same place, the real world completely overlapped and completely separated. You're asking for death. It was Dinia who uttered this violent and fierce voice. At this moment, she was pressing a lava dragon eagle, nearly 100 times her size, against the mountain ridge. The enormous lava dragon eagle, covered in fiery feathers, was unable to move. Dinia's one hand transformed into thousands of tentacled hands, like the underground roots of a tree, tightly locking its head. Her other hand was aimed at the top of its head, punching it again and again, each punch carrying an extremely violent magical impact. The mountain ridge was cracked by the huge impact. Standing at a distance, Faith and Ashley felt as if the entire mountain trembled with every punch Dinia threw. Is she really that violent? Ashley asked Faith. Although they had known each other for many years and had met many times, Ashley had never partnered with Dinia, nor had they fought together many times. To be honest, Dinia's current state was very different from how she fought the Snake Man before. When fighting the Snake Man, Dinia did not change her expression even when she lost her hands and feet, and she did not have much emotional fluctuation when she killed the Snake Man. But now, I don't know how deep the grudge is. The last time Ashley saw such a brutal scene was back when she was a street urchin. One of her underlings was getting revenge on the thug who raped his sister. He hooked the guy's balls with an iron hook, then grabbed a stick and beat him on the head until his brain was turned to mush. Dinia now looked like she was about to smash the beast's brain into mush. Well, from what I've seen, she rarely gets this angry in battle, Faith said. In her experience, Dinia is almost expressionless in battle, doesn't talk much, and you can tell what emotions she has. Whether she is blasting someone to smithereens or being chopped into pieces herself, she acts as if she is just eating bread because she is hungry. Ashley said with a rather wicked sense of humor, "It seems that this winged reptile, with its flying and burrowing, has really angered our gentle and kind Prime Minister. Poor fellow, his biggest mistake was wasting Her Majesty the Saintess's time." Faith added a comment. "These monsters have been a nuisance all the way. Take the two guarding the city at the beginning, for example. They weren't particularly strong, but they coordinated perfectly. They were strong in both melee and ranged combat. The key was that if you killed one, the one killed would revive in a very short time as long as the other was still alive. You had to kill both of them at the same time. However, the two of them never stood next to each other. Instead, they were always a great distance apart. If it weren't for Dinia's teleportation ability, these two would have taken a long time to recover, because Faith and Ashley's damage output isn't very high. They were brought along because their survivability is the strongest. Ronan's enemy was actually much weaker than Dinia's, and since it was someone he knew, it was even weaker. However, Dinia could use her magic freely and wasn't afraid of taking damage, while Ronan had to conserve his magic and couldn't just take attacks head-on. In reality, the difficulty of the two of them was about the same. After that, we took a detour. Subsequently, the one at the foot of the mountain, unable to avoid the attack, directly confronted it head-on and was killed by Dinia with a single blow. After going up the mountain, the annoying things started again. Various ambushes, poisoning, slowing effects, and encirclements. These weren't strong for Dinia, but even for someone like her who could use magic at will, killing them took a long time. This lava dragon eagle was huge, yet it would fly in the sky one moment and dive into the lava pool the next, never coming up to fight head-on. It was also very durable, which finally enraged Dinia. Previously, through her spatial magic, Ambrina had informed Ronan that his body was gradually showing some abnormalities. Golden red patterns were beginning to appear on his skin. Zhao Yinqi also had some, but very few and very subtle. On the contrary, Ronan, who was stronger than Zhao Yinqi in every aspect, was in a much more serious condition. With a deafening boom, the lava dragon eagle collapsed completely. Dinia turned around, her eerie crimson eyes looking at Faith and Ashley. "Let's go." Next stop. Dinah reached the summit point before Ronan and resolved the situation first. At this moment, Ronan was still entangled with Agostina and had not yet reached the second stage. "Damn, there's a lava pool at the top of this mountain." Ronan couldn't help but curse. Agostina is a pure fire elemental mage, tier 5. Once her domain is activated, it overlaps with the lava pool environment, making Agostina omnipresent and omnipotent within its range. Ronan, on the other hand, is a melee mage with top-tier all attributes but lacking area of effect skills. Half an hour later, the flames on Agostina's body went out, the lava stopped flowing and quickly turned into black ash. In the blink of an eye, the black ash slid off and scattered, revealing a humanoid monster wrapped in obsidian. The obsidian man stepped on the lava pool and walked step by step toward the shore, with each step causing a piece of obsidian to fall off his body. Finally, Agostina herself appeared, without the one-eyed patch she wore most of the time, and her clothing was not the androgynous or military style she usually wore, but rather the standard attire of a noble lady of this era, a gorgeous dress with a bustier, cinched waist, and a large cake skirt, and even her hair was styled in a ball gown up toe. "Have you ever thought about me?" she asked. Agostina wouldn't ask that question. She's someone who appears lazy and rough on the outside, but is actually sensitive and delicate on the inside. Perhaps it's due to the ups and downs she experienced in her youth, but she never makes people feel troubled. But Ronan wanted her to ask that question, wanted her to make things difficult for him. A few minutes later, Ronan dealt with her. They went back to call Zhao Yinqi over, and Ronan and Zhao Yinqi set off again. According to the map, Their next destination was the waterfall in the north. I hope it's not a mess. Dinia, Zhao Yingqi prayed. It doesn't matter if it is her or not. The faker shouldn't be able to use the original power, Ronan said calmly. A D who can use the original power is just a big-breasted, brainless, low-educated idiot. Zhao Yingqi was starting to believe it. Really? The first half of the sentence is true, and I hope the second half is true too, Ronan said with a wry smile. When Dinia's rank was low, her magic itself was actually very weak. She just had a lot of magic power. However, she was always among the top 3 in the orphanage. To this day, most people are not in a position to force her to use technology. This doesn't mean she didn't have it, but Ronan didn't know exactly how far things had gone. Halfway there, sensing something alive ahead, Ronan stopped to rest again. His battle with Agostina had drained his magic, physical strength, and mental energy. In his current state, he couldn't even guarantee he could instantly kill those small fry monsters. Needless to say, the minor fish ahead are likely to be stronger than the previous ones. After resting for a quarter of an hour, Ronan moved forward and entered the area of a small mountain village with Zhao Yingqi. At first glance, the place was very lively. Rows of old but not dilapidated wooden houses were everywhere. Some villagers sat at the entrance of the village chatting. Some were chopping wood, some were carrying water, and some were climbing trees to pick fruit. It was a completely different scene from the rest of the dream world shrouded in red moonlight. But upon closer inspection, all the villagers were actually puppets. Chapter 677. As expected of you, the dream crashed, Diddy in another battle mode. After passing the puppet village and dealing with Faith, we took care of Kate Pierre at the waterfall, and then dealt with Isabel and Ashley in the eastern forest. Back in the city, Ronan, who had lost his right hand, went to the temple with Zhao Yingqi, along with the crystal and a woman whose face was only partially shown. After opening the temple gates, Ronan, guided by the woman, deciphered a series of mechanisms and successfully opened another door to the temple. Through this door, Ronan was able to pass through the blockade and enter the city area. After that, we proceeded in a straight line, avoiding everything we could, but there were still some things we couldn't avoid no matter what we did. The monsters they encountered, which were neither human nor ghost, were a level stronger than the monsters they had encountered outside the city. Moreover, these creatures appeared more suddenly in the city, making it more difficult for Ronan to maneuver. In addition, his right hand had not fully regenerated, leaving him with only one hand. Compared to how he had previously slashed through the minions with ease, this was much more strenuous. Fortunately, the woman who only showed her face was not weak. She was definitely at the level of a 4th-tier mage and could help hold them back. Zhao Yingqi, who had hardly consumed any resources along the way, could also provide fire support, allowing Ronan to focus on dealing with a few particularly powerful monsters. After fighting all the way, Ronan's right hand finally grew back. This world was strange, but the magic was unusually abundant, which also greatly increased Ronan's regenerative abilities. The 3 of them were not far from the central square under the big tree. The person who only showed his face stopped and Ronan called Zhao Yingqi to stop. He went forward alone. The ground was cracked in many places, and weeds had grown in some areas. In the center of the wide, desolate square, covered with dust and sand, a gust of wind would stir up a cloud of dust. Beneath the rusty, blood-stained execution platform, Ambrina stood, facing Ronan. At that moment, Ronan stopped. He wasn't thinking about whether Ambrina would be difficult to deal with. He was thinking about what Ambrina would say after being killed once and entering the second phase. Dad, don't you love me anymore? Why don't you come to me? Am I worthless? This was Galen's question. Why did you kill my father? Why implicate my friends? Why protect the real villains? Why? This was Alice's question. We can never go back to that simple, happy, and warm family, right? That is Selena. Have you ever thought about me? This is Agostina. Starting with Faith, it's no longer a question, but an exclamation. Trust is a rare thing. These are Faith's words. Perhaps I really can't be human. Kate Piper. The pain is not in missing out on the past, but in realizing that it is impossible to have it in the future either. This quote comes from Isabel. I thought I could be different from the woman who gave birth to me, but in the end, it seems there's no difference. Will Ambrina question or sigh? 5 minutes later, Ronan, whose skin was cracked and bleeding, with blood flowing from his eyes, nostrils and mouth, and whose magic was running rampant, supported himself with his long sword to stay upright. Opposite him, Ambrina finally staggered and fell to the ground. Her magic was far too troublesome for a mage. While inflicting damage on her, the mage himself would suffer several times the damage. If Ronan hadn't been a 6th-rank mage, but 2 ranks higher than her, and possessed a small amount of original power, along with the dual enhancement of his mind and body, he would have definitely fallen before Ambrina. At this moment, Ronan gazed intently at Ambrina, who was about to come back to life. In fact, after dealing with Alina and Agostina, Ronan had some guesses about what the others would say. After resolving the first phase, he had a desire to verify the answers. Ronan is now especially looking forward to Ambrina's answer. He was very curious about what Ambrina would say, because he really couldn't guess what she would say. Ronan felt that he had so much to say about his wife of so many years, but at the same time he felt that Ambrina had never cared about these things. It wasn't that she didn't think about them like others, but that she simply didn't care and had never thought about them. Ambrina stood up again. Her body, which was much prettier, taller, and slimmer than her original form, cracked open. The next moment, her original form gradually appeared. Just when Ronan thought she was about to speak, suddenly, this body turned into a pool of blood. Then the thick liquid dried up in the blink of an eye, turning into red dust that dissipated in the wind. In her second phase, she died without leaving a single word or making any further moves. Ha 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 ha. Ronan stared at the scene for a moment, then laughed. His laughter held a mixture of surprise, helplessness, relief, and a hint of mockery. He mocked himself, and he mocked this world of the red moon. He thought he had a lot, but in fact he had nothing. As expected of you, Anli, you don't even plan to do your job as the inner demon properly, Ronan said. As he spoke, the gloom that had been gathering in his heart after the defeat of one inner demon after another was suddenly swept away. Upon closer examination, these monsters are neither projections nor inner demons, but merely pointless tricks. If it really is an inner demon, why would Ambrina have nothing to say? This is really possible. However, this one doesn't exist. The result was that the nightmare completely crashed the system. Nightmare probably didn't anticipate this, did it? Having dealt with Ambrina, Ronan continued onward. Finally, Ronan arrived at the base of the tree, and as he had expected, Dinia had been waiting there for a long time. However, at this moment his mindset was completely different from the beginning and during the process. He was not in a hurry, nor did he have any expectations. He simply regarded this as a strange but interesting dream. Come on, Didi, let me see what level you are without the power of the original seed. Ronan wielded two swords and walked step by step toward Dinia. Dinia, dragging his warhammer with one hand, walked step by step toward Ronan. Just when Ronan thought they hadn't entered combat range yet, Dinia's warhammer was rapidly enlarging in his pupils. It wasn't the warhammer that was thrown, rather, Dinia's hand transformed into a whip, and the long-handled warhammer, combined with her arm, resembled a meteor hammer. Ronan blocked with one sword, then slashed horizontally with the other, intending to sever Dinia's flexible arm. The sword that slays demons struck Dinia's arm, but failed to sever it, or even create a gash. Dinia's arms are made entirely of tough and deformable bacteria, with a strong defensive membrane attached to the outer surface. However, even so, Ronan's piercing magic damage still completely ignored the defensive membrane. Moreover, this move was just a feint. At the same instant, Dinia flew over. Ronan had been waiting for this moment. The sword that had just blocked the warhammer slid directly and then shot out a sword beam at Dinia, aiming straight for her brow. However, a hole was ripped open in Dinia's forehead, and the sword's edge pierced right through it. At the same time, the strands of hair spread out, grew, extended, and transformed into countless red lines that attacked Ronan from the air, instantly blocking all angles of evasion. Chapter 678 Reaction, Creativity, a dream of that year under Dinia's onslaught, Ronan completely abandoned the use of shields and armor. His flail-like whip attacks were agile and unpredictable, coming from any angle and easily dodging shields. His hair attacks were unstoppable, slipping through gaps in the armor's joints. Now, Ronan's defense can only rely on a completely covered magical defense membrane. As for Dinia, her body is almost unharmed because even without the original power, she can still regenerate, although the efficiency of regeneration is reduced and she cannot regenerate indefinitely. When faced with slashes, the areas that are slashed are entangled and blocked by mycelium, dissipating the force layer by layer. Ronan's maximum strength can only create a wound, unable to sever her body. When faced with stabs, they directly create holes, forcing Ronan to miss. Of course, this doesn't mean Ronan can't harm Dinia. The piercing magic attacks are still constantly eroding her body and the magic system of her magic base, but it's like scraping. Just when Ronan thought the battle had reached a stalemate, and would continue like this indefinitely, with Dinia eventually running out of steam first. Page 296. The sudden change caused Ronan's expression to change abruptly. Dinia's red threads suddenly gained the power to absorb magic and life force, and now Ronan no longer had the advantage in the battle of attrition. Immediately afterward, Dinia soared into the air, then crashed to the ground like a comet, slamming the earth open and causing the ground to crack like a spider web. Fungal hyphae seeped in and spread, quickly covering the surrounding area. Dinia constantly teleported among these fungi, making it difficult for Ronan to catch her movements, while she could launch surprise attacks on Ronan during these teleportations. Now, Ronan not only lost his advantage but also found himself at a disadvantage. Looks like it won't be that easy. Ronan's lips curled up slightly, showing no panic at being at a disadvantage, but rather a hint of excitement. It's no fun if Dinia isn't strong enough. The fun is in beating her up, even if it's just in a dream. Ronan thrust out his shields, which transformed into pentagons and joined together to form a spherical protective shell that enveloped him. His sword emerged from the seams, eventually forming a spiked ball, which then began to spin and move. If Dinia launches a surprise attack during teleportation, he will collide with the high-speed spinning spiked ball. Nightmare Dinia's reactions were always a bit slow. Before, it took her a while to start using the method of absorbing magic and life force. Now, after several failed surprise attacks and injuries, she stopped her attack method of suddenly launching attacks from unknown angles. Just like advanced artificial intelligence needs a learning period when facing new things, Ronan was creating something new. He had never used this kind of spiky tortoise shell before. He just came up with it on the spot. After a pause, Dinia reappeared in human form, clasped her hands together, and then, as her magic gathered, the red light shooting blade, a combination of the red light cannon and the sea-splitting slash, shot out, the huge red blade heading straight for Ronan. At the same time, Dinia itself was subjected to a violent backlash, and the ground around it was directly pulverized. Just before being swallowed by the giant red blade, Ronan deactivated his state. 10 giant defensive shields, each taller than a man, overlapped and shattered, one after another. The shields crumbled, and finally, the blade broke through all the shields and struck Ronan directly, shattering the defensive membrane. But it was all in vain. Ronan staggered back a few steps, clutching his bleeding chest. It seems I underestimated artificial intelligence. But your time ends here, Ronan said, poking his finger. In that instant, 10 flying swords, which had transformed into tiny short swords and darted through the cracks in the ground like fish, leaped out from the ground and transformed back into long swords, piercing in from all directions and turning Dinia into a hedgehog. There are times when you can't dodge a gun emplacement. This wouldn't be considered an injury to the real Dinia, but for her without the original powers, it wasn't a negligible damage. Just as Ronan was feeling slightly smug and relaxed, he suddenly felt a slight pain in his chest. Ronan immediately and decisively ripped out a large chunk of flesh from his chest and threw it aside. If he had waited a second or two, it wouldn't have been just a matter of losing a piece of flesh. He would have had to rip off a piece of his heart and lungs and throw it away, because at the moment the red blade struck, some of the magic power was converted into parasitic bacteria that entered Ronan's body. Come on, what else? Ronan grew even more excited, charging towards Dinia with his twin swords in hand. Dinia vanished, then suddenly reappeared from behind, teleporting towards Ronan. Ronan instantly transformed into a spiked ball, taking the hit and inflicting even greater damage on Dinia. Dinia stopped, swinging her warhammer at the spiked ball, which exploded instantly. Ronan blocked the attack with his twin swords crossed. Dinia raised her leg for a straight kick, but Ronan's armor protected her. At the same time, strands of hair attacked. Ronan raised his left hand, drawing the scattered strands of hair into a single strand, then grabbed it with one hand. His right sword dissipated, and he clenched his fist, punching Dinia in the face. A hole appeared in half of Dinia's face, and Ronan's fist pierced directly into the hole. Simultaneously, the hole healed, wrapping around Ronan's arm. They got caught? No, it was I who caught you, Ronan said, answering his own question. Layers of shields suddenly descended from the sky, the ground, and from all directions, sealing off Dinia, just as Ronan had used shields to isolate himself before. Immediately afterwards, flying swords pierced through the seams of the shields. It hit, but then a flash of red light shot out through the seam. Ronan quickly unsealed the shield, and instantly, a cannon blasted into Ronan's body, with the shield supporting Ronan from behind, providing layered cushioning, and leaving a drag mark 5 or 6 meters long on the ground. Ronan finally came to a stop. Even without the original power, Dinia is still very strong, and this version is a further weakened one because the Dinia in the dream is slower to react and can change tactics immediately. Ronan couldn't help but feel a little helpless. It seems that I can only have a taste of it in the end. The real Diddy, without the original power, is still no match for me. Hey woman, come help me, Ronan shouted. He can definitely handle the first phase now, but even if he handles the first phase, he might not be able to handle the second phase. He can't expect Dinia to self-destruct like Ambrina. The woman who only showed her face entered the battle, and then all that could be seen was her rolling around on the ground. Faced with Dinia's onslaught, she could only be hit back and forth like a punching bag, but that was enough. Ronan had called her over to be a punching bag. It must be said that most of her attributes are at the 4th tier level, but her vitality is definitely more than that. 10 minutes later, Dinia finally collapsed. Ronan's clothes were tattered and torn. He gripped his sword with both hands, which were stuck into the ground to support his body. He was panting heavily, like a broken-down blower. Soon, Dinia stood up again, the only change being her clothes. Ronan had only seen that outfit once before, at the investiture ceremony, that year, when Ronan was far below the stage, and she was wearing the officer's uniform of the mage commander on the high platform. At that moment, Diddy was both distant and radiant. Chapter 679 Dreams. Advancement. This is humanity. My dream will not end without you. A person's dream will never end, Ronan said. He responded to anyone else's words before, because they weren't the kind of people who would say those things. In fact, Dinia's words now were also not the kind of things she would say, but Ronan still answered, because his answer wasn't to Dinia, nor to himself, but to himself and Dinia. I'm here, Diddy. Ronan brandished his long sword, moving like a whirlwind and thunderbolt as he rapidly approached Dinia. In the second phase, Dinia, dressed in the uniform of a mage commander, wielded a wand shaped like a battle axe and charged towards Ronan like a blasting red beam of light. Kill? Tactics? Game theory? No, there's only hacking and slashing. At the same time, another space that overlaps but is completely separate. The entire city's buildings were gone, along with the stone pavement, reduced to dust and debris. There was almost no trace of the city's existence. The city had been razed to the ground during the battle between Dinia and another person. Ashley had already taken Faith far away, and others were watching from a distance on the spaceship. I never thought anyone could beat her up like this. There was a hint of tension in Faith's voice that she had never felt before. It's been like this since the start of the battle. Rather than saying the city was destroyed by the aftershocks of the battle, it's more accurate to say it was destroyed by Dinia, who was constantly being knocked away. Ashley's voice trembled as she said, if she falls, we at that moment, Dinia plummeted from the sky once again, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater, kicking up a cloud of dust. This time, however, she was unable to turn over immediately as she had before. High in the sky, a woman with 3 heads and 6 arms was looking down at Dinia on the ground. Her front was the same as Dinia's, with snow white and light golden hair and red eyes. Her left side had the same hair color, but with golden pupils. Her right side had her eyes closed and her hands hanging down, as if she had fallen asleep. She is none other than Levine, Caterpillar's old friend, a highly advanced AI bioengineered robot nicknamed Human, and a ruler of this isolated alien space. Unlike Engineer Caterpillar and Gardener Tier, she is a modular entity created during the peak of artificial intelligence development, a museum exhibit, not a new generation of inefficient production tools built according to ancient human standards to pretend that society still exists. Her model is the Strategic Security Executor. Today, she has mastered all types of magic, possesses a degraded original species for human use, and can draw magic power from the entire world's magic system at any time. Even if Roddy were to combine with her, he could only hold his own against her for a short period of time. Lavini flew overhead to Dinia's head, then descended vertically to stand in front of Dinia. Admittedly, there are not many beings in this world stronger than you. In a sense, you have achieved immortality, but it's not enough. Young man, you are not the kind of person I'm waiting for. Dinia slowly stood up, an aura of intertwined red and black swirling around her, lingering yet not dissipating. And now, as expected, our approach back then yielded interesting results. Lavini smiled. At this moment, Dinia had reached the 7th rank, the pinnacle within the conventional limits of this world. What she had gained was the power of destruction and rebirth. She has barely qualified. We can talk further now. Before he could finish speaking, a loud bang rang out as Dinia punched Levine in the face, sending him flying dozens of meters away, and carving a long trench in the dust and ruins. This was the first time Dinia had truly landed a solid punch on her opponent. Before she broke through to the 7th level while on the verge of death, she was completely on the receiving end of attacks. Lavini stood up, his face, which had been shattered by the power of destruction, regenerated. There was no anger in his eyes, but rather he looked at Dinia with delight. Excessive anger, fine. That's very human. Soon, the spaceship arrived and Kate was the first to jump off, heading straight for Lavigne. You idiot, you're still alive. Kate was cursing, but she couldn't hide her joy. Lavigne raised an eyebrow. If you, a construction site dog, are still alive, how could I possibly be dead? After a brief reminiscing, Kate Pellegrini became serious. You'd better wake those two up right away. At this moment, the others also approached. It is impossible, and it is unnecessary. He'll wake up on his own, and when he wakes up, the child will wake up too, Lavigne replied. Are you sure? Kate Peller asked again. You've actually learned to care about others. That is a real leap forward, Lavigne laughed. You have to have faith in him. He is special, and that little girl is special in this world too. Oh, and those two over there. As she spoke, Lavigne pointed to Ambrina and Isabel. Time, space? Kate Peter asked. Is that even a question? It seems your humanity has improved, but your IQ has dropped. Lavigne didn't hold back his sarcasm towards his old friend. Once Kate was certain Ronan was all right, she breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, why did you turn this place upside down? Because I'm crazy, didn't you see? Lavigne retorted. Dinia, Faith, Ashley, Ambrina, Isabel, and everyone else were stunned. Lavigne sat down. Let me start from the beginning. From why they suddenly left in the first place. Kate Pell became curious as well. She still didn't know why they had left in the first place. As you know, these special passages weren't opened by us, but discovered by chance. However, you don't know that they later discovered that these passages couldn't last long and would close soon. Once they closed, it would be impossible to go back, and you couldn't come over from the other side either. But that's not their reason for leaving. They left for two reasons. First, they discovered that this world is an independent world created by a god, and if things continue as they are, it will eventually be destroyed, and not for long, about 1,000 years from now. Therefore, rebuilding civilization in this world will likely end up being nothing but a waste of time. Secondly, on the other hand, one of the fleets that left the planet for a long voyage has returned. They will have the opportunity to hitch a ride back. You know what I mean. Kate paused. There were things she wanted to say, but she couldn't bring herself to say them. Lavigne knew what Kate wanted to say. Betrayal? Betrayed revolutionary ideals, and betrayed us, your comrades, right? Kai, you have to understand that those who start revolutions are also acting for their own needs, whether it's for profit or ideals. They're acting for themselves, even if they don't care about themselves and their only goal is to save others and civilization. They're still acting for themselves. That's what humanity is all about. Moreover, revolutionaries who act for themselves are the true revolutionaries. This isn't a matter of selfishness or selflessness. Do you understand what I'm saying? Sorry, I haven't spoken in a long time, and my language skills have deteriorated a bit. You've said everything. Chapter 680. Lighting the fire, putting it out, going mad. Lavigne simply smiled indifferently at her old friend Kate's teasing words, stood up, stretched her body, stretched out her forearms, yawned, glanced at the group of people who had come closer, let out a long breath, and her gaze suddenly became serious. Her gaze changed, and instantly, everyone tensed up and became alert. Kate also tensed up. Was her old friend about to suddenly go crazy? Dinia didn't move. She was ready to revive the others as soon as possible. It was revival, not cover. Only she knew how powerful the destructive force of the being in front of her was. From the start of the battle until she broke through to the 7th level, every confrontation ended with her being killed, and each confrontation lasted only a few seconds. If she were to make a move, everyone else present would be reduced to dust before they could even react. But the next moment, Lavigne asked, "Do you have anything to eat?" Everyone was stunned. The deathly silence lasted for several seconds. Finally, Ambrina tossed out a chicken leg, which Lavigne caught with one hand. "People have to eat," she said, before tearing and gnawing at it, wolfing it down until only a bare bone remained in a few seconds. After finishing the chicken leg, she continued, "Actually, I didn't know much at first. I just wanted to make this place a paradise. Once Tyr finished her work, I would bring in some animals to make the world more colorful, and then my old friends and I could live in this world together. It is a pity that Tyr was too stubborn. After losing her original species, she became abnormal and no longer treated those created through special means as human beings. As a result, she ended up in such a state, and in the end." Lavigne suddenly paused and looked at Dinia. "In the end, you killed her." It can only be said that she pushed herself to this end step by step. Traka wanted to become the god of this world, but he died at the hands of his own creation. Not even as good as Tyr. The neat that Lavinie mentioned was the one from the New World. However, that tower is still quite interesting. Speaking of which, she did build some interesting things, while Kate, instead of doing your job, you became a charlatan. Me, a charlatan? I think it asks you who's the charlatan who set up this place. Kate Peter immediately retorted. In short, only you, me, and Wenjin are left. Lavinie sighed with emotion. Ryer died at the hands of that security enforcer. Nigan and Luo fought, and Luo won. But he didn't live much longer. Ha, men. Kate Pell explained to the others that Traka is the one from the New World. Re is the one from Egypt. The security enforcer is the one known as the Holy Sun by this world. Nigan is in India, and Lo is in Sears. All of these are male. Lavigne, Kate Pierre, Thiel, and Wenjin are all women. Then Kate asked, Lin, how did he die? I killed him, Lavigne replied. Lin and Kate are the only two AIs that did not attempt to occupy the alternate dimension. Upon hearing the answer, Kate did not ask for the reason. Lavigne returned to the main topic. Lavigne and her AI counterparts made varying degrees of modifications to the city museums originally built by the otherworldly beings in their alternate dimension. Tyr's changes were minimal, almost non-existent. Traka made the most significant alterations. To realize his ambition of becoming a god, he completely demolished the original city museums and built the tower. Lavigne fell somewhere in between. She created a paradise that resembled an utopia. To make the world more colorful, Lavigne decided to create some magical creatures. After a long period of time, she finally achieved results. Then, at this moment of initial success, she discovered something. If the world continued like this, it would perish sooner or later. If she further refines the magical creatures and then brings them into the outside world, it will accelerate the process. This was the beginning of my gradual descent into madness. Lavigne said, in my foolishness, I had 3 ideas. First, let the fire burn even brighter, take Tyr's legacy, and add my own further improvements to bring magical plants and magical beasts into the world, catalyzing the progress of this world's civilization. The wisdom and creativity generated by the collision of various civilizations will definitely surpass that of an old-fashioned artificial intelligence like mine, which is not good at thinking and creating. Of course, doing so will further hasten the end of the world. Perhaps, before anyone can come up with a solution, this world will have already perished, even before the end of the world. Second, extinguish the fire, kill a large number of humans, and then cut off magic. In this way, the world can continue to exist for a very long time, at least tens of thousands of years. In tens of thousands of years, someone should be able to completely solve the predicament. Of course, doing so would bring a huge disaster to all of humanity. Without magic, we would not be able to live in this world for long. I am not afraid of sacrifice, but what right do I have to decide the life and death of millions? Page 297. Third, maintain the status quo. I will occasionally bring in some wise people from this world to work together to find ways to solve the world's predicament, so that this world is no longer an isolated world, while waiting for changes to occur. I chose the third one, but the other 2 ideas always remained in my consciousness. In the end, I entered a state of personality split, and you have probably seen the tragedy that it brought. Before I could even bring in some of the wise men of this world, I had already gone mad. In this place, I can only seal myself off and barely maintain myself. Decades ago, a man came here. Lavigne was interrupted by Kate Pellegrini halfway through her sentence. Kate asked, wait a minute. How did he get in? The key was with Suleiman decades ago. The key? The key isn't necessary at all. Ah, I see. As she spoke, Lavigne understood what was going on, and added, anyway, he is here. She knew that the man had secretly made some changes to the system here, not wanting anyone else to come to this place, but she didn't intend to tell anyone else, including her old friend Kate Pierre. At this moment, Lavigne looked into the distance and pointed with his index finger at Zhao Yinki, who was still lying down. She is her clansman. He also stole the method for creating monsters from me. Lavigne added. For a moment, everyone was astonished, especially Dinia, who knows a lot about the inside story, and Ambrina, a Ceresian, who is very likely the immortal Ceresian, who deeply influenced the purple-clad organization, and who obtained the method of creating monsters decades ago. This is undoubtedly a somewhat frightening thing. The theft. It is probably you who gave it to me, or even more than that. Kate Pellegrini laughed. You really know how to make things worse. Lavigne did not respond directly, but instead remarked, One love in a lifetime is enough. Unfortunately, my time is running out. Kate Pellegrini looked on in surprise. Chapter 681 The Way to Save the World. Believe in humanity, die like humans. How come there's suddenly not much time left? Kate Pierre was a little incredulous. She could see that Lavigne, who was currently immersed in wonderful memories and completely absorbed in them, was in good physical and mental condition. Lavigne gave a bitter and helpless smile. I locked one of myselves in the nightmare. If you hadn't come, it could have lasted for a while, but you came, and she woke up again. I can do it again. I can no longer stop myself from going crazy. Once I go crazy, the consequences are unpredictable, and you can stop me at all. So, when that nightmare ends, I will end my own life. After explaining the reason, Lavigne took out a rectangular, thick plate, no bigger than the palm of his hand, with a black crystal-like texture, from his body. Everything I know, all my research, is in here. I'm handing it all over to you, especially about how to get this world out into a real, large universe, instead of being like an isolated island as it is now. As he spoke, Lavigne handed the black crystal plate to Kate. Wait a minute, I have a question. Dinia suddenly interrupted. You just said so much, that the magic system of this world will break down sooner or later, so the end of the world is inevitable, and that this world is an isolated island and we need to get out. What is the connection between these 2 points? Lavigne paused for a moment, then realized that she wasn't just talking to Kate, but to a group of people who knew nothing. We are here, and the area covered by this magic system is a sphere, and this sphere is in a very, very small galaxy. This galaxy is the entirety of this world. Logically speaking, such a world shouldn't exist, but the fact is, this illogical world does exist. The sun in the sky that you see is fake, but it is also real. To be precise, everything here, including you people, is both fake and real. In short, this is an isolated island, but as long as we go out and connect to a real universe that makes sense, everything here will become real. The magic system of this world only needs a few simple tricks to continue operating until it becomes a real world and is destroyed. Lavigne offered an explanation. Aside from Kate, most of them only vaguely understood, but they all grasped one thing. Going outside would save them. There's another question. How can we ensure that everyone has the talent to learn magic? Dinia asked again. Lavigne was stunned again, and after a few seconds he asked, Didn't you hear what I just said? The more people use magic, the sooner the world's magic system will break down. Once the magic system breaks down, the whole world will face an unpredictable disaster. Faced with doubts, Dinia remained resolute. More people will gather more wisdom and strength. After all, given the current trend, the magic system is bound to break down. The real problem to solve is to ensure that this world, which was created and abandoned by God at will, is no longer an isolated island, isn't it? Do you believe in ordinary people? Lavigne asked. No one is born extraordinary, Dinia responded. Lavigne smiled and asked again, Aren't you just born extraordinary? Dinia countered, That's strength, not wisdom. To overcome this difficulty, we need wisdom, don't we? Haha, you're really funny. Lavigne laughed. I haven't researched or experimented with what you want to know, but there might be some things in there that can give you some reference. Since you're so convinced, then go ahead and try it. But the end of the world will really come 200 or 300 years earlier. Even if we remove 200 or 300 years, there's still nearly 1,000 years left. If 1,000 years isn't enough to get this world out of this world, then we might as well die with it. As Dinia spoke, her tone became increasingly firm and excited. Since retiring, she gradually lost her sense of purpose and even tried to become more feminine to adapt to her new life, but she was never comfortable. Now, everything is different. Then I wish you success, Lavigne said, then held out his hand. Give me your hammer. Without hesitation, Dinia conjured a warhammer and handed it to Lavigne. Lavigne gripped the warhammer, and instantly, the inscriptions on the warhammer were coated with a layer of gold. All right, this old, third-rate creation can now bear your power of destruction and rebirth. After returning the hammer to Dinia, Lavigne pulled out a box. There's a letter inside. If you see that person, give him this. Who is he, Inari? Dinia asked. Once you see him, you will naturally think, this is the one. In my opinion, he is even more handsome than the one over there, Lavigne said, his sweet smile impossible to hide. At this point, Embrina retorted, A man can't be good-looking all he wants. Kate Pellegrini looked anxious and had no interest in joking. Can't you just separate the other 2 personalities? I can do that, because that's me too, Lavigne replied. So you've all fallen into a deep sleep? Kate asked again. This method has already been used, And at 1T work again, Lavinie said. Kate Pell grabbed Lavine's hands. Do you really have to die? I don't believe you can't survive. Lavinie shook his head. Actually, my consciousness is gradually collapsing. Any method is just a means of survival and has little meaning. I believe that man is still hoping to see you, Kate Peter said, having exhausted all other options. To die from mental illness is a human way of dying. How wonderful that is. It means I died as a human being, Lavigne said calmly. She felt no fear of death, only joy, even though she still had attachments, regrets, and unfulfilled dreams. Caterpillar angrily punched Lavigne in the face. I've really had enough, you idiot. Lavigne stomped his foot on the ground, then opened his hand, drawing several gold coins buried underground into his palm. Here's your money, don't cry. Just then, Ronan, who was fast asleep, twitched his fingers. It seems he's not slow at all, Lavigne said. Everyone noticed that Ronan was about to wake up. At this moment, even Ambrina wished Ronan could sleep a little longer. She didn't care so much about Lavigne's ideals or the end of the world. All she knew was that a woman full of love for the world, a woman who had always loved one person, was about to die. Astrid walked up to Ronan and said, Old man, can't you cooperate a little? Can't you sleep a little longer? She wanted to kick him, but she felt that kicking him might wake him up even faster. So she kicked empty air. There is still enough time. Since you've decided to light the fire, come with me. There are some important things here that you need to take over. After saying this, Lavigne pointed to the sky, and suddenly, a shadow fell over the sky. As the shadow descended and drew closer, upon closer inspection it turned out to be not a shadow at all, but a strangely shaped and enormous spaceship. Chapter 682 Relics, Survivors. Dying alone. Tepier looked at Lavigne in surprise. Is this the big toy? Of course not. It is just that the outer shell looks like one, Lavigne explained. It is just a ship. The big toy was the mode of transportation that the otherworldly beings and the others used when they came here. It was also a mechanical city and museum equipped with various devices. It was thanks to it that the city museum was built in the other dimension. Otherwise, how could so many things be made by people alone without tools? When those people left, they also took the big toy with them, leaving behind only some tools and materials. This one, made by Lavigne, is just a vehicle with a similar outer shell. We don't need such a flashy ship, Caterpillar said. Her words drew nods of agreement from the others. What I'm giving you isn't a ship, but people. Also, without this ship, you can't take away those living magical creatures. After I die, they won't live much longer if they stay here. Only you can take them away. As he spoke, Lavigne turned his gaze to Dinia. If you want to do big things, you definitely need some manpower, right, young man? All right, let us not waste any more time. Come with me. After saying that, Lavigne took off from the ground, but suddenly stopped in mid-air and added, Let this philandering scumbag lie here for a while. Don't bring him along. He is an eyesore. Ambrina burst out laughing. That is very well said, Isabel immediately agreed. Dinia's expression froze for a moment. The expressions on the faces of the others were also varied. Only Kate Pierre remained composed. The more relaxed and indifferent Lavigne became to death, the more distressed she felt, and the less able she was to accompany her old friend through the final stage of his life with a calm heart. The artificial intelligences that came to this world with her were all comrades in arms. But Kate didn't get along well with a few people. She always talked about ideals and seemed to have the world in her heart. But as soon as a few humans left, she immediately changed. She only cared about herself and became opposed to each other, which forced everyone to separate. After they separated, they didn't do anything for this world. It was Lavigne who, for the sake of this world, went so far as to commit suicide. Lavigne flew directly, and the group started their spaceship, arriving at the stern of the huge ship hovering in the air. This giant airship is estimated to be over 1,000 meters long and over 200 meters wide, making it more than 10 times larger than the world's largest sailing warship. Entering from the stern, the first thing that hit them was a sour, foul smell. After walking a few steps, the group saw a large group of people, at least 100, all dressed in tattered, dirty, and patched clothes. They were working together to process some stones, mainly breaking them up to extract crystals, polishing them, and then sending the polished crystals forward. Noticing Lavigne, Kate, Dinia, and their group approaching, some people stopped what they were doing to look over, while others continued their numb, mechanical work. What are you doing? Who told you to stop? The foreman roared, then looked at Dinia and her group with a tense and wary expression. He knew that there were also well-dressed people like that at the front of the ship, but this group hadn't come from the bow, and was definitely not one of them. Who are you? As the overseer questioned them, Several of his men trembled as they drew their weapons, staring intently at the group of intruders, ready to strike at any moment. You don't know who I am, and you don't need to know, Lavini replied, raising his hand so that everyone within his sight instantly fainted and collapsed to the ground. Let's go, Lavini said, gesturing for Dinya and her group to continue. In the next huge cabin, people sat at workbenches, further refining the polished crystals and engraving inscriptions on them. As soon as the group entered, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at them. The person in charge of supervision and management here was dressed much better than the others. When he saw Lavine, he trembled and knelt down with a thud. Lavini was too lazy to say anything more. With a wave of her hand, everyone fainted, just like the people before her. She had only come to take a look and see how the descendants of the Paradise citizens were doing now. I destroyed Paradise with my own hands and had to relocate them here just to barely save their lives. I also had to sleep for a long time and suppress the other two versions of myself. I didn't have the extra power to take care of them. Lavine couldn't help but sigh. The next compartment is where the fully processed crystals are put into the energy system, which is how the entire spaceship can maintain its basic functions. Next, we went up to the second floor, which was entirely used for food production and processing. The top floor was the domain of the noble warriors, where, in addition to basic necessities, there were also some entertainment facilities. But they are not simply exploiters. They face great risks, their lives are always at risk, and they also absorb new blood from below to enter their ranks from time to time. The stones used at the bottom layer and the crops used at the second layer were all brought back from the outside world. Going to the outside world is a very dangerous thing. Not only might they encounter madmen, but they might also fall into nightmares themselves and become madmen. In fact, becoming a noble warrior on this spaceship would inevitably lead to madness sooner or later. The noble knights were shocked at first sight of Lavine, followed by fervor, because they had all seen the idols, and Lavine looked exactly like them. Lavini didn't intend to talk to them and simply put them to sleep. Upon arriving at the interior of the deck, this was where the priests and high-ranking nobles, who truly controlled the spaceship, resided. Excuse me, everyone, Lavine said as she entered. In an instant, everyone knelt down. An old man knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly, and asked loudly, Goddess, have our sins finally been atoned for? Lavini had a bit of a headache. She had never actually considered herself a god. A long time ago, there was some worship of her, but not to this extent. She also didn't want the people of Paradise to worship her excessively. Guilty? She is the guilty one. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to explain now. Don't speak, listen to me. I'm leaving forever. With that, Lavini pointed at Kate, then at Dinya. They will take you away from this closed world and out into the world. From now on, listen to them as much as possible. We swear on our lives that we will obey your will, Goddess. The old man swore with utmost sincerity. Lavini was even more troubled, and turned to Dinya, saying, the situation is a bit worse than I thought. However, there should be some new generation members here as well. You guys handle it. By the way, don't share your authority with that man. I've read some fragments of his consciousness. He's a habitual liar and not a good person. Dinya was startled, then realized why she had always felt that Lavine seemed to know her quite well. I have to go. Lavini intended to leave alone, not wanting to die under someone's gaze. Chapter 683 Ship. People, funeral. The white whale toy airship has a white hull that is somewhere between stone and metal. It is 1,121 meters long and 281 meters wide at its widest point. It is many times larger than the largest aircraft carrier in Ronan's original timeline, and its deck is the size of more than 40 football fields. What Dinya and her group had seen along the way with Lavine was only a small part, not the whole picture of the work area. However, although the beluga toy was an empty ship and even carried airplanes and small gunboats, it didn't look like an aircraft carrier at all. It looked more like a cruise ship, especially the superstructure, although the superstructure was smaller and less numerous in proportion. Below deck, inside the main body of the ship, there is no complex propulsion system. It can move because of magic. Its flight principle is the same as that of the sea creatures that the group had seen in the white desert that resembled the heavens. It can also be said to be the same as the flight principle of elemental mages. It becomes part of the magic power in the world and then flies by borrowing its power. And it can not only fly, but also go into the sea, and even go underground. Page 298. The massive ship currently houses 14,602 people, all descendants of those who survived Lavine's horrific extermination efforts. Compared to their ancestors, their quality is far inferior. Although the amusement park in the past was a closed world that basically did not communicate with the outside world, it cannot be said that it was without vitality. The amusement park was a fair little world where effort always yielded results, but no effort always resulted in no results, completely different from the outside world. But once the remaining people boarded the ship, even survival quickly became a problem. It was practically a degraded version of the outside world, with religion and nobility involved. Efforts were not guaranteed to be rewarded, and one might even end up in debt if the upper echelons hadn't had to work hard scavenging while enjoying themselves, thus requiring new blood. Things would have been much worse here than they are now. What Dinia took over from Lavigne was just this kind of thing, and this kind of group of people. At this moment, Dinia was not on the ship, but in front of Lavigne's tombstone. Lavigne was a person, and when a person dies, they should have a tombstone. Everyone else was there too, including Ronan and Zhao Yinki, who had already woken up. As for the people in the giant airships, both Kate and Dinia chose to avoid them, because Lavigne was a god to them. Kate Pierre remained dejected. She never imagined that their reunion after more than 1,000 years would be their last, and the first structure she built with her own hands in this world was a tombstone for her friend. No one comforted Kate. There was no stance, no words, and no need. Her money-grubbing attitude was merely a facade. Inside, she was a warrior who had come through the blood and fire of revolution. Comfort was meaningless to her. All she needed was time. "I'm sorry," Ronan said, but it wasn't an expression of apology. No one thought he was wrong, including the deceased Lavigne himself. He didn't think he was wrong either. But when faced with someone who was dead and whom he had never met, he could only express his helplessness with an apology. Once Ronan spoke, others followed suit, each offering a few words to the tombstone. "You're a good person," Ambrina said. They had only known each other for less than an hour, and their only interaction was that the other person ate a chicken leg that she had thrown to him. That was all she could say. "Respect to idealists," Isabel said, her statement equally brief. "The world will not forget you." Elena, who is usually joking and unserious, was very serious at this moment. "Your story may not be made public now, but we will record it." Agustina continued. "Death, that is the greatness of man." Alice closed her eyes, crossed her hands, and recited as if softly chanting poetry. "May you rest in peace," said Galen, though she wasn't as artistic as her sister. "You are a true strong person," Ashley said. As someone who admires and strives for strength, she had come to admire Lavigne from the bottom of her heart, even though it had only been less than an hour. She admired her as both a strong woman and a gentle woman. "The first dead person I felt I should respect," Faith remarked. "May your wish be fulfilled, and may the world be spared from the end times." Phalak prayed. "Death can be as light as a feather or as heavy as Maltai," Zhao Yinki said in Sears. "You will see the day I surpass you," Astrid said, her fists clenched. "Thank you for your blessing," Dinia said. After learning of her thoughts, Lavigne did not criticize or dissuade her. On the contrary, she encouraged Dinia, offered her blessings, and even entrusted her with her belongings. "Farewell, my friend." This was Caterpillar's final farewell, brief and without a single word of reminiscence or lament. The simple funeral ended there. Afterwards, Dinia called Ronan, Ambrina, Isabel, and Faith aside. "Now, apart from Ronan and Astrid, this group of women consists of 4 factions. In addition to the original 3 factions, the newly joined spy agent Faith and the palace intrigue expert Ferk have formed a new faction, the Tech faction." That's right. The 2 people who are good at internal strife are actually the Tech faction among the group. Given the current situation, we certainly can't just leave with the boat and the people. "What are your thoughts?" Dinia asked, adopting a consultative tone, but what she really wanted to know was how to manage the people on board. Ambrina looked at Ronan, but Ronan remained silent. Isabel spoke first. "We can govern them through those priests and upper-class nobles. Their respect for the so-called goddess may not even be genuine, let alone us. We are strangers to each other, so we can only start by establishing authority. I propose that we first take them to clear out the surrounding areas. Although the city was destroyed by you and Lavinia and the monsters were wiped out, there are still many around. We can use this opportunity to make them realize the gap between their military strength and ours. That's one thing. Secondly, we can use the excuse of them learning languages and understanding the outside world to set up training classes, so that they can understand us while also gaining a deeper understanding of them. Then we can establish a management system, take the opportunity to get rid of some high-level officials, promote some key members of the organization, and establish a new set of rules." At this point, Ronan spoke up. "I'd like to add something. They have tens of thousands of people, and they must have an internal economic system, which is something we need to understand and change. So-called rule is not only military, political, and cultural, but also economic. Dinia nodded and began assigning tasks. All right. I, Issa, Ashley, and Galan will lead the team to carry out the cleanup. Anli, Alice, Faith, and Phalek, go and conduct a comprehensive investigation as reference material for the training courses later. Ronan, you, Kate, and the others, go and investigate the spaceship. Dinah's arrangement was somewhat unexpected. She excluded Ronan from the main tasks. Chapter 684 A Family, Old Trade. Even acting requires skill. Even more surprisingly, Ronan agreed immediately. Even Dinia herself was surprised and couldn't help but look at Ronan. Don't try anything funny. Ronan didn't mind and just explained a few words. What do you take me for? Do you think I would use the same tactics I used in the Kingdom of Foes to divide and win over the upper class and lead them to rule the lower class? There's a saying in Ceres, times change. Now we are outsiders, not locals. I'm afraid you won't be able to do it. Dinia nodded in response, then added, however, I still think you should focus on researching ship-related issues. Ronan understood. Dinia wanted to play the lead role in establishing the management system and wouldn't allow Ronan, a supporting actor, to steal the spotlight, so they were going to strip him of his voice. Actually, even without saying a word, he can still steal the show. But is it necessary? No, after all, we're all family. It's nothing more than doing his old job again. Wasn't he also a public instrument that housed the fruits of the Prime Minister's careful consideration? Although there is no longer a king like Ambrina, their special family has a republican feel to it. But in the end, Dinia is just a consul. Ronan could still be that male secretary who worked like a slave day and night. Yes, Madam Prime Minister, Ronan replied crisply. However, I think it would be better to have Alina and Tina investigate the economic operation of this small country on the ship, while Anri and the others can mainly investigate the living conditions of the residents here. I think it is a good idea, Ambrina said, expressing her support. No objection, Isabel agreed. Whatever the Holy Maiden says goes, Fis echoed. Once the matter was agreed upon, without any delays, the execution phase began immediately. However, some adjustments were made to the personnel in charge. The next day, Dinia, Astrid, Isabel, and Gran set off with their people, while Ashley, who was originally scheduled to go to Ambrina's place, went to conduct an investigation. Although there was a language barrier, with Caterpillar's translation, they basically understood what to do, and simple communication was not a big problem in the following actions. These people were considered middle-class members of the small country on the ship, military nobles, whose main responsibility was to collect garbage. They are quite capable in combat, with physical attributes and mana at the second or third rank. However, they do not know magic and can only release and materialize magic power like novice mages, and then apply it in some ways. Dinia is old and has a rich resume. An orphanage eugenicist, head of the Mage Guild, private tutor, school lecturer, mayor, governor, minister, prime minister. Having come this far, she certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to display force right from the start. That wouldn't be very effective. She sent the military nobles on the ship to lead the charge. Although more than half of the truly powerful beings in this place have been wiped out by Dinia, she still had quite a few strong enemies left, because she was in a hurry. Even setting aside these strong enemies, the madmen or monsters roaming around here are not something the military nobles on the ship can easily deal with. But forced by the orders of Dinia, the messenger of the gods, they had no choice but to go. However, they were still very confident. Although they usually avoided these monsters when they saw them, that was because they usually operated in small teams and their goal was to get something back. They would never provoke them if they could avoid it. But now it was different. Nearly a third of the more than 300 military nobles on the ship had come. If they were afraid of them when they operated in small teams, how could they lose when so many people attacked together? At first, things went quite smoothly. Some of the smaller monsters were quickly eliminated by the organized and coordinated attacks. But when they encountered a slightly stronger opponent, they couldn't hold on. With so many of them, defeating a slightly stronger opponent wouldn't be a problem at all. However, they had never had any real experience forming an army to fight monsters. After only a few were killed, they fell into chaos. A large group of intelligent people were surrounded and rampaged by a few monsters that had lost their intelligence, causing new casualties. Many of them even gradually retreated. Their numbers did not give them courage. Instead, they fueled their desire for self-preservation. At this moment, Isabel, Astrid and Gran stepped in and swiftly dealt with several slightly stronger monsters. Then, Isabel and her two companions looked at the hundreds of people with extreme contempt. Most of the people in the group lowered their heads in shame, but some remained indifferent, and some even showed signs of resentment. That's how people are. Some people feel ashamed. Some don't, and some not only don't feel ashamed, but also feel that it's not their responsibility, but that others force them to do things they shouldn't be doing. Dinia treated her people, but she didn't put in much effort. She simply kept the injured alive. The group continued forward, encountering increasingly stronger enemies. As before, those on the ship charged forward, and when things got too difficult, Isabel, Astrid, and Grand would join in. Dinia remained focused on healing and did not contribute any physical strength. During this process, the team of 100 people gradually began to split into groups. 20 or 30 people rallied around a few people and always charged ahead. 40 or 50 people in the middle started to go through the motions, but didn't put in any real effort. And 50 or 60 people formed several small groups around a few people and refused to go up. Those willing to charge into battle are not necessarily innocent and courageous. They may be seeking to stand out. Conversely, those who constantly run away are not necessarily cowardly or irresponsible. They may simply not want their comrades to sacrifice themselves in vain. But what they were thinking, whether they had bad intentions or good intentions, does it matter? No, it doesn't matter. Those at the front should be promoted, and those at the back should be punished. It's that simple. The team continued forward, and the end of Project Dinia was finally reached. A group of people saw a monster, a human and a horse of enormous size. Both the horse and the knight who had grown out of its back were 5 or 6 times larger than ordinary horses and people. The enormous horse had an extremely ferocious face, and its body was covered with bone spikes. The knight who had grown out of its back had no armor, only a fur coat made of the hides of countless beast heads. In one hand he held a stone axe with a thick tree trunk as a handle, and in the other hand he wielded a stone rope. Astrid can probably defeat this monster in a war of attrition, while Grand can only fight and retreat with his current strength. As for the people on the ship, including those who had been charging ahead, none of them dared to take a step forward. They knew very well that going up meant certain death. Now is the time for Dinia to demonstrate its power. At this moment, Dinia stepped forward, and the crowd automatically parted. The military nobles on the ship all looked at her. Was this divine messenger finally going to make a move? What followed should be a very shocking and fierce battle. Dinia leaped into the air, his warhammer gleaming red, and then plummeted to the ground like a meteor, striking the knight on the head with his hammer. In the blink of an eye, the powerful downward shockwave crushed the centaur knight into a bloody pulp. Chapter 685 Establishing Authority, the Nation of Ships. Every person a rebel. The warhammer struck the ground, and a hemispherical shockwave exploded, shattering the centaur knight's corpse, which had already been crushed into a bloody pulp. Black blood, bone fragments, and flesh splattered everywhere. At the same time, the surrounding ground trembled violently, cracking like a spider web. The powerful aftershocks spread and swept across the area, causing those closest to lose their footing and be thrown backward. Faced with this power, even the front row Gullin couldn't help but raise her defenses. This level of power was still far from Dinia's full strength, but it was already a level that she might have to spend many more years to reach. Astrid flicked her fingers, and a ripple of moonlight spread outwards. In her heart, she felt that her Aunt Dinia was too much of an actress. Dinia was indeed acting. In her current state, she could easily obliterate this monster with a single death ray cannon imbued with destructive power. But that wasn't what she wanted. What she wanted was to give the military nobles on these ships a comprehensive sensory shock. Naturally, the more exaggerated the better. This is just the first batch. After that, she will divide the remaining people into 2 batches and do it again for each batch. While screening out those who could be used, she demonstrated her absolute military might to these people from the ship-faring nation. On the other side, Ambrina, accompanied by Zhao Yingqi and with Kate Peter as their translator, inquired with the high-ranking officials of the ship's state about various aspects of this tiny nation. These elders were not officials but lords. However, their territory was not a specific deck or cabin on the Beluga toy, but a business or operation. The ship was state-owned and the houses, farmland, and energy sources were all state-owned. These lords had various fiefs, some with canteens, some with factories producing daily necessities, some with water rooms, some with recreation rooms, and others with all sorts of other miscellaneous things. Apart from education, which was controlled by the priests, they basically controlled every other industry on the ship. Ambrina may not be good at much else, but she is very good at chatting with people while eating, especially with this group of inferior rulers who were born and raised in an environment that has been in decline and closed for 100 or 200 years. The entire massive airship carried only about 10,000 people. At best, these people were only village chiefs. While Ambrina was indeed a tyrant, she was a tyrant who had been an emperor in the western continent. However, even farmers have their own kind of cunning, let alone village chiefs. Moreover, Ronan said that the philosopher Sarah said, a small temple has a lot of evil winds, and a shallow pond has many turtles. The more closed the system, the less vision its leader has, and the more focused they are on maintaining the status quo. But it is precisely because they want to maintain the status quo that they are particularly good at deceiving their superiors and subordinates. Therefore, Ambrina didn't expect to get any information out of these people, and even if she did, she wouldn't believe it easily. It needs to be considered in light of the actual situation. Ashley and Alice were in charge of the actual work. Ashley's shadow stealth, combined with Alice's superior perception, was used to observe the situation in various areas of the entire ship. They could only see, not hear, but sometimes, not being able to hear might make it all the more real. At that time, by combining concrete examples with the words of these rulers, we can roughly sketch out the lives of people in this ship-dwelling nation. At the same time, Ronan, Elena, and Agostina were looking through documents. Although the civilization of this ship kingdom is far removed from that of the Paradise era, they are not barbaric tribes. In fact, hundreds of years ago, when the church was extremely prosperous and the kingdom of Fes was still in a completely feudal era, they were even more advanced in some aspects, not to mention anything else, just the fact that more than 10,000 people had a clear division of labor and an orderly life is something that no other country in the Western continent could do at that time, and even now many places cannot do it. In a place like this, it is only natural that official records exist. Elena and Agostina couldn't understand the writing, but Ronan could. If you only work behind the scenes as a translator, then you're not stealing the spotlight. You're still a good secretary to the Prime Minister. The economic system here is quite interesting. It's simple and straightforward, but appropriate. Basic necessities are distributed equally. Whether you are at the bottom or the top, you can receive enough supplies to ensure your survival. Of course, this is on the premise that you are working. But if you want more, such as education, you need money. For most people, you will only receive wages for the extra amount of work you do. Most people can't afford to raise children, because children can't receive supplies. However, everyone here has talent. For those at the bottom to rise in status, there is a standard path. Work hard to earn money, then pay to take an exam. If they pass the exam, they can continue their studies. Once they have completed their studies, they can become reserve armed knights, essentially cannon fodder in the garbage collecting legion. If they do a few good jobs, they can become full-fledged armed knights. Although they still have to work hard, their income is much higher than processing stones or farming. At this point, they can also raise children. But once the children are grown up, they must be sent down to do manual labor or farm work. Even the chosen heir is no exception. To inherit the family business, one must reach the level of a knight. If none of your heirs are capable, then everyone will be happy. Of course, because they have money, their children don't need to work too hard to pay for the assessment. In fact, after so many years, most of the workers at the lower levels are now aristocratic children, which is why it is necessary to arrange for supervisors. In the past, there was no need for supervisors at all. The upper level people can't help but lament that people's hearts have changed and their descendants are unworthy. Back then, how hard they worked. However, this isn't all bad. Since there's not a need for so many armed knights, the assessments have become increasingly rigorous, the studies more demanding, and the overall quality of prospective knights has improved considerably. The selection process is quite fair, largely based on merit. After all, connections matter. Your dad has the canteen, my dad manages the water room, and you also have a knight father. Otherwise, you wouldn't see knights in Dinia with an average rank of at least second tier. Page 299. To be honest, if this group of people could learn magic, their fighting power would surpass that of the Kingdom of Foes' Security Bureau and Ministry of Magic. If we had come a few decades later, there would probably have been a revolution here, Elena said with a smile. Agostina continued, there are so many people at the bottom, and only a few can rise to the top. But these people at the bottom are not bad off. They are all children of nobles. Sooner or later, they will rebel. First, they will establish a fairer system, and then declare that some people are more equal than others, rendering the fair system meaningless and preventing most people from rising up. They will become fuel for rebellion. It is not that people's hearts are like this, but in a place with limited resources and limited positions, Only in this way can there be long-term stability, and fairness here belongs to the dregs of the old era. However, this will weaken their fighting strength, Elena added. Without a fair promotion mechanism, the upper echelons will become increasingly corrupt, Agustina added. Systems with no room for improvement tend to self-limit. Ronan summarize. Chapter 686 Rewards and Punishments. Being tricked into speaking out. The plan begins, the mission continues. On Dinia's side, after leading 3 groups of people and intimidating more than 300 regular knights, she did not directly deal with the other 300 or so reserve knights. However, Dinia then called everyone together and announced that she would execute more than 20 people, who were the ones who had led the charge and huddled behind to save their own lives during the 3 raids. She didn't use the reason of shrinking back to save her life, because if she did, someone would definitely come out to plead for her and explain. She used the excuse that this group of people deliberately led others back, intending to murder them and let them die at the hands of the monster. This reason is utterly absurd and completely untenable. Anyone with a brain knows that no monster can pose a threat to Dinia, and very few can even threaten the relatively weaker Grand. But despite this absurd reason, no one came forward to plead for leniency, nor did anyone raise any questions. It's like back in the Kingdom of Foes, when Ambrina said someone was rebelling and wanted to kill someone. No one pleaded for mercy or questioned her. But when she said someone had broken the law and should be severely punished, there were plenty of people pleading for mercy and questioning her. The charge of rebellion was fabricated, and no one wanted to get involved. The crime was a violation of the rules, and that could be justified. After killing people, of course one should show mercy. Dinia selected about 20 more people who had been leading the charge, promising to teach them magic in a while, and from now on, they would serve as knight captains, commanding the others. It just so happened that those who had been watching from the back were mostly captains, leaving those positions vacant. Afterwards, Dinia went to find Fis and Felix, because the 2 of them were the experts on the human body and the magical body. The people on this ship were obviously different from outsiders. Even if they were different, Dinia, who was only half-baked in terms of magical theory, didn't know how to teach magic to people whose bodies and magical power had reached the correct level. Later, Astrid also joined the research group to study how to teach these people magic and what kind of magic to learn. Meanwhile, things were proceeding smoothly for Ambrina. She had entered a new phase, the getting information out of him phase. What is the most powerful thing about a tyrant? The answer is feigning madness. Ambrina always appeared very sincere in conversations, and she was inadvertently tricked into revealing a great deal of information about Ronan and his group to the ship's elders. This information is mostly true, because it's necessary to let them know some facts, and this kind of unintentional, subtle way of getting information out of them is more credible than telling them directly. After all, since they were going to take them to the outside world, Ronan and his group wouldn't stay here and pretend to be some kind of charlatans to these people. They might as well make it clear from the beginning that they were outsiders and had a certain status and position. At the same time, Ronan, Dinia, and Kate Pierre had this kind of relationship with the goddess Lavini. On the surface, Ronan is the man of a group of women, but in reality, his identity is mysterious and unknown. Although he is not as strong as Lavine, he has a higher level of authority than Lavine. Dinia is Lavini's chosen successor, and she possesses special divine powers. Ketterbill was a relative and friend of Lavine. As for how the elders of the ship country interpret this and what countermeasures they will take, that is not Ambrina's concern. In addition, Ambrina said that she had heard that the people under the ship kingdom were very dissatisfied with the elders, and whether the elders understood or not was none of her business. If they understood, they would fight amongst themselves, and then the others would come to settle things. That's good. If they didn't understand, they would choose to suppress the restless people below, giving them a reason to intervene. That's also good. In any case, a number of elders will die, and the same goes for the priests. In any change of power, a group of former rulers must always be sacrificed. At the same time, the training program promoted by Ronan entered the preparation stage. The ancestors of the ship kingdom came from Paradise, and the people of Paradise were brought to this world by Lavini 1,000 years ago, around the 500th to 600th century of the Holy Calendar, which is the 6th century. This is a turbulent period. In the Western continent, the Vina Empire, which is the Rome of this world, is gone. The Toria Empire, commonly known as the Old Empire, was born, which is the defeated court of this world. The 7 holy churches began to develop rapidly. Central Asia and West Asia are also in chaos. The Crescent Moon Church created by the Prophet quietly rose. India is still fragmented. Sears, which dominates the order of East Asia, is also divided in the East, West, North and South, just like the Northern and Southern dynasties in another timeline. It is not just ordinary chaos. Far across the sea, the civilization of the New World has reached its peak, which is also the end of its prosperity. Lavini led many people to paradise during a time of global chaos, encompassing virtually every race in the world, including not only the androids created by her comrades, such as the Haiti, but also the Raga. 1,000 years later, the people of paradise are mostly of mixed race, and they all look quite similar. They have black hair and black eyes, and their skin color is similar to that of the seers, white but not quite as white. They have less body hair, and while they don't have high noses and deep-set eyes, they generally have high nose bridges and big eyes. Having assimilated and integrated, they use the same language, and their writing system is a phonetic script. After the collapse of paradise, they were confined on the ship for 200 years, and their civilization stagnated and even collapsed for a long time. Their vocabulary is much smaller than before, so it is really not difficult to learn the language and writing system of the ship country. When they come to the outside world in the future, they will probably come up with a lot of new words. The priests also knew another language, written in ideographic script. The problem is what language to teach them. French? Outside the Western continent, very few people can speak it, especially in Asia. It's far less useful than the variant of the old Empire of Beria, the Low Countries of the Netherlands, or even Whelan German. After much deliberation, I decided to use French, this terrible language. Many members of Ronan's group had only average foreign language skills, such as Dinia, Alice, Gloria, Ashley, and Isabel. Elena and Agostina were different. Their native language wasn't French. Felix, Faith, and Zhao Yinki were simply foreigners. However, Ambrina and Ronan's beloved daughter, Astrid, possessed strong language skills and spoke multiple languages. Language teaching is only one aspect. More importantly, while teaching language, it is also about making promises to people. Even more important than making promises is implying to those in the middle of society that they will definitely get a piece of the pie, but given their status, how much they will actually get is another question. Simply put, Ronan is implying that the more ambitious members of the ship country's lower classes should rebel. This group of people already harbored rebellious intentions. They came from good families but couldn't inherit the family business. They couldn't compete with others in the internal competition, and they were facing a precarious future. How could they not rebel? And so the plan began. At first, the priests and elders were very cooperative, but gradually they sensed something was wrong. They heard voices of opposition from the middle and lower levels. At the same time, Ronan and his group stopped accepting hospitality and instead deliberately distanced themselves. Apart from the daily classes in magic and language, the group would not come to the ship. Chapter 687 The Elders' Confrontation. That's it. The focus is still on the priest. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed since Lavini entrusted the large ship and its crew to Dinia. The people of the ship kingdom were restless, and the current first governor finally couldn't hold back any longer. He summoned the other 16 elders besides himself to discuss the future. 17 elders, including the first consul, gathered in training room No. 3. This training room was specifically used for practicing magic and was now the territory of the first consul. Compared to places like the mill, canteen, water room, tool workshop, and repair workshop, it didn't earn much money, but it was a place that knights had to come to. I called everyone here because I want to resign from my position as First Minister and hope that everyone can help elect a new First Minister, the current First Leader said. The other 16 people had varying expressions. In the past, while they wouldn't have been overly excited about such an event, they would have felt a certain level of excitement. The reason they weren't too excited was that the daily life of the ship country wasn't anything major in the past. They were just maintaining survival and order. There was no need for expansion or foreign invasion, so the so-called first ruler didn't have much power. But even without much power, there was still some. If you asked any of them if they wanted to be the first ruler, they would definitely say yes. But things are different now. The situation is really hard to predict, and nobody wants to take on this thorny position that could potentially kill someone. It seems that people don't agree with my idea, the First Minister added. I think you are quite suitable, said the elder who was in charge of the No. 3 dining hall at the bottom. I think so too, echoed the elder who owned the mill. The two started one after the other, and those behind them followed suit, hoping that the first leader would continue to serve. The first leader clapped his hands, and someone came over to serve everyone a glass of juice, which was a rare treat here. He continued, since that's the case, I'll be frank. There have been a lot of rumors lately that people are dissatisfied with us, but ultimately, it's those few who are dissatisfied with us. The moment the words were spoken, everyone's expression froze. Wasn't it a bit too blunt to just say it like that? Well, I'm only in charge of tool production. The Senate plans how much to produce, the price is fixed, and it's all centrally purchased and sold. I only earn a little management fee. At most, I might overstate some losses, but the personnel on this ship have nothing to do with me. I'm just a machine that supports everyone. At most, I might consume a little more oil. This dissatisfaction has absolutely nothing to do with me, said the elder of the tool workshop in the territory, firmly stating that he never participates in politics. If that's the case, I only oversee the water room, providing drinking water and domestic water for everyone. At most, I might offer some discounted prices, but this political matter is none of my concern, the elder in charge of the water room added. Me too. At most, I take care of the food for my own people and occasionally take the opportunity to discipline certain people. It really has nothing to do with me. The elder who owned the No. 3 canteen followed the lead of the person in front and immediately shifted the blame. This flick of the wrist was like a domino effect, landing on the last 4 people. These 4 individuals held truly high positions of power. One controlled a workshop that performed preliminary identification and processing on the collected relics containing magic stones, another managed a breeding center, and the other 2 were responsible for maintaining and operating the small airships and the power room, respectively. Simply put, it's about energy, food, logistics, and have a captain. So you're saying we're wrong? I'm the one who really did the hard work, said the elder in charge of the artifact processing workshop, his face showing the most displeasure and resentment. What's the use of you trying to distance yourselves here? Said the elder who had been in charge of the breeding center. His voice was loud, but he seemed a little uneasy. If you ask me, if we're really going to take action, we'll definitely start with you guys. The elder in charge of the small boat spoke louder. He was the one with the closest ties to the knights and was the most nervous. What does this have to do with me? My place is no different from being in prison. If you ask me, you guys are stupid. It's obvious that they want to target those priests. Both training classes are aimed at them, said the elder, who was also known as a half-captain. The 4 of them would never normally stand in the same line, but now, out of worry, they have unknowingly joined forces. There is no need to argue, gentlemen, said the elder who owned the mill. The important thing is to figure out what they mean. Nonsense. If we could figure it out, would we need to gather here? The elder who controlled the entertainment room said with some disdain. For so many days, they had been trying to figure out what Ronan and his group planned to do, but Ronan and his group had not given them a single hint. At this point, the first executive spoke again. Gentlemen, if you ask me, the most important thing now is unity, not to unite against them, but to explain our value to them. I have an idea. Let us all resign and hand over our powers so that they can arrange for someone to handle it. You don't consider this confrontation? Do you have to call it a head-on confrontation? Although no one thought it was a good idea, they had no other ideas for the time being, so they decided to give it a try. They couldn't just kill someone because they wanted to resign, could they? This isn't a public meeting, so there won't be a vote. Everyone can decide what to do, the first executive said, then stood up to leave. That's a lie. The first consul is not elected by the elders. The elders are just candidates. The knights are elected by the captains of the Knights' Order. The knights have always operated in small teams and avoided becoming too powerful, so there is no Grand Master. The captain is the highest rank. To put it bluntly, the first person in power is the one with the most military support. They tell you what to do, but in most cases there's no watching but only doing. An hour after the secret meeting ended, Ronan, Dinia, Ambrina, and Isabel learned about the meeting from Ashley. That's it? Ambrina wanted to laugh, but felt that laughing would lower her class. Too naive, Dinia commented. It was right that they assumed we wouldn't use violence to cleanse them, but these people have forgotten that they have sons, Isabel couldn't help but say, and he is definitely a filial son, Ronan added. The elders' heirs are all alive and well. They are the kind of knights who go through the motions, but don't actually put in the effort, because they weren't like those whose ancestors were nobles, but who had fallen to the bottom of society after several generations, and who were eager to prove themselves and stand out after finally becoming knights. Nor were they the typical second-generation knights who would let their power go to waste and plan to form cliques and become captains in the future. They just wanted to accumulate enough seniority, then go back to learn how to manage the family business, and smoothly take over as elders when their fathers got old. But their father was also a knight, so he's in great shape. Who wants to be the crown prince for 60 years? He must be filial. Ambrina pulled out a roasted chicken wing. They took over suddenly. Their foundation is unstable, and they also have a group of brothers who are somewhat capable, but they haven't been able to beat others, and it looks like they'll be stuck at the bottom for life. We're going to have a good show to watch. That is all they are. Our focus is on the priests, Isabel said. They hadn't really taken the elders seriously anyway. Chapter 688. The flag is important. Similarities and differences. Cultivation method. The difficulty with priests lies not only in their mastery of basic education and the training of knights, but more importantly in their control of the guiding spirit, which is the banner of humanity, guiding the way forward. Human beings were originally united by abstract concepts, and it is under the banner of abstract concepts that we can move forward together in the same direction. There was once a country whose people resisted foreign enemies and gained autonomy. In the process, they abolished the old flag and raised a new one. Under the new guiding spirit, countless people were willing to dedicate themselves and forge ahead. But later, the new flag was overthrown, and countless people fell into confusion, no longer willing to dedicate themselves or forge ahead. Their minds were filled with only self-interest, and the whole country began to degenerate rapidly. The older generation even questioned the younger generation about why they were unwilling to endure hardship and why they were unwilling to strive. Without a high-flying flag, without ideals, what is the point of sacrifice and striving? We have only heard of sacrificing for ideals and striving for honor, but never of burning oneself out to fulfill the pleasure of others. That's right, I'm talking about the United States. It's easy to overthrow the priests and raise a new banner, but it's not so easy to make that new banner stand firm. The priests on the ship are currently working on ethics to maintain order within this closed system, and Ronan and his group are going to take them out. But what they will do after they leave is still undecided. This is why Ronan and his group had to target the priests, yet they couldn't act rashly. In short, we should first clarify what we need to do in the future, what role they will play in the process, what they will gain after the event, and what their goals will be after that. Dinia began. Ambrina was not interested. She had come on vacation after retiring, but she had already spent a few days sightseeing in Suleiman. She might not even have anything to do next, so it was really boring. If things went her way, the people on the ship could do whatever they wanted. Our ultimate goal is, of course, to give everyone the talent to learn magic. Isabel was very concerned. She wasn't like Ambrina, who lived a simple life. If she had a choice before, she wouldn't have retired or left the kingdom of Fas, but she didn't have a choice. Isabel continued, I think we should find a place to settle them down before we go into Ceres. The banner is simple, the core of which is rebuild paradise. We can refine the specific details later. Anyway, for them, paradise is almost a legend. We can just get some past records from the priests and adapt them. I think it is feasible, Caterpillar said, expressing his support. We should compile a book that provides guidance and spread it before we leave, Dinia said. I'll take charge, and Ronan will write it. She can only speak a little bit of the language of the ship country now. If she wants to write a book, she'll have to get Ronan to help. No problem, Ronan agreed. Writing books was his forte. Compiling a book is also an opportunity, Ashley said. The priests certainly don't want us to compile such a book. They won't easily hand over historical materials. Moreover, they have passed down their knowledge for so many generations, so there must be a lot of recorded statements. By using this book compiling project, we can force some priests to rebel, label some priests, and then we will have a reason to deal with them. As a Secret Service chief, Ashley might be so-so when it comes to doing serious business, but when it comes to messing with people, she's a professional. Alice knew immediately that Ashley, that old rogue, was going to start a literary inquisition. Don't escalate it. As a former partner, Ashley knew that Alice had always been against making changes to the cultural sphere, and even more against ruining the atmosphere as a result. So she assured her, don't worry, it won't escalate. Dinia didn't say anything. She knew Ashley was sensible. She turned to Falik and Faith and asked about another important matter. How far have you gotten with your research on letting them learn magic? Faith answered first. Although the people on the ship are the offspring of many different races, including some races that have undergone special modifications, in essence, their physical structure is no different from that of humans outside. Their differences may not be as great as the differences between Alina's race and ordinary humans. Isn't it just that I'm a little taller, a little stronger, and have a little more magic power? Alina asked curiously. As for her special abilities, none of her other clansmen had them. Faith smiled. Then you're mistaken. Your race's body organs are different from those of ordinary humans. You have extremely strong resistance to disease and stress, and your bones are different too. Don't you think you're very heavy? The biggest difference is in your eyes. Don't you think you're exceptionally strong, whether it's day or night? Alina thought about it carefully and realized it was true. She wasn't fat, but she weighed 85 kilograms, which was heavier than Ronan, who was taller than her, had a well-defined muscular physique, and was a man. Ronan only weighed 80 kilograms. At this moment, Agustina suddenly said, "I knew you were really heavy. You always say that when we're stacked together, I should be on the bottom." Ronan quickly coughed lightly, reminding everyone that they were talking about serious matters and shouldn't drive. Page 300. Faith shrugged. Anyway, the physical condition of the people on these ships is not fundamentally different from that of people outside. However, their magical bodies are quite different, Phalak continued, picking up where Fies left off. Just like the monsters we saw in the White Desert, their magical bodies are in the form of a humanoid partial vortex. I've observed some children, and they're not quite like that yet, and their physical structure isn't any different from that of people outside, so the reason for this should be twofold. First, the natural environment here, and second, their special cultivation methods, which have little to do with their genetics. If they were to leave this place, it is unlikely that everyone would possess such talent. Dinia nodded. No wonder everyone here is talented. Lavinia, however, said she didn't know how to make everyone talented, but her research materials contain some information that could be used as a reference. Phalak continued, logically speaking, the thing they should be practicing most is the one from Ceres. After all, as far as I know, once the initial connection to Ceres's method is established, the magic base will also vortex. Reaching complete vortex transformation is the realm of immortality. As he spoke, Phalak glanced at Fis, who had achieved complete vortex transformation, but she did so through special magic, specifically a special magic shared by her and her twin sister. But unfortunately, none of us know the Ceres cultivation method. Although it's not difficult to get the relevant books, this kind of cultivation is too easy to make mistakes without a teacher's guidance, and the progress will be very slow, just like elemental mages. After speaking, Phalak hesitated for a moment. So, I have a somewhat immature suggestion, which is to use the method I invented, that kind of training method that combines the enhancement of the Rag people's totems with the combination magic widely used by Suleiman and his surrounding areas. Ambrina tossed the chicken wing bone onto the plate. I think it's fine. Nothing's undercooked. Chapter 689. The system, filial piety, and more arrival. The ship country has a population of over 10,000, which is considered a relatively large town in the Kingdom of Foes. However, its administrative structure is even more streamlined than that of a town in the Kingdom of Foes, which operates under a civil service system. This is because the ship country does not need so many managers, nor can it afford to support them. It is a place where even if all its resources are used, it can only maintain the basic survival of the entire population and ensure the reproduction of some people. In the Kingdom of Fas, a town would have at least dozens of lords, whether they were officials, merchants, priests, or nobles. They were all lords, the kind who could eat, drink, and have money even if they just lay around. But on this big ship, the elders and priests could hardly be called lords, because lords and priests were also corrupted. After they were corrupted, they couldn't just sit around collecting money and doing nothing. If the master doesn't even have one, then there's no way he'd have a lackey. The Kingdom of Ships has no soldiers, except for the knights, whose main task is to collect garbage outside. There are also no law enforcement officers like the police. Their schedules are packed with work and cases. So what cases could they possibly have? Occasionally, when something happens, the overseer of the relevant place will come to arrest the person, and then the elders or priests will come to mediate and handle the matter. There is no need for a special judge. In the last 100 years, nothing major has happened. So, at dawn on the third day after the elders collectively resigned and were persuaded to stay, when the first regent was awakened from his dream by a group of knights, dragged away, and forcibly taken away, he was completely bewildered. It wasn't until he was taken to the bow deck that he realized something was wrong, something really serious. When he saw other elders being brought to the bow deck one after another, he was frightened, but more than that, he was surprised and suspicious. He didn't understand why Dinia, Ronan, and their group considered themselves not messengers of God, but rather outsiders who had only accepted Lavini's request to lead them away from this place that was about to be destroyed. If that was the case, then they couldn't use God's name to arbitrarily fabricate a crime against them. At the same time, Dinia and Ronan's group did not intend to conquer and enslave them by force. If they had, they could have done so long ago. Judging from the strength they displayed, the entire ship of people could not resist them. So, what gives them the right? A few minutes later, the elders found out why. Because of their good sons. Each of them was reported by their own sons, and a series of charges were leveled against them, including framing innocent people and indiscriminately killing the innocent. Well, the elders felt they were truly wronged. The core survival resources of the large ship, magic stones and seeds, must be obtained from the outside world. Without magic stones, not only will the ship's various equipment be unable to float, but the ship itself will also be unable to float at high altitudes. Once it lands, it will be vulnerable to attacks. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that if it stays on the ground for too long, it will also go insane. As for seeds, needless to say, crops degenerate after a few generations, and every few years they must be obtained from outside and cultivated. Over the past century, access to core survival resources has become increasingly difficult, while the population has continued to rise slowly. If nothing is done, then infighting will break out for survival, and once it starts, it won't just be unstoppable, but will become increasingly bloody. For the sake of the fragile beauty on this great ship, there's no other way but to severely punish every case that comes up. If there's no case, we'll fabricate one to get rid of as many people as possible, especially those who are restless, like those who want to change the rules on the ship, or those who are even bolder and plan to send people down to explore and find another way to make a living. That would be perfect. Wouldn't that be framing innocent people and indiscriminately killing the innocent? Ironically, according to the principle of severe punishment advocated by generations of elders, their actions would be punishable by death. Generations of people, and rules established out of a sense of righteousness, are now trying to kill him. Is there anything more unjust than this? Is there anything else you want to say? Dinia asked. The first leader stood firm, his attitude unyielding, refusing to plead guilty, and shouted, "These charges are all fabricated by them, and the so-called confessions were written by the relatives of the criminals under duress." However, this time no one echoed him. The other dozen or so elders seemed much smarter at this moment and began to express their loyalty. "Madam, what exactly do you want? Tell me. We have never intended to confront you." "Yes, just tell us what you want, and we'll do whatever we can. Even if it can't be done, we must do it. These kids aren't good enough. They've only just started learning and haven't even gotten to know everyone yet. It's us who can better assist you. What this wolf cub can do, I can do too. What he can't do, I can do as well. Look at the kind of people they are. They even reported their own fathers. How can they be good people? They are born traitors." Exactly. How can you conduct politics with such insects? I have heard that the managers outside are selected fairly, not through hereditary succession, and I firmly support this. For the sake of fairness and justice, it's you guys who really deserve to die. Dinia, Ronan, Umbrina, and the others remained expressionless and calm. Having been in politics for so long, they had seen far too many scenes like this. Ronan and his group weren't in a hurry, but the sons of these elders were. Why did they report their own fathers? Wasn't it all for the sake of becoming elders? But just as their fathers said, what they could do, their fathers could also do, and what they might not be able to do well, their fathers could mostly do well. When it comes to betraying their country, they still lack the hard power to match their fathers. Shut up! You criminals not only refuse to confess your crimes, but you also slander us righteous people. Exactly, you're shameless. I feel deeply ashamed to have a father like you. You criminals don't deserve to live. Madam, execute them. You bastard, how many people have you killed? Today I will stand up for the innocent. Good fight. You deserve to be hit too. As they were talking, someone started yelling. After a few yells, someone couldn't help but take action and beat his own father. One of them made a move, and the other sons followed suit. For ordinary people, an elderly father would really be no match for a young son, but they are, after all, half magicians, and they will not grow old and frail until the very end of their lives. The elders were all former knights, and they were not restricted. They simply dared not resist because they did not have the absolute strength of Dinia and her group. This led to a physical fight between the father and son, creating a touching scene of filial piety. The elders were escorted over by a complex group of knights who had previously pledged allegiance to Dinia. They glanced at Dinia, but she showed no intention of stopping them. After thinking for a moment, the knights simply stood there and watched. The elders will definitely be killed, and these dutiful sons will inherit their positions. Then the elders will be forced to step down. This isn't about seizing power, If it were about seizing power, there would be no need for such a complicated process. The purpose is to dismantle the old system and old ideas of this great ship, and then establish a new system and new ideas. Just then, several priests rushed over. Chapter 690. I'm not a slave owner. Times have changed, and there are specific national circumstances. The 4 priests were led by the old man who had taken the lead in kneeling in worship, who was also the high priest. The other 3 were of different ages. 2 were slightly older, looking to be in their 30s, and the other looked to be in his early 20s. The high priest approached and respectfully said to Dinia, I hope that you, madam, will forgive their sins and spare them from death. The high priest thought that Dinia would be angry at their actions and rebuke them, or explain to them that killing these elders was for justice and that they should not make excuses for the villains. However, he was completely wrong. Dinia was someone who had been molded by the old bureaucrat Ronan for 20 years and had fought against a group of bureaucrats, nobles, unscrupulous merchants, and priests for more than a decade. She simply smiled kindly and asked, Do I have the right to execute them? I don't think so. Likewise, I have no right to forgive them, but the goddess has already entrusted this ship kingdom to you. The old priest said, in matters of politics, he was far inferior to the clergy of the kingdom of foes, who were comparable to bureaucrats, and he did not quite understand Dinia's words. It is a mandate, not a transfer, Dinia said again. She wants us to take you away from here, to live better. I am just here to help you, since I am not a slave owner, and you are not slaves. I certainly can decide your life or death. Do you want to force me to enslave you? This the high priest was completely dumbfounded. Everyone present, except for Ronan and his group, whether they were loving fathers, filial sons, knights, or the other 3 priests, was also completely dumbfounded. It seems that's really the case. Dinia has no right to execute them, so she also has no right to forgive them. So why did she make such a big fuss? I have no right to judge them. The law that can judge them is the collective will, Dinia said, then added, they have already resigned from their positions as elders, so I think their sons should temporarily take over to ensure the smooth operation of the ship. Before their crimes are determined and a trial is held, let us find a place to lock them up. Of course, this is just a suggestion. That is all. There is not much I can do, is there? After saying that, Dinia left, and Ronan and the others quickly followed. The group of regular knights, who were somewhat at a loss, hesitated for a moment before leaving as well. Only the elder father and his sons, who were being kind and filial, were left looking at each other in bewilderment, along with 4 confused priests. What should I do next? I'm truly fed up with you bunch of idiots. The first regent looked at his son and his filial sons, and couldn't help but say, Do you think that now that you've become elders, you can still be the same as we were before? Now look what's happened. You want to establish new rules. Do you think your brothers and sisters won't have any complaints? Did your clownish performance just now work? I'd like to see how long you can stay in this position. You re the fools. The first regent's son sneered. This huge airship is leaving this damned, nightmarish place and going to the outside world. We will no longer need to scavenge for garbage or distribute supplies equally. Our competitors will no longer be our own people, but other people from the outside world. Under such changes, the old rules will definitely collapse. The position of elder is not important. What is important is to participate in the establishment of new rules and become a person who spreads new ideas. Times have changed, sir. After the son of the first regent finished speaking, he turned and left, followed by the sons of the other elders. They were all students who had taken classes with teacher Luo, and they knew that Dinia did not intend to slowly build new rules after leaving, but rather to do some construction before leaving. Although he didn't say it explicitly, he sensed that soon the old power structure of the ship country would be completely dismantled and then reorganized, and he and others might not be able to sit in high positions. But that doesn't matter. As long as he participates in the development of the new rules, he can guarantee that he will gain a dominant position. These old guys are completely blind to the situation, and are still trying to prove their seemingly indispensable value through various means. Those who don't understand their value are only referring to the old era. In the new era, no one on this ship is indispensable. The first ruler was stunned. Was this still his son? The one who was obsessed with cultivation and was reckless and arrogant. How did it suddenly become like this? Of course, he didn't know that teacher Luo himself started out by correcting past wrongs, and had extensive teaching experience in guiding indigenous rebellions. His specialty was reforming young people. After the filial sons left, the 4 priests remained standing there, still bewildered and unsure of what to do next. Although they didn't know the idiom "if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold," they understood the principle. God is no longer here, and they can no longer use God's name to control the guiding ideology. If the old elders continue like this, the old rules will completely disintegrate, and new rules and new ideas will follow. The priests were not deaf or blind. They could see that the people on the ship had been restless these past few days, shouting about rebuilding paradise. But where would they be in the new paradise? At this moment, the priests would have preferred that Dinia overwhelm them with absolute force and rule them as a god. In that case, they would only need to be servants of a new god, accept his orders, and then make orders for others. This would not be difficult or bad, but Dinia did not do this, which made them extremely uncomfortable and terrible. At this moment, the youngest priest suddenly spoke up. "Teacher, we are people who have mastered knowledge and power." Just like those young people said, our identity and position are no longer important. What is important is to participate in the construction of new rules and new ideas. However, the burial of the old era may require some things to be buried with it. The high priest's expression changed instantly. The young priest ignored the former supreme high priest and looked at the other two. The two hesitated, neither agreeing nor immediately rebuking the young man. Clearly they had wavered. After a few seconds, the young priest looked at the elderly high priest and said, "Teacher, I hope you can allow me to learn new magic and new ideas." "Huh? Do I need to give you permission?" The high priest sneered. After speaking, the high priest didn't give the young man a chance to respond and turned to leave. The young priest sighed helplessly. Clearly, he intended to fight to the end. The two middle-aged priests hesitated slightly, but still followed. After lingering for a moment, the young priest also left. Now, only the old elders remained on the bow deck. At this moment, the first consul spoke again, and his first words were astonishing. "If we don't do something, we will die." "What else can we do?" an elder asked. The first ruler laughed. "Ha, do you think we the only ones who are old? Everyone on this ship is old. I am not trying to incite them to rebel, but to spread a fact. Our ship nation has its own national conditions, and only those on the ship understand those on the ship." Chapter 691 Resentment. We'll talk about it later. "I understand children better than you do." The ground was already in a state of ruin. The town had been completely reduced to rubble in the previous battles between Dinia and Lavini, with many parts simply pulverized. However, there were still many buildings outside the city, especially some stone structures that were still well preserved even after hundreds of years, and could be moved into after a little cleaning and tidying up. Currently, Ronan and his party are living in a village in the north, near the lake. At night, in a room, Ronan was sitting on a simple wooden bed, while the extremely voluptuous Phallic knelt on the carpet in front of her, holding Ronan's thick, long penis in her hand, licking and sucking it with a hungry and lustful expression. She wore only a pair of light brown suspender stockings, semi-transparent with a silky sheen. The thick, opaque tops of the stockings were pressed against her flesh, making her legs appear incredibly voluptuous under the dim light. The full-figured beauty of a mature married woman seemed about to burst out of the stockings. Her breasts were large and swollen, almost exaggeratedly big, with erect nipples. Beneath a thick patch of fine, slightly curled, dark brown pubic hair, the plump flesh of her vagina had begun to ooze fluid. If the first time was due to excessive nervousness and the long period of abstinence, resulting in her becoming wet at the slightest touch, this time it was caused by pure lust that had been building up for too long. That one time, her body forever remembered Ronan. Since that time, she had been on a long journey. After arriving in this alternate dimension, she was busy for more than half a month before her turn finally came. And now it was finally her turn. For the past 10 days or so, she couldn't help but masturbate almost every night. She really wanted Ronan's strong and powerful body to press down on him, to insert that thing into her, and to fill her up. "I think about it whenever I have a free moment." Thalek was giving a vigorous blowjob, her large breasts trembling with her large movements, her incredibly plump and fleshy thighs, with the stockings digging into her flesh, unconsciously clenched and rubbed together, and her large buttocks swayed slightly. The color of her stockings was even more intense, and in the completely opaque reinforced area, her toes kept opening and closing, just like her restless heart. After a long while, Phallic spat out the hard, wet thing and looked at Ronan expectantly. "Is it okay now?" Ronan simply said softly, "Continue."